Book 1, Iron Spiral CH1. A distant roar of frustration is heard echoing throughout the night. The shinobi mustered outside the main gate to their village shiver in fear of it. One wearing a dog mask leans over to the sandame. Should we go help him? No, he knows what he is doing, we will just be in the way. Another roar sounds out in the dark. The battle between the Kyubi no Kitsune and the Yondaime rages on far away from the destroyed village. Then nothing, just silence. The collected shinobi wait, holding their breath for the silence to end, but it doesn't. After several minutes, the sandame comes to a decision. Stay here, all of you. He commands as he turns and leaps into the trees, running in the direction of his successor's battle. He arrives to a crushing sight. The bodies of the Yondaime and his wife, dead, pierced through the abdomen. Before them is a newborn sleeping soundlessly in an altar. The sandame walks over and closes the eyes of the dead on their last sight, their son. He picks up the baby and walks back to the village, swearing to honor his fallen friend. 6 years later, a young man walks the streets of Konoha, watching the villagers prepare for the annual festival celebrating the defeat of the Kyubi no Kitsune. The man stops outside a small restaurant, deciding to get lunch. But as he reaches for the door, it slides open, and an orange blur flies out, closely followed by a meat cleaver. Just before the cleaver makes contact with the young boy, the man snatches it out of the air. The blonde-haired youth looks up at him and smiles before dashing off. How strange, thought the man, as he walks into the restaurant. He hears the cook behind the bar mumble about a demon brat and quiet agreements from the patrons already seated. The man scowls. The tone and atmosphere of the restaurant is all wrong. Not one filled with excitement for the upcoming festival that night. He walks quietly up to the bar, unnoticed by anyone. Then, after hearing the cook describe the boy he just saved from major injury as demon scum, he slams the cleaver, which was still in his hand, into the bar, where it remained embedded into the wood. What was the about? He asked with the tone of someone used to being answered when he demanded in one. The cook turned around, about to berate whoever had just spoken to him like an underling, but stopped in his tracks when he looks at the young man. Standing there was a samurai, easily 6 feet tall, with light armor meant for fast travel. A steel plate covering his abdomen on top of a tight sleeveless shirt that fits snugly, as if it was formed to him, with bandages wrapped around his forearms from his elbows to the first knuckle on his fingers. An ornate piece of plate armor on his left shoulder, resembling a wolf with spirals in the eyes. Under his left arm was a large coat that he had opted to take off on the warm autumn day. Almost hidden under the coat was a full katana strapped to his hip. Then the cook looked up at the man's face and noticed the large scar that started under his left eye and disappeared under his shirt. His eyes, rimmed with dark blue and filled with white until the abyss, like pupils, which froze you where you stood. And a head of hair, crimson red in color with a strange haircut, spiky on top, buzzed on the sides, and pulled into a short spiky ponytail in the back. The cook finally recovers from his surprise and calms down noticeable. The appearance of the samurai cools his head, not wanting to anger the large man. I have the right to refuse anyone my business. The samurai eyes the cook, who scrums under the look of a seasoned veteran. It rivaled the older shinobi who the cook had met. Finally, the samurai cocks an eyebrow. So you throw a meat cleaver at a child who at worst could run out on his bill and get a free meal, instead of telling him to simply leave. That child, the cook hissed, is nothing more than demon scum and should be run out of the village. The reply that the samurai received was met by many here by the other patrons, and a smug look on the cook's face. And here I thought that Konoha held children as precious, the will of fire and all that. Guess not, he says with some venom as he turns and leaves, having lost his appetite. The samurai continued walking, looking for the boy, but after a few hours his stomach started growling, demanding attention. Coincidentally, he again found himself outside a small food stand. He ducks under the curtain and greeted by the heavenly scent of ramen, his absolute favorite food that he rarely got in the land of iron. As he sits at the counter, he is greeted by an older man who handed him a menu. Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen. Please enjoy. He returns the greeting and asks what the house special is. The older man, who introduces himself as Tucci, shows the samurai the specials part of the menu. He thanks Tucci and introduces himself. then returns to the menu to choose what he wants for dinner. After a few minutes of looking, he decides on a miso pork ramen. He puts the menu down and is about to order when he notices a flash of blonde in the corner of his eye and looks. "You," he exclaimed, "I found you." The blonde jumps and looks at the source of the loud noise halfway out the entrance as he does, but doesn't get the chance to run. The samurai quickly garbs him by the shoulder and puts him the seat next to him. "I have been looking for you everywhere, kid." Now the boy was really scared. Whenever an adult is looking for him, it was never good. "Are you okay?" asked the samurai, throwing the child off balance. No adult other than the Hokage and Tsuchiyaji asked him that. All he could do was nod, which was enough for the samurai, reassuring him. Good that asshole back at that restaurant. I almost hit him, but I don't want to cause any more trouble than necessary. Treating a kid like you like that. Dick," he said, mostly to himself, who honestly seemed annoyed by the actions of the cook and the villagers at the restaurant earlier. "So what was that about? You owe that guy money or something?" the samurai asked. The boy had calmed down and wasn't at risk of running off again, so the samurai let him go. The boy looked up at the samurai and shrugged. Thanks for earlier, and I don't know why the villagers always treat me like that, especially on my birthday. Only a few minutes after you saved me, a lynch mob started chasing me, but 2 stopped them, and I could get away." "You're welcome, and if it's your birthday, you should spend it with your family, not dodging cleavers and mobs, or a stranger at a ramen stand. Even if it's great ramen, which it must be by the way it smells." He jokes, but the boy just hangs his head a little saddened. The samurai quickly sobers up. "Orphan," more of a statement than question. The boy nods quietly. "Well, in that case, happy birthday, Naruto says, not believing what he is hearing. No one wished him a happy birthday. The samurai smiles back. "Happy birthday, Naruto. Have as much ramen as you like on me," he says, startling Naruto. "Really?" he asks with a look of wonder. "Yup, it's the best present I can give you on such short notice. You didn't give me much time to prepare, did you?" he teased, and placed his own order. Naruto just sat there a little stunned. "What are you waiting for? Order something. I don't want to eat alone. It's depressing." Naruto quickly placed his order. The pair waited in silence until Tsuchi placed their orders in front of them. "Naruto, what do you say to someone that gives you something?" Tsuchi said, reminding the boy. "Sorry, Tsuchiyaji. Thanks for the ramen, Zenichi," says the samurai as he snaps his chopsticks apart. "Thanks, Zenichi." He nods in acknowledgement as he digs into the ramen, which did taste as good as it smelled. After that, the conversation and ramen flowed. Naruto asking Zenichi about what was it like as a samurai, and Zenichi telling him stories about his training and adventures. And in turn, Zenichi asked Naruto about the village and about himself. They enjoy each other's stories. At one point, Zenichi blows noodles out his nose when Naruto tells him about the Hokage's reaction to his infamous sexy no jutsu. And Naruto sits, wide-eyed, as Zenichi tells him the story of how he got his scar. They would fall silent when their orders arrived, but it was content silence, not an awkward one, as they enjoyed their ramen. Naruto found great joy in having someone to share stories with, and was having a great time. And although Naruto liked Zenichi's stories, Zenichi found listening to Naruto's a little painful, and some, particularly about how the villagers treated him, infuriated Zenichi. Here was a boy who just turned 6, having suffered greater than some full-grown adults that he knew. But despite that, he was still able to smile and was filled with such optimism, dreaming to become the Hokage like his hero, the Yonde. Zenichi found himself respecting the boy greatly. Ayame, the daughter of Tsuchi, and works as a waitress at night, brings them their next order, placing Naruto's in front of him. "Here you go, Uzumaki-kun." "Thanks, Ayame. And here is yours, sir." But Zenichi doesn't respond. He looks at Naruto, then at Ayame. "Did you just call him Uzumaki?" She nods, a little unsure of what is going on. Zenichi looks back at Naruto. "Your name is Uzumaki, Naruto?" Naruto looks at him, noodles hanging out of his mouth. He slurps up the noodles and cocks his head sideways, his eyes squinting at Zenichi's weird look. "Yeah, Uzumaki, Naruto, that's my name, didn't I tell you that?" But before Zenichi can respond, a man rushes into Ichiraku and grabs Naruto. Ayame screams in surprise, and after the conversation Zenichi had with Naruto all evening, that was all the justification he needed. With speed painfully gained through years of practice, draws his sword, filling the ramen stand with the chilling hiss of steel, and cuts off the arms of the man who grabbed Naruto in one fluid movement, like his name describes. One cut. Then, with the same fluid grace, kicks the man in the chest, sending him flying back out into the dark street. Zenitsu, sensing the malevolence emanating from outside, turns to face it. He stabs the ground and throws his coat over his shoulders and thrusts his arms into the sleeves. Naruto stares at the symbol on Zenitsu's back, a white spiral that was almost glowing against the black leather of the coat. Zenitsu pulls his sword from the wooden floor and strides out of the stand, followed closely by Naruto. They are greeted by a large mob of villagers. The smell of alcohol was palatable. Many were armed with kitchen knives, other makeshift weapons and torches. They throw curses at him for what he did to their maimed compatriot. Zenitsu silently assesses the situation. Roughly 200, maybe a few shinobi thrown in too. To think that this is what the kid has faced every year. He thought to himself, filled with pride, that Naruto could survive against such odds. Then silence. Naruto had been hiding behind Zenitsu, but stepped out to look at the crowd that had gathered to hunt him down. At the sight of him, the gathered villagers growl like some kind of large animal. "Give us the demon. We will finish what Yondaime-sama started," yelled a faceless voice in the crowd, prompting many in the crowd to take up the call, yelling insults at Naruto, demanding that Zenitsu turn over the demon scum to them. Naruto starts to shake. Doubt creeps into his mind. Zenitsu protected me twice, but this is too much. He can't handle so many. He will not risk himself for me. I'm nobody. But his thoughts are stopped when Zenitsu places his free hand on the boy's shoulder and gives it a gentle squeeze, and pushes him protectively behind him again. He then turns his focus on the crowd, remembering everything that Naruto told him, letting the anger and disgust he felt for the villagers flow to the surface. Zenitsu casts a killing intent out on the mob so great the older members have flashbacks to the night the Kyuubi no Kitsune attacked and collapse in terror-induced convulsions. "My name is Uzumaki Zenitsu, Vice Captain of the 2nd Division of the Iron Guard," he roared. "Any who wish harm to my cousin, step forward and face your death." Then, to demonstrate his threat, he swings his sword, cutting a gash in the street, effectively dividing it in half. With Naruto and himself on one side, separated from the mob, the promise of death to anyone who crossed it. The few shinobi in the crowd quickly sobered under the wave of killing intent and massive chakra spike from his demonstration. Most realized that they were no match for the monster that stood before them and ran for it, leaving the crowd to fend for themselves. But 5 of them felt differently and stepped forward to take Zenitsu's challenge. They stood together on the line that had been drawn, across from Naruto and Zenitsu, many in the crowd cheering them on. All of them had faced samurai from other nations before, and none of them took this one any more seriously than they did the others. The first one charged Zenitsu, but before he or Zenitsu could do anything, an ANBU landed in front of him, taking him to the ground, pinning him there. The pinned shinobi started to struggle and was struck on the back of the neck and stopped moving. The others all fell into taijutsu stances. But before they could act, a second ANBU landed next to the first. "Don't even think about it. Leave before I get physical," he snarls. Then lightning shot out of his hand, starting to crackle with power, adding his own killing intent to the samurai and fellow ANBU. After a few moments, the shinobi thought about their opinions, decided that it was best to take up the dog-masked ANBU on his offer. One thinks better of fighting and leaves his fellows to face the ANBU and samurai. "That offer is about to expire, and I don't think the samurai will wait much longer," said the weasel-masked ANBU, a faint red glow coming from the eye slits in his mask, after he finished restraining the unconscious shinobi. The shinobi knew what that glow was and fled, leaving the villagers alone to face 2 ANBU and a really angry samurai. To emphasize the samurai losing his patience, Zenitsu sends out a fresh wave of killer intent even larger than the first, enraged that someone thought so little of him that they could defeat him in a drunken stupor, causing most of the villagers to turn and run for the hills, leaving only the most stubborn villagers and those who had already fallen victim to the first wave of killing intent earlier on the ground. At last, even they finally turned, retrieved their unconscious comrades, and left, grumbling about demon lovers and the Hokage playing favorites. After the last of the villagers left, Zenitsu sheathed his sword and turned to Naruto. He went to a knee in front of Naruto. "Naruto, are you okay?" He doesn't respond. The fear of having another mob nearly kill him on his birthday, again, but to only be saved by a complete stranger who turns out to be his cousin. It's too good to be true. He couldn't be my real cousin. It's not possible that after so long my wish just comes true on my birthday like some fairy tale. But he is disturbed from his thoughts by Zenitsu shaking him, trying to get his attention. "Naruto, Naruto, can you hear me? Are you okay?" Naruto's eye refocused, and he looks at Zenitsu. "You're my cousin?" he asked hesitantly. Zenitsu sighs in relief. "He's okay." "That's right, Naruto. My mother is the older sister of the only Uzumaki in Konoha until she died. Uzumaki Kushina, and you must be her son. You have the same eyes as her. This makes me your cousin." Zenitsu can see that Naruto is still hesitate, so he reaches into his coat and pulls out a small scroll. It had the Uzumaki clan crest on it. Zenitsu unrolls the scroll, revealing a list of names on it. "This is the Uzumaki family tree. See, this is me." He points to his name and traces it back to his mother and father, then at the name next to his mother's, Uzumaki Kushina. "Put some of your blood here, in the circle." Naruto, instinctively knowing what the seals on the scroll would do, he does as he is asked. He bites his thumb and places the bloody digit into the circle Zenitsu indicated. At first, nothing happens and Naruto is chest-fallen. But then the blood he put on the scroll disappears, and his name is added under Uzumaki Kushina. The boy's eyes go big as he looks at the scroll. Zenitsu smiles and rolls the scroll up, puts it away, and looks at Naruto. "Welcome to the family, Naruto." "Zenitsu and I." Naruto cries out and hugs his new cousin. Happiness overtakes him, for his greatest wish had come true. He had a family at last. The ENBU look at each other, and then at the little reunion, a little uncomfortable about what to do. Then the one with the dog mask coughs. "I'm not to butt in or anything, but this is not really the place to sit and talk. Those shinobi might get friends and come back, and although I doubt that they will attack us, I would really not want to have to try and stop you if they threatened your nephew again." Zenitsu nods and picks up Naruto, who at first tense bit, then relaxes, putting his arms around Zenitsu's neck, snuggling his head against Zenitsu's neck and squeezing tightly, trying to get closer. Zenitsu smiles at his little cousin's attempts at closeness, and then saddens thinking about someone so young being so desperate for physical contact. "Fine, take me to the Hokage. If he is anything like Mifune-sama, he will still be up doing paperwork, despite the late hour. I wish to discuss the treatment of my cousin, among other things." The samurai's tone was commanding, and the ENBU snapped to attention at hearing it. Even if he wasn't from the village, he was obviously someone of high rank, and they were trained well to challenge a superior, partially an angry one. The both nod and take positions on either side of Naruto and Zenitsu as they walked to meet the Hokage. The three men and Naruto walked through the village. It was near midnight and most of the festival was over. What villagers that were on the streets had been in the mob that the samurai and Umbu scattered were just too drunk to find their homes. Naruto quietly clung to Zenitsu as they walked, basking in the happiness of finding his family, thinking how he so easily told Zenitsu all the things he told him about his life, why he had followed him out of Ichiraku, even when he knew that there was a lynch mob waiting for him, and why he felt so safe with Zenitsu even when he didn't even know who he was, despite his serious trust issues. He could count all the people he trusted on one hand. Maybe he had known on some unconscious who Zenitsu was. He wondered if that was what family was like. He giggled into Zenitsu's neck. "I'm going to find out." Zenitsu, on the other hand, was on high alert. After the mob, he wasn't taking any risks with his newly found little cousin. He watched with disgust as the villagers looked out their windows at them with looks of complete loathing for the boy, many shutting their shutters as they pasted by. Slowly, Zenitsu's hostility for the village grew. He started thinking seriously that the real reason he was in the village was a mistake, even if he was the one who came up with the idea. He was now leaning more towards taking Naruto and leaving for the Land of Iron to return to raise the village to the ground. But then Weasel throws a kunai into a nearby ally, shortly followed by a pained cry. Naruto smirked. "Nice throw, Weasel and I." He held up a peace sign for Naruto, whose grin spread from ear to ear. causing Zenichi to correct his heated thoughts. I was right after all, so what if the civilians were not worthy of sword fodder? And maybe some of the shinobi are not that great. Not all the samurai are honorable as well. But there are more good ones tend not. So Weasel, are you Naruto's guardian all the time, or just on nights like tonight? Weasel shook his head. No, Dog and I are Umbu captains and have a lot of mission work. We only protect Naruto when we are in the village, which I must say sadly is not enough. But Dog and I asked the Hokage if he would let us both stay in the village this time after what happened last year. Naruto cringes at the memory of his last birthday, where he was caught on a dead-end street and tortured within an inch of his life. He had to stay in the hospital for 2 weeks, afterwards the longest he has ever stayed in the hospital. So we have been in the village more recently. Then I must thank you both for taking care of Naruto the best you could. If at all possible, I would like to honor you both with a drink. I will be in the village for a little longer if the talk with the Hokage goes the way I would like it to. If it is possible, we would be honored, but thanks are not necessary. It is us that should be thanking you. Had you not been there, we would not have been in time to stop them. They were very organized, and those shinobi worry me greatly. They walk in silence for several minutes until it is broken by loud snoring. All 3 men going to high alert by the sudden noise. Then when it happens again, they look at Naruto in Zenichi's arms. The young boy, after a long, stressful day, has fallen deeply into sleep in the safety of Zenichi's arms. The 3 men laugh, quietly, so not to wake the boy. Well, that scared the crap out of me. I thought we were about to be ambushed, said Dog as he put the kunai he had drawn away. That is something I really don't want to happen right now. I am still angry, and I honestly don't trust myself to hold back against anyone that would attack us right now, replied Zenichi. I don't blame you, and if it weren't for my orders, I would let you, and thank you again for stopping them and restraining yourself as you did. Knowing that such scum live in the village makes my blood boil, said Weasel. Zenichi shrugs, disturbing Naruto, who remains asleep after repositioning himself. I would do it for anyone. A drunken mob is not something to leave to its own devices. I am here on a diplomatic mission, so killing 200 or so of your villagers would be a little unreasonable. But self-defense, on the other hand, is another matter completely. Had you not stopped that drunken fool, I would have cut him in half. The 2 Umbu gulped after hearing his tone. They had really been lucky. If not for his mission, Zenichi would have killed all the villagers without a second's hesitation, and they both know it. Thank you all the same. On what you said about the boy's parentage. Is it true, or are you really his cousin? Yes, I was surprised to have met him. I was not expecting to find my aunt's son here, or that she lived long enough to have one. I met her once when I was very young. She had heard a rumor that survivors had made their way to the Land of Iron and came to investigate. When she and my mother saw each other, it was a very loud reunion, to say the least. She had tried to get them all to move to Konoha, but many had found a life in the Land of Iron and didn't want to leave their new friends and family. Most of my generation grow up together with children of samurai clans. We are a part of the Land of Iron now. So she left after declining the same offer from my mother. She was a shinobi and would stay with her village. Now thinking about it, she must have met someone. So that was why she declined. My mother couldn't understand why she didn't take her offer, since she was the only Uzumaki in Konoha. Her teammates and her sensei agreed to keep our existence a secret when they left from everyone. I had though about taking him with me back to the Land of Iron. Then my business was concluded, once I realized who he was, but now I think that might be a little more complicated than before, though putting the Kyuubi no Kitsune in another Uzumaki shouldn't be any surprise. You lot have done it 3 times now. The 2 Umbu look at Zenichi, their bodies tense. He looks over at them and gives them an icy smirk. Did you really think I wouldn't figure it out? His birthday is today, the anniversary of the demon's defeat at the hand of the Yondaime. The villagers continued disdain for him and repeatedly calling him a demon. And I am an Uzumaki. I do know a thing or two about seals, and placing a beast like that without risk of future complications, a newborn with undeveloped chakra coils, would be the best option. By the way, who is his father if it is just some random man that you lot had Kushina lay with to produce a new Jinchuriki? We are going to have serious problems, he said darkly, his tone laced with threats. Dog quickly spoke up in an attempt to placate the quick-tempered samurai. No, it was nothing like that. We cannot say who his father is, for it will place him in great danger both from his father's enemies and a few in the village who would want to take advantage of him. but I can personally vouch that Kushina was in a loving relationship of her own choice. She was very happy. I do understand where you are coming from, and although there are a few in this village, I would not put it past to try something like that. The Sandame and Yandame, when he was alive, would never let that happen, answered Dog, making it very clear that Naruto was a child conceived in a loving and happy union. Zenichi nodded his understanding. The men continued walking through the village, taking streets and alleyways to get to the Hokage mansion instead of the tower, where the Sandame Hokage lived and worked when he got tired of his offices, and at this time of night the chances of him being there were much better. As they crossed a main street, Zenichi looked up at the Hokage mountain, admiring the craftsmanship of the carving of something so large. He studied the faces of the four Hokage's face carved in the stone, studying the Yandame's face intensely. So was the Yandame protective of Kushina because it was the right thing to do, or was it because he was in love with her himself and the father of Naruto? Or at least I hope he is, he says slyly. Both Umbu stop in their tracks. This man who has just arrived for the first time in their village had already discovered two of the greatest and closest guarded secrets they have in the span of one night. Zenichi smiles at their reaction. I hope that means you will keep it a secret then. As you might have guessed, if the truth that Naruto was the son of Minato, then he would become the target for over a dozen powerful people, not to mention the entire village of Iwa, said an older man in white robes holding a large hat in his left hand and a pipe in the other. He was sitting on the steps leading into his home, waiting for them. Zenichi eyed the old man with a little killing intent in his stare. This was the Hokage, the man who should have by all rights been raising his cousin. So we meet at last, Sandame Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. I believe you were not expecting me until tomorrow, but I must insist we talk now. I would have to agree, and could you please not stare at me like that? When someone as strong as my students gives me a look like that, it puts me very on edge. The two Umbu look again at each other. For the 100th time that night, they were thanking Kami that the samurai restrained himself against the villagers, otherwise there would have been a very bloody mess to clean up. I will after you explain why over 200 villagers tried to kill my cousin for the second time. His voice was so icy it made the old shinobi shiver. This man is very powerful. He is most likely on par with Jiraiya. I must be careful no to make this man an enemy. He very well might take Naruto and leave. I cannot lose this chance. If this is what I think it is about, then it might answer all my problems. He stood up and dumped the tobacco out of his pipe. He walked into his home, followed by Zenichi and the Umbu. They walked in silence until the Hokage spoke. I think we can disguise this further in my study. It will be far more comfortable, and it will give you somewhere you can put Naruto down to sleep. I don't think I have ever seen him sleep so peacefully before. Well, when you are running from murderous mobs all the time with no one to run to, I would be surprised if you could sleep easy. Zenichi taking a shot at the Hokage, whose eyes saddened a little. They arrive at the study, and the Hokage opens the door. Entering, he points to a couch that Zenichi could deposit Naruto to sleep, which he does. Taking off his coat, he places it on top of Naruto like a blanket, who wraps himself with it in his sleep, hugging it tightly. I am sorry for that. The villagers can't get over the pain from the lose of their hero and loved ones. They find it easier to blame Naruto. Though it is good to see that crest again, it seems right for him to have it, he says, looking down at the sleeping boy. It could have happened much earlier. I understand not telling him about his father even if I don't agree, but his mother should have been enough. He is entitled to that much, and if they knew he was a true Uzumaki, then he would have been easily taken care of. The clan had large amount of savings here in Konoha, and I am sure they had grown with Kushina's mission work. Not to mention the clan shrine we kept here in the past, it would have been a good home for him. Better than that flop house in the red light distract you dumped him in. What do you mean flop house? Naruto should be in the village orphanage until he becomes a shinobi and has a larger source of income than the monthly allowance I arranged for him. Well, he got kicked out about a year ago and has been using the allowance you give him to pay his rent. He barely has enough to buy food, so he eats mostly wild game and fruits. The working girls in the area, though, took pity on him and helped him a little. They gave him the clothes he owns and taught him how to cook for himself, though, until recently, he didn't have much to cook. The grocers in the village overcharge him or will not sell to him at all. Someone else taught him how to hunt and to forage in the forest to survive. My guess would be those two Umbu. pointing his thumb over his shoulder at the door where Dog and Weasel were waiting. As Zenitsu finished telling the Hokage about Naruto's life for the last year, the Sandaime grew more and more furious. He had no idea that Naruto was living like. He was surprised to hear that the girls of the red light district had for the most part adopted Naruto and had been raising him in an off-handed way. Outcast raising an outcast, he thought. For helping him, he was grateful. He would make sure to thank them somehow later. But when he heard that Dog and Weasel had known and said nothing to him about it, he was livid. Two of his most trusted agents withholding information from him was unacceptable. Dog, Weasel, he commanded, front and center now. Both shunshin into the room on either side of Zenitsu's chair and stood unmoving at attention. Would the two of you please explain to me why I was not told about Naruto's living arrangements when you learned about them? And I want the truth. The undertone in the Hokage's voice was dangerous at best. The stood very still until Dog sighed. Well, Weasel, the cat's out of the bag. Now, Weasel just hung his head. Can I just say that Naruto asked us not to tell you? He didn't want to burden you with his troubles. We told him that you would want to help. But he is a lot smarter than people give him credit. He knows that if you did, the council would be on you for favoritism. He knows that they are against him, but not why. The Sandaime sighs, dropping his head in defeat. It was true. Every time he had tried to do anything for the boy, the council would do just that, and he would be forced to retract his motion. Not for the first time, he cursed the council and the civilian side in particular. The shinobi clan heads that make up the other side were indifferent or didn't like the boy. Explain yourself. I want a reason why you choose not to tell me at the whim of a 6-year-old. Like Dog said, Naruto didn't want you to know, so you wouldn't try to help him and get on the bad side of the council again. A week after I returned from a long mission, Naruto sought me out and explained what happened. I initially wanted to take it to you, but he stopped me and explained why. After listening to him, I had to agree, and while the way he called all the girls in the red light district One-san, I know that Naruto's wouldn't just leave them anyway. So I asked him why he then came looking for me. He told me then about the grocers and that they wouldn't sell to him, and they overcharged his One-sans, so he wanted me to teach him to survive in the forest like I had been taught as a shinobi. At first I was hesitant, but after Dog returned and I talked it over with him, we agreed to teach him under the condition that he wouldn't stray too far from the village. At first he agreed, but as we couldn't stay in the village and hold him to it all the time, he made it out farther and farther until he was taking hunting trips, coming back with enough game for most of the girls and himself. After that we just started teaching him more and more. Frankly, if he wanted to leave the village, he now has the skills to survive and make a living on the skins and meat. It wasn't until then that we realized that this might have been his intentions the whole time, but again he surprised us, and after every trip he would return and pass out the spools from his little apartment that is now decorated with the skins of some seriously impressive kills. When did he get that apartment anyway? Asked the Hokage, to be answered by Dog. 2 weeks after he got kicked out of the orphanage. I helped him find that apartment. The Hokage rolled his eyes. I should have known he did, and the girls promised me that they would look out for him. I then left for a mission and didn't learn about the food problem until my return, and Weasel came to me asking for advice. After I told him I was the one to get him that apartment, we started teaching him about hunting, foraging, and cleaning his kills. After that, he started providing the girls with free meat and vegetables from the woods. Some taught him to cook as a trade and would take the skins and sell them to the leather tanners for him and buy his clothes, since not a single one would do business with Naruto himself. His traps are impressive to say the least. Coming up with traps that outdid ours has become a game for him. Not to mention his accuracy with the bow he made is amazing. In fact, it all has been working out very well. And the hunter skills he has learned from us have paid off in more ways than just as a means for him to provide for himself. The tone of Dog's voice intrigued Zenitsu. What do you mean, not just a means to provide for himself? Well, he has been, how do I say this, the protector of the red light district. If anyone causes trouble for his One-sans while he is in the village, then that person will come face to face with a half-dozen arrows. And if he hears about an incident while he is out hunting, then he will pay a visit to whoever was responsible. And let me tell you, he is very skilled with his hunting knife. The icy tone of Dog's voice and the hint of pride is all the evidence that it didn't end well for the perpetrators. Wait, I am confused. Are saying that the vigilante that has been ruling over the red light district is Naruto? Asked the Hokage in shock. Both of the Umbu nod in confirmation. Zenichi can almost see the smiles on their faces, matching the one he himself had, proud of his newly discovered cousin. But a question had formed in his head. If Naruto is so skilled, why was he running from that mob? He should have been able to at least protect himself. Weasel shook his head. Naruto was never up front, and one drunken adult, or two from afar with a bow and arrow, or a sleeping man already tried down with your face hidden is very different from facing over 200 drunk and angry villagers. Zenichi had to agree with that logic, but still it was impressive to say the least, and it made him even more adamant to take the boy. But the Hokage saw the look in Zenichi's face. Making eye contact with Zenichi, the Hokage spoke. Well, it looks like he will make a good addition to the Umbu when he is old enough. Do not think that will excuse the two of you for not telling me, though. Both of the men hung their heads in defeat, while Zenichi met the Hokage's stare and smirked, almost to say this isn't over, old man. But if Naruto is such a good hunter, why does he wear that orange jumpsuit? Asked the Hokage. He expected one of his Umbu to answer, but was surprised when Zenichi spoke. It was a gift from a young girl he had saved just after getting out of the hospital last year. She was being bullied by several older children, and Naruto stepped in at her defense. In the resulting beating, his clothes were torn and ripped, so she bought it for him as thanks. It was all she could afford, I would guess, but he only wears it in the village. Something about showing her that he is grateful and to say no hard feelings. Apparently, once they were found by the girl's caregiver, she was dragged away and he was blamed for her injuries. Later, a pair of the girl's clansmen hunted him down and gave him a serious beating. Dog was shivering. He hadn't known why Naruto wore that orange jacket, but after hearing it explained to the Hokage, he was filled with fury. This is bullshit, he spat. Sensei must be rolling in his grave after all this. The village he loved so much torturing his only son like this daily is unforgivable. He saved that girl, and they reward him with a beating is unacceptable. He turned to Zenichi. Do you know which clan this girl is from? Zenichi cocked an eyebrow. So he is Hitaki Kakashi, should have known after that, right, Unjutsu? No, not like I would tell you if I did. He wears that jacket as a symbol for that girl, showing that he has forgiven them. I am continuously impressed by my cousin's ability to forgive after so much. I agree with you, dog. He is much smarter than people give him credit, and he knows that the girl is not responsible for anything. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he had a little bit of a crush on her after she bandaged him up and bought that jacket. It was the most kindness he has been shown by a stranger in his young life. And if you go and attack them now, what message does that send? Anyway, I understand where you are coming from. I was furious after he told me about his life at Ichiraku's, but after hearing about her and seeing the way you two have looked out for him, I know I was right about this village. Besides, I don't think that Namikaze would want his last student killing any members of his village, no matter how much they deserved it. Hitaki. This time was the Hokage's turn to look shocked at Zenichi's ability to sniff out their secrets. Kakashi took off his mask, it no longer serving any real purpose, and looks at the samurai. How do you keep doing that? That is the third time tonight. Asked Kakashi. Zenichi just shook his head and chuckled. I am the vice captain of the 2nd Division. It's unwise to let a counterintelligence specialist anywhere near your secrets. The Hokage was now gaping like a fish as he stared at the young man no older than his youngest son. Then Weasel spoke up, his curiosity getting the better of him. What is the 2nd Division exactly? You said that back at the ramen stand too. It is the closed thing you will find to the Umbu in the Land of Iron. Weasel just cocked his head to the side, not satisfied with that answer. Zenichi sighed and continued. Basically, it started out as a group of samurai who had a great deal of skill in tracking and scouting, but later as they scouted, they caught enemy samurai or shinobi that were doing the same thing or setting up ambushes, and they were put in charge of holding and interrogating them, becoming the jailers and interrogators of enemy combatants, much like your TNI division. Much later, after the Second Shinobi World War, a few survivors from Uzushio made it to the Land of Iron asking for refuge. The shogun at the time took pity on us and let us stay, including my mother and her jonin sensei. There were also a few others with ninja training, mostly of genin rank, that were put in charge of guiding civilians out of the village. Zenichi paused to let the little history lesson sink in, until he continued. To repay the debt they felt to the shogun, they swore fealty to him and tried to serve with the other samurai, but were shunned. But the captain of the 2nd Division at the time saw the use of the shinobi and asked them to work with him in expanding the 2nd Division's skill set into espionage and counterintelligence. My mother's sensei took the role as that subdivision's leader and later rose to the rank of vice captain. It has been the role of the vice captain to be the leader of that subdivision ever since, due to the fact that it quickly proved to be an invaluable asset during the Third Shinobi World War, with shinobi trying to use our lands as a shortcut to enemy lines. We needed a way to know if certain shinobi villages planned to cross our borders. My mother later rose to the same position during the Third Shinobi World War, when her squad stopped a regiment of IWA shinobi from crossing our border and maintaining our neutrality. I believe they were reinforcements for some force near your border, some bridge I think. IWA was furious, but after we proved that they had knowing plan to cross without our permission and ignored our orders to leave. Thanks to evidence presented by the 2nd Division's newest vice captain, they could do nothing but beg our forgiveness and swear it wouldn't happen again. I took the place of my mother as the vice captain about 2 years ago when she retired early to train the younger members of the clan and anyone else that wants to be a member of the 2nd Division. It has become standard practice for those of the Uzumaki clan to join that or the medical division, as our skills in sealing and medical jutsu has proven to be invaluable. The 3 shinobi stood in awe of Zenichi's story. Kakashi in particular seemed to be the most affected. Zenichi just sat in his chair and waited for the questions to start flowing like he knew they would. He was surprised when Weasel was the first to speak and by his question. How did you get the promotion? I mean, it couldn't have been because of your mother. You must have earned. Well, it's a little of both. After the breakout of the civil war in the Land of Water, a group of Kekkei Jinkai users fled to the Land of Iron much like my clan did, and I lead my squad to meet and escort them to safety. We later were ambushed by Kiri Hunter Nin and had to fight them off. I ordered my squad to get the refugees to safety, and I remained behind to guard their retreat. I fought off most of the Hunter Nin, but was attacked by a Kiri ninja that looked like he was born from a shark. He was an excellent swordsman and managed to give me this scar before I pulled out my trunk card and forced him to flee. I then made my way back to my squad safely at our border base. The Yuki clan matriarch was among them and thanked me by healing my wounds with Suite-un-style medical jutsu that with my Uzumaki blood healed my chest up in a matter of days instead of months given the size of the wound. I was later recognized by the shogun Mifune-sama. When my mother announced her retirement and the division captain put my name forward as her replacement, many of the other traditional clans argued against my promotion, but after testimony from the Yuki clan and my own squad, Mifune-sama agreed with my captain and approved my promotion. His reasoning being that the child of Uzumaki Uryu, the Crimson Wolf, would have the skill to fill the position, and after I fought off a dozen Hunter Nin and Kisame Hashigaki, who I later learned was the ninja who cut me, and taking care of the quiet interrogation of the refugees into the 2nd Division in one capacity or another, proved to him that he was right. So like I said, a little of both. Which leads me to why I am here as the vice captain and the head of the counterintelligence branch. I was sent to meet with you to discuss the militancy portions of the alliance Mifune-sama asked for and negotiate with you for the betterment of our land security. I know the true state of your military Hokage as well as the state of our own, so it was logical for me to come. The 2 younger men look over at Zenichi, a man their age but on a completely different level. The Hokage stared at the samurai and thought to himself, this young man is no older than Asuma, and yet is of equal or just below my strongest student and has a mind that would give Shikaku a run for his money. We need this man to be our ally. The Hokage shifted in his seat. I received Mifune-san's letter and read it about 3 times, and no, where does it explain why he wants this allegiance now after years of neutrality by the Land of Iron? It would be a sign to the other nations that you are going to be stepping out and having a bigger hand in the world. He asking for an explanation. Yes, well, after my battle with the Kiri shinobi, rumors of an Uzumaki in the Land of Iron started to spread. As I don't wear a helmet, my features were on display for all to see. My captain and Mifune-sama are worried that if the truth that the Uzumaki clan is still alive and growing strong once again were to be discovered, we will be on the receiving end of an all-out invasion, just like the Land of Whirlpools, and are seeking ways to strengthen our military force. I suggested that we form an alliance with Konoha and the Land of Fire. Mifune-sama was worried that an alliance would send just that kind of message put after I told him about how you all marched out to avenge Izushio, which had been a close ally at the time. He changed his mind. Loyalty is a big deal to him, and what you did in the name of our memory moved him greatly. The message asking for an audience with you was sent shortly after. When we received your reply, I was sent immediately. I made good time and arrived a day early and decided to visit Lady Mido and Kushina's graves, but instead ran into their living legacy in more ways than one. Zenichi drops hints about the Kyuubi with a disapproving tone, but the Hokage was too busy thinking about the possibilities of an alliance with the samurai of the Land of Iron. The Hokage had known Mifune for a long time and had known Mifune's father and know both to be proud, strong, and loyal men set deeply in their sense of right and wrong, but as a leader one could not think of the well-being of only one clan, a problem he himself was facing, and one nagging thought kept popping up in his mind. If the traditional samurai clans were against letting someone of shinobi decadence rise to a high rank, then how will they work with actual shinobi, and how will the chain of command work? This could cause major problems in the long run and leave us weakened in a time of need. Izumbu, on the other, and had different thoughts completely. Both had seen the power that Zenichi wielded, and both know that if this man was only the second in command in his division, then the captain must be a true monster, and then all the others that they lead, although would be weaker, but still they would make strong allies. The Hokage was the first to speak, though raising his doubts for Zenichi to answer. So Mifune-sen truly wants to end 3 generations of neutrality, just for the Uzumaki clan, just one clan. I find that hard to believe. As a leader, one cannot make such actions without consulting his advisors. Zenichi nodded his head in agreement. You are worried about the other samurai clans. Well, you don't have to be. Before he sent you that letter, he called all his military and civilian leadership for a war council. Many were anxious about why the meeting was called. Once all parties were gathered, Mifune-sama started in about the call by the younger generation, my generation, to end the isolationism that we had wrapped ourselves in like a child does a blanket when scared at night. He spoke about the fall of Izushio and how it had been an unjust and unprovoked atrocity, and its repeating in the Land of Water. He then spoke about what my squad had done, about the rumors of the Uzumaki in the Land of Iron, and that it is only a matter of time until the truth that it is not just one Uzumaki, but the clan itself thriving and growing strong once again. He then spoke about his intentions to end the isolation with an alliance with Konoha and the Land of Fire, who have proven time and again that you will honor our wishes to stay out of shinobi matters until now. He told them about what you did in our memory, and that had calmed any doubts he had about an alliance. When he was finished, the council erupted into chaos and quickly split between those in favor and those against. Surprisingly, there were far more samurai clans in favor of the alliance than we had expected. Finally, after an hour of back and forth, the head of the Kenpachi clan and the captain of the 11th Division, which is made up of traditional samurai and frontline troops, and have been the rivals of the 2nd Division since their inception, stepped forward and to everyone's surprise embraced me as a brother, then turned to the assembly and spoke out in defense of our plan, supporting it as the correct course of action. This man, mind you, had spoken out loudest against me become a vice captain, like it was his mission in life, and for the most part finds anything ninja distasteful, to put it mildly. But what he did and said moved the whole assembly and lead to a unanimous vote in favor of the alliance. You have nothing to fear from the traditional clans causing any problems. They back this plan completely. Once committed, only an act of kami can change a samurai's mind, though I can't promise anything when alcohol is involved. He chuckled. The two Umbu were unfamiliar with the state of samurai politics, so didn't understand the gravity of what Zenichi had just said, but the Hokage did, and the look on his face told them all they needed to know. The impossible had happened. The Hokage just stared at Zenichi, completely stunned by what he had just heard. A look of shock stuck on his face. He had met the Kenpachi clan head when he had taken Minato to meet Mifune when he was chosen to be his successor. That man hated shinobi with a passion. To hear that he had not only agreed to an alliance with a shinobi village, but had basically pushed the vote, though, was mind-boggling. The Hokage asks out of pure shock. What did he say to move the whole of the Land of Iron? Zenichi nodded, understanding the Hokage's reaction. Even he had been surprised. so much so that he almost attacked the man when he embraced him. He said, and I quote, "How can we call ourselves samurai and then forsake our brothers who defend our country by our sides, throwing them out into the snowy night to protect ourselves from their enemies? No, our enemies, for any enemy of theirs is, and is enemy of us all, for they are part of us, proud samurai of the land of iron. I vote yeah. Let those baby-killing bastards came at us. We will feed them samurai steel." The emotion and conviction in his speech moved everyone. All the samurai present took up the call, and even the civilians were cheering. Afterwards, he approached me and told me that although we had our differences in the past, it was nothing personal. He had only thought that I was too young for the responsibilities as a vice captain, but he was pleasantly proven wrong. The spirals of iron, as he calls us, had proven ourselves in his and his clan's book and was proud to call me a brother. The Hokage, if it was possible, looked even more in shock, so much so that his umbu were worried for his heath, but the thoughts in his head were racing so quickly that he didn't know where to start. "Hokage-sama, are you all right?" asked a worried weasel, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Zenichi Dano, what?" The Hokage dry swallows. "What are the terms of the alliance? I have a few things I would like to add, but I want to hear what you want first." Zenichi smiles, hearing the new level of respect that the Hokage addresses him with. He takes out a scroll and places it on the Hokage's desk for review. That is the treaty in its entirety, but the important parts, as we are concerned, is the terms of military support, which basically, after all the legal mumbo-jumbo, states that you will answer any call to arms from the shogun of the land of iron, Mifune-sama, and we will do the same if you, the Hokage, call upon us. The movement of our troops through the land of fire's borders will go unchallenged, and your shinobi will receive the same treatment in the land of iron. Though I suggest that you don't expect to be welcomed with open arms at the beginning, the people of iron are a slow group to change, and after 3 generations of isolation, it will take time for them to get used to outsiders in our land on a normal basis and not under guard. Third, the fair trade of information of a military nature to ensure both of our country's safety, as well as a few trade agreements that the merchant guilds wanted added. But I am sure that your shinobi will enjoy the metal work of the land of iron at the best, hands down, since Yuzushio fell, and one of the civilians my mother led to safety was the Uzumaki clan's master weapons craftsman, and she took on a few apprentices in the land of iron passing the arts, and I am sure you personally should know of the craftsmanship of Yuzushio, as we did make your predecessors armors and weapons after all. The Hokage looked over the scroll as Zenichi spoke and saw that what he said was true. Lots of legal mumbo-jumbo that the politicians could argue over, but the terms for the military were just as he described, and the Hokage approved, but he didn't let Zenichi know that. He thought about it all for a few minutes as the samurai waited to hear his terms. "These terms are most generous, and I find them very agreeable, to say the least. I would like to add that a garrison of samurai be housed in the village to assist in its defense if the need should arise. That could be arranged, I think, but a few squads of your shinobi will have to do the same, if that isn't a problem." "No, it wouldn't. Also, I would like to ask for a few things off the record from you personally, if that would be okay. You can always decline, of course. It will not affect my decision about the treaty." Zenichi nodded. "First, you will stay in the village in the first few years of this alliance in charge of the samurai garrisoned here, and that you will train Naruto as well. I wouldn't mind staying to do such, and if this is an attempt to stop me from taking Naruto to the land of iron, then good luck. If Naruto asks me to do so, I will, but for the time being I will train him in the village." The Hokage sighs in defeat. He had tried. Hopefully Naruto still loves the village enough to stay. "Okay, I understand. Also, the second thing is something difficult for me to admit, but I would like for you to try and stop the coup that is being planned by the Yukika clan." Now it was Zenichi's turn to be surprised, and he wasn't the only one at that. Kakashi looked over at Weasel as shock, while Weasel looked at the Hokage with what would be a surprised look if he wasn't wearing a mask. Zenichi looked over at Weasel. "I'm guessing you're a member of the Yukika with the red eyes you showed off to scare those drunken ninja. I thought you might be, but you could have easily been part of the Yui clan, but now I know for sure. The question now is, where do you stand? With us, or do I kill you now, and then end this before it starts by ending the Yukika altogether?" Zenichi's tone is icy as his hand moved to the hilt of his sword, ready to draw. He would and could do it if necessary to. He disliked such action, but as a samurai, loyalty to your home and country were a big part of who he was, and anyone that would betray that trust was someone he would kill without mercy. The Hokage saw this and was taken aback. Their treaty was not finalized, and for all intents and purposes they were not allies yet. But that didn't stop Zenitsu from acting like they were, and he had such a bad first impression of the village with Naruto. Weasel took off his mask and looked at Zenitsu. If I was ever to betray the village, I would ask you to end me as well. My loyalty is with the village, but that doesn't mean I don't want to save my clan. I told the Hokage about my father and the clan elders' plans because I wanted to find a peaceful stop to it first, and have been working as a double agent against my clan to stall for time in the hopes that Hokage-sama could find a way to end this without any violence, or I guess you having to carry out that threat now. I'm sorry, Kakashi, that I didn't tell you, but sure sway, and I wanted to stop this from happening with the least amount of people finding out. My name is Yukiko Itachi, clan heir, and the son of Yukiko Fugaku, the current clan head. And if you stop my clan, I would be eternally grateful. Itachi gets on his hands and knees, begging Zenitsu to accept the Hokage's request. Please, I beg you, help me stop my father and the others. I know this might sound like a lot, but they are not bad. Many are just frightened of the changes in the village and the way the world treats those with Kekkei Genkai now. Many clans are being killed off in all but the major shinobi villages, and even in Kiri they are now too. Please help me before it comes to violence. I do not want my clan to be the cause of a civil war in the village, which would most likely lead to a fourth Nin war. Zenitsu looks at the young man and then at the Hokage. I will try my best, and if I can't stop them peacefully, I and my samurai that will be stationed in the village will deal with them. The helmets that are part of the standard battle armor have tinted glass to protect us from the Sharingan, other dojutsu and jinjutsu that relies on eye contact. We will be able to take them quickly. Stand, Itachi. I will help in any way I can, and if it comes to violence, then you, the young ones, and any that prove themselves against this foolishness will be spared. This I swear, even if I have to move you all to the Uzumaki estates in the Land of Iron to do so. Itachi looks up at Zenitsu, tears flowing from his eyes. The emotional stress from the whole ordeal taking its toll on him, hope returning to his eyes. But Kakashi, on the other hand, is angry and wants an answer to why. Itachi, why is your father doing this? Your clan is loved above all other by the villagers, second only to the Senju. Where did this come from? As Itachi stood, he looked over at one of his two closest friends and wiped the last of the tears from his eyes. Naruto isn't the only one to be treated badly after the Kyuubi's attack. My clan has been slowly pushed into our compound because of the mistrust of the villagers and the other shinobi. Many remember Yukiko Madara could control the beast and blame us for its attack. My father worries about the safety of the clan because of it, and the less noble of the clan are angry that the villagers are ignoring us now, and second to the Senju has always been a sore issue with some. It's all just reaching ahead. Kakashi sighed. He understood where Itachi was coming from. After the Kyuubi's attack, even he had noticed that the Yukiko were being treated differently, but he had no idea it had gotten that bad. Also, Hokage-sama Danzo approached me with an offer that if I eliminate my clan, he will spare my little brother. The Hokage scowled. Let me deal with him, okay? So Zenitsu Dano, do you agree to my requests? Zenitsu nods. Good. When do you want to tell the village council about this new alliance? In 2 days, if that is okay. I am tired from my journey here and would like to rest and clean up before meet with your council. Also, I would like to borrow a messenger hawk to send word to Mifune-sama and my captain that they can expect your support and can send the ambassador to the capital to start the formal negotiations with the Fire Daimyo. That sounds like a good idea. I will send a hawker over to the inn you are staying at in the morning with one of our fastest hawks. Thank you, but I am staying at the Uzumaki temple here in the village. I hope isn't a problem, and I will like to start making it habitual again. It would be a good place to garrison the samurai that will be here anyway. By all means, if you need any help, let me know. I apologize for its state. It was damaged during the Kyuubi's attack and never repaired. Zenitsu waves his hand. It is no matter, it will give me something to pass the time and a chance to get to know Naruto better. I'm sure he would like to help, and I can start his physical training that way. Also, Itachi, if you could drop by, I would like to talk to you further. Itachi nods, as Zenitsu stands and holds his hand out to the Hokage, who takes it. They shake and Zenitsu walks over to Naruto, Picking him up, the Hokage walks him out. I want to tell Naruto about the QB. He has a right and a need to know for his safety and mine if I am to train him. The Hokage hesitates, but after a moment's nods. You're right, I tried to hide it from him, and it has brought nothing but pain to him. Maybe it is time to try a different way. I have failed him for too long. Also, although it is completely up to you, I would like Kakashi and Itachi to be moved in to the normal Jonin forces and serve as a go-between for the samurai and ninja in the coming days. Also, I would like to relieve who they are to Naruto, so he doesn't lose the closest thing to friends he has in the village. I will think about. Thank you, good night. No, thank you. You have helped me far more than I have helped you. Zenitsu simple nods and starts walking to the Uzumaki temple with Naruto. Naruto wakes up and rubs the sleep from his eyes. He looks around not sure where he is or how he got there. After a few minutes, he remembers the night before and falling asleep in the arms of his new relative. He gets up and notices that there is a large leather coat covering him. Upon closer inspection, he notices that it is Zenitsu's. He balls up the coat and stands up, walking over to the doorway that, unlike his first thought, it wasn't open, but the door was missing completely. He walks out into the courtyard and surveys the state of the gardens. To say that they were overgrown was an understatement of the year. The shrubs were completely wild. Grass had overgrown everywhere, and everything was covered in vine. Not many people know that Naruto has a small flower box outside his window in his apartment, and that gardening had grown into a pastime. He had found that he liked it after cultivating a vegetable garden hidden in the forest to make getting produce easier. He walked through the courtyard and exploring the wild garden and notices the obvious states of neglect the buildings around him had fallen in. Naruto wondered why a samurai of his cousin's status would be in such a dump, until he turned the corner of a crushed building and saw a large temple with a spiral burned perfectly into the hardened oak doors. For some reason, Naruto felt drawn to the temple the second he laid eyes on it. Slowly, he walked up to the door and tentatively places his hand on it. After a moment, he pushes on the door and is surprised by how easy it was to open. It was very large after all. The hinges don't even squeak. Despite the decay of the other buildings, this one had withstood the touch of time. Naruto enters the temple, finding Zenitsu sitting in the center of the room in front of a simple shrine with incense burning in a bowl of sand. He walks up and sits next to his cousin silently. There was a feeling of peace that even Naruto's hyperactivity was calmed by. Without opening his eyes, Zenitsu knew that Naruto was next to him. The seals on the door wouldn't let anyone but an Uzumaki into the sanctuary. The two sit in silence for several minutes until Zenitsu spoke. Did you sleep well? I tried to find a room that's still at tatami mats, but most of them were rotten. Naruto nodded, not wanting to disturb the peace that was coursing through him at the moment. I see that this is your first time here. I am not surprised much was kept from you. Though I am a little surprised at how long you slept. It's already noon. Naruto listened in silence as Zenitsu talked. The unfamiliar feeling of serenity had filled him and didn't want it to stop. Zenitsu looked at his cousin and smiled. The look of calm and peace was engraved on his face, not the mask he had on last night when the two met. I'm sorry, Naruto, but you will have to respond at some point. Don't worry, the feel will not stop until you leave the shrine. Naruto looks up at him. I hope so. I really like this. I haven't felt like this in, he pauses. Ever. I think it's been too long. Running from mobs, the glares from people I don't even know, and the beatings all the time. Tears start running down his face. He looks up at his cousin and asks, is this what it feels like to be happy? Zenitsu is completely taken aback, not expect Naruto to ask something of such magnitude. He watches Naruto and sees that he really wants an answer. Naruto, how you feel when you are happy is different for everyone. I could tell you what happy feels like for you because it's different for me. This feeling that you feel right now at the construct of the seals that are in place in the shrine. They are designed to install a feeling of peace and calming in the Uzumaki that come here to pray and meditate. I am so sorry that this is the first time you have left at peace, and I promise to do everything I can to ensure that you can feel this way outside of the shrine in your everyday life. He takes a breath. Naruto, there are several things you and I have to discuss. As you know from last night, I am a high-ranking samurai in the Land of Iron, and that I am here in Konoha on a mission. That mission was to negotiate with the Hokage the terms of an alliance between our two countries. Zenichi stopped to let Naruto grasp what he was talking about. Now the Hokage asked me to stay in the village and lead the samurai that will be garrisoned in the village when the treaty is finalized. He also asked me, as a fellow Uzumaki, to train you and teach you what it means to be an Uzumaki. As is your birthright, if you are willing, I will start teaching you today. So Naruto, do you wish to know about your mother and her clan? Naruto sat in silence and shock. So everything I remember from last night wasn't a dream. I have a clan and Zenichi is my cousin. But no, he is asking me if I want to learn about them. He watched the smoke rise from the incense in front of him. Yes, I want to know about my family. What were they like? Why am I alone? And why didn't Hokage Gigi tell me? Well, the first two will be easy to explain, but the third one will be a little harder. I think the Hokage didn't want you to know because he thought not know would have been easier. I know that is not a good answer, and that is something the two of you will have to work out later. As who your clan is and why you are alone, I can explain. He paused to gather his thought. The Uzumaki clan is one of the oldest and strongest of the shinobi clans in existence. We can trace our line back to the time of the Sage of Six Paths. We are masters of Fuinjutsu, the art of sealing, and of many other shinobi arts. I personally am not a master in the terms of our clan, but compared to those not of our clan, I would be considered a master. I have much still to learn in the art that our people have progressed to levels not though humanly possible. Sealing is in our blood. After generations of study and practice on both objects such as scrolls, and on ourselves, we have developed an almost symbiotic connection to it. We can instinctively understand what simple seals can do without any teaching or experience. Also, in using them on ourselves for generations to increase our chakra, vitality, and recovery rate, we started to develop the effects without the seals in place. To help you understand you, he pulls a small knife from the small of his back and cuts himself on the palm of his hand. The small cut starts to heal almost instantly. As you can see, I healed very quickly. That is the effect in which I spoke of. All Uzumaki have these abilities as they are an artificial Kekkei Genkai. With training, you will be able to use complex seals and make them with ease. By the time you are old enough to attend the Ninja Academy, you will be able to seal almost anything you want. As for why you are alone, I asked the Hokage what happened to your mother, and he told me that she was killed when the Kyuubi attacked the village shortly after giving birth to you. He didn't say, but I would guess that your father died that same night. It is fairly common for your generation here in this village. Naruto was in awe after hearing what his clan was capable of, but he wanted to know what happened to them all. So how did my mother end up in Konoha if our clan is from the land of iron? We are not from the land of iron originally, but from the land of whirlpools to the southeast. Our ability with seals was so feared by some that they started the Second Shinobi World War to kill us all off. My mother, your aunt, with the help of her Jonin sensei and some other low-ranked shinobi, mostly Jinin and Chunin, snuck about a dozen civilians out of the village that we called home Yuzushiogakure no Sato. My mother and the others with her made their way to the land of iron. The then shogun of the land of iron welcomed my mother and her company with welcome arms. We have been members of Land of Iron ever since. My mother told me that your mother was sent to Konoha to take care of Lady Mito, the wife of the Shodaime, in her old age. We never made contact out of the fear of discovery and that we would bring our enemies to our new friends, but that is no longer the case. Not sure what to say, Naruto sat in silence. He tried to bring his hand together, but Zenichi's coat was in the way, reminding Naruto that was carrying it. He hands it to Zenichi, who takes it and unrolls it to hang it on the wall. Naruto watched and stared at the spiral on the back. Why is that spiral on the back of your coat if you just now are making an alliance with the village? That is because it is in fact the Uzumaki clan emblem. When Konoha was first founded, our clan acted as moderators for the Senju and Yukika clans and helped them with the forming of the village. The truth is that although we were a minor village as we were made up of a single clan, Yuzushio was in fact the first shinobi village before Konoha, and the Shodaime wanted our help in how the village would be formed. As thanks, our clan emblem was made part of the standard uniform to show thanks. I see. Naruto wasn't sure if he was okay with that. Here he was a member of the clan that helped to make Konoha, and not only did no one know the truth, but he was outright hated by the general populace. For reasons he didn't understand. Zenichi could see the thoughts that played their way through the boy's mind. Should I try to talk to him about the villagers? I would have to explain to him the QB, and the Hokage hasn't given me permission to do so. Not like I'll really care. The man might have been the shinobi no kami once, but that was a long time ago, and I have my own tricks I can pull if you want to be violent. Zenichi thought to himself, conflicted as what to do. On one hand, he had what he thought would be best for his little cousin and what was best for his mission. He had a responsibility to make sure that this treaty was a success. It was because of him the Land of Iron was under threat now, and it had also been his idea in the first place. As the two of them sat in the shrine, quietly focused on their own thoughts, their stomachs had thoughts of their own, and both growled loudly, causing both Uzumaki to look at each other embarrassed. Then, after a second, they both laughed, lightening the mood that had fallen over them. I don't have anything to eat here yet. What do you want to do for dinner? He asked Naruto. We could go to my apartment and eat. I have some food there, and it shouldn't take too long to prepare. Okay, sounds like a plan, and I have been curious about where it is you live. You said it is the red light district, but that only perks my curiosity, he says as he stands up. You are very nosy, you know that. Naruto responds in a light tone as he too stands up. I'm not nosy, just inquisitive. It's an Uzumaki thing. I am sure you yourself have found yourself just wondering about anything and everything at once. It's part of why we are so good with seals. We have minds that hunger for knowledge, and it leads to some nasty headaches. Naruto nods his agreement and starts walking to the door, followed by Zenichi. So that's why I get those headaches every so often. I have an herbal treatment for it if you want any. One of the girls near my apartment taught it to me. Thank you. We have an herbal tea that works, but I didn't bring any with me when I left. The two left the shrine, and as Zenichi had told Naruto, the feeling of peace slowly faded away and was instead replaced with a feeling of contentment. Naruto looked up at his cousin about to ask the question, but as he did realize that this feeling from talking with Zenichi and learn about his clan. Naruto led his cousin through the village and to his apartment. They crossed the paths of many more shinobi than normal. Naruto, are there normally this many shinobi in the village? I never really paid any mind to the shinobi. Most leave me alone, and the only ones that bother me are pretty weak. I think that once I get to the academy, I would be able to beat them, but until then I am still at their mercy. Naruto, I know that you are a capable hunter and that you are the one that has been watching over the red light district. It's not too hard for me to figure out after all. What I don't understand is why do you put up with their treatment? You can leave, you can fight back, but you don't. Why not? I don't like the villagers, but I respect the Hokages and the other shinobi of the village. I want to be like the Yondaime and protect to the village. I didn't have much a reason before, but this was the place that took care of my mother, so I might as well take care of it. Once I prove that I am strong and earn their respect, things will change. Not everyone in the village is a total asshole after all. Zenichi smiled, impressed by his cousin's wisdom once again. Then his smile turned evil as he started to tease him. Not all bad. You mean like the raven-haired girl with the lavender eyes that got you that orange kunai magnet for you? Naruto started to blush at the mention of the girl that he had saved. You're going to keep teasing me about that, aren't you? Until the day you die, little cousin. I will do it on your first date, and then again at your wedding, and every other chance I get. Zenichi said with an evil grin. Great, sighed Naruto. That's what older cousins are for. The two are watched by the shinobi of the village. They all had heard about the samurai that faced down a mob the night before to protect the Kitsungaki. Many had gone to the street outside Ichiraku's and saw firsthand the gash that ran the length of the street. It was an impressive feat to say the least, and for it to have been caused by a samurai was surprising for most of the ninja. Some of the older generations know of the talent of the samurai from the Land of Iron, and that they were not someone you fought without some serious resolve. The inhabitants of the Sanro Mountains were not to be trifled with. Then the biggest news came out later that day, that the samurai in question was in fact a descendant of the survivor of Yuzushio and had claimed the Kitsungaki as his younger cousin, meaning that a true Uzumaki still lived in the village and whose clan was still alive and well hidden out in the world. Some of the parents of the other children Naruto's age heard the news, and quietly talk was spreading amongst them that Naruto was in fact their classmate Kushina's son. Some, particularly a pair of women who were the old teammates of Kushina, felt great shame not knowing about the boy and not taking care of him in the memory of their lost friend. They all had known that she was pregnant, but had though the child had been lost during the Kyuubi's attack like his mother. None of them know who the father was. Kushina would never say when asked. The two Uzumaki continued until they reached the border of the red light district when they were set upon by the working girls. Naruto was for the most part ignored, but Zenitsu on the other hand was having a hard time keeping them at bay. They slowly made their way towards Naruto's apartment when a loud yell quieted all the girls around them. "All of you leave that man alone. If anyone gets him, it's me." The girls all looked over at the source of the noise. After seeing how it was, they all started to leave, grumbling about loudmouth stealing a good night. After the girls departed, Zenitsu was able to see who it was that had yelled out, and what he saw caused the powerful samurai to dry gulp audibly. Standing in front of him, a beautiful woman that looked about his age, about 5 feet 6 inches and curves to die for, with purple hair styled in a spiky fan, hazel eyes, and a Konoha Hittite tied to her forehead with a happy smirk on her face. She had on a tan trench coat that was open in the front, relieving that she wore nothing but a full-body metal mesh and a dark orange mini-skirt that didn't do much to cover her. Her legs were adorned with steel shin guards cover her sandals as well. Naruto looks up at his cousin and see the look on his face and smiles evilly. "Ankawani, how are you today?" he asked. Zenitsu looks at Naruto and shakes his head no, but Naruto smiles and nods yes. Time for some payback. He thought to himself. Zenitsu watches his cousin. Damn, I shouldn't tease Naruto so much anymore. The woman walks up to them and kneels in front of Naruto, showing off her cleavage to Zenitsu with a smile. "How am I? I should be asking you the same thing after last night. Though it looks like you are fine. If I didn't know any better, I would say you're better than fine. What happened?" As she stood up, she teases Zenitsu with her coat. "Well, Zenitsu and I saved me and took me to the Uzumaki shrine. It is really nice there. I am taking him back to my apartment for dinner. If you want to come along, I can tell you more over some food." She looked Zenitsu up and down and smiled. "I would like that, Naruto, but it would be impolite for me to just join you. You spending time getting to know your new relative, if what I have heard on the street is to be believed." Zenitsu looked at Anko. "Damn you, kid, you take me here and then put this beauty in front of me like this and invite her to dinner. You are so going to pay." Zenitsu shakes his head. "No, it's fine. You obviously know Naruto very well, and from what I can gather from my little time here is that anyone that it is good to Naruto is a person worth getting to know. It would be a pleasure to have you with us. You can tell me all of Naruto's embarrassing little secrets. I have 6 years of teasing to catch up on." Naruto hadn't thought about that and started to panic a little. Knowing Anko, she would love nothing more to have a new partner in making his life an embarrassing mess. Even though he was young, Naruto wasn't stupid. It took him a few weeks, but he learned what was special about this area of the village and what the girls here did for work. And although Anko wasn't a working girl, she spent a lot of time here, and she loved to spend her time in between missions messing with Naruto. Anko was a little surprised. She was expecting him to treat her like every other man in the village did. Not many know that Anko's mother had been a geisha and had worked here in Konoha's red light district. Her mother had pushed her hard so she could escape the life she had led and supported her during her early years at the academy until she died. "I would love to fill you in. You're right, 6 years is a lot of time to catch up on. I would love to help you, and I need to thank you for helping the little Gaki last night," she said as she took his arm. Zenitsu, to his credit, wasn't even fazed by her forward actions and shameless tone, as he went to adjust his sword so it would still be in reach with her next to him. He was surprised when he found it already in the perfect place for him to draw it if needed. He looked at her, and she smiled back. He returned her smile and started to following Naruto again, as he had already started walking again, muttering about snakes and needing another belt. Now that Anko was with them, they made much better time and arrives at Naruto's apartment quickly. Naruto unlocked the door and walked in, turning on the lights, followed by Zenitsu and Anko. Anko, having been in the apartment before, just strolled in and kicked off her sandals next to Naruto's. Zenitsu unclasped his boots and followed the two of them in, but stopped in his tracks after he was past the entryway. He stared at the half-dozen pelts that were arranged in the small living room, all of which were from dangerous predatory animals that many considered more like monsters than animals. The largest on the floor as a rug. He studied them and started to identify each one at a time. The last one, though, blew his mind. "Naruto, is that a lightning liger?" he asked, pointing at the largest pelt on the floor, which was white with black zigzagging stripes that resembled lightning. Naruto poked his head out of the kitchen where he was making a quick dinner for the three of them with the help of Anko. I think that it is what Dog and I called it. It was trying to steal the deer I had caught in one of my traps. He told me they are really rare in this part or the continent, and that if I sold it, I would be rich enough to buy a house. But I like to keep the pelts of the kills that almost killed me in the process. The one on floor of my room was a huge bear that tried to eat me. It's even bigger than that one, but it isn't it cool looking, so I put it in there. Zenitsu just shook his head. Naruto was a complete mystery. Just the night before there was a little boy that needed protection, but now here was a skilled hunter that could take down a liger even if it was a smaller one. Zenitsu know that Kumogakure no Sato listed the lightning liger as an A-class predator and that anyone that killed one was hailed for their skill. He walked in the kitchen to see Anko and Naruto talking about yesterday and last night. Zenitsu couldn't help but stare at Anko, who had taken her coat off, was now nearly naked in her tight wire mesh suit in front of him. Zenitsu noticed the ways her back muscles moved as she cut the vegetables that they would be eating. The mesh just seemed to add to her every movement. He watched her work for several minutes until Naruto snapped him from his trance. Zenitsu and I, can you help me set the table up? You can go back to staring at Anko Wani after that. Zenitsu looked at his cousin and saw his grin. You little shit, you did that on purpose, he thought as a blush formed on his face. He walked over to take the plates and utensils, hiding his blush from Anko, and smacked Naruto on the back of his head. Anko, for her part, was happy to be standing with her back to Zenitsu, hiding her blush from him. Before she thought that he would make a good lay. After the brief from the Hokage that all the Jonin had received about the proposed treaty, but after hearing about how Zenitsu saved Naruto from the boy and how he had taken care of him after that, then about what he had told Naruto earlier that afternoon, she had found herself thinking about him a little more seriously. Maybe I should take Nai-chan's advice, she thought to herself. After about 30 minutes, the roast was cooked and the three of them had sat down to eat. Zenitsu waited for Anko to cut off a piece of the roast for him and noticed that this whole time she had been using a kunai to cut everything. He chuckled to himself. Do you use a kunai to cut everything? He asked in a light tone. She looked over at him with a sly smile. Most of the time I do. They always find their way into my hands like magic. I find it easier to just use them. They are sharp, and if they can cut up a roast well enough, they will cut an enemy. It's a good way to make sure they are still usable. I hope you wash them before you do. You never know. We'll want to catch something. Well, I haven't had to worry about that due to some things that had gone on in my life. I am immune to most diseases and toxins. That must be convenient. I guess we will not have to worry about it then. Worry about what? She asked, curious. Well, I have seen ninja how blood was poisonous. It would turn into a gas shortly after being spilled, and if it got in your eyes or into your body, you were screwed. I had seals on my body that protected me, but one of the other samurai was not so lucky. It was a painful death, to say the least. I had to put him out of his misery after we failed to stop the poison from getting to his heart. The tone in which he said that made it apparent that he was troubled by it. Anko and Naruto look at him. Naruto, like anyone else, would feel bad about after hearing that story, but Anko, as a ninja, knew that wasn't the end of it. There was telling the family of your fallen comrade, and the guilt from being the one to kill them, even if it was to stop the pain. She gave him a sympathetic look that he noticed, and gave her a small smile in return. That was a long time ago, though, and this roast smells great, so let's eat. They three of them dug in and enjoyed the food together. Where Zenitsu answered questions from both Anko and Naruto, and he asked some himself, mostly fishing for embarrassing moments to hold over Naruto late. Much to the boys' displeasure, and Ando just laughed at the two's antics. After a second helping of meat, Anko asked Zenitsu about the treaty. So the Hokage told the Jonin already. I can't say I am surprised, but I thought he would wait to tell you after I talked with the council tomorrow. You know why and the particles about it, I assume. She shook her head. That's why I ask. The Hokage just said that you wanted a treaty and that it would entail for us, not as to why you wanted it. Well, 2 years ago, after the Kiri started the Kekkei Jinkai purges, a group of refugees made a run for the Land of Iron, and my team met them. We were attacked by Kiri Hunter Nin, and we fought them off. But then Kisame Hashigaki showed up. I was forced to fight him at my full strength, which broke my helmet and showed my face to the Kiri ninja that were still alive. They escaped after I pushed Hashigaki back. Ever since then, we have been hearing more and more rumors about there being Uzumaki in the Land of Iron. We feared that an invasion like the one that destroyed Yuzushio would be mounted against us, and I pushed for an alliance with Konoha. After a lot of pestering, my captain agreed to bring the proposal to Mifune-sama, and he later asked me why I thought we needed the alliance. Mifune-sama found my reasoning to be sound and started making preparations for it. So that's why I am here and why Konoha will hopefully be in an alliance with us soon. Naruto looked at his cousin. This was the first time he had heard why the planned alliance was happening. Anko was hoping that it meant that Zenitsu would be in the village for a little longer. She wanted to get to know the man, but also contemplated what an alliance with the Land Iron would mean. So this whole thing was our fault and plan? Zenitsu nods. So are the samurai going to be in the village much? I don't want to sound like a downer, but samurai and ninja have never really gotten along. She asked. Yes, the Hokage requested it be added to the treaty that a garrison of samurai be in the village. He then asked that be put in charge of them for the first few years of the alliance until everyone grow comfortable with one another. I told him that a group of your fellow ninja would have to do the same, though I don't think that it will be that big a deal. My division will be making up the bulk of the force in the village, and your shinobi will be working with my division, mostly in the Land of Iron. We are very ninja-ish in our own way and are more accepting of those from ninja backgrounds. It's mostly made up of Uzumaki and refugees from Kiri nowadays anyway. What members that were from other clans have married in, finding Uzumaki women far more enjoyable to be around. In fact, before us the idea of a female samurai was unheard of, but with ninja they're also kunoichi, and as the samurai learned that being a relationship with a woman that understood the life on the battlefield, relationships became less stressful and stronger. The Land of Iron is becoming very progressive since my mother broke the boundaries between men and women. He said nonchalantly as he continued eating. The shinobi hopeful sat in silence looking at him. Naruto was beside himself that Zenitsu would be training him in the village for the next few years. Even Anko was strangely happy after she learned that he would be in village for some time to come, and she wasn't sure why. They had just met, but she was almost overjoyed hearing that he would be in the village longer. They finished eating and started cleaning up. Zenitsu offered to do the dishes, saying that growing up the cook didn't clean. Naruto, who hated do the dishes, took the offer and went into the living room to relax. Anko offered to help, but he told her that he was all right by himself, after which she insisted with her kunai, finding its way into her hand again. Zenitsu let her dry and put them away, saying she know where they went better than him. The two cleaned up together and got to talking about their careers, about what could complicate the alliance, and all the little embarrassing moments Ando had on Naruto. She told him about one time a few months ago about a pair of busted girls thinking that Naruto, with his whiskers, was the cutest and squeezed him in between their breasts as he turned blue, until she saved him from suffocating, hearing that he was in hysterics. He asked her for advice on the council. Even if he was well-versed in the village's military strength, he was almost ignorant of the everyday coming and goings of the village. He asked about the politic state of the village and asked if there was anything he should know before meeting with the village council the next day. Ando then make a sarcastic comment about what the elders would say after they learned that the Uzumaki were still alive. Zenitsu looked at Anko and just started laughing as she did an impersonation of the Hokage telling the council and how quickly the civilian council would try to sell their daughters to get to the clan's wealth and power. He then replied jokingly, calling her councilwoman Mitarashi, that the Uzumaki clan wouldn't be leaving the Land of Iron just for their daughters. They wanted their sons too. He said it with such a straight face that she erupted into laughter. After that, the two joked back and forth until they finished all the dishes. Watch out for Shimura Danzo. He will prove to be a major player in the way the council will vote. The civilian side normally votes with him. He has a small group of umbu that are loyal only to him called the Root, and you should watch your ass when dealing with him. He has been trying to steal his hat from Sarutobi-sama forever now. The other one to watch out for is the Uchiha clan head. Ever since the Kyuubi's attacked Danzo, and the other elders have suspected the Uchiha of the attack and have had the whole clan under surveillance using Danzo's route, making him very paranoid to a fault. The representative from the merchant guilds will be a problem as they like their little monopoly in the village. They will not like you bring in competition, and if what I have heard about the ironwork of your country is true, you will be just that, at least for the stores that sell to shinobi. Lastly is the current Umbu commander Nara Shikaku. He is a man of great intelligence, and if you try to lie to him, you're screwed. He will find out, and there is no way you will survive making him your enemy. And I wouldn't want that. Zenichi cocks an eyebrow. And why is that? Anko blushes lightly. I meant what I said. If anyone gets you, it would be me, and I can't have you die first, can I? You saved Naruto from that mob, and you gave him a family and real hope again. I want to thank you personally for that. Naruto doesn't know this, but he helped me by making me his Anko 1E. I was in a really bad place in my life, and when he met me, he called me out on it. He could see the loneliness I had been drowning in and gave me a place to belong. It helped me a lot and got me back to a place where I could function not only as a shinobi, but as a person, albeit a strange one, again, and repair the relationship I once had with my best friend. Plus, you have a nice ass. She gave his but a squeeze and kissed him. Zenichi blushed, and so did she. They stood very still for several minutes, both not knowing what to do. Zenichi was taken aback. He was not used to the frankness that Anko displayed. The women of his homeland were far more reversed. He had to admit to himself that she was a beautiful woman, but he wasn't sure what the only relationship he had with the opposite sex had been a working one with the medics or with the women of his clan. Anko, on the other hand, was freaking out. This was not like her. She never was the one to be so emotional. By Cammy, she was blushing like a schoolgirl. This was not how she acted, and despite how she tried, she couldn't stop. She would normal just take what she wanted and be done with it. She never got into any relationship with a man, but something about him caused her to act strangely. Why isn't he responding? I just told him I want him. I even kissed him for Cammy's sake, she thought. Wait a minute, this guy is from a powerful clan and a high-ranking military leader. He probably already has a girl. The thought deflates her pretty quickly, and the blush fades away. I guess you already have a girl, don't you? And with all that samurai honor and loyalty thing, you must find me a little disgusting, don't you? He shook his head no. I just wasn't expecting you to do that. The women I am used to are very reserved, little surprised is all. Oh, and I like your ass too, plus some other things. He reached down and kissed her on the lips and put his hand on her bottom and pulled her closer to him. Anko responded with a hunger and pushes her tongue into his mouth. He returns the treatment, and soon the two of them are locked in a battle of tongues. They separate and breathe heavily. Zenichi kisses her lightly on the neck at the base of her ear, causing the woman to shiver. It feels like your tongue is a foot long, he says into her ear with a raspy voice which causes her to shiver again. She gives him a seductive grin and sticks her tongue out until it reaches just past her chin. He looks at her in stunned shock. She then feels his arousal against her thigh and giggles naughty. He takes her lips in his own again, only to be disturbed by Naruto. Can the two of you please not make out in my kitchen? It's weird, having to listen to you panting and breathing heavy like that. The two quickly separate themselves from one another, with bright blushes on their faces. They look at each other with a hungry expression on their faces. Anko winks at him and speaks first. Well, it's getting late, I better go. Good night, Naruto. Thanks for letting me eat here tonight. It was great, especially dessert. Causing Zenichi's blush to darken and even Naruto to blush lightly. She kisses Zenichi on the lips and Naruto on the cheek as she leaves. Zenichi stares after her until Naruto speaks. Just go, I know you want to. You have the same look on your face a lot of the men who come to this part of the village do. I am sure she wants you too. Zenichi looks at his cousin. What? I'm 6, not stupid. I live in the red light district for Cammy's sake. I know what sex is. Just go, we can talk later. Where does she live? Knowing her, she is taking her time so you can catch up. Okay, thanks. I have to meet with the council tomorrow, so we will talk tomorrow night at the shrine. We can start fixing up the temple and figure out where to start your training. Naruto nodded, smiling, as Zenichi was moving past him and out the door. Zenichi is hurrying, and instead of taking the stairs, he jumps over the railing and falls to the street below. He lands in front of the stairs that lead up to Naruto's apartment just as Anko steps off. He steps to her and takes her in his arms again and kisses her. They separate. She asks, breathing hard. My place or yours? Mine is under construction. Mine, then let's go this way. She takes his hand, and they start running as fast as a horny kunoichi and samurai could. Zenichi wakes up and sees purple. A little confused, he sits up and the hair covering him falls to the side and his vision clears. He looks around Anko's room. It was surprisingly feminine. The walls were painted a light blue with light purple snakes painted at random. The window curtains were a dark blue with red floral patterns. The dresser and bedside tables were a simple design with random odds and ends sitting atop them. Zenichi focuses at a TNI kit that was siding open on her dresser and sweat drops, curious if it had worked its way into their night together when he wasn't paying attention. He looks over to the woman whose bed he had shared. I could get used to this, he thought as he laid back down and put his arm around her middle. She shifts in her sleep, pushing herself into his chest with her back. I definitely could get used to this. They lay together for another hour until Anko wakes up in Zenichi's arms. I could get used to this. He is so warm it's like sleeping next to a heater, she thought to herself, almost purring as she rubs her back against him. She rolls over, so they face each other much to Zenichi's pleasure feeling her breasts against his chest. He kisses her lightly on the forehead. Morning, Hebeheim. I hope you slept well. Anko blushes at the pet name Zenichi has given her. After they had satisfied their desires for each other, they had spent the rest of the night talking. Anko had told him about how the villagers would treat him if they found out about the two of them being together and wanted to keep it a secret if they pursued a relationship, which she was hesitate to do. Zenichi was shocked to learn that the villagers would treat not one but two of the people that he was growing to care about. And as she tried to convince him that a relationship with her was a bad idea, Zenichi had proven to be just as stubborn as she was, telling her that the one opinion of their relationship he cared about was hers, and if the villagers didn't like him, the feeling was mutual, because he didn't like the villagers that much for the way they treated Naruto anyway. She had laughed after hearing that, and given to him, snuggling close and falling asleep in his arms. Morning, lover boy, kissing him. You know you should get ready, you have a meeting with a bunch of old windbags in a few hours, and you have to get to the other side of the village to get your things. Unless you are going in those dirty clothes and stinking of hot sex at that, you could use a shower. Does the temple have one? It does not in fact have one. You wouldn't mind if I borrow yours, do you? I don't. If you promise to wash my back and you still need clothes, even if you wash yours, they're not really fit for a meeting with the council if you want to be taken seriously. I have everything with me in storage seals in the scroll pouches on my belt and deal. Even do your hair, which looks good down like that, by the way. You are quite the charmer, you know that. She says, though giggles. This is so weird. No man has talked to me or made me feel this way before. I am a professional snake charmer, in fact. If you didn't know, the poisonous ones are my specialty and favorite. She looks over at him with a questioning look and sees him holding her TNI kit with vials of venom with small chibi snake stickers on them. She sees his sly smile as he holds up a half-empty vial with a boa on it with a blush across its face, causing her to have a mild panic attack. You used this on me, didn't you? The look of shame and guilt crosses her face. She gulps, fearing the worst, kicking herself for screwing up whatever this was before it even started, believing he would angrily break it off before it even started, but is honest and nods in the affirmative. What does this one do, he asks. That one induces rigidity in muscles that it is injected into. It harmless, depending on what muscle groups it's injected in. For example, in the area around the throat, it makes it hard to breathe and simulates suffocating. And let's say in the crouch area, it induces dash. Raging hard on. He finishes for her, causing her to blush and hang her head, so her hair hides her face. Yes. Does it work on women as well? Her head snaps up and sees the perverted look on his face. She realizes that he wasn't mad, but was willing to play too. A part of her heart swells, having not realized the thought of him leaving after only one night would have such an effect on her. Her face goes a dark red from all sudden and new emotions she was feeling. He cocks his eyebrow, waiting for an answer. Yes, it does. It caused severe contractions of the vaginal muscles. She mumbles. Zenichi couldn't help himself but to tease her some more after seeing the look on her face. Severe contraction of what? I couldn't hear you. Anko couldn't handle the teasing, knowing he was playing with her as payback, but was feeling embarrassed and guilty after getting caught and having to tell him what the venom did and that she had used it on him without his permission. It makes my pussy insanely tight, okay, she shouts, happy now. He walks over to her, and kisses her on the cheek and whispers in her ear, "I will be after I use it on you tonight, my naughty little Hebe." He turns and walks into the bathroom, whistling as he goes, leaving her sitting on her bed with goose bumbles all over her body. Why am I blushing and stuttering like a little girl? This isn't the first time I have used that on a man without his permission, but now I am embarrassed and ashamed to have used it on him behind his back. And now this man is going to use me like a toy tonight, and I can't wait for him to do it. I'm Mitarashi Anko. For Kami's sake, I am the one who plays with people not played with. But why am I so excited at the thought of him playing with me like a toy? He makes me feel so weird. Is this what Nai-chan was talking about? Zenichi, calling her name, snaps her back to reality. "Anko, are you coming? Or what? I can't wash you if you're not in the shower with me." She shakes her head and gets up and walks into the bathroom and sees him standing in the shower with the glass door open for her. She stands there and studies the man that her body and soul were craving. How the water ran down his muscular body and the massive scar that ran down from his face to his abdomen and across his chest to intersect with the vertical one forming a cross over his heart. The feeling of arousal heating her core again as she walks into the shower and presses herself against him and lightly runs her hand along his vertical scar and kissing where the two scars meet. "I want to get dirty again, first my shogun." The seductive way she touches and says his pet name causes Zenichi to stiffen. He leans down and kisses her passionately. "Your wish is my command, Hebeheim." Zenichi walked through the village after leaving Anko's apartment dressed in a formal red and silver battle kimono with his clan emblem proudly on his back. With his offhand lazily sticking out of the bottom of the V formed by the crossing cloth, he looked like a bored highborn lord, then a seasoned veteran about to have a formal meeting with the village's council about a treaty that will change the power structure of the world. He was in a good mood after spending the night and morning with Anko. He was refreshed and ready to go. Surprisingly, she was a wealth of information on the council as she told him about each council member as he got dressed. She had watched him intently the entire time, and finally he asked her what she was looking at. She told him that if she had seen him dressed like that, like some kind of uptight noble, instead of in his dirty travel armor and dusty long coat she had seen him in with Naruto, last night wouldn't have happened in a million years, causing him to chuckle as he remembered the conversation they had afterwards. Her reaction when he told her that she would have to wear something similar if she was ever going to meet his parents was priceless. She blushed and started stuttering out reasons that would never happen, which he in turn shot down one after another. Smiling to himself, Zenichi arrives at the Hokage Tower and walks inside and walks up to the front desk. "Good morning, Uzumaki." Zenichi, for a meeting with the Hokage and village council. "Yes, the Hokage has been waiting for you. Please follow me, Uzumaki Dano." The secretary stands up and leads Zenichi through the tower. They ascend several floors, then turn down a hall and stop outside a set of double door. Zenichi was not impressed with the level of security in the tower. He counted only a dozen or so Ombu on the way up and 4 in the room with him hidden. The secretary pokes her head into the council chamber and then turns to him. "The council is assembled and ready for you." "Thank you very much." He walks past her and enters the council chambers to see the council already seated and waiting. The table was a U-shape with the Hokage at the apex, the village elders to either side of him, and the shinobi and civilian council members sitting opposite of each other. He made eye contact with the Hokage as he stood to greet Zenichi. "Good morning, Uzumaki Dano. You're right on time. Please let me introduce the members of Konoha's council. To my left and right are the village elders and my old teammates Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Kuru. From the right of Hamura, we have the shinobi half of our council, starting with Akimichi Choza, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Hyuga Hayashi, Inazuka Tsum, and lastly Uchiha Fugaku. And to Koharu's left, we have the civilian half of our council, Ruchika Hataka, the head of civilian affairs. If you have an event in mind, you can talk to her. Kataza Roki, our financial minister, he can help you get the Uzumaki accounts back in order. Katichi Renzo, head of education, if you are curious about the schooling Naruto will receive. Akira Takamo, our merchant guild representative, he can help you get the supplies for the Uzumaki temple. Haruno Mabiki, Shimura Danzo, and I believe have already met Ichiraka Tuchi, are our 3 elected villager representatives. If you could be so kind to introduce yourself to the council, I would be very appreciative. Of course, Hokage Dano. Good morning, I am Uzumaki Zenichi, Vice Captain of the 2nd Division of the Iron Guard of the Land of Iron. It is a great honor to meet you all this morning. Since all of you are already here, I assume the Hokage has told you my reasons for my being here and shown you all the copy of the treaty agreement I left with him the other night. After several nods around the room, Zenichi knew he was correct. Then why not get straight to the details, shall we? Are there any questions I can answer for you that will placate any doubts you might be feeling for this alliance? The Hokage nods, approving of how he dealt with the council, keeping things focused on the treaty, knowing full well that the petty council members would want to waste time on silly formalities. After a minute, the first to speak stood up. Good morning, Uzumaki Dano. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Fugaku clan, head of the Uchiha clan and the chief of the Konoha military police, and I would like to ask you about what happened 2 nights ago outside Councilman Ichiraka's ramen stand, and also why you believe that we should ally ourselves with a group of hot-tempered samurai who would cut the arms off helpless civilians. Frankly, I should put you in chains for that act alone until the investigation is over. The Hokage frowns. This was not going well. Fugaku-san, I don't think this is the proper place for this conversation. I beg to differ from what I have gathered. This will represent a microcosm of what will happen in the village with samurai as an everyday occurrence, and if having them as allies will be good for the village's security. No, it's all right. I have to agree with Uchiha-san. As I myself am in his position in the Land of Iron, I fully understand, and I would be asking the same questions. Though to call it a microcosm might be a little much. I don't think one samurai will be facing over 200 villagers on his own like I did. I am sure you have seen testimony from the Umbu that responded, as well as personal testimony from Councilman Ichiraku. I was dining at his restaurant with the young Uzumaki Naruto. He turns to face the Uchiha clan head, who, after a blood test using seals that all Uzumaki from the Land of Iron carry on us, so that if we come across anyone we believe to be a member of the clan, we can make sure and to what family they belong to. And he has proven to be a true member of our clan, as well as the son of Uzumaki Kushina, my aunt, meaning my little cousin. He snaps with anger, causing the clan heads to flinch. All the members of the council take a sharp intake of breath after they heard confirmation that Naruto was a true Uzumaki and Kushina's son. Both the Uchiha and Hyuga clan heads steal a look at each other. Their wives had sent them with orders to confirm the rumors that Naruto was indeed Kushina's son, and both know that this wasn't going to end well for the Hokage. Fugaku frowns at the accusing tone in Zenichi's voice, not liking what this would mean if the samurai had taken this oversight on his part personally and would retaliate in his cousin's name. My mother told me why my aunt was here in Konoha, and yes, the two have seen each other, but that was many years ago, and either have had much contact. We didn't even know she had been pregnant. I know that my aunt was taken under the terms of the treaty with Yuzushio to be the 2nd Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Kitsune, something my mother would very much like to kill you all for. She is not happy with me for suggesting this treaty. It's not a secret how people treat Jinchuriki, and she wants nothing to do with the Konoha. She blames you all for the death of her little sister, and she outright hates the village for the treatment she received growing up, treatment that I have seen to have been passed on to her son. If my mother had known that Kushina was pregnant, I am sure you would have learned about us much sooner. Zenichi leaves out that his mother most likely would have forced Kushina back to the Land of Iron for Naruto's birth to ensure nothing happened with the seal, which leads him to his next thought. You did, however, let my cousin suffer for 6 years of mistreatment for the only reason I can fathom being the cause of why the seal on his mother failed, releasing the bijou, something completely beyond his control. The acidic tone causes the Hokage to wince, remembering the talk they had only a night before. Danzo sees this and looks again at the young samurai and wonders if he can use the obvious anger at his cousin's treatment to his advantage. Which leads us back to the event in question, doesn't it? Because a mob of over 200 villagers and shinobi attacked us due to that maltreatment, believing that they could kill my cousin without consequence, so I showed them no mercy. My clan is the most precious thing to me, and when anyone threats one of them, they earn my full wrath. Under normal circumstances, I would have killed the whole lot of them then and there, but I did not want to act so violently due to my responsibilities to fulfill my mission. In my defense, I had just been listening to Naruto tell me about what happened on his last birthday. To say I was angry would be a grave understatement, and I may have overreacted. If I had not let myself become as emotional, I would not have acted out as I did. I am sure you Uchiha can understand that. Is that a reasonable explanation for you Uchiha-san? The clan head nods his head quietly, fully understanding what Zenichi meant about his clan. What the Uzumaki would have done for his clan if not for his mission and loyalty to the Land of Iron. Humbled him greatly, many of the other clan heads nodding their agreement as well, successfully earning their respect. The Hokage was impressed to see someone so young so easy answer Fugaka's verbal attack, and he not only proved himself, but won over all the clan heads. In the process was franking impressive. Are there any questions about the treaty that Uzumaki Dano can answer? I don't want to hear anything else. This is not our only item to discuss today. Spoke the Hokage, wishing to move this meeting along. I have one Hokage-sama. Good day, Uzumaki Dano. Ruchika Hataka. I would like to ask you, where do you plan to house the samurai that will be garrisoned here, and how will you provide for them while they are here? The Hokage spoke of a plan to house them in the ruins of the Uzumaki temple, but even if it is repaired to its former glory, it is still too small for a sizable force, and the cost of living for those that will be housed there will not be cheap if the shinobi of the village are anything to judge by. That is a good question, Councilwoman Ruchika. As you said, the temple is a ruin, and I plan to rebuild it during the winter with the help of my cousin, increasing it in size and make it more suitable for living. The samurai that will be stationed here in the village will not be arriving until next spring at the earliest, which will give us plenty of time to rebuild and renovate the temple to be a proper compound for the housing of samurai. As for the cost of feeding and living for the samurai that will be here, we can work out a means for the Land of Iron to reimburse the village if it proves to be necessary. We will have to come up with some kind of transfer of funds for your shinobi, for they faced the same situation when stationed in the Land of Iron as part of this exchange. As for the shinobis housing, the 2nd Division will be providing it. I am sorry if that is not a good answer. We have specialists to handle those very issues, and I am not one of them. Otherwise, we will have a bunch of hunger samurai and shinobi on our hands. And if your shinobi are anything like my samurai, then a hungry shinobi is the last thing we want now, is there? The last comment gets several chuckles and nods of agreement from the clan heads, and Tucci, who has personal experience of the appetites of the village shinobi, after getting his laughter under control, stands up and addressed the council. I think I have a simple solution to this problem. Since there will be both samurai and shinobi participating in this exchange, why not let the already in place means of providing meals and other services to those on duty in service to our respective villages take care of them, and not try to steal a profit from our guests and new friends. Both groups will be working to the same end, protecting our allies. What do you say, Ruchika-san? In fact, for the first month of the samurai stay in the village, I will comp a meal for each samurai that will be staying in the village to help protect us helpless civilians as a showing of welcome. The tension in the room after Tucci's sly comment about the councilwoman's intentions and quoting the Uchiha's words showing what he thought of the clan head rises noticeably. Zenichi, no thanks to Enko, that the relationship between Tucci and his partner on the council, Haruno Mabiki, the matriarch of a minor craftsman clan, and the rest of the civilian side of the council was not very good. As both council members were retired shinobi themselves, they often sided with the clan heads and the Hokage against the more self-serving peers, though the shoot on the clan head was a surprise to many. Ruchika and the Yukika narrow their eyes at him as he sits back down. Without standing, Mabiki supports her colleague. I think that is a good idea. In fact, any samurai who needs work done on their armor or need anything crafted will receive them for the first month free of change, paying only for materials by any craftsman under the banner of the Haruno clan, to show support to our new allies. My only concerns are, how are the samurai to be paid? The shinobi perform missions on the benefit of the village and receive part of the payment as spending money. This exchange will be considered a long-term mission, and they will receive pay for it before departing, and upon their return what will more than compensate for their time from home. Please, Uzumaki Dano, can you enlighten us on how the samurai are financially compensated for their services? Yes, of course. The samurai are paid a salary that comes out of the taxes paid to the shogun. The pay is rank-based, and the higher one is in rank, the more one is paid. I personally receive as a vice captain a little less than 500,000 ryo a month, plus 70% on any bounties we happen to collect in the line of duty or on our free time. Many lower-ranked samurai have earned small fortunes from bounties they have collected on their off time. Your village has not been on the paying end of those transactions, but Iwa Kumo and many minor villages have. I myself did a bit of bounty work in my time before becoming an officer, and then most of my free time went to the evil of paperwork. The look on his face causes anyone in the room with experience as a military officer to burst out laughing, causing the four other council members to look around at them with looks of confusion. After several minutes or so, all the shinobi and former shinobi calm their laughter. Mabiki speaks up again. So if the samurai are paid a salary, how do you intend to pay them if they are stationed here? I have not been to the land of iron personally, but I have been near your borders in my youth, and even during the summer months there is a frost. How will you get their payment here during the winter months when all the mountain passes are blocked with heavy snow? Part of the renovations I will be making will be a large vault protected by Uzumaki seals and more traditional methods that will store their bi-weekly pay, just like in any of our border stations, which will be delivered just before winter by the 3rd Division. They are transport and logistics specialists I spoke of, who receive special training for guard duty of high-risk convoys. Trying to take one of their transports will prove to be suicide, though I am sure there will be some who will like to do little jobs on the side to occupy their time. A current copy of your village's bingo book will most likely end up in their hands at some point, I would suspect. I don't expect you to pay them at the same rates as the shogun does, though. Mifune-sama is a very generous leader, and it's more of a way for the junior ranks to earn a name for themselves and impress their superiors, so they will not really care about it as long as they get the credit and some money to spend on their vices. Does that satisfy your question, Councilwoman Haruno? Yes, it does, Uzumaki Dano. Thank you very much. Anything else any of you wish to know? That is when Hyuga Hayashi stood up. Yes, I have some questions about the military strength of you yourself and your fellow samurai. I am sure that many here have met or faced samurai before in combat, and I personally can say that I was not impressed. The ones I have faced were no challenge for any shinobi except the greenest of genin. As this is primarily an agreement for military support for your country, I would like to see what we have to gain from it at all. At first, Zenichi is a little offended, but after seeing the horror on the Hokage's face from what the arrogant Hyuga said, the look said it all. Are you mad? He starts laughing hysterically, much to the stunned faces of the council. I must apologize, I didn't mean to laugh, but the look on the Hokage's face was too much. A demonstration of my caste's power is in order. I must say that I am a little offended that you, Hyuga-san, as a veteran, would outright call my people weak. A little bit of advice for you to pass on to your colleagues and clan members, he says as he closes his eyes to focus. The looks of horror spread from the Hokage to the other clan heads except Hayashi at hearing Zenichi's tone. Don't ever insult a samurai's power to their face. It will only lead to a fight. We have a saying in the Iron Guard, live with honor, die with pride, and you just insulted the honor of all samurai in the guard. Just then Zenichi flexes his chakra, quickly building it up and concentrating it. The effect on his surroundings was noticeable instantly. First, every umbu in the build arrives circling him, 30 in total, but as the pressure from his flex of power grows one by one, they all step back, instinct forcing them to get away from the heat of the air around him before they got burned. Next, the floor beneath him starts to crack and split under the strain, spreading out as he continues to gather his strength. The room starts to smell of ozone, causing some to wonder what his element was. Then, like a spark igniting a flash fire, he snaps his eyes open, and his chakra becomes visible, a fireball of dark blue energy encircling his whole body. Small lightning bolts arc at random from his body as his elemental affinity starts to show itself, his eyes releasing a thick mist of potent chakra, which continues to rise as he stares at the Hyuga, who sweats under the stare. He then speaks as the walls crack and push outward from the pressure as it continues to grow. Are you satisfied with my strength, Hyuga-san? The Hyuga clan head nods without saying a word. Although I am the strongest of the vice captains, all the division captains, as well as Mifune-sama, are stronger than me. Do not compare that trash you have faced before to us, you arrogant ninja. The edge on his voice causes the table, some of the umbu, and the 4 council members with 0 shinobi experience to collapse. The elders as well as the remaining members of the civilian half of the council were sweating profusely from the strain from trying to remain conscious. with the clan heads all with their faces tight under the pressure. The only one not showing any sign of strain is the Hokage, who simply shakes his head. He had known that this would happen at some point and had tried to rush the meeting in an attempt to avoid it. Curse you, Hayashi. Why did you have to challenge the young samurai's pride like that? Zenichi, could you please relax your chakra before you bring the building down? I believe you have made your point very clear. Zenichi closes his eyes again as his chakra begins to calm and dissipate, releasing the pressure that had filled the room. To think that someone as young as you would be of a Sanin's level is quite frightening. You are sure to grow into a legend. I think every ninja in the village felt that. He says absent-mindedly. He looks over at the Hyuga and Uchiha clan heads and smirks. Both of their faces were twisted in instinctive fear. The Hokage accurately guessed that the samurai had directed a sizable amount of killing intent their way. The first for his arrogant challenge of the samurai's pride, and the other for his earlier questioning of Zenichi's honor, proving that the samurai live up to their code. I think that will be all for today. If any of you have any more questions for Uzumaki Dano, then I suggest you pursue the answers at a later time. Uzumaki Dano, you may leave. Zenichi bows, turns, and leaves the severely damaged council room. He meets the secretary outside and sees her, unfazed, and cocks an eyebrow. When you have served as the personal assistant to the teacher and then student of Jiraiya, that short-tempered frog Sanin is always in the office. You get used to little outbursts like yours, young man. Hyuga-san was a fool to challenge you like that. Anyone with half a brain can see you are a powerful fellow. I say you gave them a good scare. Zenichi smiles and blushes at the teasing from the older woman. As he steps outside, he sees Anko standing there panting and sweating with her hands on her knees. Zenichi cocks an eyebrow. What are you doing here? She rights herself and looks at him. I thought the Hokage was going to kill you or something after I felt that chakra spike. There are over 3 dozen jonin and every umbu in the village on the roof of the tower right now. He chuckles hearing that the shinobi of the village thought that the chakra spike was the Hokage's and not his own. They were seriously underestimating the power of the samurai of his homeland. Would make for some good bar fights. He knew would be unavoidable. At some point it was going to happen. Then or why you are down here. She sticks the tip of her tongue out at him. Snake-like senses remember. I could smell you and know you were walking this way. He walks up to her and takes her arm in his own. She leans into him tired. She had sprinted across the village from the Umbu TNI headquarters worried for her new whatever he was. It was still too early for her to call him her lover or any other titles like that. They start walking, and as Zenichi reaches for his sword, he finds it moved to the perfect place again. You are the best escort any samurai could ask for, you know that. She smiles. Not any samurai, just one. Now it's his turn to smile. You want to get lunch? She nods her head. Then lead the way, Hebeheim. I have only been to 2 restaurants here, and I don't think we will be able to eat at either. She shakes her head, laughing, knowing full well what he was talking about, and leads him to her favorite dango shop in the village. After he and Anko got lunch, she had to go back to work, and they promised to meet up for a dinner date. After she asked about the condition the temple was in, she insisted that he stay with her until the renovations were done. He said that it was okay, he was used to sleeping outside, and he pointed out that her apartment was too small for 2 people. But like he had that morning, she shot down his every argument. When they parted, she kissed him and walked away, purposely swinging her hips side to side, which Zenichi watched contently until he notices a dog masked Umbu watching. What? Just was curious to see who had Anko in such a good mood this morning. A word to the wise, the head of the TNI department, Marino Ibiki, thinks of her as a little sister, and if you hurt her, he will most surely will hurt you. Zenichi looks up at him. And why would I do that? She is far too fun to be with and sexy to boot. If I ever hurt Anko, it will be in bed, and you know what, I am not talking with you about this. Zenichi starts walking away, as Kakashi smirked behind his mask. At the temple, Zenichi finds Naruto in the shrine, sitting in the same position he had seen him in yesterday. Zenichi walks over to one of the enclaves in the side of the shrine and changes out of his formal clothes. After sealing them away and putting on comfortable training attire, he walks over to Naruto. So you really must like it here. Have you been here all day? Yes. Though it was the easiest way to get away from the girls, they wanted to know what happened at Ichiraku's and wouldn't leave me alone. After some of them started whispering about finding you and showing you a good time on the house, I might have let it slip that you and Ankone were together. He winced a little. He wasn't sure how Zenichi would act to hearing about his personal business being talked about by another. So that is how dog know it was me who had Anko all sunshine and rainbows this morning. He looked over at Naruto, who had a look of horror on his face. What? Ankone is never sunshine and rainbows, ever. What did you do? The accusing look startled Zenichi. Nothing, we just spent the night and the morning together. Nothing special, honest, we are going out on a date tonight. She asked me to stay with her until we get the temple fixed up. The look on Naruto's face shifts from suspicion to worry. Ankone never lets men stay at her apartment ever. She always goes with them back to their place. I haven't even been there, but she took you. Naruto sounded a little jealous as he revealed that Zenichi was the only man to ever share Anko's bed. Zenichi stares at his cousin, feels a moment of male pride after hearing that he is the only man to be brought into Anko's personal space, but then the moment passes and he hears the rest of Naruto says, and smiles at the young boy. Don't worry, Naruto, I am not going to take your Ankone from you. But how do you know about where Anko spent her time with other men? She told me. Zenichi didn't like what he was hearing, a little upset that his 6-year-old cousin knew what sex was and knew a full-grown woman was sharing her sexual exploits with him wasn't pleasing at all. Naruto, who told you what sex was and how the girls in your neighborhood make a living? Ankone did. I asked her after a while. I was kind of embarrassing to ask a girl somehow. I tried to ask Dog and I and Weasel and I, but they wouldn't tell me, saying I was too young. Zenichi just shook his head, having already experienced Anko's bluntness. He knew that if Naruto asked, she would have told him whether it was appropriate or not. It was too late for that, but something else bothered him. Naruto, how do you know that Anko doesn't take other men to her apartment? Well, I asked her if I could see it, but she wouldn't let me. I tried to follow her home, but she would always notice me. So I tried when she would go pick up guys and was distracted, but she would always go to either their place or one of the brothels. The madams respect Ankone a lot and let her use a room when she wants for free. I don't know why she never takes them, but she never does. The number of guys she would go looking for has dropped a lot since we meet. I don't know, she just spends more time with me and Akunoichi, I don't know, more now, than looking for guys. Zenichi looked at his cousin once again, surprised by the young boy. You know, if I didn't know any better, I would say you are far older than you appear, Naruto. You surprise me a lot. Ankone said the same thing. Are kids my age not like this? I was thinking that maybe it was an Uzumaki thing. Zenichi thought for a minute, thinking about when he was younger and about the Uzumaki children he had helped his mother teach. Many of them would pick up the lessons faster than the non-Uzumaki would, and after thinking about the experiences Naruto had lived, though, he realized that was it. Naruto had just experienced a life of pain and harshness that most didn't experience until much later in life, leading Naruto to develop a worldview that was far more advanced than those his age would normally have. You know what, Naruto, you're right, it is. I will be frank with you. You have experienced some difficult things in your life, and being an Uzumaki, you learned from those experiences. Most kids your age don't share your wisdom as they have not experienced the things you have. The harsh treatment from the villagers, and living in the red light district with prostitutes being your Wani-sans, and let's not forget Anko. She is something else, am I right? Naruto laughed, nodding his head in agreement. So, I would say you are at least in life experiences far ahead of those your age, not to mention your skills with a bow and a skinning knife. Although you have a lot to learn still, so don't get a big head, okay? Naruto nods his head again, with a smile, happy to have someone other than Anko to teach him about stuff. He liked her lessons, but while it was Anko and the things she taught him didn't help get on the villagers' good side, if anything it was the opposite. Okay, so we're going into the village to find out about getting supplies for the temple, and we will see if we can find an architect to help with building the barracks for the samurai that will be here. After we get back from that, I will start teaching you to control your chakra, so we can get you using a jutsu that will help me fix up the temple. It was developed by the Naidame, with the help of his sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito. It's called the Kage Bunshin. It will let us build the barracks and get the rest of the temple back to its former glory much faster. It is a jutsu that will create physical copies of us and will let us have a large workforce without the cost. Plus, it will let you work on your chakra control and build up your chakra. This jutsu was labeled as a kenjutsu because of the chakra cost, but as an Uzumaki, even one as young as you, it will be fine. You should make 2 or 3 with little problem. I have a date tonight to get ready for and some chakra lessons for you, so let's get going. He stood up, as well as Naruto, and they head out of the shrine. They make their way out into the village and look for an architect that they could get to work for them. They try a few construction companies until they walk into one meet a middle-aged man that told them that although he couldn't help them, not having any idea how what they would need, he recommends an architect that designed the Umbu headquarters who worked a few streets away. Zenichi thanks the man who had treated him with far more respect than any of the other contractors he had talked to that afternoon. Most had treated him fine, but the second they saw Naruto, they would begin being hostile, which would lead Zenichi to simply walking out. They walk over to the shop where the architect that was recommended worked and entered the shop. It was filled with drawing supplies, modeling equipment, and an assortment of tools. A path to the front counter was formed through the clutter. Zenichi and Naruto walked up to the counter and rang the bell. They watched as a layer of dust was knocked off the bell when Naruto hit it. They heard a crashing noise from the back of the shop and a yelp. "Hold on 1 minute, be right there." Came a call from the direction of the crashing noise. Then a short older man with a short goatee and shaved head stepped out from between the shelves behind the counter. He walked up to them and stepped up onto a stool hidden from sight. "Hello and welcome to Destiny Design. You dream it, I design it. I am the architect Doken Oda at your service. How can I help you?" The upbeat tone in Oda's voice was a much-needed boost for the two Uzumaki. "Good afternoon, Doken-san. I am Uzumaki Zenichi, and this is my cousin. We were hoping that you would be able to help us redesign the Uzumaki temple in the village to house the samurai that will be staying in the village starting in the spring." Oda looked at the tall samurai and squints. He reaches into a drawer and takes out a pair of eyeglasses and looks at Zenichi, then Naruto. "So you're the samurai that has the village in an uproar now. I would love to help you revitalize one of my favorite projects." Zenichi looks at the man. "You designed the temple?" The older man nods. "Yes, I did. It was a commission from Lady Mito herself. Although I was a much younger man then, it was my first real project, and I have been very sad to see it deteriorate over the years. A young Kunoichi, a relative of yours I would guess, Uzumaki Kushina had talked to me about restoring it, but she passed on before we could make her dream a reality." Naruto tries to get up on the counter to see the man. Zenichi sees him struggle and picks up the boy and puts him on the counter. "You know my mother?" "And who might this be?" "Well, if it isn't the young Naruto, the little scoundrel of the village now, and you are the son of Kushina? Well, I say that makes sense seeing you look just like her. Have you pranked anyone recently? I just love your work. You're just like your mother, pranking everyone that made fun of her or her friend." Zenichi and Naruto look at the old man, stunned silent by his quick outburst. "You like my pranks?" asked a flustered Naruto. Oda nods his head quickly. "They're just great. Bring some life back to this village. It used to be a very different place before the Third War. I don't know, since then it's been much colder in the village. Your mother and her friends would raise all kinds of hell, the 3 Hikiko they were called. A regular trio of fiends they were. The only ones that could stop them once they started were the Yondaime and his 2 teammates. I can't remember their names. I heard that at some point Kushina-chan and Minato-chan teammates ended up getting together. It's a shame the 2 of them never did. They made such a cute pair." Zenichi and Naruto were once again stunned by the old man. Both of their mouths hung open after hearing the old man call the Yondaime Minato-chan. Zenichi was first to compose himself. Doken-san, not to sound rude, but how old are you?" 78. "Why? Oh, was I showing my age again? I have such a bad habit of doing that." "Okay, Doken-san, would you be willing to work with us?" "Of course, my boy, I would love to. How about we discuss what your plans are for the temple, and I can draw up a few sketches, and we look at them over some tea tomorrow." "That sounds great." Oda takes out a notepad and starts taking notes as Zenichi describes his vision of what the new samurai compound, as Oda would call it whenever he asked for more detail on something, could be. For an hour the 2 men talked, and once or twice Naruto would add a little. which surprised both men at how good the ideas of the 6-year-old were, and both would immediately praise the boy for his genius and incorporate his ideas. When they were done, Oda had filled his notebook and asked Zenichi where he would like to meet and at what time. Any time that is good for you, Doken-san. Please call me Oda, and how about a little afternoon? Can take you to the tea shop my granddaughter works at. Naruto looks up at hearing that, and although he was more advanced in some areas than the children his age, he was still 6 thinking that Oda was trying to set Zenichi with his granddaughter. Zenichi and has a girlfriend already, Odajiji. Zenichi blushes and shoots the boy a glare, but Oda just laughs. Does he now, and who would that be then? Ankone. Naruto says proudly. At hearing Anko's name, Oda looks a little sad and looks at Zenichi questionably. Well, I wouldn't say girlfriend yet, but maybe after tonight. She is someone that I am hoping to pursue a relationship with. Though it seems that there is still much I have to learn about her, she has been a good friend to Naruto. Plus, I have always been a good judge of character, and she is a good person despite what people say about her. Oda gives Zenichi a knowing look which the young man instantly recognizes, but chooses to ignore. It's good to see such a good young man like yourself see past that mask of hers. She has had a hard life and deserves a little happiness. I wish you luck. With women like her, you have to be patient. My late wife was a kunoichi. The wars had left her scarred, and it was a hard time. Some of the things she had done ate at her soul. It took a long time for the emotional scars to heal. I like to think I helped. Just be patient, and if it is meant to be, it will be. Thank you, Doken-san. What did I say? Just Oda. Zenichi chuckles. Okay, thank you, Oda. Have a good night. I will see you tomorrow. The two men stand up and shake hands. Zenichi and Naruto leave and head back Naruto's apartment. After word got out that Anko had claimed Zenichi as her own, the girls left he be this time. Some greeted him and Naruto warmly. Naruto, knowing who they were, would return the greeting, then asked them how their day had been and if they needed anything. Most would just smile at the little boy trying to take care of his surrogate big sisters and would thank him and told him if they needed anything they would let him know. When they got to the apartment, Zenichi instructed Naruto in same basic chakra control exercises that he wanted Naruto to practice, and as Naruto set out to stick a leaf from one of his potted plants to his forehead, Zenichi got cleaned up for his date with Anko. They agreed to meet up at her apartment after Zenichi had finished his errands with Naruto and would make do with what they could find. Anko told him of a few shinobi-only bars that serviced good food and were open all night. He had said he wanted to take her someplace nice, but she showed signs that she wasn't comfortable with being in some of the more upscale places the village boasted, and he relented. He at least got her to agree to dress in something other than her trench coat and wire mesh. She had teased him asking if he didn't like it anymore, but he played it smoothly, saying she would be sexy in any outfit she wore and that he wanted to see her in something that he could show her off in. She blushed at the way he spoke, almost to say she was his. She had liked it, more than she was comfortable to admit. Zenichi walked out of the bathroom dressed in a simple pair of pants and tight sleeveless shirt with his wolf shoulder guard on. The bandages that had been wrapped on his arms were gone, showing his tattoo, covering his right forearm. He sees Naruto with his eyes shut in concentration. He already had a leaf stuck to his forehand, but it was quivering slightly, telling Zenichi that Naruto was using too much chakra. Well, that was quick, he thought. Naruto, you are using too much chakra, rein it in a little. Zenichi watched as his cousin followed his advice and pulled back on his chakra as he slides his sword into the red sash he wore around his middle, but he pulls back too much and Zenichi watches as the leaf fell to the floor. He hears Naruto swear softly. Don't worry, you will get it. Naruto opens his eyes and looks at his cousin. You heading out to meet Ankone? What is that tattoo? Yup, and I will tell you some other time. Meet you here in the morning, and once you can perform the leave exercise to a level I am happy with, we will go over the next exercise, and you can start. You will probably finish it tonight or in the morning, depending on how long you stay up. Naruto nods and walks into the kitchen to make himself dinner. Have fun, Zenichi and I. He called. Zenichi shook his head. My cousin is so odd. One minute he is a little boy, the next he is an independent adult trapped in a child's boy. You are a mystery, Naruto, he thought as he walks out. Get some sleep, Naruto. Tomorrow is going to be grueling. We are going to start clearing the gardens to try and get them back under control. I am more worried about you, Zenichi and I. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Naruto. Zenichi arrives outside Anko's apartment building and walks up the stairs to her apartment. Right before he can knock on the door, it swings open, revealing Anko in a tight pair of pants with a loose black blouse with the collar cut in AV down to her belly button, made of thin material that, despite its loose fit, showed off her breasts and curves seductively, hinting at what lay beneath it. With her hair down and pinned to the side, showing off more of her face and letting Zenichi see her earrings, a simple pair that looked like snake coiled around a kunai in her ears. She had a little eyeshadow, making her eyes intense to look at, and purple lipstick that made her lips shine. To put it bluntly, Zenichi was awestruck by the goddess that stood before him and was completely speechless, his mouth slightly open and watering, hungry for the beauty standing before him. Anko gave him a nervous chuckle after seeing his reaction. How do I look? The question was innocent enough, but the nervous way she asked was lost on him, still in awe that he was about to go on a date with her. She crossed her arm in front of her stomach and held on to the elbow of her other arm. Not knowing how to act, she had asked Naichan to help her look more feminine for her date that night and wasn't sure what his reaction would be. Zenichi, are you okay? He finally snaps out of his trance, and he gives her a light, affectionate kiss. Noticing that she was wearing heels, adding a little height, making kissing that much easier for him. You are easily the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Okay, change of plans, we are going somewhere nice. A simple bar is no place for a goddess like you. Anko freaks out. No, Zenichi, please. It's okay, I don't mind, simple, it's fine. She pleads. He looks at her and sees the look on her face and remembers what Oda had said that afternoon. Okay, if that is what you want. But you have to wear this again when my teammates get here in the spring. They think I am incapable of getting a smoking hottie to go out with me, and I want to hug you in their faces cause you are the hottest woman I have ever met or seen in my life. Anko blushes. Okay, I promise to help you get back at your team. She takes his arm when he offers it, and they head out to the bar area. Zenichi doesn't even try to readjust his sword, knowing that Anko already had it in the perfect place for him to draw it and still be as close to him as possible. Unbeknown to him, another woman was hiding in the shadow of Anko's apartment, listening to their whole conversation and had seen his reaction to her appearance. The woman stepped out of the apartment and watched as the two left, smiling to herself. Kurenai Yuhi watched her best friend go. She thought about how Anko had showed up at her apartment that afternoon, frantic, not knowing what she was going to do for her date. It had taken Kurenai 20 minutes to calm the snake mistress down to figure out what was going on, and after Anko explained that she had a date with the samurai here to negotiate the treaty, she promised to help get her ready. They had gone back to Anko's apartment only to find simple training clothes, 3 sets of Anko's infamous mesh bodysuit, and several different colored miniskirts, and insisted they go shopping. Anko had been completely lost when picking out clothes. But as it stood, Kurenai had to talk Anko into trying on everything she showed her, using Zenichi as a taunt to get her over her embarrassment at wearing girly clothes, as Anko had put it. Kurenai just shook her head, thinking about how the Uzumakis in Anko's life had changed her so much. First, the little outcast who reminded her so much of herself as a child, calling her out on her loneliness and pain that had caused her to start down a self-destructive path that temporarily ended their friendship. But after a few months with the boy, leading to Anko apologizing to Kurenai and asking if she wanted to mend their friendship. Then this man now who had unknowing sparked a desire in Anko that she disclosed to Kurenai scared her a little, forcing her way outside her comfort zone. She had pointed at her bed and almost screamed, "He slept here with me last night. I let some guy I just met sleep in my bed with me. Slept, not just sex, but cuddle, pillow talk, everything. I never do that, it's always just sex, then I leave, end of story, and I have never let a guy in my bed, not to mention my apartment. Not even Naruto has been here, who is a little boy, and who is the longest relationship have had with any male since him." She spat. Kurenai just chuckled and told her the last thing she wanted to hear, "You're in love with him." But she stops with her mouth open about to reply and rushes to the door to meet the man that was the cause behind the final return, Anko's old personally. She was happy for her best friend. "I will have to thank them both. If it wasn't for these Uzumaki, I would have never gotten my friend back, and this afternoon was so much fun. She is totally in love with him, even if she doesn't know it. All she did was talk about him." Kurenai blushed thinking about the conversation they had when looking for clothes. Being Anko, it had been pretty graphic. Anko takes Zenichi to the bar area in the village. Many of the shinobi and villagers stop and gape at the kunoichi and samurai as they walk by. They walk by them, not noticing, too absorbed in their own world to even care. So where is this bar you are taking me to? It's just a little bit more, be patient. Oh, and you should know this is a shinobi-only bar. Since you are a samurai you might have some problems, but you are with me, so the chances are small. And I know you might think this is just a bar, but it is a bit more than that, because it is the only place where shinobi can just relax and have fun. So music, dancing, I haven't been here in a long time. I am looking forward to it. Okay, any rules I should know about then? She nods. Yes, first there will be kids drinking in there, it's okay, as they are ninja and old enough to kill, old enough to drink. Second, if a fight happens, don't try to break it up. There are no bouncers and you are expected to finish your fight. It's an honor and reputation thing. Zenichi nods understanding. Also, if you do get into a fight, no weapons or ninjutsu, though for you I don't think the no ninjutsu rule will be a problem, but you cannot draw your sword, okay? Zenichi sighs, but nods, which makes Anko smile. For the record, I do know some ninjutsu. Zenichi said, which throw Anko for a loop, forgetting she was explaining the rules of the bar to him. Really, like what? I can use the Kage Bunshin, and I have a summoning contract with the wolves of the Sanro Mountains, and a couple right unjutsu that I use for long range, plus a few things that made my clan famous. Anko gasped after hearing that a samurai could do all that. What I said, the second division are ninjurish, plus my mother was trained as a kunoichi. Anko thought for a moment. I want to see your summons, show it to me. What, right now? She nods. No, even the smallest of the wolves are the size of a grown man, and my summons is considered huge by their standards. But I want to see him. She whines like a little kid and pouts. Zenichi laughs at her antics and relents. Fine, fine, but just to let you know, he is a shi-okay. She squeals in victory. Zenichi shakes his head as he bites his thumb, then slams it into the ground. A howl sounds out of the smoke that formed from his jutsu, causing all the villages to flinch and run away. A black wolf with blue eyes and crimson spirals on its shoulders, twice the size of a wagon, stands before them. It looks down at them, first at Zenichi, then Anko. It takes a whiff of Anko, then snorts on her. Zenichi-kun, why have you summoned me? There are no enemies here to fight. Anko is surprised by the sound of the summon's voice. It was surprisingly gentle and soft. I am sorry to have disturbed you, Okemika-chan. I was telling Anko about you and the other wolves, and she wanted to meet you. Is that so? And who is she, Zenichi-kun? She smells like snakes. I am not a fan of snakes. Anko hears the ways Okemika says snakes and wishes she hadn't forced Zenichi to summon her, but after she hears what Zenichi says next, she wants to jump for joy. This is Anko, my girlfriend, and I know how you feel about snakes, but she isn't like that, and you will be nice, okay? The large wolf just scoffed and smelled Anko again. At least she is a strong snake. She will make a good mate for you, Zenichi-kun. It is nice to meet you, Anko-chan. I hope we will get along even if you smell like snakes, and I will not tell you mother you are in a relationship with a kunoichi from Konoha, Zenichi-kun. Zenichi shudders and Anko looks at her new boyfriend questionably. Thank you, Okemika-chan. Tell Okaminadare that I said hi. I will let mother know you wish her well, and Anko-chan, if you hurt my Zenichi-kun, I will rip you to pieces. Have a nice evening. Okamika disappears in a cloud of smoke then. Anko was confused but happy at the same time. Confused because she had no idea what the wolf was talking about not liking snakes, and why would Zenichi be worried about his mother knowing if he was in a relationship with a Konoha kunoichi? Did you mean it, what you said to Okamika? What, that you're my girlfriend? Yes, of course. I mean, if you want to be, I might be going a little fa-. He doesn't get to finish as Anko places a huge kiss on his lips. Yes, 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 I want to be your girlfriend. Anko blushes when she realizes she had just screamed that out loud. Both smile, Anko resting her head on his arm, as they start walking again. Anko finishes explaining the rules of the bar, and Zenichi promises not to cause a scene unless provoked. Then they get there. Anko points out the entrance to the on the outside of the third floor. That's why it's a shinobi-only bar. The only way up is to walk up the wall. I think I might have made a mistake in picking this top. If I walk up the wall, my breasts will be completely visible. And how is that a problem? You wear a mesh bodysuit. Well, yeah, but you can't see though it with all the layers of fine metal mesh. And well, I don't want anyone other than me to see, right? She blushes. I belong to only you now. She whispers. Zenichi kisses her, then surprising her by picking her up bridal style. What are you doing? If you can't walk, then I will just carry you. Hold on. Following his command, she puts her arms around his neck as he bends his knees. No way, you can't jump that high, you're crazy, EI. She says as he jumps up. The force of his acceleration pushes her face against his chest. Next thing she sees is the door to the bar in front of her. Zenichi puts her down to stand on her own. I can't believe you just jumped up here. She starts giggling. That was fun. Zenichi just smiles and opens the door to the bar, and they walk in. The two of them get everyone in the room's attention when they walk in. Everyone wanting to see who it was after feeling the chakra that it took for Zenichi to jump 3 stories. Now they couldn't stop staring. All the ninja at Anko in her sexy outfit, and the kunoichi staring at Zenichi in his tight shirt showing off his muscular frame. Both Anko and Zenichi could feel the hungry, predatory stares each other were getting from their respective opposite sex, causing both to put their arm around each other's waists and blasted a wave of killer intent out at the other bar patrons. Both thinking, she is mine. Back off. The others in the bar hurriedly go back to their drinks. Anko and Zenichi sit at a table in the back of the room and order drinks and food when a waitress walks by. Anko asks him how the meeting with the council went. He told her and thanked her for the information she gave him that morning. It had proven helpful. She was pissed about the way the Uchiha clan head had attacked him and had laughed when he told her about the way Tucci silenced the greedy councilwoman. She asked why Okamika didn't like snakes. Her father was killed by the chief snake summons Manda of the Ryuchi caves. She was really young and he died protecting her and her brothers and sister. It really affected her, and so she dislikes snakes as a rule. Don't worry, once she gets to know you, it will be fine. Oh, okay, well, I hold the summoning contract for the snakes of Ryuchi caves for our generation. I don't like Manda, nor does my primary summons does. Then everything will be fine, trust me. I do, Zenichi. But what about your mother? Why did she say she would tell your mother about me? That is not about you, and more about the village. I will tell you later. It's not something I want to talk about in public. It's clan stuff. All right, later. Then don't think you're off the hook, lover boy. Wouldn't dream of it. Their orders arrive, and they eat, sharing each other's dinner. After a few more drinks, she asked him what he did to anger the Hokage for him to raise his chakra to that level. Zenichi finished his drink and slammed it on the table, cracking the glass. The noise caught the attention of some of the people sitting nearby. That wasn't the Hokage, it was me. That arrogant prick Hyuga Hayashi called me and the samurai of the guard weak, so I showed him how weak I am. He started laughing. The civvies in the room collapsed under the pressure I created. The looks on the clan heads' faces were priceless. Haha, it was great, and the Hokage is something else. I will give him that. He didn't even flinch. Anko looks at him, and then at the people around them. Here we go, she thought to herself. They had heard him call himself a samurai, and that he had humiliated the council. Normally it wouldn't be a problem, but he wasn't a shinobi and he wasn't from the village, so now it was a problem. They stood up and walked over to the table. Did I hear you right? You're a samurai? Shit, I was too loud, wasn't I? Anko just laughs at his tone and nods her head. These idiots want to kick me out of the bar, don't they? Anko laughs harder, nodding her head again. So all because I, a samurai, made fools out of your pussy-ass council. They are going to pick a fight with me. Anko completely loses it. She starts laughing so hard, she almost falls out of her top next to him. The 4 ninja lose their patience and yell at Zenichi. Shut your mouth, you samurai trash, and shut that snake bitch up. That wasn't the best thing to do, as both Anko and Zenichi are a little drunk. Anko stops laughing and wipes the tears from laughing so hard from her eyes and looks at the 4 ninja. Her expression was venomous, unnerving the ninja. Some jonin sitting on the other side of the bar was watching what was happening after Anko started laughing. Zenichi's face was blank, any sign of drunken merriment gone. This is going to be good, thought the Jonin. Hey you're not going to step in, right? The Jonin simply dips his head. No weapons, right? Again he dips his head. Okay then. He pulls his sword from the sash at his waist and hands it to Anko. Hold this for me, Hebeheim. Anko smiles. Of course, my shogun. She says his pet name seductively, extremely turned on by what he was doing and the killing intent he was putting off. He stands up and pushes his chair in. He turns towards the ninja and disappears. The Jonin's eyes go wide. Zenichi is standing behind the four ninja. He slams the heads of the two in the middle heads together. They fall to the floor knocked out cold, blood coming out of their ears. The other two look over, but he is gone before they can catch sight of him. The one on the left suddenly flies up into the air and hits the ceiling so hard it cracks. He falls to the floor on top of his two comrades. Last is the leader who had insulted Anko. Zenichi starts taunting the ninja, still moving so fast that he couldn't be seen. So you think you can take me, little ninja? You think you are so mighty and strong that you can insult my woman and get away with it? Do you even know who I am? No, I don't think you do. If you did, you would have just sat there and enjoyed your drink. Zenichi stops moving behind the ninja and whispers in his ear. Let me tell you who I am, little ninja. His hand snaps to the neck of the ninja and lifts him in the air and holds him there. I am Uzumaki Zenichi, vice captain of the 2nd Division of the Iron Guard, the Wolf Blade of Sanro. This caused everyone in the bar to stare at him, and Anko's eyes went wide. She looked at the sword he had handed her. It was too short to be the Okami Kami no Ken, which was known to be an odachi. She pulls it from the sheath and sees the saw-like back of the blade. Her eyes go wide again. My boyfriend is the only samurai to ever be but into the bingo books. The ninja in this grip wets himself in fear. Zenichi sees the wet stain, and he throws the ninja out the window. The other ninja in the bar look at him. What, he pissed himself? I didn't want to get urine on the floor. That smell is a bitch to get rid of. The Inuzuka in the room nod their heads in agreement and go back to their drinks. Zenichi steps over the bodies of the knocked-out ninja, and Anko stand up to meet him and proceeds to kiss him passionately. When they part for a breath, Zenichi kisses her cheek lightly. Not like I am complaining, but what was that for? For defending me. No one ever has. Now let's head back to the apartment. I want to reward you some more. Zenichi smiles and head to the bar. Behind him, Anko slides the Okami Kami no Ken back into his sash. He pays off their tab and turns to leave and sees Itachi and another Uchiha walk in. He greets Itachi with his arm around Anko's waist. What did you do, Zenichi-san? Nothing, just defended my girl, was all he said before they left. It had been a little over 3 weeks since the samurai Uzumaki Zenichi came to Konoha to negotiate a treaty with the Land of Iron. He and Naruto had made steady progress in the repairs of the Uzumaki Temple and the surrounding lands that the Hokage granted to them for the samurai barracks that were set to start construction on in another week with the help of Oda. Naruto had finished mastering the leaf and tree climbing exercises that Zenichi wanted done and was now working on the water walking exercise. Naruto had taken to carrying a black wooden practice katana that Zenichi had given him, which had a lead core to match the weight of a real sword, and had him doing simple kenjutsu exercises when Naruto's chakra reserves were exhausted. Anko and Zenichi's relationship was going well. She would often show up at the temple after her work and help with Naruto's training. Between the two of them, Naruto was already far ahead of the civilian children that would be in his class in the Ninja Academy in the spring. After their first date, Anko and Zenichi had a long conversation about where their relationship was going, and after Zenichi persistently asked her why the villagers didn't like her, she told him about her ex-master, the traitor snake, Sannin Orochimaru. She even showed him the failed curse seal that he had branded her with before abandoning her. Zenichi was upset after he learned about her painful past and furious after seeing the seal. As an Uzumaki, he could feel the evil in the corrupting seal. He asked if it bothered her at all. She told him that on occasion it would flare up, and she would be paralyzed by the pain. He then insisted that she let him look at it, which she was hesitant to do, but after he reminded her that as an Uzumaki, he could help her, and as her boyfriend he wanted to. She relented, and after a few days of study and carefully probing the seal with his chakra, he figured out a way to seal the seal so that it was completely isolated from her chakra system, which would stop the pain. She felt the result instantly as a weight was lifted from her mind and jumped him in a passionate embrace. Currently, Zenichi was in the courtyard of the temple watching Naruto as he worked in the gardens. He then noticed that there were more than one Naruto, causing Zenichi to smile. The blonde had taken to the Kage Bunshin like a fish to water. Zenichi had been shocked when Naruto first used Taijutsu and made 36 clones at once and was able to stay standing. Naruto, it's time for your swordsmanship lessons. Make another clone to take your place. Hi, Zenichi and I. As Naruto walked out of the garden, he made a single hand seal, and a clone took his place. Zenichi stared wide-eyed. Naruto, when did you learn to make clones with a one-handed seal? 2 days again. It was easy after all the control exercises and doing the jutsu every day. I figured if I am going to learn to wield a sword like you, then I should be able to do jutsu one-handed, so I never have to put my sword down in a fight. I am going to make it a personal goal to be able to perform all my jutsu one-handed. Naruto, I have to say I am impressed. To be able to do that at your age, and after only knowing the Kage Bunshin for a few weeks. You are going to be scary strong when you're older. Naruto smiled wickedly. I know. Zenichi simple shook his head. Alright, Mr. Big Head, 1,000 swings today, and no clones like you did yesterday. I told you they will only send back their experience, not any physical results of their training, so the muscle memory will be lost. That's why they are only good for sparring and practicing jutsu or formal study. Got that? Naruto let out a sigh and started swinging his practice sword in the courtyard, counting out as he went. When he was done 2 hours later, Zenichi looked over from his scroll. The Merchant Guild representative had sent him explaining the bylaws that the merchants from the Land of Iron were expected to follow. Zenichi simple sent a current of right-on chakra through the document, vaporizing it. Like Chi-Chi and the other merchants will follow these laws. 40% to the village guild office, my ass more like his pocket. Anko was right, that fat little man is a greedy little pig, thought Zenichi. 500 one-handed swings in each hand now, Naruto. If you want to cast jutsu with one hand, you will wield your sword with one, and I don't want one of your arms getting bigger than the other one. That would just look weird. Naruto let out a cry of protest, but a look from Zenichi silenced him in an instant. Naruto had learned that in anything that involved training, Zenichi was a merciless as Anko was in the interrogation chambers of the T&I department. But that never stopped Naruto from grumbling as he did as he was told. Zenichi smiled at his cousin's compliance. He went back to the stack of paperwork he had taken out to work on. Just because he was in the village didn't mean he was saved from the evil paperwork that was expected of him back in his division in the Land of Iron. Shortly after his message arrived at his captain's office about the Hokage's extra conditions, he had sent half a dozen messenger hawks to him with the collected paperwork and a letter explaining that he still had to do his work. Zenichi sighed. The amount of work kept increasing daily. Every morning, he would wake up to find more hawks from the Land of Iron waiting for him at the village rookery. After seeing his hawks with sensitive samurai documents sitting next to shinobi ones, he set up one of his own rookery, separate from the village's hawks on the temple grounds. At the moment, his clones were working on a building to the western side of the courtyard, with a few Naruto clones rebuilding it to serve as his office and home. He decided early on that the commanding officer of this compound would live separated from the rest of the force. Something not seen in other samurai outposts, but other COs weren't dating a kunoichi who liked to scream his name in bed. Plus, this wasn't really another outpost. Even the barracks that was planned was different from most outpost barracks Zenichi had seen. This one had a long-term stay in mind instead of a few months until your relief arrived at the end of the season. Those here would be staying for a whole year or more, and in his case even longer. So comfort was more of a concern than normal. His captain had asked who he wanted to have with him in the village, and he had asked for his original teammates. The samurai that had known him the longest, and he could trust to keep the others in line, and if anything were to happen, he wanted them with him. Plus, with a strike group of 12 11th Division samurai being part of the exchange, Zenichi wanted officers that he knew would and could keep them in line. His captain didn't want to send so many skilled samurai to the Land of Fire, but he understood Zenichi's concerns about the more junior ranks and the bruisers from the 11th. After another hour, all the paperwork from that morning's hawk was done and Naruto was just finishing up the swings on his offhand. 497, for 98, for 199, 500, done Zenichi and II. What next? Zenichi stood up from his seat and walked over to his cousin. Let's work on your control some more. You can stand and walk on the water with ease now, but you start to sink when you moor too quickly or are distracted. They walk over to the pond behind the shrine and take off their outer layers and walk out onto the water. Zenichi settles in a comfortable taijutsu stance, which Naruto mimics. Zenichi starts going through the katas with Naruto, shadowing his movements while trying to stay on the surface of the water. Zenichi increases the pace until Naruto loses his concentration and falls into the water. Zenichi stops and walks over to his cousin and pulls him out of the water and sets him back on the surface. You know the drill, 20 laps across and back. Naruto shakes himself off like a dog, then sets out at as fast as possible while maintaining his footing across the surface of the water. Zenichi goes back to practicing the forms, but at a pace much faster than when Naruto was following him. Halfway through the kata, a flash of metal and orange enters his field of view, as well as a series of fast, precise strikes. Zenichi smiled. This was a normal occurrence and meant that his favorite snake mistress was done with work for the day. They two have started sparring, and Zenichi picks up the pace again, finding it harder to evade his girlfriend's attacks. She is improving, he thought. After she gets a hit on him, he jumps back and sees her fully without her trench coat or leg plates and sandals. She was wearing nothing but her mesh suit and miniskirt. She smiles back at him and gives him a come and get it gesture with her outstretched hand. Zenichi returns the smile and goes on the attack. She evaded him effectively until he picked up the speed again and disappears from view. She stops moving and looks around her, then sticks the tip of her tongue out and scents the air. Just before he grabs her, she turns around and tackles him. She knocks him into the water with her following. They sink down to the bottom of the shallow pond. Zenichi smirks at her on top of him and kisses her under the surface. She returns the kiss, then kicks of the bottom and head to the surface with him following. You were able to follow me. You have gotten better, Anko. Thanks, Zenichi. I can't let you keep catching me and toying with me all the time. I thought you liked it when I toyed with you, he said slyly with a lustful look on his face. I do, but I want to toy with you sometimes too, and don't even think about letting me catch you cause I will know, and I want to get you myself. Zenichi swam over to her and pulled her close. Wouldn't dream of it, and I look forward to the tonight, cause you caught me heavyheim. She slaps his chest playfully. Baka. They kiss again, but are disturbed by the sound of gaping. They both look over to see Naruto holding his throat and pretending to vomit. At seeing that a tick mark appears on Anko's forehead, she pushes Zenichi away and surges chakra to her feet, propelling her out of the water and standing on the surface. She stares at Naruto until he stops and looks over at her. An evil grin spreads across her face as a kunai appears in her hands. My turn, Gaki, start running. At that, Anko starts pelting Naruto with kunai and sunban as he runs screaming around the pond. He tries to escape, but Zenichi appears in front of him every time he tries to leave the pond. Traitor, says Naruto after the second time Zenichi gets in his way. Zenichi just laughs and points behind Naruto. Damn you both. Just you wait, I'm going to get stronger than both of you, and then I will have a new wolf pelt cloak and snake skin belt. Naruto yelled out as he dodged another volley of kunai and sunban. After 10 more minutes of this, Zenichi called an end to Anko's fun. Okay, that's enough. Naruto has to get back to practicing the Uzukai. Naruto, get over here, Anko, you too. Hit him with a sunban if he fails to mimic me perfectly. Naruto paled at that, but Anko simply smiles as she walks over to Zenichi and gives him a light kiss, then takes a seat on the shore next to her trench coat. Zenichi gets back into the opening form of the Uzukai, as does Naruto, and they go through the katas again. Zenichi slowly picks up the pace like earlier, and Naruto keeps up as best as possible. Anko watches Naruto mimic Zenichi like his shadow, a little disappointed that he hadn't made any mistakes yet, but was also impressed that after only a few weeks of instruction, he had progressed so far. She smiles wickedly as he makes a mistake and hits him with a sunban, not hard enough to penetrate deeply, but enough so that he felt it. Zenichi hears Naruto's whelp as the sunban struck, and picked up the pace again. Shortly, Naruto looked like a pin cushion and was panting from trying to keep up with Zenitsu. After an hour, Zenitsu finally stopped and turned to see Naruto breathing heavy and having a hard time keeping above the water surface. Okay, Naruto, that's enough for today. You have gotten better. I say you have mastered the water walking to the point you will need anything from now on will only help to improve your control, but it will be slow improvements. The little precision stuff that are the sign of a true expert. So we'll focus on your Yuzukai tomorrow. I will show you the forms and instruct you movement by movement so you know the correct forms instead of just trying to mimic me. Naruto nods as he pulls out Sunbon and gives Anko dirty looks, who just ignores him with an innocent expression on her face. So as a reward for doing so will the last few weeks tonight, we will have Ichiraku's for dinner. All you can eat on me. How does that sound, Naruto? Sounds great. I haven't eaten at Ichiraku's since my birthday. Just give me a sec. He pumps a lot of chakra through his body and starts healing all the little holes left behind by the Senbon, like Zenitsu had taught him. When Naruto asked why he hadn't healed like Zenitsu had when he explained their Kekkei Genkai, Zenitsu told him that it wasn't automatic and that he had to actively channel chakra to his wounds for it to work. Afterwards, Naruto had jumped for joy, exclaiming that he would never have to stay in the evil hospital again. Zenitsu had started laughing when Naruto asked him what was so funny. Zenitsu explained that he had done the same thing when he learned how to get his wounds to heal. He also explained that the only reason Naruto could use that part of his Kekkei Genkai was because he was nearly beaten to death the year before. It takes massive damage to the body to activate your healing factor the first time. Also, your healing factor will only help you so much. Major damage like what happened on his birthday still required medical treatment to a degree, he had explained to a sober Naruto. This was the first time Anko had seen the Uzumaki healing factor. She watched as the small holes healed with her mouth open. Hebeheim, you shouldn't open your mouth like that, you might find something in it. Anko snaps her mouth shut, but licks her lips and gives Zenitsu a hungry look. Naruto rolls his eyes. Okay, I know that I might be older in a sense, but I am still 6 years old, guys. Can you at least try to keep it appropriate? Both Anko and Zenitsu look at the boy and hang their heads. Sorry, Naruto, I keep forgetting. You just act so much older so much of the time. You me too, Naruto, sorry. Both the adults look back at Naruto and see him nodding his head, already forgiving them. I am much older. You should get me out of having to go to the academy, Zenitsu and I. Now it was their turn to roll their eyes. This wasn't the first time Naruto had tried that. In fact, he and Anko had a very vocal argument about it at one point and hadn't spoken for a few days. Until Zenitsu stepped in on his girlfriend's behalf and told Naruto that he had to go to the academy if he wanted to be Hokage. He also told him that Anko was missing him, which had made Naruto feel very guilty, so he ran into the T&I department looking for Anko to apologize. He almost made it to her, but was stopped by Ibiki and made to wait until she finished with her guest. After she walked out with blood on her face, Naruto ran up and hugged her, saying he was sorry. Talking incoherently and making such a scene that Ibiki intervened again and took Naruto to an empty interrogation room and ordered Anko to clean herself up before talking to the boy. Ibiki then asked the boy why he was apologizing, and Naruto reluctantly told the man. Ibiki hadn't said anything after Naruto had finished. He had known Anko for most her life and had more or less adopted her as his little sister, and know that she was no good at explaining anything with any sense of tact. After a minute, he told the boy that he and Anko just needed to talk it out and reassured the boy that Anko would forgive him. Then Anko walked in and Ibiki left and guarded the door so they could talk without being interrupted. He knew that it was Naruto who had helped Anko get out of her spiraling depression and owed the boy that much and more. After Naruto confronted Anko, she had come to Ibiki and asked if she had been as bad as the boy had described, and he told her no, she was much worse. After that, the most feared man in the village became a silent supporter of the boy, and if anyone spoke ill of him in his presence, there were repercussions, severe repercussions. No, Naruto, I understand that you don't want to go to the academy, and honestly, I would prefer that you just stay as my student. But you have to go and get to know those that will one day be on your team, and there are some things as a samurai I just can't teach you. Naruto sighed and nodded his head. After Anko and Naruto's talk, she went looking for Zenitsu to thank him for talking to Naruto, and after she finished, They talked about why Naruto was so adamant about not attending the academy. Both had been at a loss until Zenitsu remembered how he had met Naruto, and it clicked. He's scared. He's scared that all the other kids will treat him the same way their parents and the other adults do. Before he didn't have any other options, but now with me and you to a lesser extent, he was a way out that will still get him the training he wants and needs. Anko rolled over and looked at her boyfriend with a sad look on her face. I'm afraid his fears are justified. Most parents tell their children that he is a bad kid and not to associate with him. I don't think that he will find any friends at the academy, at least until they are split up into teams and they get to know him, and even then it's a maybe at best. Zenitsu thought about that and had a few ideas that might help. One taking the form of a mystery raven hair, lavender-eyed girl. What if he had friends before going to the academy? Anko's eyes light up. That could work, but we still have to get their parents first. I have an idea, but I need your help for it to work. He told her about the girl and the orange jacket. He then asked her to find the girl and what clan she was from. Anko agreed, saying she would start right away and tell him the second she found her. So far the search had turned nothing up, but both were committed to see it through. Okay, I'm all healed up, let's go. Naruto, maybe you should put some clothes on first, suggested Zenitsu, as he put his shirt back on much to Anko's displeasure. Naruto nodded and started putting on his shirt and orange jacket. By that time Anko already put her sandals and bracers back on and was holding her coat waiting until they got to the edge of the compound to put it back on. They started walking and Naruto told Anko about his day and how hard of a taskmaster Zenitsu was. All normal conversation when she showed up. Naruto would try to get Zenitsu in trouble with Anko, who would look at Naruto with wide eyes and would playfully reprimanded Zenitsu, who would whine about her always taking Naruto's side. It was all in good fun and always left the three of them smiling. Anko would end up with Zenitsu's arm around her waist with Naruto walking in front of them with his hands behind his head, fingers laced, and smiling. He had a family and was for the first time in his life happy. As they walked through the village to Ichiraku's, Zenitsu watched the villagers pass by with their eyes cast down. He had made it a point to whip the villagers in line. After the first time the three of them had gone out to eat, both Anko and Naruto got their normal hateful glares until Zenitsu lost his patience and struck a large man who had the gall to call Naruto a demon and Anko snake bitch in the same sentence. The strike was so powerful that the man went through a wall, and the killer intent was so heavy that the other villagers couldn't move. Later, when some members of the military police showed up at their dinner demanding that Zenitsu come with them, Zenitsu then made it very clear that he would not, and if they wanted an extended stay in the hospital, they were welcome to try and make him. They wanted to try at the samurai, and both of the Uchiha flared their Sharingan. Before they could move, both ended up beaten and thrown into the street. It happened so quickly that it appeared as if he never left his seat. The villagers in the restaurant watched wide-eyed as the two Uchiha were crushed with ease. Since then, no one would risk angering the samurai, so as long as he was with them, both Anko and Naruto were treated with respect. After word got out that he was untouchable due to diplomatic immunity, rumors started that the Hokage gave the samurai his status so he could beat on unruly villagers that the Hokage himself couldn't touch. They arrived at Ichiraku's and sat at the bar just after the dinner rush, so they had to stand to themselves. Hi Tsuchiyaji, I am Chan, how you been? Both the ramen chief and his daughter snap around at the sound of his voice. Naruto. Naruto-kun. They both call. It had been a long time since they last saw him, and had been worried that what happened on his birthday stopped him from coming to eat at their restaurant. He was their favorite customer after all. Naruto, not used to anyone being excited about his presence before, scratched the back of his neck nervously. Tsuchi notices the nervous twitch and calms down. Naruto, how have you been? We have been worried about you. After your last birthday, you never came back. Sorry Tsuchiyaji, I have been busy helping Zenitsu and I rebuild the Uzumaki temple for the samurai that will be staying there in the spring. I have so much to tell about the last few weeks. Zenitsu and Anko quickly made their orders and just sat back and enjoyed the time together, with Naruto so absorbed in telling the Ikarakus about the last 3 weeks of his life, they were completely forgotten by the blonde. Giving them time to just be a happy young couple. The smiles on their faces as they played with each other's ramen didn't go unnoticed. My Tsuchi, and the older man was happy for them. Life was short, and even shorter for those in their particular profession. When Naruto told them about the training he has been getting from Zenitsu, and Anko the old man looked at the two. Both returned his look. When the older man raised an eyebrow, Zenitsu responded, "One day he will have to face enemies for many reasons. But the most powerful will be those that wish to kill him because of his heritage. Whole villages will be against him, and he will have to weather the storm. He will not be alone, but he cannot simply hide behind Anko and I forever." The way that Zenitsu spoke told Tucci all he needed to know, and the two men shared a nod. Tucci was not as blind as many in the village, and he knew who the boy's parents were. His mother Kushina had been just as big a ramen addict as her son, if not a bigger one, and when she was pregnant her cravings for all types of ramen had pushed the man's skills to the max. Then when Namikaze the yellow flash Minato would flash in just before closing asking for the same crazed concoctions that Kushina would crave, Tucci did the math. He looked at the mini Minato in front of him, knowing that the boy was in good hands that would make him strong enough to protect himself and follow in the footsteps of both his parents. When Naruto was finished telling them about his last few weeks, Ayame noticed Anko and Zenitsu, and like any young woman her age squealed at the sight of the two of them. She practically jumped Anko and started the infamous girl talk, the kind of talk that all boyfriends feared and dreaded. At first Anko was hesitant to talk about her relationship, but after Ayame kept excitedly asking questions, Anko gave up and started talking to the younger girl. Little by little Anko opened up to the girl, and they started talking in earnest. To Zenitsu's dread, Tucci laughed and struck up a conversation with him and Naruto about the finer parts of Naruto's training. As a former shinobi, it was a topic he found most enjoyable. The two men exchanged notes, and Tucci asked Naruto questions about what he liked most about his training. Surprisingly, the boy told him that Kenjutsu was his favorite, with Fuinjutsu being second only because it was so easy. Kenjutsu was more of a challenge, making it more fun to learn. This continued for most of the evening until a pregnant woman and her daughter walked in. Tucci walked over to the two and handed them menus. "Hikari-chan, it has been a long time since I last saw you here." "I am sorry, Tucci-san, but I have been so busy. Relations with the branch clan have been falling apart, and my nephew, after the loss of his father, is falling victim to the hate that exists between the two families. I have been trying to help him, but he will not trust me at all. You wouldn't happen to still have that special menu you made for Kushina? I find that nothing will satisfy my hunger." Hinata was never this much of a picky eater. The young girl blushed at her mother's comment. At hearing his mother's name, Naruto looked over. Now it was his turn to be the loud Uzumaki, scaring the patrons of the ramen stand. "It's you." The young girl jumps from the loud voice. She looks over and sees Naruto standing up on his stool with his orange jacket unzipped, mimicking the style in which Zenitsu wore his coat, pointing at her. The jacket looked familiar. Then she looked up at his face and saw his blonde spiky hair and sucks in. "You?" she whispers. The adults look at the two children completely confused until the woman identified by Tucci as Hikari gasped, "You're Naruto-kun." Naruto felt very uncomfortable, then only Ayame and Anko, when she was drunk, called him that. Zenitsu looked at the younger girl and notices her features. The raven hair and pale eyes marked her as a Hyuga, but after looking closer he noticed that her eyes had a slight lavender shade to them. He turns to Anko and whispers into her ear. Her eyes go wide as she looks at the girl. Naruto finally musters up the courage to ask who the woman was. I don't know you, lady, but why are you talking about my mother like you know her?" Naruto's tone was accusing, and the hormonal woman starts tearing up after hearing it. "I'm so sorry, Naruto-kun. I was teammates with your mother before she died. I'm so sorry I wasn't there for you, Naruto-kun. I didn't know you had survived that night. The Hokage told us you were dead, killed by the raging Kyuubi before Minato could finish it." Hikari starts crying. She stands up and walks over to Naruto. "I know I have no right to ask, but please forgive me. I had no idea you were her son, and that you were facing the things you were until I heard about the night your cousin confronted that mob." The woman tries to get on her knees to beg for forgiveness, but is stopped by Naruto. He looks into her pale eyes and smiles. "It's okay, I forgive you. You didn't know, right? And I don't know how I know, but I know you are truly sorry." Hikari bursts out into hormonal tears again and thanks Naruto and hugs him. Naruto tenses up at the contact, but forces himself to relax. Zenichi watches his cousin, impressed by the boy's capacity to forgive. The girl had watched the whole scene with her mother in silence, staring intensely at Naruto the whole time. Ka-san. This gets her mother's attention. Ka-san, it's him, the boy I told you about who saved me months ago. The girl had whispered the whole time. Hikari gasped again and holds Naruto at arm's reach and looks at the boy closely. He did in fact fit the description her daughter had given her about the boy that had saved her from some bullies several months earlier. Thank you again, Naruto, for forgiving me and for helping my daughter. You truly are Kushina's son. Naruto blushes and scratches the back of his neck. Hikari tries to return to her seat, but finds Hinata in it next to Naruto instead. She smiles at the girl, and she moves to Hinata's old seat and places an order from Kushina's special menu, which Tucci had kept as a memento of one of his favorite customers. She looks over at Anko and Zenichi, who after the excitement from her display ended had gone back to feeding each other ramen and making a mess of each other in the process. She watches as a drop of broth rolled down Anko's jaw, line only to be wiped off by Zenichi with a kiss. She smiled at the young couple's antics. She looks over at her normally shy and quiet daughter as she talks with Naruto. Hinata sat wide-eyed as Naruto told her about his training with Zenichi. She would make eep noises whenever Naruto would jump up on his stool to dramatically reenact part of his story. After they were all done, Zenichi and Hikari paid their respective bills, and the two groups got up to leave. Hinata looks up at her mother with a pleading look. Hikari just sighed and stroked Hinata's hair. Ask him, she said to her shy daughter. Hinata nodded and looked over at Naruto, who was saying good night to Anko and Zenichi as they split up to head to their apartments. Naruto, would you like to play some time? Naruto looks at Hinata a little shocked and looked up at Zenichi. After a second, Zenichi nods to the silent question and received a big grin. Yes, I would like to play sometime. Come by the Uzumaki temple anytime you want to play. I am there most of the time these days. Hinata nods and takes her mother's hand as they walk away, returning home. Zenichi walked out of his home and stands on his front porch. He takes a sip of his morning tea and watches the sunrise on the early spring day. The samurai that were participating in the exchange were due to arrive any day now, and Zenichi was excited to see his old team again. Anko walks out to stand next to him. She leans against him in a robe made of red silk with purple snakes on it, a gift for her last birthday from Zenichi. Are you nervous, Zenichi? It has been a long time since you last saw your countrymen. Maybe a little. It has been a long time since I last saw my team, though we were split up shortly after I became an officer. Excited though I have missed them. He looks down at her. I am also excited to see you in that outfit again. She rolls her eyes. You don't expect me to greet them at the entrance to the compound dressed like that, do you? Zenichi gives her a mischievous smile. No, but I do want to take them out to Long Fall Bar for a night out after everyone has settled in. They walked back into their home. Anko had moved in a week ago. She had asked him if he would mind if she moved into the compound. The compound was separate from the rest of the village and was easier for her to get away from all the glare she received on a daily basis there than in her old neighborhood. Zenichi jumped at the opportunity to have live with Anko again. He had missed her after he moved out of her little apartment a month or so ago. Since they had already used to living together for most of the winter, it wasn't that big of a change for them, more like returning to their normal routine. With the help of Naruto and Kurenai, the four of them had her moved over in no time. The two sit at the table and eat their breakfast. They speak about their plans for the day and discuss what they want to do that night. With Naruto starting the Ninja Academy, the following week Zenichi was putting all other daytime activities to the side to get some last-minute training in before he became too busy with the new samurai and Naruto busy with his education. They didn't have much free time during the day to spend together, so they would make up for it at night. As the two lovers finished their meal, they heard their little bundle of loud arrives in the compound, followed by loud, but still quieter than him fretting bundle of worry Hyuga Hinata, who, over the winter with the help of her mother threatening her husband and several thinly disguised threats from Anko and Zenichi directed toward the clan elders, was able to form a friendship with the blonde. The two had become almost inseparable since, because neither having anyone else their age to play with, due to parents keeping their children away, Naruto because his condition and Hinata for her heritage. They even started to share traits, Naruto becoming quiet to a degree, and she no longer stuttered and would lash out on anyone who insulted Naruto. Once when training with Zenitsu, Naruto was hit with a Senbon from Anko, who was quickly hit with a Juken strike by Hinata in retaliation. It ended up with Naruto and Zenitsu watching the two females wrestling on the ground and insulting each other until they noticed them watching and united against the boys. It could be said that Hinata was picking up personality traits from Anko as well. Morning, Ankone, Zenitsu and I called Naruto as he walked into their house. They called greetings back, and the two friends find them at the kitchen table. Hinata follows him in and greets them as well. Good morning, Anko-san, and you as well, Zenitsu-sama. Both adults sigh. Hinata, how many times do I have to tell you? You don't need to use suffixes with us. You're Naruto's closest friend. You don't need to use such formalities here. I get enough of that when I meet with the village council every week. It is almost sickening. Hinata looks at Zenitsu and nods. Okay, Zenitsu-san. I mean Zenitsu, I will try to remember. Father said that the other samurai will be arriving soon. Is that true? Yes, it is. Would you like to meet my old team after they get here? There are going to be a few of the medics with them. I know you want to learn some medical jutsu. I could introduce you to them as well if you like. Hinata vigorously nods her head. Her father didn't approve of her learning medical jutsu, believing that it was below the Hyuga main family and that it was a role for the branch family to fill, partially not his daughter. Okay, then I will talk to the medics that arrive and ask if they would be willing to teach you a thing or two. I know you have worked with your father and have helped Naruto on his chakra control, so I don't foresee any problem with them teaching you. They enjoy showing off their skills almost as much as the 11th Division. Thank you very much, Zenitsu. I really appreciate it. Anko looks over at the girl. Well, of course, who else is going to heal Naruto when he hurts himself from training himself into the ground over and over again? You just love wrapping him in bandages, don't you? It gets him out of his shirt, doesn't it? And the way the two of you look together, so cute. Anko's teasing gets a blush out of them both. Naruto comes to her defense. It's not like that. Hinata just so kind that she wants to help people. And well, I am the only one she can help right now. But just you wait, she will become a great medic and help all kinds of people. Hinata's blush deepens as she listens to Naruto defend her from Anko's teasing. The two children sit at the table next to each other across from Anko and Zenitsu. So Zenitsu and I, what's the plan today? I want to get started. I am looking forward to starting at the academy and showing off my skills. So I need to get stronger. Zenitsu smiles. Only a few months earlier, Naruto was dreading the start of his time at the academy, but now with Hinata at his side, he is ready to face whatever the academy has in store for him. His plan had worked out better than he had hoped. Well, Naruto, we will be working in your sword. Draw some more. You still are not fast enough yet. The whole point of the Iaido is to strike with so much speed that your adversary doesn't have a change to evade or defend. We samurai perfected the style to combat ninjutsu because its speed allows us to take advantage of the momentary opening caused by the hand signs. So have a little something to eat and meet me at the training ground. Hi, Zenitsu and I. Is it okay if Hinata watches? The clan is having a big meeting and Hikure didn't want Hinata around for it. It's fine, but I think Anko would like some company. She has the day off today. So what do you say, Hinata? Watch Naruto's training, you hang out with Anko and do girl stuff. Anko gives her boyfriend a dirty look. Come on, Hinata, you can train with me today. I will teach how to throw Senbon though a kanai. Anko grabs Hinata's wrist and drags her off to Anko and Zenitsu's room to change into something more appropriate for training. Hinata looks at Naruto with a pleading expression, but Naruto shakes his head and mouths, have fun back at her. Hinata then scares Naruto by giving him the same look Anko just gave Zenitsu. Zenitsu and I don't think it is a good idea to let Hinata hang out with Ankone anymore. Hinata is starting to have the same facial expression she has when she is mad at you. Naruto, it has nothing to do with hanging out with Anko. All women are born with the ability to make the man in their lives extremely uncomfortable with just a look. Welcome to the club, cousin. Naruto blushes. But we are not like that, we're just friends. Sure, Naruto, whatever you say. Zenitsu said as he head out the back door walking towards the training grounds. But we're not. insisted Naruto as he followed Zenitsu outside with a piece of toast in his hand. They reach the training grounds, and Zenitsu begins instructing Naruto on the finer points of the Iaido. As Zenitsu is instructing Naruto, Anko is with Hinata in her room, having a heart-to-heart. The entire time Anko is getting dressed, Hinata has been staring daggers into the back of Anko's head. You know you have been a really annoying pain, you know that. I have been with Naruto far longer than you, and as his big sis, I am allowed to tease him. So what is your problem? You have had one with me for a while now. Hinata stares off to space, silent. Anko doesn't take the silent treatment well. She walks up to the young girl, her robe left behind, and picks her up, tossing her onto the bed. What is your problem, damn it? I haven't done anything to you or Naruto for that matter to deserve this treatment. That got a rise out of the girl. Nothing, nothing, she shrieks. I know about it. The thing in Naruto, and I know you know, but he doesn't. Meaning you haven't told him the truth. You have been lying this whole time to him, and you want to say you haven't done anything to him. You call yourself his sister. Anko is shocked, speechless. She stares at the girl with a look of disbelief, who returns it with one of her own, filled with disdain. The law preventing anyone from speaking about the Kyuubi was still in act, and under that law Anko could kill the girl for what she just said. Anko feels a new level of respect for the young Hyuga. She was a smart girl. She must have known that Anko was called to do by law after what she said that, but she said it anyway, and gave her a stare that could terrify a weaker person and a little killer intent throw in for flavor. Anko was impressed by the girl's resolve. Though that would have to wait. First she had to find out how Hinata found out. Hinata, I don't know what you are thinking, but I promise you that I have never wanted to lie to Naruto. I believe that he should know about the burden he carries, but what do you think would happen if he knew? He might start believing what the villagers say about him. Until Zenitsu and I started looking after him and gave him a family, he had no one. You know that, Hinata, no one to support him and to tell him that he isn't the monster, like all the bastard villagers think he is. He wasn't ready, but I know he is now, so does Zenitsu, and we are going to tell him before he starts at the academy. But right now I need to know. Will you still be his friend even now that you know? Of course I will. He saved me. He saves me from that monster every day. He is my best friend, and I wouldn't leave him because of this in a million years. Anko lets out a sigh of relief. The girl didn't feel negatively about Naruto because of the Kyuubi. That took a weight off Anko that she had felt from the start of their discussion. Thank Kami, you're such a good person. Hinata, Naruto is really lucky to call you a friend. Now I need to know how you know about it. There are laws in place that keep people from talking about it. And if someone told you in an attempt to hurt Naruto, I want to know about it. You have to tell me, Hinata. I promise you can trust me. There isn't anyone in the village I care more for except Zenitsu than Naruto. Hinata stares at the woman, not sure if she should tell her the truth. After a minute of staring into Anko's eyes, Hinata tells her, I kind of figured it out on my own, but my mom pushed me into the right direction, though I think she wanted me to figure it out. I asked her about why he has 2 different colored chakras, and she answered my question with a question. What happened on Naruto's birthday, Hinata, is what she said, and I finally figured it out a few days later. After that I talked to her again and asked if the other colored chakra was the Kyuubi's. She didn't say anything. She just nodded and walked away like it wasn't a big deal. The anger fades from Hinata's face and sadness takes its place. Tears begin building up in her eyes. Why haven't you told him? It could hurt him. I don't want Naruto to hurt anymore. I have seen the looks he gets when he thinks no one is looking. I know that big grin of his is a mask to hide the pain. I don't want him to hide his pain from me. I don't want him to have to feel like that anymore. She has a complete breakdown. I just want Naruto to be happy for real. The girl had figured it out on her own mostly. That changed everything. The law didn't state anything about finding out by accident. Though that didn't help Anko, who wasn't any good with a girl in the middle of hysterics, almost as bad as a guy, in dealing with Hinata's waterworks. I know, Hinata, I understand that you are worried about Naruto. In fact, I think it's time to tell him, shall we? Hinata looks up at Anko, who kneeling in front of her with a smile on her face. Hinata nods and returns the smile. Anko finishes dressing, and together they head out to the training grounds. At the training ground, Naruto is slowly drawing his sword under the careful watch of Zenitsu. When Zenitsu notices a failure in Naruto's form, he tells Naruto to freeze and corrects the problem. Having a proper form will speed up the time in which you pre-form the Iaido. Remember, Naruto's slow is smooth and smooth is fast. I know I put a lot of emphasis on your speed with this style, but this is the best way to speed up a technique regardless the form or style, whether it be ninjutsu or taijutsu. If you slowly take your time and remove any flaw in your movement, it will make you faster. You understand, right? Yes, Zenichi and I do. Zenichi watches his cousin. Naruto's skills had increased dramatically over the winter months. He was now far ahead of any of his classmates except those like Hinata from major shinobi clans. Just as Zenichi had promised he would be. Naruto had mastered the three basic forms of Fuinjutsu, barrier, explosive, and storage, and was now moving on to creating new variants of the basic three. His skill with the traditional Uzumaki Taijutsu style, the Uzukai, had greatly improved, and his skills in Kenjutsu were so improved that he was now working on one of the most advanced forms, the Iato. A Kenjutsu created and perfected by the samurai of Zenichi's homeland and its signature style. Zenichi put Naruto in terms of power and skill between a seasoned genin and a low chunin now. He was worried that the academy would lose Naruto's interest quickly and he would do poorly out of boredom. Zenichi sees Anko leading Hinata towards them and thinks nothing of it, until Anko walked you to him and whispered in his ear. Hinata knows about the Kyuubi. She figured it out when she saw that he had two chakras mixing together inside him. She confronted me about it. She is pissed that we haven't told him. I'm really proud of her. Don't let her know that. Zenichi nods and gets a kiss on the cheek from Anko. Zenichi comes to a quick decision. Naruto, come here. Naruto stops mid-draw and returns his practice katana to its sheath, which Zenichi had given him when he started to learn the Iato. He walks over to Zenichi, who looks down at his cousin, trying to figure out how he is going to tell him the truth. The truth doesn't always set you free. Naruto, we have to talk. I have to tell you something, and it is not something that will be easy to hear. It's also something very private, so we are going to talk about it in the shrine. The serious tone in Zenichi's voice causes Naruto to stiffen, which is not missed by Zenichi, but he chooses to not address it. He turns and starts walking to the shrine with Naruto in tow. Hinata starts to follow, but Anko places a hand on her shoulder. You can't enter the shrine. Only someone who carries Uzumaki blood can enter. The protection seals wouldn't let you, and if you were to force your way in, the next level of the seals will kill you. We just have to wait for them to come out. Hinata looks up at the older woman and sees a sad look and tears starting to form. Hinata knows that Anko cares a great deal for both of them and was worried and sad that she can't be there for Naruto. Hinata takes a deep breath. Then we will wait for them outside, so when they come out we are there for them. Anko looks down at the little girl and sees a look of fierce confidence. Anko smiles at the girl and wipes the tears away. Let's do just that. Hinata takes Anko's hand, and they follow their boys to wait for them outside the shrine. Naruto and Zenichi enter the shrine and sit in the center of room like normal. They sit in silence as Zenichi gathers his thoughts. Naruto, do you know what happened on your birthday? Yes, the Kyuubi no Kitsune attacked the village and was killed by the Yondaime, but he lost his life in the process. Zenichi sighs. He decides to take a page from Anko book and be very frank and deal with the fallout afterwards. That, Naruto, is a lie the Sandaime told you and everyone else that didn't already know the truth. Even I didn't know the truth until I met you. Naruto, it isn't possible to kill the Kyuubi. It is a creature made of chakra called a bijou. You can destroy it, but after a few years it will reform again. The only way to truly stop it is to seal it away in something. If you were to seal it into a person, that person becomes something called a Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki becomes the beast's prison and keeps it locked away. Naruto sits quietly, thinking. The gears start to turn in his mind, putting the pieces together. Zenichi and I, why are you telling me this? The hesitation is clearly heard in his voice. Zenichi shakes his head. Naruto is far too smart for his own good. Because Naruto, you are the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. You are its jailer, and that is why the villagers hate you. They are too stupid to see you for what you truly are. And what is that? Naruto's voice is shaken with fear and anxiety. He starts to silently cry. You are a little kid, one who has been dealt a hard hand in life. One that takes care of his big sisters before thinking about himself. Go out of your way to help and protect them. You are a hero who saves the village daily by not giving in to the hate the villagers throw at you in their ignorance. And I can say with great pride that you are an Uzumaki, and my little cousin who I love deeply, and I am not the only one. I am pretty sure Anko will do terrible things to anyone who were foolish enough to hurt you again. Naruto looks up at his cousin, the tears streaming from his eyes. He wipes them away and gives Zenitsu a hug. Thank you, Zenitsu and I. Don't thank me. From what I hear, if it wasn't for you, Anko wouldn't have been the woman she is, and I never would have been able to meet the woman I love more than life itself. And that isn't the only thing I have to thank you for too, just the most important one. Is there anything you wish to know that I can tell you? A hard expression crosses Naruto's face. Yes, I want to know why. Why did the Yondaime seal it in me? Why didn't the Hokage tell me the truth? I have so many questions. Let me start with those two, and we can move on to more after, okay? Naruto nods. Good. As for why the Sandaime didn't tell you is because he thought that it would be too much for you to know at such a young age and put a law in place to prevent anyone from telling you or anyone else about the Kyuubi, under pain of death. He thought that it would allow you to grow up peacefully, but we both know how that turned out. He had the best intentions, Naruto, you have to know that. He just had too much faith in the villagers. He thought they would rise from their pain and law stronger, but was wrong. Oda and I spoke about it during the construction. The Third Shinobi World War killed many of the greatest heroes of the village, causing the villagers to lose hope and fall into despair. After the Yondaime died to save the village, it was the last straw. The villagers gave into their despair and have never come out of it. I am not going to defend them, they have no right to do what they have done to you. But please try to forgive the Hokage. His only crime is not seeing what was happening in the village until it was too late. Naruto just sat silently and listened to Zenitsu talk. He was still trying to come to terms with what he had just learned about himself and missed most of what Zenitsu just said. I will think about it. I have to talk with him. That's fair. I suggest that you do so soon. You will be very busy at the academy. Now about your second question, I can't say what was going through the Yondaime's mind at the time, but I am sure he didn't want his son to suffer like this. That got Naruto's attention. Did you just say his son? Zenitsu nodded. He had many enemies, Naruto. Powerful enemies. He hid his relationship with your mother in fear that his enemies would hurt her to get to him. Only the Sandaime and a few others know about their relationship. That is why the Sandaime doesn't want me to tell you about him yet. I figured it out, and we got into a heated argument about it. I wanted to tell you right away, but I came to understand his position. Namikaze Minato had a whole hidden village after him, not to mention his rivals in Konoha. You have to promise not to tell anyone about this. You have gotten much stronger, but you are still not ready to face those kinds of odds yet. Naruto sat without saying a word. Naruto, you have to promise me, or I will make it, so you never tell anyone. Naruto silently nods his head. I want to hear you say it, Naruto. This is your life we're talking about here. I will not risk it because you want to brag. I promise I will not tell anyone that the Yondaime is my father. Naruto spat in anger. Zenitsu let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Naruto. In a few more years of training, and you can tell them. You can tell the world that you, the outcast, are the living legacy of their greatest hero. You can shame them all and be on the path to be just as strong, if not stronger than him, I promise you. I will give you your chance at vengeance. They will be forced to live with their shame for the rest of their lives, a never-ending vengeance. Naruto smiled at hearing that. Then the full weight hits him in the chest. I am my hero's son, Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime. The yellow flash is my father. I am Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. He starts crying again, but this time it takes several minutes before he gains control again. Why did he seal it in me? He must have known what my life would be like. Zenitsu stares off into space for a minute. I think he made the same mistake the Sandaime did. He had too much faith in the villagers. He know that you would have a rough life, but I doubt he know it would be this bad. The villagers were not the only ones he had faith in, Naruto. He had faith that you would be strong enough to withstand the trials that being a Jinchuriki would cause you to face, and that you would wield the power of the Kyuubi the right way, to protect what was important. He had faith in you, his son. Naruto was stunned by what he had just heard. His father had faith in him, even if he had been nothing more than a newborn, and that he could use the power of the greatest demon mankind had known. Do you mean I can use the QB's power? I thought it was just sealed inside me. The QB is a being made of chakra, so you can learn to use it to strengthen your own chakra in time. It is the reward all Jinchuriki receive in exchange for being the jailers of these beasts. It is very dangerous, and I am not sure how to do it yet, but I'll figure it. It will require you to have unparalleled chakra control, I am sure of that. I have been training you in it all this time for that reason. Shinobi who are made into Jinchuriki are also called the ultimate weapon because if you can control a Bijuu's power, you are just that, but you are not a weapon. Though there are some in the village that would like nothing more than to turn you into one, and the Sandaime has worked tirelessly to keep them away from you. After hearing that, Naruto softened a little. The man that he saw as his grandfather had really been trying to look out for him. They talked for a long time. Naruto would ask questions as they came to him, and Zenitsu would answer them to the best of his ability. They spent the entire morning talking about what to do know that Naruto knew and how he was supposed to act. Naruto had a hard time coming to terms with having to take the high road when it came to the villagers. They argued a great deal until Naruto gave in to Zenitsu and agreed to wait until his first Chunin exam to reveal who he was. Around noon, the two walked out of the shrine and found Enko and Hinata siding against the nearest building waiting for them. When Hinata saw the door open, she nudged Enko and pointed at them. Enko sprung to her feet and walked swiftly over to them and gave Naruto a tight hug. Naruto, no matter what, I am here for you, and I am sorry for not telling you sooner. Naruto, a little startled by Enko's show of affection, returns her hug. It's okay, I understand. Thank you for being there for me all this time. I love you, Ankone. Enko starts crying and tightens her hug until Hinata yells at her. He is turning blue, let him go, you python baka. Enko immediately lets go and Hinata makes her move. She slides in and gives Naruto a hug. I will always be your friend, Naruto, no matter what. And nothing, not even it, will stop me. Naruto's eyes go wide and he looks at her. You know? I saw that your chakra had 2 colors. I had never seen that before and I asked my mom about it. She gave me a hint and I figured it out later. Thank you for keeping my family safe, Naruto. The villagers are idiots. She lets go of him and gives him a smile that he returns. Not his normal grin, but a small happy smile, which causes her to blush a light shake of pink. Zenitsu places his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Let's get some lunch. The 4 of them walk back to Enko and Zenitsu's home to eat together. At the gate to the village, Izumo and his partner Kotitasu are standing guard. Or what could be called that if they weren't half asleep in the guardhouse. Oi, you awake in there? The sound of someone's voice snaps the 2 Chunin to awake. They stand up and see about 50 samurai in different sets of armor. The one who spoke stand in the front of the group. He wore something similar to Zenitsu, but had metal bracers instead of bandages on his arms, and instead of pants he had the lower half of a battle kimono covering his lower body with his helmet under his arm. He had blue eyes and long straight crimson hair up in a ponytail. He watches the 2 guards. We are the samurai that are for the exchange. Send someone for Uzumaki. Zenitsu. His commanding tone launches the ninja into action as Kotitasu runs to the samurai compound to inform the resident samurai that his countrymen have arrived. As Kotitasu leaves, Izumo watches the samurai. So you're going to be living in the village for a while. Welcome to Konoha. I am Kamizuki Izumo. The samurai is surprised by the greetings. Thank you. I am Uzumaki Rikamaru. I am surprised by the way you are acting. I didn't expect such a warm greeting by you, shinobi. It's nice to meet another Uzumaki, and you can't expect that from everyone, but most. I know Zenitsu-san fairly well from his time here in the village over the winter. He is a regular at one of the more popular shinobi bars in the village, and after his first time there, he made a very strong impression on a lot of us. So a lot of us have gotten over the whole samurai shinobi thing. Rikamaru starts laughing. He got into a fight, didn't he? Izumo chuckles. Yes, a couple of new Chunin overheard him say he was a samurai and started it. I don't think he would have beaten them so bad if they hadn't insulted his girlfriend on their first date. But some people are just not too bright. They're lucky he did something cause she would have done worse. The mention of a girlfriend piques Rikamaru's curiosity. My clansman has gotten himself a girlfriend. Well, isn't that interesting? I will have to see what kind of girl she is. He has never had the best luck with women. He is a little different. Izumo starts laughing. Trust me, she is a little different too. Another samurai walks up to the guardhouse in full plate armor and a twin-horned helmet. What is the word around the village about our arrival? Are we expected by your leadership? I once saw one messenger leave. Yes, we were expecting you, and Zenichi-san asked to be informed first upon your arrival. I believe the plan is for you to be led to your barracks by Zenichi-san. The Hokage and other council members will meet with you tomorrow after you have rested. The armored samurai nods his head and walks back to the other samurai with similar attire. Rikamaru rolls his eyes at the exchange of words. I apologize for my rude comrade. That is the squad leader for the 11th Division members that are here with us. His name is Tatewaki Shumaru. He can be a little hard-headed sometimes. He is one of the more skeptical of this alliance and needs to learn more respect. He speaks loud enough so it carries to the other samurai, who either doesn't care about Rikamaru's opinion of him or his armor hides his reaction. By the time all is said and done, Kokotitsu returns with Zenichi in tow. Rikamaru sees the movement and turns to see their arrival. He walks up to Zenichi and holds out his arm. Zenichi grabs it just short of the elbow, as is customary for samurai who are close. Rikamaru, it is good to see you again. As it is to see you, cousin. How has the village of Leafs treated you this winter? Very well, Zenichi said with a smile on his face. So I have heard. Where is she, Zenichi? I want to meet the woman that can match you. Zenichi looks over at Izumo, who just shrugs. She is back at the compound that I have spent the winter preparing for you. He releases Rikamaru and faces the collected samurai. He notes the armor variants distinctive of each division. The leather of the medics meant for them to move quickly around the battlefield and large scrolls across their backs containing all their medical supplies. He notices the full-plate heavy armor of the battle addicts. The majority of those gathered were wearing the light plate of the 2nd Division. You all will find it very different here from what you are used to. I took special care to ensure that you are all comfortable for your extended stay. Come, I will show you the way to your home for the next year or longer if you so choose. The samurai form up into ranks by their division and follow Zenichi to the samurai compound. They hadn't traveled to Konoha in formal rank, but they moved together as they entered the village to showcase their discipline and pride. Rikamaru walked with Zenichi and asked him questions about the village. He wasn't here to lead the other members of his division. He was in Konoha, it be Zenichi's right hand, as well as his other teammates. The villagers stop and watch the column of samurai march by. The shinobi watch from the rooftops and gauge the level of the force that the Land of Iron sent. Some simply wrote them off as simple samurai and not of any concern. Most, having seen or heard of what Zenichi was capable of, eyed those following him more intently. So what do you think of those that were chosen to participate in the exchange? Zenichi asked his oldest friend and comrade. For us, a lot of green, fresh from the academy. Their commanders are a little better, but they are green too in comparison to those I would have liked. I would recommend that you have Ikaku, Takichi, who will arrive tomorrow with Mifune-sama for the signing of the treaty, and myself, take them under our wing and teach them ropes. It will be a rare chance for them to learn from veterans like us for a whole year. Not to mention what they will learn for the shinobi. The 11th guys, while they are the 11th, you know what to expect from Shumaru and his team. Zenichi nodded. I will have to make sure they know who the boss is and what are the medics. I asked for some experience. Did they give it to me? The medics are all pretty well seasoned, Zenichi. I served a season with 2 of the men on the Kumo border. They're good. 3 of the women are just girls barely into their womanhood, but they are Uzumaki. They showed me some of their Fuinjutsu when I asked. They're good, even by the clan standards. Also, they wanted to help make sure your plan succeeds. We all do. Over half the clan on active duty volunteered. I don't know too much about the others, but from what our cousins tell me, they're good. Rikamaru stops and looks over his shoulder. Also, I haven't felt these kinds of vibes from you in a very long time. So I am telling you because even though I haven't met her yet, I know she is good for you, and I want to give you a heads up. Zenichi looks over at him. What? Aiki is here. She volunteered to come. Zenichi nearly fall when he heard Rikamaru. And so is your mother. She will arrive with Mifune-sama and the others. Zenichi's blood ran cold after he heard that. My mother? Rikamaru gives him a grim expression and nods his head. Shit, fuck. What am I going to do? One of them I could handle, but two. By Kami, this isn't going to end well. Rikamaru's eyes widen at see his friend's reaction. I know it's not the best situation, but it will be all right. Your mother will only be here for a week, and Aiki will behave after you make things clear a few dozen times. Rikamaru's light joke doesn't help. If anything, it makes Zenichi's panic attack worse. You don't understand, I am in a relationship with the woman that is the most feared member of Konoha's Umbu T&I department after Marino Ibiki. She will kill them both if they start up their normal act. Rikamaru gapes at Zenichi. You are dating Mitarashi Anko, even I have heard of her. You got some serious brass balls, you know that. I heard she's hotter than hell. I'm not just dating her. Ricky, we life together. Rikamaru just stops in his tracks until Zenichi grabs him and gets him walking again. You live together? Zenichi, don't get me wrong, but don't you think that is a little soon? Zenichi just shrugs. No, not really. When I first got here, the compound wasn't really habitable. We kinda had our first date the second night I was here, and we slept together, and the next day during lunch I told her about the condition of the old temple that became our compound, and she insisted I stay with her. We have been living together for most of the winter. Most of the winter? When the commander's quarters were finished, I moved in, but after about a month, she asked to move in with me away from the village. She has it kind of rough here. He almost growls the last sentence. Rikamaru watches his friend, and from knowing him for the better part of their lives, he knows that Zenichi really cared about this woman to act like that. They arrive at the gate into the samurai compound, where a pair of young eyes are watching them from the trees. Zenichi, who are the little ones that are watching us? That is my student and his friend. Rikamaru cocks an eyebrow. Your student, and who might that be? Uzumaki Naruto, son of Kushina. He was orphaned the night the Kyuubi attacked the village years ago. We met by chance my first day here and had an interesting time. I have agreed to train him until he graduates the academy. Rikamaru's eyes go wide. Does your mother know about him? No, I haven't told her, because Naruto wants to stay in the village and learn to be a shinobi like his hero the Yondaime, who looked after his mother before he was born. The way that Zenichi explains Naruto's reasons for staying in the village make it very clear to Rikamaru the boy's lineage. You know she will not care. I remember it took both of us and you, father, to stop her from trying to destroy this village after word of what happened reached us. I know, but that is how it is, and she will follow the wishes of the boy. Rikamaru shook his head. Good luck with that. You know how stubborn she can be. Zenichi sighed. I know. Let me show you all where you will be staying. The samurai, after entering the compound, had fallen out of ranks and were looking around their new home. The main temple had been mostly kept intact to serve as offices and meeting rooms for the samurai. Zenichi led them to the barracks. All the samurai present had served a season at one of the border outposts and were expecting much the same were in awe. They never would have expected the level of luxury that these barracks boasted. There were enough rooms for each samurai to have their own personal quarters, and then some for the convoys that would arrive from the Land of Iron. Each room has its own small private bath with a shower and running hot water. One of the women with the medics walked over to the bed in the room that Zenichi had shown them and pushed her hand into the mattress and gasped. It's like being back home after a season away. Are all the rooms like this? Yes, all the rooms are outfitted the same, thanks to the Haruno clan. They are a small merchant and craftsman clan that have helped me provide you all with these comforts. Also, the clan head has offered to you for the first month after the official signing of the treaty that if any of you require repairs to your gear, they will do so free of service charge. You will only pay for materials. A lot of the samurai stared at him. They hadn't been expecting such welcome from their new allies and were a little taken aback, especially the 11th Division because of the costly repairs their armor required after battle. Zenichi finished explaining the rules of the barracks. Each samurai, regardless of rank, would get their own room and could do whatever they wanted with it. If they wanted to add more furniture or have a guest, they were welcome to do so, as long as the furniture it came with is in a good condition when they return to the Land of Iron. If not, they would have to pay out of pocket to replace it. To say that the samurai were ecstatic would have been an understatement. Already many of the samurai were planning shopping trips into the village and making sure to stop at a Haruno clan store during. As the samurai dispersed to fight over rooms, Rikamaru leaves with Zenichi. "You will not be staying in the barracks with us, will you?" It was more a statement than a question. "You're right, I decided that since I will be staying in the village longer than any of you, and I did most of the construction, I would have my own house separate from you all. This doesn't have anything to do with the fact that you are in a serious relationship with a Konoha Kunoichi. I am going to say it isn't, but it isn't the only reason. You are asking for trouble, Zenichi, you know that, right? How? I made sure that all of you will be comfortable, and it's not like it's just my house, it is also my office, and the rookery for our hawks is also a part of it, so I can messages easily. Don't give me that look." "Okay, fine. Where is the subject of this argument? I want to meet her." "Come on. She probably at the house waiting. This way." The two friends head over to the shrine proper and walk through the courtyard. Rikamaru was impressed by the state the gardens were in and happy to see that a mediation space had been prepared. Zenichi takes him up to one of the smaller buildings and walks up to the door. Opening it, he yells in, "I'm back, we have company." A voice responds from kitchen. "Dinner is almost ready. Naruto and Hinata went to get a venison roast from Naruto's meat locker right after you left." Zenichi walks through the house with Rikamaru in tow. "How is it ready? I haven't been gone that long." They enter the kitchen and Rikamaru stares dumbstruck after seeing Anko for the first time. She is only wearing her mesh bodysuit and one of her mini skirts, having left her coat somewhere else and choosing to walk around barefoot. "Sorry, lover boy, but it has been almost 2 hours since then." Zenichi walks up to her and gives her a kiss. "Sorry, lost track of time." "It's okay, Zenichi. I know that you were spending time with your teammates." In Rikamaru's opinion, the humors that he had heard about Anko didn't do her justice. He watched the whole exchange between the two lovers silently. Slightly started at seeing Zenichi acting like he was. Never had Rikamaru seen him at ease with anyone except his teammates and little sister before. Rikamaru smiled and promised to himself to help his best friend make this work. "Oh, I'm sorry, Anko," with his Uzumaki. "Rikamaru, one of my teammates and clansmen." "Rikamaru, this is my girlfriend, Mitarashi Anko." "It is an honor to meet you, Mitarashi-san. I am a fan of your work." "Please, Anko is fine. You are like a brother to my Zenichi, so let's have none of the formality crap between us, okay?" Rikamaru nods his head, grateful that this woman who his friend has chosen seems to be really down to earth. Rikamaru works for the interrogation corps of the 2nd Division. That should give you two something to talk about. Anko's eye light up at hearing that and starts asking Rikamaru questions about his methods of interrogation. The two of them go on back and forth comparing notes until the roast is ready. Zenichi pulls out the roast and sets on the counter to rest. Anko starts setting the table as he does and asks, "So what are the others going to do about dinner, and where are the rest of your teammate? I know that each room has an icebox and small stove, but they don't have anything to cook yet. Most of us traveled with some field rations, so for one night, I don't think anyone will mind, and our 2 remaining teammates will arrive tomorrow with Mifune-sama. Plus, I gave everyone directions to Ichiraku's and the Dango shop, so if any of them want to have something other than dried meat, they can." Rikamaru laughs. You should have seen the looks on the other Uzumaki's faces when he said ramen. They all lit up like little kids in a candy store. I would bet a month's wages that they are all going there tonight. I just hope that they don't get into any trouble. They shouldn't. After what I have done, most of the villagers will avoid them, and only stupid or drunk shinobi would start a fight. Anko, where is Naruto? He said that he was going to help Hinata make dinner for her family tonight. Hikare is getting along in her pregnancy and can't stand for very long. It was a clone that delivered the roast. I thought so. We saw them earlier, but I wasn't sure. Looks like Naruto taught Hinata to make kage bunshins. Anko was lightly surprised as she sat down at the table. I didn't think that she had the chakra capacity for that yet. I don't think she does. That one clone must have tired her out. They 3 of them start eating. Rikamaru asks how everything in the village was going, and Zenichi told him about his time over the winter. Rikamaru listened to Anko and Zenichi's telling of the winter. He laughed at what happened at the bar and how he acted with the council. He frowned deeply when Zenichi told him about how he and Naruto met and the near massacre that followed. After they finished their dinner and started to clean the dishes. Rikamaru asked Anko about why she chose to be with Zenichi. She sat at the table as the two men cleaned and put the dishes away. The cook don't clean in an Uzumaki household. Well, at first it was just to thank him for looking out for Naruto. The Gaki is something of a little brother to me. I thought that he was a good guy and would be a good for a night of fun, but he quickly proved to be so much more. And I found myself falling in love with him. It took me a while to figure that out, but I am happy he put up with me as I did. To put up with my crazy, he has shown that he is different. Different is good. I like different. He makes me happy. Zenichi smiles as he listens to their conversation. Well, I ask because I haven't known him to keep a relationship with a woman for more than a month, and he never goes as far with them as he has with you. So I find myself asked, what is it about you that makes you different? Well, if you tell me about these other women, I might be able to tell you. Zenichi stops washing the pan that was in his hand and looks at Rikamaru out of the corner of his eye. Rikamaru smiles, making eye contact with him. It's hard for me to explain. You will just have to meet them sometime. Anko scowls. One of them is here, isn't she? Yup. Well, she better keep her hands to herself. Zenichi is mine. Rikamaru shivers as the temperature of the room drops several degrees. He looks over at Zenichi and sees him with a pleading look on his face. Help me, he says silently. Rikamaru smiles and shakes his head. Always getting yourself into trouble with women, huh, Zenichi, he thought. Well, I will get going. I am tired from the trip and want to get some sleep. Anko, dinner was great, thank you. See you tomorrow, Zenichi. We can start on your problem in the morning. Zenichi lets out a sigh of relief. Thanks, Rikamaru. See you tomorrow. Good night, Rikamaru. It was good to meet you. Make sure the other two come over when they get here. Will do, Anko. Bye. Rikamaru leaves out the front door, and the second the door shuts, Anko turns on Zenichi. What problem? My mother is going to be here tomorrow, and she doesn't know about you, and she doesn't know about Naruto, and all hell is going to break loose when she finds out. Why doesn't she know about me? I understand, Naruto, but why haven't you told her about me? Anko's tone causes Zenichi to shift his weight uncomfortably. We have talked about this. I know that, and you said you would tell her. I did, but I didn't say when. I wanted to do it after the signing. I didn't want her to do anything that would mess it up. I am sorry, okay? Anko keeps staring at him, wanting a better explanation. Zenichi sighs. I honestly don't know what to do, and then there is another problem, my ex-girlfriend, who wasn't really my girlfriend to begin with, but she is here leading the medics. What do you mean, your ex-girlfriend, who wasn't really my girlfriend? It was kind of arranged. My mother forced her on me, and when I dumped her, my mother has been trying to force us together again, and it doesn't help that she is one of my fangirls from the academy. She will be very, what is a word I can use that will not set you off to kill her right now? I don't know, stalkerish. Promise me you will not kill her. She is the vice captain for the medical division and one of the best there is. Zenichi pleads with his girlfriend. Anko just watches him stand there uncomfortable. I will not kill her yet, but if find her throwing herself on you, I will kill her and beat you senseless. Got it? Zenichi nods. Now what are we going to do about your mother? Rikamaru and I will think of something. She will be here all week with Mifune-sama. She is his personal advisor in anything that involves shinobi. Then how did you get Mifune to agree to the alliance? I talked to him when she was away at Rikamaru's older sister's wedding. It was all done by the time she came back. She was pissed that I did that and wouldn't speak to me before I left. So we are about to get hit by a huge amount of emotional baggage. Yup, and it's my entire fault. Sorry. Well, the reason we got to meet was all your fault, and you have been handling that well, so I think we can handle this, though I am not that good with emotional anything. She sighs. Let's just go to bed. I want one more night together before this all starts, and you become too busy for couple time for a while. Zenichi hugs her tight and kisses her, then leads her upstairs to their bedroom. Anko and Zenichi lay in bed. It's just past midnight, and they both are wide awake. Ichi-kun, are you awake? Yeah? I wanted to talk about tomorrow. When your mother gets here, I don't think you should tell her about me. It will just be easier for us both if I just stay with Kurenai this week. You and your mother have some things to work out, and I don't want to be the reason you can't do so. Zenichi kisses her on the top of her head and pulls her closer to him. She puts her arms over his that are wrapped around her middle. Thank you for thinking about me and offering to stay with Karina, but that isn't necessary. My mother and I have a lot more to work out than you might think, and you are the least of those things. Trust me. I have been forced to live in my mother's shadow my entire life, and frankly, I have taken the resentment out on her for that more than once. I am not proud of it, but after years of being Uzumaki Yuryu's son and not Uzumaki Zenichi kind of got to me, we weren't speaking much before I left anyway. What about that ex-girlfriend of yours? You said your mother would try to force you two back together. She will back off once she knows I am not available. I don't think she is here for me anyway. The way I broke up with her was, let's just say, it wasn't really what she deserved. I went a little too far. I lost my temper. He sighs. Anko, you need to know something. With the exception of you, the only female I have ever gotten along with is my little sister. You have to understand, my mother is the first female samurai, and all the girls in the land of iron worship her like Kami herself. They all have this fantasy of being the daughter-in-law of Uzumaki Yuryu, the Crimson Wolf. You are the only woman I have ever been with that sees me for me, and not a way to be close to my mother. Anko's face contorts in disgust, imaging what that would be like, and understood where his resentment came from. That's why you got that judgmental vibe from Rikamaru. All the guys growing up except him hated me for all the attention I got from the girls. They didn't know the truth, but as the only other boy my age in the clan, he understood me, and we grew to be more like brothers than cousins. Even my other teammates disliked me at first until our first border patrol, and Rikamaru told them why the girls acted the way they did. They didn't even believe him at first, but after we stopped at a village and on the border, they came to understand. What happened? Well, the girls in the inn knew who I was, but not what I looked like, so at first they treated me like any other patron. But the second they found out who I was, they flocked to me like flies to honey and started throwing themselves at me, saying things like, "You're Yurisama's son," or "What is Yurisama like?" After that, they promised Rikamaru to help keep those kinds of girls away and apologized to me about the way they had treated me. Together with the help of my sister, they kept the girls away. I have never felt like I have earned anything my entire life because of things like that. Is always of cause he is Yuryu's son after all, or he is just like Yurisama, you know he can't fail. So I trained to be the best there is, in the hope that I could break free of my mother's shadow, but it didn't work. The few girls I have been with, once they found out who my mother was, would act differently and would do anything to get on my good side. Anko rubbed her back against him after hearing the sad tone in his voice. He squeezes her tighter, wanting her closer to him, increasing their physical connection. You are the only woman who didn't treat me like that when I told you about my mother. Remember you said so. I'm not sleeping with her, am I? That was the first time a woman saw me for me, and not as a means to become my mother's daughter, and it is when I knew without a shadow of doubt that I loved you with all my heart and soul. Anko starts tearing up and puts his hand to her lips and kissed it. Thank you for being so patient with me. I know it wasn't easy for you waiting for me to respond to your feelings with anything besides lust. Now I know how hard it must have been. Sorry it took so long. Why are you thanking and apologizing, Anko? You have nothing to apologize for. I know you had some things to work out, just like me. We're not exactly the emotionally healthiest of couples, are we? She chuckles at his joke. In fact, I should be the one thanking you. You gave me something I thought would forever be out of my grasp. She turns over to face him. What's that? He kisses her deeply. A soul mate. He kisses her again with more passion, which she returns. They wake up at the crack of dawn and simply bask in the warmth of each other until Anko sits up and stretches. She gets up and walks into the master bathroom. Zenichi sits up and leans against the headrest of their bed. He waits for his turn in the bathroom. After a few minutes, she walks out and sits at the end of their bed. As he gets up and walks to the bathroom, she speaks. I have been thinking, why is your ex if your team and sister kept the others away? I mean, if she got past them, she must have been different. Rikamaru seemed to be really good at his job. I almost didn't know he was interrogating me most of the dinner. He sighs as he relieves himself before he responds to her question. You could say she is. She is at least smarter than the others and went to my mother first. To put it simply, she is my mother's favorite and got her help to get past my friends and little sister. I put up with it for about 2 months until I couldn't stand her anymore. She didn't care about me and didn't care if I knew it or not. She thought that she had already won with my mother on her side. It hurt a lot, but thinking back, it could have been worse. I think I'm going to kill her. Oh, what? Anko, no. You promised me you wouldn't. I changed my mind. Anko. Just a little, please? I will make it look like an accident. Anko, no. She pouted and gave him the puppy dog eyes like Kurenai taught her. Zenichi watches her display and smirks. You know that doesn't work, right? She stops and sighs. If you were so easily manipulated, I guess you wouldn't be the man I love, would you? That's why I love you. You know me so well. He kisses her and starts getting dressed. As he finished, he heads down to the kitchen to make them both breakfast. She joins him a few minutes later dressed for work. She pours them both a cup of tea and sits at the table and waits for him to finish. He serves her then himself and sits next to her at the table. They eat in silence as they play with each other's feet under the table. They finish and clean up together. That's when they hear a knock at the front door. Zenichi goes to see who it is at the door as Anko finishes cleaning. He returns with Rikamaru and a woman that Anko has never met. Before Anko can greet them, Rikamaru speaks. Okay, I took it upon myself to start this off early because when Mifune-sama and Yuryu get here, we don't need a whole lot of drama at once. So let's spread it out, shall we? Anko, this is Aiki. Aiki, this is Anko. She is Zenichi's lover and girlfriend. Aiki looks down at Anko. She was a few inches taller with short black hair and green eyes. She wore the customary armor of the medical corps of hardened leather and the shoulder guard that showed her rank as vice captain. Unlike Zenichi's, hers was an eagle's head with the eyes divided into thirds with a small dot in each third. Nice bird. Anko said icy. After the conversation she had with Zenichi earlier that morning, she really wanted to kill the woman standing before her. It's a phoenix and thanks. I like you, Mesh. Replies Aiki said with an equally icy tone. Rikamaru looks from one woman to the other, a look of confusion on his face. He expected a little of what was happening, but not from Anko. He thought she would be confident enough to brush Aiki aside with little irritation. Zenichi leans in and whispers to him. I might have told her how Aiki treated me when we were together, and now Anko wants to kill her. You can't make anything easy, can you? Zenichi just shrugs. Anko shakes her head and huffs. Okay, let's get this out of the way. Zenichi is mine. If you or any other little bitch tries anything, I will kill you. I don't care if you are a vice captain or his mother's favorite or the princess to some kind of ancient clan. You make one move out of line, and you're dead. You got that? Rikamaru leans over to Zenichi as he sipped his tea. You told her about the clan thing? Nope. She is being dramatic. You're kidding. Nope. She gets lucky like that. Rikamaru whistles. You sure know how to pick 'em, don't you? Yup. Aiki studies Anko's face and sucks her teeth at the last comment. I would like to see you try. You are not worthy of being Yuryu-sama's daughter, you low-born whore, and there is no way in hell I will let a piece of Konoha trash like you be with Zenichi-sama, you slut. Zenichi and Rikamaru just watched the two women. Have I ever told you to never ever come up with plans before, Rikamaru? I think so at least once or twice. What? 'Cause they are never good. Says you. Says everyone, and if they come to blows, you're cleaning up the blood. What makes you think there will be blood? You have never seen Anko with a kunai when she is angry. Let me tell you, it always gets bloody, and yes, she has at least one. They have a tendency to just show up out of nowhere like magic. Rikamaru's sweat dropped after hearing that. You're right, I never come up with good plans. Zenichi just nods and sips his tea, knowing that if it did come to that, he would have to stop Anko, and wasn't looking forward to it. Aiki was an excellent medic, but was only a passable fighter. She might prove a challenge for Naruto, but Anko was a skilled assassin. Not to mention her day job was to torture information out of people. Aiki didn't stand a chance in hell against Anko, especially an angry Anko. Just then Anko start laughing. You bitch, I am a low-born whore, but I am Zenichi's horse, so fuck off. He picked me over you and every other of the little bitches that have flung themselves at him. None of you are worthy of sharing his bed, let alone his life. You think I would let a man as kind and loving as Zenichi subject himself to a bitch that only sees him as a means to get to his mother? Then you can go fuck yourself, cause that is never going to happen. Even if he leaves me for someone else, I would still never let you anywhere near him. The first thing out of your month was Yuryu-sama. You don't even care about him. It's never going to happen, bitch, so get the fuck out of my house before I kill you where stand. The killer intent rolls off of Anko, steadily going stronger as she speaks, causing Aiki to shake in fear. When Anko finishes, it takes every ounce of Aiki's self-control to keep from running from the house at full speed. Rikamaru stood there in the kitchen in shock at what Anko just said. Never had he heard a woman address herself like that, and he was slightly afraid himself. Zenichi just stood there sipping his tea and watched the whole scene with a small smile on his face. He puts his mug down and walks up behind her and puts his arms around her. You're the best, you know that. Yes. She replies as she leans into him, feeling his warmth fill her body that had grown cold after thinking about him not being in her life anymore. But she still meant what she said. Rikamaru watches the public show of affection Zenichi was displaying and nodded to himself. Yup, she is exactly what he needs, even if she is a little damaged. Then again, so is he, thought Rikamaru. He waits for them to finish, but before they can, he hears the door slam shut. That's when Naruto walks into the kitchen and eyes the two lovers just standing there in the middle of the room. He shakes his head and opens the icebox and pulls out a carton of juice. He jumps up onto the counter and pulls out a glass and plate, then walks over to the stove and fills his plate with whatever is left. He walks around them and sits at the table and starts eating. He pauses with his fork halfway to his mouth and looks at Rikamaru. I am guessing you are one of the samurai that arrived yesterday. You might as well sit down. When they are like this, it can last a while. He puts his fork into his mouth and eats his breakfast. Rikamaru takes Naruto's advice and sits down at the last chair. How often does this happen? Naruto shrugs and keeps eating, used to their antics. After a little longer, they separate and sit down. Well, that was new. Never seen you do that before in our lives. You being affectionate like that is a little weird. Anko looks at Rikamaru. Why? We do that all the time. Just the first time I have seen it, that's all. Because of the relationships he has had have all been lies. The only person I have seen him hug is his little sister, not even his mother. Rikamaru thought for a minute. In fact, I think he has tried to kill her a few times. Anko looks over at him in disbelief. Zenichi sees her eyeing him. What? She said fight like my life depended on it, so I did. It not like I was the only one. When I was little, she nearly killed me half a dozen times, saying that if I could handle it, then I wasn't worthy of being her son. We never get along. He says, a little sad. She watches him, not knowing what to do to ease the pain in his eyes. She and her mother had gotten along great when she was alive. Her mother had always supported her and worked herself to death, literally, so that she would escape the life her mother had been forced to life. Anko loved her deeply for it, and now with Zenichi, she could start the life her mother always wanted for her to have. So who is the squirt? Asked Rikamaru, snapping Anko and Zenichi out of their depressing thoughts. Both look over at the boys sitting at the table eating their leftovers. Name's Munch, Uzumaki Lunch, Naruto. He swallows his food. Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Kitsune. Nice to meet you. Naruto. Both Anko and Zenichi yell, causing the boy to wince at the volume. What the law can't apply to me, it's my secret, damn it. And if I am going to be feared and hated, I might as well own it, that way they can't use it to hurt me with it, right? He yells back at them. Both Anko and Zenichi pause silently and think about what he just said. Anko shrugs after a minute and looks at Zenichi, who shakes his head. You're right, it's your secret, and if you want to tell people, it's up to you, but it might make things harder, you know that. Like I care. I am very familiar with what hard is, aren't I? Sadly, yes. Yes, you are. I got both of you in Hinata, so I don't care what anyone else thinks. In fact, I might as well throw that in the villagers' faces if I can't use that other piece of information to do it. Anko watched the exchange between her surrogate little brother and her boyfriend and understood exactly what Naruto was talking about. Naruto, take my advice, it's not worth it. I have lived on the receiving end of their hatred too. I started to lose it and did just that. I throw it back at them every time someone called me snake bitch. At least one of my summons would get a workout chasing that person around the village. It didn't help. In fact, it only got worse, and a lot quicker at that. I am not telling you not to, and you have every right to be mad, but don't let down your parents' faith in you, okay? Naruto listens to Anko silently, then hangs his head. Okay, Ankone, I will not use it against the villagers, promise. Zenichi and I, can we train today, or are you going to be busy with the samurai? Sorry, Naruto, but we know that this time would come. I have to be a serious vice captain now, and can't spend all my time training you. Don't worry, we will spend time together, just not as much. You are still welcome here to hang out, or just to get away from the village anytime you want. You can even bring Hinata. NHHHH. Alright, I understand. I have something I have to do, and some things I need to get for my classes next week anyway. Okay, but before you go, I would like you to meet one of my teammates and a member of our clan. Naruto, this is Rikamaru. Rikamaru, this is Naruto, the son of Kushina. Rikamaru and I have been friends our whole lives, and you can trust him like you do me. If you ever need help, you can trust him to do so. Nice to meet you, little cousin. Zenichi told me a little about you. Said you are the best student he could ever hope to have. Big praise from him, I tell you. Every nobleman in the land of iron has offered him a king's ransom to train their sons, and he always turns them down. You should be proud. It's nice to meet another member of the clan. I can't tell you if I am anything special, but I have worked hard to learn what he has to teach me before I start at the Ninja Academy, and I am not just proud but thankful. He has given me much more than just swordsmanship lessons. Is there anyone else from the clan here with you? I would like to meet some more of my family. Sure thing. Come back tonight, and I will introduce you to the others that came with me. Most of them are a lot closer to your age than Zenichi or myself, and would be more than happy to meet you. It is always a good day to find another member of the clan. We will celebrate like there is no tomorrow. Welcome to the family, Naruto. Naruto simply bowed his head and left the table. He put his dishes in the sink and runs out the back door. Rikamaru watches him go, a little worried that he said something wrong. Zenichi picks up on his worry and reassures his friend. Don't worry about him. You didn't do anything wrong. He just didn't want you to see his tears, that is all. He has had a very hard life and is an orphan. He didn't really have anyone before Anko and I. He is just so happy to have a family that he doesn't know what to do. Rikamaru nodded his understanding. The three of them talked about what they were going to do when Mifune and Yuryu got there that evening until Anko had to go to work. Anko and Zenichi kissed on the front porch when she left. They split up from their Anko heading back into the village and towards the TNI department, and Zenichi and Rikamaru head to the samurai barracks to get the formal part of their jobs out of the way. Rikamaru had been in command until their arrival, and he had to turn over to Zenichi. So Rikamaru, anything I should know before I take over? Not really. A lot of green with only a single season on the border for the kids from our division, just like you asked. Still don't understand why though. The 11th is the 11th skilled fighters, heavy drinkers, and overly prideful. So the usual? Yup, it's the medics that might be a problem with another vice captain here to lead them. They might not follow your orders very well, especially with it being the two of you, and your history. Your breakup was pretty public. The Uzumaki medics will not be a problem, but the rest, I don't now. I will just have to deal with that when the time comes. They arrive outside the barracks in the parade grounds to find most of the samurai already in formation. Zenichi and Rikamaru walk to the head of the formation and find Shumaru standing there with Aiki. He addresses Zenichi with a tone of disrespect. Uzumaki Fukuto, we are all formed up by your order. It is nice of you to grace us with your presence this morning. Zenichi reaches out and backhands the samurai, knocking him to the ground in front of those assembled. You will show me the same respect you do Kenpachi Taishu and Yoichi-san. Shumaru, or so help me, I will kick your ass from one side of the compound to the other. Well, if he wasn't so busy fucking that Kunoichi whore, it wouldn't be a problem. Puts in Aiki loud enough for those in the front to hear. They all watch him. Aiki, shut it, or I will send you back with Mifune-sama. I know the real reason you are here, so don't push it, or you will lose this chance to meet her. Aiki glares at Zenichi, but remains silent. Rikamaru shakes his head. It wasn't going well. Zenichi steps up in front of the samurai and begins speaking loud enough to be heard by everyone. Good morning. I hope you are not waiting for me long. First, I would like to say thank you to you all for volunteering to be part of this exchange. and being away from your friends and families for the next year. With that said, I must remind you that as the first samurai to actively take part in the world of the shinobi, we are bound to do so honorably. We will be setting the tone for this relationship, and to make it a success, we must behave ourselves. I have high hopes that you all will be able to get along with our shinobi allies. Over the summer, we will be partaking in exercises to help us fight together in the event of attack on us or on Konoha. You will be working with shinobi almost daily. I asked for those like you for a reason. You will be working with genin mostly like yourselves, new to their trade and willing to learn. Together you all will create something never seen before in this world, a fighting force made up of both shinobi and samurai. Uniting our strengths and covering each other's weaknesses, there will be no opponent we cannot face. Together we will be unstoppable. He receives many cheers from the junior ranks after hearing that. They all have big dreams, and being the first of anything at the beginning of a new era like this could make them come true, one way or another. After they quiet down, he continues. I will be giving you all this week off to familiarize yourselves with the village and its inhabitants. Get out there, make some friends, have some fun, get to know your new comrades. And I know some of you have big plans for your rooms. That got a lot of smiles from the collected samurai, and even some more cheers. Zenichi smiled. Guess they liked the rooms, he thought. I need the team leaders to stay behind to discuss our plans for the coming months in more detail. Later they will fill you in on the results of our deliberations. So without further ado, you are all hereby dismissed. Have fun, but please don't get into too many fights, alright? I don't want to have to explain to the Hokage why the hospital is filled with his shinobi. All the samurai start laughing and cheer out. Hi, Uzumaki Fukitechuo. Deep in the forest outside the village, Naruto is walking into a small clearing. He sits cross-legged on top a stump off to one side and closes his eyes. He sits very still and mediates like Zenichi had taught him. After several minutes, he opens his eyes, but he is no longer in the forest, but a dark sewer-looking place, stinking of mold and dampness. He stands and starts walking forward, following the piping on the ceiling. This wasn't his first time here. The day Zenichi told him about the fox, he tried to meet it and ended up in this place. He had gotten lost in the many corridors. Now he was back to try again, and this time he didn't have to worry about Hinata pulling him out. After 2 hours, or what seemed like 2 hours, he wasn't sure, he walks into a larger tunnel, then turns into a huge cavernous room. He walks into the room, and it begins lighting up with a pale yellow glow whose source was lost in the ceiling high above. Naruto kept walking until he arrived at a massive wall that rose above him. He looked up, but couldn't see the top. He shrugs and begins walking along the wall, occasionally running his hand against the surface, feeling the rough material it's made of. He continues walking for 10 minutes until the wall stops, and in its place a large gate. He walks out to see it all at once, and sees that the wall starts again on the other side of the gate. To call it huge would have been a grave understatement. The bars were as big around as a tree and rose out of the ankle-deep murky water that covered the floor of the room and the tunnels Naruto had walked through. Naruto stares for a long time, contemplating what he wanted to do. He saw the paper tag over the lock on the gate that spelled out seal. Not really original, Dad, you could have left a letter or something, he thought to himself. Finally, he decides to get it over with. He takes a deep breath and yells as loud as he can. Oi, fox, wakey wakey. He waits to see if that got the attention of the being he knew to behind the gate. Watching the darkness on the other side, he sees a silhouette move, shifting its body as it moved closer to the gate. Then it opens its eye and looks at him through the bars. The large eye studied Naruto unblinking. The crimson color reminded Naruto of his cousin's hair. So you're the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Nice to meet the guy that everyone hates me so much for housing. Guess that makes me you landlord, right? The fox doesn't speak or acknowledges his joke at all, but simply watched. Guess you can't talk, or you don't understand me, do you? Well, I will talk anyway. Zenichi and I always says I talk too much, but that is mostly when he is trying to spend time with Ankone. He stops and looks into the fox's eye and sees himself. What he sees is very different from what he saw in the mirror months ago, before he met Zenichi. Here stood a proud warrior in the making. Even if he looked ridiculous in that orange jacket unzipped, showing off the metal mesh t-shirt Anko had gotten him, the light armor was well made and fit him snug with his practice katana at his hip. Lastly, with his goggles on his forehead that Hinata got him as a late birthday present. Naruto smiled, remembering when she gave it to him. Standing there was not a young boy scared of his own shadow, afraid it would attack him at random like the villagers. Gone was the boy that knew only loneliness, sorrow, and despair. There now stood Namikaze Maki, Naruto, apprentice of the wolf blade Uzumaki Zenichi, son of the Yondaime Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. He was ready to face anything that came his way. He refocuses on the fox. I just want to meet you at least once and see the creature that my dad died to seal in me. He pauses, taking a breath. I don't know what to say. I kind of hated you because without you the villagers wouldn't hate me and my parents would be alive and would have been happy from the start, but hating you isn't going to change anything, will it? Naruto pauses to see if what he said got a reaction from the fox, but can't tell if it did or not. They stare at each other in silence for a minute until Naruto starts talking again. Zenichi told me that you were sealed in my mom before me and escaped during my birth. He told me that during birth the seal would have weakened and you could force your way out, killing my mom in the process. I will not lie, I was angry at first. I hated you so much. You killed her, but I thought about it, and I realized that I couldn't blame you. You were locked away inside her against your will, and you only wanted your freedom. I can understand that. I thought of the village as my prison for a long time. I tried so hard to get away until I finally did. I was free in the woods, but I always have to go back, or the Hokage will send Dog and I, and Weasel and I, to find me and bring me back. It's like I am on a leash, teased with the taste of freedom, but never really free. If I was you, I would have done the same, and if it is anyone's fault, it's mine for being born. Tears start to fall from his eyes. If I hadn't been born, then my parents and so many other people would still be alive. If there is any monster in here, it's not you, and that is something I am going to have to live with. All you did was follow your instincts to be free. No one can blame you for that. I can't, that's for sure. So no hard feelings, huh? QB, I don't have any plans on using your power in the future, so just rest, and I will try to let you be free after I die. I will not let them seal you inside another person. The QB stared at the crying boy. Even if it hadn't shown his emotions to the boy, even he felt something. He had watched the boy's life and sympathized. Both of them had only wanted to be free of their respective prisons. He watched the tears silently falling from Naruto's eyes as the boy claimed to be the real monster and his existence to be a mistake. The villagers have done far more damage than anyone could imagine, he thought. Child, you are not to blame for your mother's death. The deep voice of the QB reverberates through Naruto's chest as it speaks. Naruto looks up at it, wiping the tears from his face. What do you mean it not my fault? His voice convoys his confusion, and then he turns angry. Of course it's my fault. The seal would not have weakened. If not for me, you would still be sealed, and everyone would still be alive and happy. The village would not have lost the Yondaime and fallen to despair. The QB growls then. The villagers would not have fallen if they were not as weak as they are. You are not to blame for their pathetic state. You have faced much worse at their hands than anything I could do to them. They are not worthy of your sympathy, and I always mean what I say, child. Your mother's death is not your fault. Who is your father? Do you think he would simply sit idly by as I tried to escape, killing his lover and newborn in the process? That's right, I would have killed you as well if I escaped before your birth. Naruto stares silently. The fox grows impatient with the boy. And no, he would not. The bastard wouldn't let me out the entire time of your birth. He used his skills in Fuinjutsu to keep me locked inside your mother. I was not released until after your birth. You are not the cause of my release or your mother's death, child. Naruto's eyes darken as thoughts of blood fill his mind. Then who killed my mom? The tone Naruto used was demanding. He wanted to know who was responsible for his mother's death. He wanted to know who it was who stole her from him. It was an Uchiha by the name of Madara. He killed your mother's guards and took you and threatened to kill you if the Yondaime wouldn't give your mother to him. The Yondaime took you back but lost your mother in the process, and before he could save her, the bastard Uchiha pulled me out and placed me under a Jinjutsu. He is the only human who could trap me in Jinjutsu and control me like a pet. She lived for a time after I was extracted, and I was unable to stop myself from attacking the village. The last thing I remember before being sealed in you was the feeling of her chakra chains binding me, so your father could seal me into you. She lived much longer than a Jinchuriki should be able to after their Biju is extracted, but she always was too stubborn for her own good. The anger in the Kyuubi's voice causes ripples to form in the water around Naruto's ankles and the bars of his cell as it shook them. Naruto stands there and lets the knowledge work its way into his mind. Then we will find this Uchiha and kill him. For my mom and for stealing your freedom. Do you agree, Kyuubi? Can we work together for this? The fox watches the boy again, silently impressed by the killer intent he was releasing, causing the water in the room to swirl into miniature whirlpools and a strong wind to blow through the normally stagnant air. Then the fox laughs, shaking the bars of its cage with the power in his voice. Haha, you are a strange one, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. You are very strange indeed. I agree, we will find that damned man and take his head. The fox stands up and begins shifting his form until a man stood on the other side of the gate. Naruto looks at him, studying his features. His face is angular with a foxish smirk. His eyes were the same as his true form, with waist-long orange-red hair. He wore a white kimono with red flames on the hem at the bottom and sleeves. He sticks his clawed hand through the bars. Naruto walks up and takes it, and they shake, affirming their deal. I want you to know that I will not help you unless you get us so far over your head that it threatens my life as well, child. I only agree to help you kill that Uchiha bastard. That's fine with me, I don't need it anyway. The fox laughs again. We will see, child, we will see. At some point you will want to use my powers, and I don't plan on making it easy for you. The fox's tone changes from a condescending one to something closer to acknowledgement. But for the life you have lived up until now, you have shown to me that you could indeed be a worthy vessel. So I grant you a one-time present. Naruto tries to pull back, but the fox will not release him. A bolt of crimson lightning leaves the fox's human body and travels down their arms and across Naruto's body and embeds itself into Naruto's practice katana. It all happens in less than a second, but to Naruto it seems to have lasted much longer. I have embedded a tail's worth of power into your sword. I cannot tell you how it works because I do not know. You have channeled a lot of chakra yourself into the metal, and the two chakras free of our wills will meld and create something new. It will be fun to see what our powers can make on their own. He releases Naruto, then who stumbles back. He pulls his sword from the sash that held it in place and holds it between them to watch. The powers begin to bind together, and the sword begins to change, growing slightly wider and almost a half-foot longer, turning it into something like a minor odachi, like Zenitsu's Okami Kami no Ken. The scabbard too changes from the dull iron to polished ebony, with a crimson Uzumaki spiral on one side near the hilt, and a yellow yin-yang symbol stylized to look like a sun with little zigzags jetting out at equal intervals on the exact opposite side. Naruto had never seen that crest before and didn't know what it meant. It lacked a handguard, and the hilt wrappings are a burnt orange color, which caused an involuntary smile on Naruto's face. He takes it by the hilt and slowly draws the sword from its scabbard. It sings a soft melody of death as the steel is pulled free of the scabbard. Music to both their ears. Zenitsu had explained to Naruto that you can tell the difference between a standard sword and a masterpiece by the sound it makes as you draw it and the skill of swordsman. Until now, Naruto had been upset by the sound his practice katana had made, believing it was because of his lack of skill, despite Zenitsu's repeatedly reminding him that he doesn't have a proper sword yet. Naruto looks closely now that it was fully drawn and sees the black flame pattern dancing on the edge of the blade. It was about a quarter-inch wider than a normal katana, which Naruto found himself liking greatly. He had always thought that katana were too slim and would break too easily in a real battle. He slowly moves the sword around and finds the balance perfect, so perfect in fact that even with his young frame, he could move it without any problems, something that he could not do before with his practice sword. Smiling, he returns it to the scabbard and tries to return it to his hip, but to his displeasure it is now too long. It would drag on the ground if he carried it like that until he grows some more. Instead, he places it against his back and uses his chakra to keep it in place. He remembered Zenitsu telling him that was the way the 7 swordsmen of the mist carry their great swords. Thank you, Kyuubi, it is a great blade. Do not thank me, child, it was made using your power as much as mine, and you have earned even the smallest of my respect. Your cousin has not lied to you. I have lived for nearly 1,000 years, and never have I seen someone so young have such a hard live and not fall to despair. Your resolve is stronger than all beings I have known in my life, but two. Who are they? Mine being the first child. And the other? Naruto asks, his curiosity getting to him. The Kyuubi stops laughing and looks at the boy. My father, the sage of 6 paths, the only human I have ever respected as an equal. Thanks, Kyuubi. Naruto looks at the fox again and says, You know what, it never occurred to me until now, but I haven't asked your name. I mean, Kyuubi no Kitsune is more like a title, but not a name. What is your name? The Kyuubi cock an eyebrow. It was the first time any of his Jinchuriki have asked his name. My name is Kurama Child. It's a good name. Thank you, it was a gift from my father. Naruto smiles like an idiot. Just like mine. Naruto starts to fade. He looks at his hands and slowly begins seeing through them. Knowing that meant someone was getting close to him from when Hinata found him last night meditating, he looks back at Kurama to see him again in his fox form. He gives him his signature grin and says, Looks like it's time for me to go, Kurama. Talk with you later. See ya. Just as he finished speaking, he fades completely, leaving Kurama the Kyuubi no Kitsune alone again. So strange, says the fox to the empty darkness. Naruto opens his eyes and sees 3 Umbu walking up to him. Sensing a 4th coming up from behind, Naruto stands up on top of the stump. He feels his sword bump against the stump. He pulls it from the sash and looks at it. It looks and feels the same as the one in his mindscape. He smiles and puts it against his back, just like he had done when he was with Kurama. After making sure that his blade will not move, he jumps from the stump. He watches the Umbu as they approach, recognizing one of them as Weasel and another one as Dog. Dog and I, Weasel and I, you're back from your mission. I missed you guys. I have so much to tell you about the winter. Both remain silent and walk up closer to him. The Umbu behind him makes a move for his sword, but Naruto senses his movement and dodges with a speed that surprises all the Umbu. Naruto now stands off to the side, no longer in the center of their formation, with sword still in the scabbard in his left hand. I don't know what this is about, but you will not touch my sword. It is mine, and if you try again, I don't care if you used to look out for me or not. I will attack to kill. The village has already taken too much from me. The Umbu with a mask like a boar snorts like one. You talking about the village taking anything is absurd. You're the one that has taken so much from us. Dog and Weasel look at Boar, but don't say anything. Oh, you bastards took my childhood. I have lived by the skin of my teeth for years until my cousin and Ankone started looking out for me, and I will be damned if you take this. He draws his blade and fills the clearing with its melody of death, stilling the Umbu with the hawk mask. Where did you get that blade, kid? He asked. Naruto looks at the Umbu that had tried to sneak up behind him and sees the sword on his back and smiles. That one knew about the quality of sword and its wielder and the song they made together. I made it with the help of a friend to kill the one responsible for both our suffering. It is mine. Naruto claims the blade with a tone of challenge, which the Umbu have all heard before at one point or another. It said that if you wanted it, come and try to take it. Naruto stood in front of them, trying to think of what to do. He knew that he had improved a great deal, but he was not ready to take on an Umbu, let alone 4. All he had was his clones and swordsmanship, which wasn't enough for this kind of fight, he knew. Then Dog spoke. Naruto, please put your sword away. We didn't come here to fight. I am sorry for what Boar said. We just got back from a really tiring mission, and we're about to get some rest until the Hokage send us to find you. Naruto narrows his eyes at hearing the Hokage mentioned. And what does he want? Naruto sneers. Dog and Weasel look at each other. This was not the Naruto they remember. Boar, on the other hand, does not take the plain disrespect the boy shows for the Hokage. You will show that Hokage the respect you owe him, Gaki. Why should I? He has done nothing but lie to me and let the villagers do whatever they want to me. Dog and Weasel protected me voluntarily without his order, then punished for it with that long as hell mission you just got back from. I am nothing to him, so he is nothing to me. I owe him nothing, and whatever love and respect I once had for him is gone. He will have to earn that back, and I don't know if he can. Dog and Weasel are taken aback. The last time they had seen Naruto was the night of his birthday when Zenitsu had saved him and the truth that they had withheld information from the Hokage was relieved. They had shortly been sent on a long-term mission to inspect the samurai for the Hokage to secretly verify what Zenitsu had told them, and it all had been true. They both felt badly for the lack of trust the Hokage had shown the samurai they had quickly learned to respect, and this mission did nothing but reinforce that respect. Naruto, please, I don't know what happened when we were gone, but the Hokage has done nothing but try to help you. Naruto looks at Weasel as he speaks. What happened, Weasel and I, is that Zenitsu and I told me the truth about everything. The way he said everything told both Umbu that Naruto now know about his father and what had happened the night of his birth. Naruto. I don't care, you both were under law not to tell me, and I understand and don't hold anything against you. But do not defend him in front of me. He is the one who hurt me. He needs to do the explaining. Naruto says before Dog can start. He sheaths his sword. Let's just go, I will see the old man, and get this over with. I have some shopping I have to do for next week. Naruto starts walking back to the village, and the Umbu fall in around him, Hawk and Boar in front of him, clearing the path, with Dog and Weasel behind so they could speak with him. They both want to get to know this new Naruto. They had been gone for 8 months and were curious to see what had become of this little boy that they used to protect. They knew from the way he walked, Naruto didn't need their protection anymore. They get to the village proper, and the villagers notice the Umbu walking in formation and who it is they are escorting. They glare at Naruto as he passes. Dog and Weasel are startled to feel the killer intent radiant from between them. Naruto, what has happened to you? You never acted like this before. Is this how Zenitsu taught you to deal with the villagers? No, it isn't, and he would yell at me if he saw me doing this. But after they attacked Hinata for being my friend, I stopped with the pretenses. At least her father treats me better now after I found the guys responsible and put them into the hospital. He has been much nicer to me since, talks to me normal and stuff like that. No one hurts my friends without serious pain and a hospital stay coming their way. After he finished speaking, he sends a stronger blast of killer intent at the villagers to get the point across to them that he isn't taking their treatment anymore, and then reins it back in. You mean Hyuga Hinata, the clan heir? Yes. She and I met when I was eating dinner at Ichiraku's with Ankone and Zenitsu and I. She and her mother showed up later, and her mother started talking about my mom, and I asked who she was. She then started crying and apologizing to me for not being there for me as a baby. She turned out to be one of the teammates of my mom during her time as a shinobi. The Hokage told her that I was died with my mom when the Kyuubi attacked. He spoke with a little hostility. Hinata and I recognized each other then. I had saved her from some bullies last year. After that, we started playing together and became close friends. The father wasn't too happy about it, but like I said, I proved myself, and since then I am a welcome guest at the head Hyuga household. Helped Hinata make dinner last night. Her mother will be giving birth soon and can't stand for very long, something about a wound she got as a shinobi. Both Umbu looked at the boy. So what else happened when we were gone? Naruto filled them in about his training with Zenitsu and building the samurai compound with him during the winter. He tells them about the hunting trip the two of them had gone on together to get a bear skin like his for Zenitsu's bedroom and getting stuck in a blizzard. They were in awe of Zenitsu after hearing how close he and Anko had become. He surprised them with his maturity, and when they looked at him in a way he knew was surprise, even with their masks on, he exclaimed, I live in the red light district for Kami's sake, I know what sex is. Give me a break, you guys. That's when Hawk spoke up, trying to get the subject off Anko's sex life with the samurai they just spent nearly a year learning about. Hey Naruto, is Zenitsu as good with a sword as his reputation says he is? That got all the Umbu's attention, even Boar. They had learned during their time in the Land of Iron that Zenitsu was in fact ranked 4th strongest in the entire military behind his captain, the captain of the 11th and Mifune himself. Naruto studied the man walking in front of him. No, he is stronger. Since he hasn't really had anything to do all winter except train me and play with Ankone, he has been training himself. I would say he is a lot stronger now than what they have him in the bingo books for, though I have never seen his page, not for a lack of trying. Hawk readjusts his sword, which doesn't go unnoticed by Naruto, who is walking behind him. Don't even think about it. There isn't anyone in the village good enough with a sword to face him anymore. If Hitaki Tsukumo was still alive, maybe, but he isn't, is he? The village crushed him for doing the right thing, just like they tried to do to me. Naruto mumbles the last part, but the Umbu can still hear him, but ignore it. The other Umbu stop talking and steal a look at Dog. He let the enemy get a hold of important information, Naruto. He shamed the village. Says Dog. Naruto scoffs. Please, he saved the lives of his team. You can always find a way around stolen information. Just like Zenitsu and II says you can change your plans, invent new codes, but you can never find a way around a dead comrade. The only ones who should be ashamed are the so-called comrades he saved. They were stupid to do what they did to him. He should have taken his son and gone to the land of iron. They would have welcomed him there without a problem, even if they knew what he did. Dog falls silent after hearing that. After spending the last 8 months there, he had come to the same conclusion one night. Weasel looks at his partner and then at Naruto. How do you know about him, Naruto? You haven't started at the academy yet. I have looked up the best swordsman in the village. Hinata helped me do it. I figured that if I want to become the best swordsman in the village, I should study the best swordsman of the village, and Hitaki Tsukumo had no equal. The only one better was the Night Aim. And come on, that isn't even a fair comparison. The Night Aim was even greater than the Shodan. Weasel was then surprised by that. Normally kids Naruto's age thought that the Shodan was the pinnacle of strength. Why do you think that the Night Aim was greater than his brother? Naruto, if it wasn't for him, the village wouldn't exist. Easy, the Night Aim was way smarter than the Shodan. He created hundreds of jutsu, and almost all the jutsu used in the village now were either created by him or some kind of variant. Very few are true originals, like copycat Kakashi's Chidori or the Yondame's Rasengan. My Kage Bunshin is just one example of a jutsu he created. Bull, you don't know the Kage Bunshin, said Boar. Just then he hears a pop and looks behind him. He sees a shocked Dog and Weasel and 2 Narutos. I do too. Know the Kage Bunshin, you pig boy, says the 2 Narutos at the same time. The clone dispels, leaving the original behind. The display throws the Umbu for a loop. Naruto, how do you know that? Asked Weasel. Zenitsu and I taught it to me. It was a collaboration between the Night Aim and a relation of mine, Uzumaki Mito, his sister-in-law. So it's almost a clan jutsu for Uzumaki because only we can use it like it's supposed to be used. Boar rolled his eyes behind his mask. And how is the Naruto? There are several ways. Training of all kinds except to make muscle memory. It is the only thing that doesn't get sent back to the caster. The big thing is to create a large, skilled fighting force instantly. The Night Aim didn't trust some of the Uchiha and created it as a way to fight them effectively. You can't fight a Sharingan one-on-one, but with the Kage Bunshin, you could create an army in an instant. But the cost of chakra to use it is too much no matter what they did, so they had to label it a Kenjutsu because of the cost to use it. Well, unless you're an Uzumaki, we all have huge chakra, reserves, myself included. Weasel looks at the boy and asks quietly, Naruto, why do you know how to fight an Uchiha? Cause of that Sasuke team. His mother and Hinata's mother are close friends, and both were teammates of my mother's. She came over to the samurai compound one day with him and apologized to me like Hinata's mother did. The Hokage lied to her too. Naruto said angrily. Sasuke and I have sparred a few times, and he is such an ass. He is such an arrogant prick, just like all the other Uchiha, and after I caused his Sharingan to awake, he has been intolerable. You would think he would be grateful, but knew the great Uchiha can't even look down their nose enough to say thanks. Weasel slips and stares at Naruto as he mumbles about what a jerk Sasuke is. Naruto, how did you cause his Sharingan to awaken? I used the Iato on him, and he couldn't keep up. I was about to land a real hit on him. I lost my temper, and even with a blunt sword I could have killed him. He then scratched the back of his head. I also might have let out a lot of killer intent, but he just gets on my nerves. Zenitsu and I stopped me, but he had already moved out of the way. I felt really bad afterwards, but he just wouldn't stop talking shit. He just stared at me with those red eyes, and Zenitsu and I couldn't stop laughing. Since then his ego has doubled in size, so I have been trying to find a way to take him on again. Zenitsu and I said that once I got a proper sword and mastered the Iato, even a mastered Sharingan wouldn't be able to keep up, but I want to beat him up in front of class next week. Show him right, smug bastard." What he said causes the other three Umbu to laugh. Even Boar had to admit it was funny. Weasel was silent, thinking about what had happened to his little brother since he had been gone. The tone that Naruto used to explain the how-to for beating an Uchiha lighted the mood of the men, especially Dog and Weasel, but both were still worried that he had started to hate the village and would leave with Zenitsu. They arrive at the Hokage Tower and proceed inside, into the Hokage's office. They walk into the Hokage's office and find him sitting at his desk, with mountains of paperwork in front of him. He looks up as they enter and stand. He walks around his desk and greets them. "Thank you for bringing him. You are all dismissed. Now get some rest. You have earned it." They bow and leave, closing the door behind them, triggering the privacy seals in the room. Naruto grabs his nose and tries to blow out, equalizing his ears. "You know you should warn me beforehand. The high-level privacy seals hurt my ears, old man. Sorry your mother had the same problem. I haven't had a private conversation with an Uzumaki in a long time. Whatever, it's fine, just let me know next time. What is this about? I know you have been in contact with the Kyuubi Naruto. When did you find out?" "Like it is any of your business, but yesterday. Zenitsu and I told me. He said that since I was starting the academy soon I needed to know, so I don't accidentally hurt one of my classmates if I uses its power without knowing. Naruto, you are an important member of this village that makes it my business. Is that because I am your weapon?" The scorn and anger in his voice causes the old man to feel his age. "Naruto, I have never." "Don't lie to me," yells Naruto. The wrath and pain force chakra into his voice that throws the Sandaime back. "I am tired of your lies. Zenitsu and I might not tell me things up front, but at least I can trust him to be honest with me when I ask him something. But you have lied to me at every turn. I asked you who my parents are, and you tell me you don't know, and that they died the night I was born. I ask you why the villagers hate me and call me names, and you lied. And it's not just to me. When Hinata's and Sasuke's mothers asked about me, you lied to them too. They wanted to take me and they would have raised me. I would not have been alone all this time. Why? Why do you want me to suffer for? What had I ever done to you?" Naruto's pain forces more and more chakra into his system until he looks like a miniature version of his cousin 8 months earlier, but instead of lightning, wind is swirling around him, forming mini tornadoes that form, then disperse, then form again. The Sandaime sits on the floor against the front of his desk. "I am sorry, Naruto, I have hurt you so much. I am so sorry. I can never make up for it, and I can only hope that someday in the far future you can forgive me, but I will not ask you to. I haven't the right to ask you to." Naruto calms down, and his chakra slows, relaxes. He stands in front of the Hokage and asks his only question. "Why?" The Sandaime sighs. "I thought more of the villagers. I thought that it would be safer for you if you were a simple orphan. No connections for your parents' enemies to follow. No reasons for the villagers to show you any favoritism and have the political figures in the village use you as leverage to get what they wanted. I wanted you to make friends and grow up without the pressures of being a Hokage's child. I have seen what that did to my children. One refuses to be a shinobi and doesn't speak to me. The other leaves the village to be a member of the Shinobi 12 with the intent to never return to the village and rarely speaks to me if at all." The man looks at the boy in front of him. "I made so many mistakes in my life, and you have suffered the most of all because of me. I am truly sorry, Naruto. But please believe me when I say it wasn't on purpose. I just wanted you to be safe. I wanted to honor your parents. Both of them were orphans, and I thought of them as my own children. If there is anything I can do to make amends, then please tell me, and I will do anything within my power to make it up to you." Naruto uses his sleeve to wipe what is left of his tears from his cheeks. He walks over to the Hokage and removes his sword from his back. He sits next to the old man and lays his sword across his lap. "Tell me about them. My parents, I want to know more about them. Who they were. What were they like? How they met. Everything." The old man looks at the young boy sitting next to him. "Okay, I will tell you all there is to know about the Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato and the Red Death Uzumaki Kushina. I will tell you about your parents and how great a pair they were and how happy they were when they know they were going to have you." Itachi dove through the window into his room and quickly changed out of his Umbu uniform. He walked down the stairs from his bedroom and called out, "Mother, father, I am home." There is a screech of a chair being thrown back from someone standing up quickly from somewhere in the house, and a crying Uchiha Mikoto comes flying out of one of the rooms down the hall. She moves down the hallway gracefully and wraps Itachi in a big hug. "Welcome home, Itachi. It's good to see you, mother. Is father and Sasuke home?" "Your father is at the office and Sasuke is out training." She moves back and looks him over and frowns. "You haven't been eating properly when on missions again. Come here, let me make you a snack before dinner." She takes his hand and drags him back to the kitchen where she was preparing dinner. She sits him down at the table and starts making him one of his favorite snacks. She sits in front of him and moves one of the chairs to sit next to him. He takes a bite of the food she set in front of him and relaxes into his chair. Nothing beats his mother's cooking after a long mission away. "I have big news, Itachi, your brother awake his Sharingan." He swallows, clearing his throat. "I know." That deflated his mother. Pouting, she asked him, "How did you know?" "I had to escort Naruto to see the Hokage before I came home. He told me about it, and that it was with his help that it happened. You never told me that you were teammates with Uzumaki Kushina." "I see, well that makes sense, then they have sparred a lot, and yes, he did cause Sasuke to awaken his Sharingan. As for not telling you that I was on a team with Kushina, you never asked. If you had told me, I could have told you about Naruto, and he wouldn't have been alone until Zenitsu-sama got here," Itachi says, frowning. Mikoto looked at him a little surprised. "Did you just call Zenitsu-san Sama?" "I have spent the last 8 months learning a great deal about him and our new samurai allies, and if there is anyone in the world deserving of that honorific, it's him. He is a great man, mother. When the Kekkei Genkai purges started in Kiri, it was he and his team were the first to responded and protected the refugees fleeing to the Land of Iron, saving hundreds of lives, not just people from Kiri, but other minor villages also. The purges in Kiri triggered similar events in other countries that we didn't know about. All the refugees are now equal citizens of the Land of Iron, mostly thanks to his efforts to interrogate them into the Land of Iron, making places for them in various occupations across the country, increasing the talent of their craftsmen, and the few shinobi that fled joined his division, making them stronger than ever. I would say that we are getting the better end of the deal here, mother, with this alliance. The Land of Iron is looking like the second coming of Yuzushiyo, if the history books are anything to go by. Economically and militarily, they are stronger than us." His mother sat in silence and listened to the tone in her son's voice of admiration and respect for the samurai leader. She had met him a few times and had to say that he was an impressive man. He radiated power and authority the way her husband or the Hokage did, but also at the same time a warmth that was comforting to those around him. She had to agree with her son. Uzumaki Zenitsu was a man to respect. "I understand the few times I have met him I could feel it. And remember that even Yuzushiyo fell even with all their power and wealth. It took 3 shinobi villages and sparked the Second Shinobi World War, but they still fell. They will help us, and we will help them. That is why this alliance is important. Zenitsu-san knows that, and that is why he pushed for it. He came here once just after you left to speak with your father. I don't know what was said, your father would not tell me, but it was called off shortly after." The emphasis that his mother put on the word, it makes it clear to Itachi what she was talking about, and Itachi couldn't help sigh in relief. Zenitsu had kept his word, and now his clan and village would be safe. "Thank Kami." "I agree. I feared what would happen to us if they went through with it. But I fear that not all the members of the clan are happy about it. Some had argued against calling it off." Itachi's Sharingan flares to life. "Who I will deal with those fools myself." Mikoto chuckles at his reaction. "Your father and Shursui already did that. I am sure they were sore for weeks, and whatever Shursui made them see." She hesitates. "Let's just say they don't get much sleep anymore." Itachi relaxes and his eyes return to normal. "Good. I am just happy father chose not to listen to the elders and the rest of them." A small smile comes to his face. "Itachi and I." Came a yell from the other side of the room. Mikoto looks up to see Sasuke at the doorway. He sprints across the room and hugs his brother, knocking the wind out of Itachi's lungs. "Hi, Sasuke, it's good to see you." Mother told me the news. Let me see. Sasuke looks up at his brother with a big grin and activates his Sharingan, showing the single Tomo in each eye. I did it, Itachi, and I got my Sharingan, just like you and father. I even learned the Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu. I'll show you. He starts to perform the hand signs for the jutsu until Makoto grabs his hands quick as lightning. How many times do I have to tell you? No jutsu in the house. Sasuke pouted and hung his head. Sorry, Mom. It's okay, honey, I know you're just excited cause your brother is home. You can show him tomorrow. I am sure the Hokage gave him the day off. Right, Itachi? Yes, he gave us the week in fact, so you can show me everything you have improved on, Sasuke. Yes, Itachi and I is going to train with me all week. Now I will not have to worry about the dope showing me up at the academy next week. Itachi raised an eyebrow. Dope? I mean Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, he is a friend of Hinata's. He and I have sparred a few times. He isn't too smart, but he is really good at Kenjutsu, because his samurai cousin is teaching him. That's when my Sharingan awake. He was about to hit me with some kind of crazy Kenjutsu, and I think I might have made him mad because there was this really scary feeling coming from him, and I honestly didn't think I was going to make it. Then at the last second, everything slowed down, and I was able to move. His cousin had stopped him, but I made it out of the way before, so I would have been fine. Sounds like he is not just Hinata's friend, Sasuke. Teased Makoto. He is not my friend. There is no way I would be friends with that dope. All he does is up-front attacks. He doesn't think like a ninja at all. He is being raised by a samurai, Sasuke. After some time in the academy, he will learn how to think like a shinobi. I realize that that's why I am so happy that Itachi and I is back to train me. My Sharingan will not be enough to keep me ahead of him much longer, not like I will let him know that. Itachi smiles at his brother, listening to the way he and their mother talk. After what he heard from Naruto, he was afraid that he had picked up the bad habits from the rest of the clan, but it appears that it was simply a rivalry that had developed between the two of them. I will help you, Sasuke. We can start in the morning. Awesome, I can't wait. That's when they hear the front door close and the soft sign of Fugaku arriving home after a long day at the military police offices. He walks into the kitchen and sees his wife and youngest son sitting next to a young man. He squints and smiles. Welcome home, son. Thank you, it's good to be back, father. Did your mission go well? Yes, we all made it back without any major injuries, just a few cuts here and there. Good, because I am going to ask for you to be released from the Umbu to join the military police force. The other members of the household look at him in surprise. Father, not like I have anything against joining the police force, but why? Your purpose in the Umbu is no longer needed by the clan, but with the samurai that arrived in the village yesterday, we are already seeing more bar fights between them and shinobi that we can handle. We could use your help to keep the peace. I am finding myself not able to trust the judgment of some of the other officers, especially the ones from the clan, and you have proven to be much more level-headed in the past. Okay, I will ask the Hokage at the end of the week. He has given it to us to rest, and I am in need of it. That is fine, we will make do until you can join us. But if you are out and you see a fight about to start, please try to defuse the situation. Of course, father. Good. Makoto, what's for dinner? I am starving. He says as he kisses his wife on the cheek, which causes Itachi to widen his eyes in surprise. Before he left, displays of affection from his father to anyone just didn't happen. Sasuke, who was watching him like he would disappear again if he took his eyes off him, notices and whispers to him. Dad has been much nicer since you left in the fall. He hugs and kisses Mom more, and he helped me with my Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu. I don't know why, but something happened, and he is much happier. It's almost done, dear. Sit down and relax while Sasuke and I set the table. Fugaku kisses her again, to which she giggles and sits across from Itachi. Makoto calls her youngest son to help her set the table. Sasuke gets up and follows his mother out to help her. After they leave the room, Fugaku looks at his eldest son with a serious look on his face. Itachi, I must thank you. If you had not done what you did, the clan might not be here when you returned from your mission. Father, what are you talking about? It's okay, Itachi. Uzumaki-san told me everything. Itachi stared at his father in shock. What did he tell you? He told me how you asked for his help in stopping our plans. You told him that the Uzumaki had once worked as mediators for the Uchiha and asked if they could again. A week after you left, he came here and asked to speak with me. He said he knew about our plans and that as an ally of the village, he could not let us go through with them. But at the same time, he understood where we were coming from. As an Uzumaki, he understood the fear that drove me to it. He told me about the purges that he had seen and about the stories he had heard from the older Uzumaki that survived the attack on Yuzushio. He wanted to find a way to help us and the village. Itachi was stunned. Never had he thought that his father would listen to the words of a stranger after being told by that same stranger that they knew the clan's biggest secret. I never thought you would listen. He stammered out in surprise. You were probably right, but I had seen his power already, and I know that he is not someone to ignore. The day that the samurai asked for the alliance changed everything. There is no way we could face both the Hokage and the Wolfblade at the same time. It would have spelled our doom. I was afraid of what would happen if we went through with our plans. I was afraid of what would happen to your brother, and especially your mother when the village retaliated. So I gave in and accepted his offer. Which was a powerful barrier seal, the kind which only an Uzumaki could make. If we are attacked, I can activate it, and it will expand from the center of the clan compound and push out anyone not an Uchiha, and will only let Uchiha enter and leave. He then promised us sanctuary in the Land of Iron if we couldn't come to a reasonable agreement with the village. It was a good deal, and the clan is now safe and protected. After the seal was put in place, I called the clan together and told them the coup was off. He paused as anger spread across his face. Some were not happy about my choice. They said it was trick and we should attack. That's when I learned the truth. Most, including the elders, were not doing this for the safety of the clan, but for their wounded pride. They had been pushing me to act out with violence just to satisfy their overinflated egos. They were more worried about free food, drink, and easy women than the clan's well-being. But I wasn't the only one disgusted by them. Shursui took my side, and together we cleaned up the clan, again with the help of the Uzumaki. Those that we found to be following the path of Madara, as Shursui called it, had their Sharingan sealed away by Uzumaki-san. I have the key, and if they ever want their eyes back, they will have to earn them. Itachi stared at his father in awe. Father, I have to apologize to you. Before I left, I broke trust with you and told a non-clan member about the clan's secrets. Fugaku tried to speak, but Itachi held up his hand to stop him. That is not why I am apologizing. The clan was wrong. If I had to make the same choice, I would. A coup would have drawn us into another shinobi world war, and I didn't want Sasuke to have to face that like I did, and I too was afraid of what the village would do in retaliation. I am apologizing for losing faith in you. I thought that you were a follower of Madara, as you called them, and I am sorry for that. You have no reason to apologize, my son. I understand your reasoning, and am proud that you could think outside our narrowed perception and ask for help. Your eyes see much more than mine, and I know you will make a great clan head one day. Itachi was on the brink of tears. His father just paid him the greatest compliment an Yukika can give to another and reaffirmed his faith and love for him. Thank you, Dad. Itachi whispers. He had not used the informal address in years, which causes Fugaku to smile at his son. Let's join your mother and brother, shall we? He says as he stands. Itachi nods, not trusting his voice at the moment, and follows his father to the dining room to be met by the smell of good food and the prospect of a happy family dinner. Something the Uchiha head family hadn't had in a long time. Anko arrives home in the late afternoon. She walks into the house carrying takeout bags from Ichiraku's. She walks by Zenichi's office and sticks her head in. He is still in a meeting with the team leaders and respective heads of the other two divisions present. He sees her and looks her in the eye, pleading for a way out. She sticks her tongue out at him and raises one of the bags she is carrying. He smiles and silently thanks her, and she returns it with a smile, then points upstairs. He nods and returns his attention to the meeting. She walks to the kitchen and puts the ramen on the counter, then heads upstairs to their room. Anko opens the door to their bedroom and shrugs her trench coat off, closing the door behind her. She unbuckles her shin guards and kicks them off. As she walks into the bathroom, she strips off her mesh suit and leaves it on the floor before the entrance to the shower. Turning the hot water on, she waits for it to start warming up. When the water reaches her desired temperature, she steps under the water and moans softly. She loved her shower. It was perfect. Glass walls on two sides and black marble walls for the others with cubbies for storing soap and the few girly things she owned. It had hot running water, and that fell from a broad shower head in the center of the ceiling. It was big enough for her and Zenichi and maybe another person if they wanted to. Her shower was the one place she went completely feminine with scented soaps, shampoos, and hair oils to satisfy her girly needs. It was a trait she inherited from her mother and kept in her memory. When she moved into Zenichi's home, she had been quite upset about leaving her shower behind. She had picked that apartment for its shower and put up with the looks that she got from the high-class neighbors. Zenichi had blindfolded her when he brought her into the master bath and showed her the shower. When he uncovered her eyes, she squealed with joy and tackled him and began kissing him feverishly, to the point that a blushing Kurenai dragged Naruto from the room. 30 minutes later, she walks out of the shower wearing Zenichi's favorite perfume. She walks onto her closet and began the impossible task of picking what she would wear when Zenichi's mother arrived. After dating for 2 months, Zenichi was invited to a party hosted by the Akimichi clan head, and he wanted to take her with him. Again, Anko had to run to Kurenai and ask for her help finding something to wear. After that, Kurenai forced her on a whole-day shopping trip to fill her closet with more than just metal mesh and mini skirts, even a few formal gowns and kimonos for the official events that, as the girlfriend of someone of Zenichi's status, would force her to attend. After choosing an outfit, she puts on her favorite pair of panties and grabs her mesh suit. She sits on the floor at the foot of their bed with a stiff brush and a small bottle of oil and begins cleaning the blood off from her work that day. She sat without moving except working the brush thoroughly into the mesh, cleaning and polishing the metal for an hour when Zenichi finally walks into their room. With a sigh, he pulls off his shoulder guard and falls onto their bed face down. "Long day?" she asked, to which he replies with a muffled yes, causing her to chuckle. She puts her mesh to the side and stands up and straddles his waist and begins giving him a soft message through his shirt. He sighs in satisfaction and enjoys the treatment. When she finishes his back, she lies on top of him, putting the back of his neck between her breasts, and starts the process again with his scalp. "I love you, you know that," he tells her. The sudden exclamation causes Anko to blush a light pink and kiss the top of his head. "Yes, I do, and I love you more." This starts their normal game going, stating how much more they love the other than the other loves them. This continues until Zenichi gives in and says he has to take a shower before Mifune and his mother arrive. Anko reluctantly climbs off her boyfriend and returns to cleaning her mesh. Zenichi strips off his clothes and gives Anko a kiss before getting into the shower. After a quick wash, he comes out of the bathroom with a towel around his waist and runs a hand through his hair. He walks over to his dresser and pulls out underwear and a formal battle kimono and begins getting dressed. The Hokage was hosting a small gathering for the shogun's party that night after his arrival. Once he finished getting dressed, Anko puts the final touches on her mesh suit and puts it away. She pulls the chair in front of her vanity over to the bed and sits down. "Ichi-kun, can you help me with my hair?" "Of course." He grabs the brush from the vanity and sits on the bed behind her and begins brushing out her hair. After they became a serious couple, Anko had let her hair grow out after she learned that was the custom in the land of iron from Kurenai, and frankly she liked it when he brushed it for her. Soon after Zenichi began, he starts placing soft kisses on the back and sides of her neck. After causing a shiver to run its way through her body, she spoke up in a husky tone. "Ichi-kun, I don't think it is a good idea to get me aroused just before a formal greeting between the leaders of the two strongest militaries on the continent on the eve of the signing of the alliance between those two countries." He ignores her and kisses her again just behind her earlobe, which drives a soft moan from her lips. With a quivering voice from trying to be the one in control for once, she continues, "Not to mention the first time I will meet your mother." The emphasis she puts on the word mother stops him just before he could kiss her sweet spot again. "It's not my fault you put on that perfume. You know I have the senses of a wolf because of my contract. I can't help it." He pouts in her ear. The cute way he pouts puts a smile on her face, and she turns around to face him. Running her hand along the scarred side of his face, she kisses him. "After, I promise. I would be lying if I said I didn't want to skip and just spent the night with you." She rubs her thumb along the scar. She loved the way it gave him a lethal appearance most of the time. But at times like this, she loved it even more because she knew she was the only one who saw the expression he had on right now. I don't want to smell like sex before I meet your mother. She has the contract with the wolves too, right? He nods his head, understanding what she was saying. You're right. I will behave. He kisses her on the lips. For now. So turn around so I can finish your hair. They are supposed to arrive just after sunset if the scout that arrived a little while ago is correct. He finished combing her hair and helps her put it up into a simple but elegant style, and then helped her into her evening kimono. He would have to thank Kurenai at some point for taking her out shopping. Standing before him was an anko he had never seen before. This anko would fit in perfectly with the noble clans and royalty of the country without anyone knowing she was in fact the kunoichi daughter of a geisha. I have to say I have seen a lot of beautiful women wearing beautiful kimonos, but you are by far the most beautiful I have ever seen. I am the luckiest guy ever. She blushes a deep red after hearing his praise. She had been worried and felt a little unsure of herself. This was the first time she had worn something so nice before. Even for the party at the Akimichi's home, she hadn't worn anything like this. She runs her hands down the silk fabric and turns away to look in the mirror and gasps. Even she didn't recognize herself. The woman staring back at her was someone very different than herself. She had never really looked at the kimono before trusting Kurenai to pick it for her. The entire kimono was a deep purple with a silver serpent encircling the bottom hem, which head turns up a little on the left side. The sash was made of the same silk material, but was a crimson color that matched Zenichi's hair, with a thick black strip running along the center, with 2 small strips on either side. She ran her hands over the sleeves, remembering that Kurenai had said something about it being made special for kunoichi, and found reinforced pockets on the inside for a kunai and a few shuriken. Tears begin to well up in her eyes, and Zenichi wakes up behind her and wipes them away. What's wrong? My mother always told me before she died that I would become a kunoichi princess. I wish she could see me now instead of the scrawny tomboy I used to be. Zenichi's eyes soften after hearing the emotion in her voice. Well, I know from close examination you are in fact no longer scrawny. This gets a giggle from Anko. And you are still very much a tomboy, which I love about you. This gets a blush. But she was without a doubt right. You are a princess, my Hebiheim. He reaches around her waist and gives her an affectionate kiss on the cheek. Just then they hear a knock at the door and hear Rikamaru's voice coming from the front of the house. That's them. I asked Rikamaru to come get us when they got close to the village so we could meet them at the main gate. I will go down, you finish up, and meet me on the porch. Okay, be down in a sec. She kisses him as he walks away. She puts her favorite earrings in with the kunai wrapped with snakes and heads downstairs. She also adds a kunai to the pocket in the sleeves. She wasn't expecting any trouble, but it was comforting to have something familiar close at hand. When the 2 men hear her on the stair, they both look up at her. Zenichi just smiles, having seen her already, but Rikamaru is struck speechless. To which she says, Rikamaru, if you don't get your jaw off the floor, something will fly down your throat. Rikamaru quickly snaps his mouth closed and shakes his head. We should get going, they will arrive at the gate soon. He says to them. That's when Anko notices the battle kimono he was wearing. It looked a lot like Zenichi's, but with a different color scheme. He turns around to leave the house, and she sees the Uzumaki crest on his back as well. She walks up to Zenichi. Why is he coming? As my second in command, he is expected to be present at these kinds of things. I figured that Aiki as another vice captain would get that title. As a medic, Aiki isn't allowed to command combat units. The same can be said for the 3rd Division, who are responsible for the supply routes and the delivery of supplies, and 10th Division, who are our equivalent to your military police. Even if they are good fighters, ultimately they are support for the combat units, thus they don't get the command of them. Plus, tradition states that I can choose my second in command, and there is no one I would trust more to make choices to ensure the safety of my samurai on my behalf than Rikamaru. Anko thought about what he said as they walked arm in arm, until curiosity caused her to ask a question. What division are the medics? I have never heard you call them anything but medics. They are the 5th. It's just a way of speech that we developed. It's easier to yell out medic on the battlefield, Then someone from the 5th get over here. That makes sense. Are there nicknames for the other divisions too? Yes, but not like the 5th. Like what? Well, most are more derogatory than anything. Like the 2nd, for example, some call us shadow daggers because we operate more behind the scenes, and in samurai culture, someone who uses a dagger instead of a proper katana is seen as inferior. Mostly we get it from the 11th that we call nin fodder or horn heads, because the way they fight is completely up front. They only have their armor for defense against ninjutsu, which they simply get hit with, and their officers wear horns on their helmets. The 10th get called backwarders because their swords are reversed with the blade on the back for a less lethal way to subdue a subject, and the 3rd got stuck with packers because of the large packs they carry around full of supplies for the outposts and whatnot. How many divisions are there? You have only mentioned 5, but the highest is the 11th. There are 12 total. 13 if you count Mifune-sama's personal guard. The others you will not meet unless you travel to the Land of Iron. They don't really have special roles like the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 10th, and 11th. They just have areas in the Land of Iron that they are responsible for protecting from outside attack and the rare uprising from a disgruntled village or petty lords whining about the taxes, which they are also responsible for collecting once a month. They talk about the different divisions more as they walk through the village to the main gate. Rikamaru walks ahead of them by a few paces, but can still hear them perfectly. He can't help but smile happy for his closest and longtime friend. He heard Zenichi's relaxed tone, and from knowing him his entire life, Rikamaru knew that this was a new kind of Zenichi, one that he thought wasn't possible. Seeing them and the state of the housing made him wonder if he should send for his girlfriend to come stay with him during his time in the village. With Zenichi staying in the village for the next few years, he knew that he would have to stay a little longer than planned as well. As the couple occupied themselves, and Rikamaru deep in thought, none of them noticed the looks they were getting from the villagers as they passed. None of them recognized Anko, and the few shinobi who did had to do a double take to make sure it was in fact her. All they saw was 3 high nobles, 2 with katanas on their hips and in battle kimonos, which was strange dress for the village's few noble families, and the 3rd a beautiful woman who had most of the young men staring. They had all who seen them walk by wondering who they were. As they arrived at the main gate, they found the Hokage with Naruto next to him. Both Anko and Zenichi were confused to see Naruto there, and more so by what he was wearing. He had on a black battle kimono with orange flames on the hem styled like Zenichi's and Rikamaru's, with the Uzumaki crest emblazed on the back with a slight change. It had zigzagging bolts encircling it, making it look like a spiraling sun. He also had his new sword that he and the Kurama had made across his back. A sword that both had never seen before, and Zenichi knew by sight, is a masterpiece. They walk up to them and greeted them both. "Good evening, Hokage Dano. Good to see you, Naruto. Get the things you needed for the academy?" "Yes, Zenichi and I did." Hokage Gigi helped. He said, tipping his head towards the Hokage, who greeted him next. "Good evening, Zenichi Dano. And to you as well, Anko-chan, you look beautiful tonight." "Thank you, Hokage-sama. Naruto, what are you wearing? I have never seen that before, and where did you get that sword?" "Hi, Ankone." Hokage Gigi had it made this afternoon after we talked. "You like it?" "It looks great, Naruto. I can't wait to see Hinata's reaction to it." Anko's teasing caused a blush on Naruto's face, but he doesn't say anything. Zenichi was still staring at the sword across his back. "Naruto, where did you get that sword?" he asked. Naruto scratched the back of his neck as he normally did when nervous. "My tenant and I made it together this morning. Can we not talk about it here? I will tell you about it later." Zenichi nodded. "Okay, we can. What are those zigzags on your spiral?" A huge grin spreads across Naruto's face. "They are part of my father's clan crest. He was the last of his clan, and I didn't want to just let it fade away, so I added it to my spiral. It shows that I am not just an Uzumaki, but something more too. You like it, since you are from the Land of Iron, that makes you guys Iron Uzumaki, and since I am from the Land of Fire, it make me a Fire Uzumaki. A little different, but still family." After hearing that, Zenichi smiled. "Yes, I do. I think that making your own version of our crest is a great idea." To which Rikamaru adds, "Maybe we should do the same. The traditional spiral belonged to those from Yuzushio, not us." Like he said, we are from the land of iron, not the land of whirlpools. We're still Uzumaki, but something different now. I can try to bringing it up to my mother. She is the clan head right now, and if we run into more like Naruto, who form different branches of the clan, it would make sense to have a way to identify who is from what branch clan. That's when Anko speaks up. But Naruto hasn't formed a branch clan yet. He will one day when he has a family of his own. Think about it. Pale-eyed and blonde Uzumaki running around the village causing havoc. Naruto blushes again. We're not like that. To which Anko, Zenitsu, and the Hokage all reply. Sure, Naruto, whatever you say. Not you too, Hokage Jiji. Naruto exclaims, looking at the Hokage, to which all the adults gathered chuckle. A few minutes later, they see lights leaving the forest and move towards them. Zenitsu and the Hokage step forward. The Hokage stood with Naruto on his right side and Zenitsu on his left with Anko by his side. Rikamaru stood just behind Zenitsu between him and the Hokage. They wait for the group to stop before them and look on as a man around the same age as the Hokage steps forward and offers his hand to the Hokage. It has been a long time, Hiruzen. The Hokage takes the hand in his own and returns the greeting. That it has. I must say that time has treated you better than me, Mifune. I wouldn't say that, but I have had less to stress over in the last few years. I would believe so. With young men and women like Uzumaki Dano here, I would say your future is in good hands. The shogun of the land of iron laughs. Thanks to him and some other ambitious youngster, I haven't had to so much. I hope he hasn't caused you too much trouble, Hiruzen. He can get pretty enthusiastic when it comes to some things. No, he has been fine. Helped out quite a bit during his time here. Good, wouldn't want my vice captains setting a bad example now, would I? The two old leaders share a laugh. Mifune steps to the side and lets a woman step forward. Hiruzen, I would like to introduce my chief advisor for anything related to Shinobi, Uzumaki Yuryu. You have already had the pleasure of working with her son Zenitsu here. Hearing Mifune's comment, Zenitsu unconsciously begins grinding his teeth. Anko takes notice and rubs the small of his back until he relaxes. Rikamaru raises an eyebrow and thanks Kami again for Anko entering Zenitsu's life. After Anko feels that Zenitsu has calmed, she removes her hand and returns it to its place. She then studies the woman that was the source of so much of her love's troubles. Uzumaki Yuryu was a tall woman coming almost to Zenitsu's height. Her hair was extremely long and braided into two long braids that went down her back, leaving a single bang loose to cover the right side of her face, and it was an even darker shade of red than Zenitsu's. Her facial features are hawkish with a strong jawline. Her eyes were a purple color, and she had a stare that looked as if she was looking into your soul. She wore a feminized battle kimono with a katana and wakizashi set on her waist and a naginata across her back. Her naginata was by far a much great quality than her swords. The pole was black oak and the blade mount was shaped like a wolf's head with the blade coming out of its mouth. The blade was shorter than normal but much thicker to strengthen it with two gold rings on the back of the blade as well. Anko looked closer at the blade and could faintly see a sealing matrix on it and wondered what it did. She carried herself with pride and strength, which Anko had to admit she respected the woman for. She had seen her homeland destroyed and rose to the top echelon of a new country that had seen women as inferior to men only years before. Not that it would stop Anko from ripping her throat out if she caused Zenitsu any pain in front of her. It's an honor to meet the mother of such a promising young man. I dare say that he will eclipse even Mifune's legendary accomplishments. The honor is mine, Hokage-san. I hope my son has behaved himself. I would hate to have to discipline him in front of you. Now it was Zenitsu's turn to calm Anko down as she reached for the kunai in her sleeve. The Hokage laughs her comment off, not failing to notice the reactions of Zenitsu and Anko during the entire exchange. If anything, he has been a lifesaver more than once. He also has been a great help to me personally and to a number of my shinobi on more than one account. Thanks to him, I have a much stronger shinobi force to bring to the aid of your nation should you ever need it. It is good to hear that my son has been proving himself useful. I can't wait to hear more about it later. I have to ask Hokage-san, who is the boy besides you? He seems eerily familiar. The Hokage looks down at Naruto. Go ahead, Naruto, introduce yourself. Naruto looks up at Yuryu and looks into her eyes. Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto. I am the son of Uzumaki Kushina. Yuryu stares at the boy. To Naruto's credit, he doesn't flinch or look away from her intense stare. Is this a joke? You cannot be my little sister's child. She was not married and died the night the Kyuubi no Kitsune escaped its seal. I am Kushina's son. My mom and dad were married in secret because my dad had a great and many enemies and they did not wish to endanger my mom during her pregnancy. Then who is your father? Why is he not here with you? He died with my mom and I can't tell you who my dad is. I am not strong enough yet to face that kind of threat, but I will soon, with Zenitsu and I's help. Yuryu forgoes all political formalities as she wheels on her son. You knew about this and did not tell me? Zenitsu replies coolly. I am not obligated to tell you anything, mother. I am the head of the Uzumaki clan. If he is in fact my sister's son, then I should have been informed so I could make preparations to have him move to the clan estate. Naruto does not wish to leave the village. It is his home, and he wants to protect his mother's and father's home. He is a minor, and as such does have the privilege to make such decisions. He will return with me at the end of the week. That is when Naruto speaks up. I don't know who you are, lady, but I have been living on my own for a long time now, and if anyone is making any decisions about where I will be living is me. And like Zenitsu and I said, I want to stay in the village and help to return it to the way it was during my parents' lives. Naruto stand up a little straighter in front of Yuryu. Zenitsu silenced this child. Mother, I wouldn't push him much more. His temper is shorter than Ikaku's, and he has mastered the Iato form, something even you failed to do. This causes all the other samurai in the shogun's company to stare at Hiboy, each judging him after hearing that a child had mastered one of their most prized sword styles. Even Yuryu looked at the boy again, and this time she saw it. The same look Kushina had shown her when she tried to get her to stay in the land of iron year ago. We will discuss this later, Zenitsu. I can't wait, more mother-son bonding time. Zenitsu said sarcastically. The Hokage and Shogun stood next to each other and watched the whole scene, both forgotten by the Uzumaki. Does this happen a lot? Asked the Hokage. Whenever Yuryu and Zenitsu are in the same room together or within striking distance, they have some serious issues to work out, and I don't think this will help any. Though I really wish they would try harder at keeping their family problems to the privacy of their home and not in front of high-ranking political figures. This isn't the first time this has happened, and I am a little afraid to step in between them when they get like that. The Hokage laughs, seeing the terrified look on his colleague's face. Do you know of her opinion on the alliance? Yes, Zenitsu told me, and I will let you know I can't let Naruto go with her. Why? He doesn't want to, and he is filling the same role as his mother. In a child? Exclaimed the shogun. I know, but extreme times call for extreme measures, and that was a very extreme time. I lost both my successor and a third of my shinobi, most of which were my strongest. The shogun nods his understanding. Well, the night isn't getting any younger, and neither am I, so let's us make for my manor and out of the night chill. I know that for you all this is nothing, but for my old bones it is a little cool. Said the Hokage loud enough for all to hear. Zenitsu looks over at Naruto, ignoring his mother. Naruto lead the others to the compound, so they can rest. I don't think they would mind not seeing my mother and I fight anymore tonight. Sure thing, Zenitsu and I am going to head home afterwards. I am really tired after everything today. Okay, have a good night, and see you tomorrow for lunch so you can tell me about that sword of yours. Sure thing, see you tomorrow. He walks up to the others, and in a voice most were not expecting from someone his size, he yells out. Anyone who is not going to listen to the formal political mumbo-jumbo can follow me. I will lead you to the samurai compound in the village. You can rest there from the trip for the night. He starts walking away, and most of those that had accompanied the shogun followed, leaving him in the hands of the 2nd Division vice captain and the former vice captain. The Hokage takes that as cue and leads the few that would be spending the evening with him to his manor. As most of the samurai leave, but 2 walk out of the group and up to Zenitsu. Not even 5 minutes, and they are already at each other's throats. I tell you, never have I seen a worse mother-son relationship in my life. How about you? Takechi. Nope, never. Ikaku. I was half expecting them to start fighting right then and there. It would have been fun to watch them fight again after such a long time. Who do you think would win, Yuryu or Zenichi? My money is on Yuryu every time. No matter how strong he is, he just can't bring himself to kill his mummy. True, he never could. Could he? Well, you have always been the better gambler, Ikaku. Zenichi turns to see the two men walking up to him, and a grin spreads across his face. Will the two of you shut it already? By Kami, you sound like a pair of gossiping old ladies. Rikamaru turns to see who it is Zenichi stopped to talk to. After seeing the last of their old team, a grin spreads across his face as well. They walk up to them, and the four of them have a four-way fist pound. It's good to see you two again. Thanks for coming, said Zenichi to Ikaku and Takechi. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Been looking for an excuse for us to get together again anyway, said Toraichi. Yet like the captain has been trying to keep us apart, old bastard. Toraichi looks over at Ikaku. Well, there was that one time. And the time at Thunder Pass, added Zenichi, to which Rikamaru adds. Not to mention the incident in the Land of Smoke. All four men cringed at the memory, then pause and start laughing. Anko stands alone and watches them, smiling as she watches the smile on Zenichi's face grows. Oh wait, stupid me, says Zenichi. He reaches over and grabs Anko by the arm and pulls her over to him. He positions her in front of him and she leans into his chest. Guys, I would like to introduce Mitarashi Anko, my girlfriend. Anko, these two degenerates are Madarame Ikaku and Ikeda Takechi. It's nice to meet you both. Zenichi talks a lot about you. Both men look at Anko, then at Rikamaru, who gives them the thumbs up. Both break out into smiles and greet Anko. I bet it was nothing good. He probably told her about that time in the Ender's Valley, or at the Crystal Tree Inn. I know, right, one time, and he never lets it go, and the other was a complete accident. Zenichi, you need to let things go. It's not good for you. Blood pressure. Accident? You spiked my drink. By accident, replies Takechi sarcastically. Zenichi groans and starts to follow the group, led by the Hokage. They fall in next to Anko and start talking to her, asking the kind of questions that would have a normal girl flustered and embarrassed, but Anko isn't a normal girl. She answers all their questions and asks some of her own. All in all, they got along great. Both men were pleased to find that Anko fit perfectly into their little duo of inappropriate jokes and sexual suggestive conversation. When they arrived at the Hokage's manor, they were already making plans to visit the Long Fall Bar the next night. They walk into a heated debate between the Hokage and Yuryu, and Zenichi groans. They walk over to Mifune and ask what happened. Yuryu demanded that she be given custody of the young Naruto, and Hiruzen refused. Is what you said true? Has he mastered the Aido? For the most part, yes, he has. He needs to learn a little restraint and practice the Zen lifestyle that would make him a true master, but he has the form done, but that will come with time and some more life experience. I would like for him to learn more ninjutsu, though, if he wants to follow in his parents' footsteps and become a shinobi. I am hoping it will become more of a finisher. I don't want him to become dependent on a single style. The older samurai listened to Zenichi and nodded his head in agreement. I believe that would be for the best as well. If I didn't miss my guess, I would say that he has some very powerful ninjutsu in his future as his birthright. Do you have anyone who can teach him those now? No, the only one who could is the Sannin Jiraiya, who is away from the village hunting his turned traitor ex-teammate. A shame, but with time he might even outclass you. Zenichi smiled. I can only hope, Mifune-sama. Mifune smiles. You seem to have grown a great deal since you left. You seem more at ease and confident in yourself. You struggled to earn the respect of the other vice captains and captains. I know, but since arriving in the village, I have met a few exceptional people who have helped me overcome that insecurity. Mifune looks over at Anko and sees the look she gives him. Zenichi, would you be so kind as to introduce me to your lovely escort? I have not had the pleasure to meet such a beauty since my late wife. Zenichi's smile widens. I would love to. Mifune-sama, I would like to introduce to Mitarashi Anko, my girlfriend. Anko, this is the shogun of the land of Iron, Minamoto Mifune. Yuryu stops mid-rant and looks over at her son and leader. Well, well, it is an honor, Lady Mitarashi. You must be some kind of woman to scoop up Zenichi. Anko, flustered, tried to think of a response. This is the first she had interacted with someone of the Hokage's level other than the Hokage, who let her lack of social graces slide most of the time. Not really sure what to say, she simply trusts Zenichi to stop her if she starts to make a fool out of herself. Thank you, Mifundano, but the titles are not necessary. I am no lady. I am as far from high-born as you can get. Anko's response causes a chuckle to escape Mifun's lips. Let me let you in on a little secret. You don't have to be born into nobility to be a fine lady. My wife was from a peasant family. Economic status means nothing to me. All that matters is that you are worthy of the respect and responsibility that comes with status. And I have met quite a few people born low far more worthy than others born high. And if the air around you is anything to go by, you are indeed worthy. My granddaughter could learn a thing or two from you. After hearing that, Rikamaru, Ikaku, and Takechi burst into laughter. Rikamaru had just finished filling the other two about what he thought of Anko, and had just told them about the first impressions Aiki and Anko had shared with each other. Is there something funny with something I said, gentlemen? Asked the shogun, with a little edge to his voice. I'm sorry, Mifune-sama, but I don't think Aiki-san will be very willing to learn anything from Anko, replied Rikamaru, which caused Anko, who was listening, to pale. She looks over at Zenichi, hoping for a sign that Rikamaru didn't mean what he just implied. Zenichi just looked at Rikamaru with a stare that could melt metal. This told Anko that what Rikamaru had just implied is true. That morning she had threatened to kill the granddaughter of the shogun. Yuryu walks over to Anko and watches her as she speaks. What happened, Rikamaru? Well, Yuryu, Aiki and Anko were bound to meet at some point, so I helped the meeting along this morning. At first Anko was nice, but Aiki, true to fashion, acted like Aiki, and to put it bluntly, Anko is very possessive of Zenichi and threatened Aiki that if she tried anything that would be frowned upon, she would kill Aiki without mercy. It was something else to watch, I will tell you what. This got another chuckle from Ikaku and Takechi, both of which gave Anko a thumbs up. Yuryu, on the other hand, wasn't laughing. First she shot daggers at Zenichi, then she turned on Anko. Anko had seen the look she had given to Zenichi and could already feel her quick twitch temper running in full swing. You girl threatened the heir to the oldest clan of the Land of Iron and the granddaughter of the shogun. Anko's temper is now in overdrive after the tone Yuryu used to address her. Yeah, I did. I told her, and I quote, I don't care if you are a vice captain or his mother's favorite or the princess to some kind of ancient clan. You make one move out of line and you're dead. I don't take kindly to some random woman walking into my home and laying claim on my boyfriend. Despite the height difference, Anko was doing a good job of returning Yuryu's stare down with one of her own. After an intense moment, Yuryu speaks again. You're a kunoichi from this village. Damn straight. That a problem with you? Anko, completely forgetting who and where she was talking to in her anger, clouded mind slips to using her normal speech. Yes, it is a problem. My son will not be in a relationship with a kunoichi of this village. Anko was about to speak, but is interrupted by Zenichi. It's a good thing that you don't get a say in who I am in a relationship with. Though it would be nice if you could stop being a power-hungry pain and just act like my mother for once, but that wouldn't be like you, would it? Zenichi steps between the two women. He gets into his mother's personal space and looks down at her using the height advantage that few had over Yuryu. I am the clan head. You will follow my wishes. Zenichi rolls his eyes. And I am stronger than you, so I would like to see you try and force me to. To emphasize what he said, he flicks his mother's forehead and sends her into the wall behind her. She flies through the air so quickly that Ikaku barely gets out of the way before she makes impacted. I apologize, Hokage Dano. I will pay for the repays personally. Don't think anything of it. Repairs due to occurrences like this are part of my budget. I learned from my predecessors that having too many powerful and prideful people in an enclosed space would lead to some damages. I insist. Well, if you insist, I will not stop you. Mifune shakes his head as Yuryu picks herself up. Yuryu, stop this now. If you and Zenichi wish to have a talk, you will not do so here or now, am I understood? The way he said talk implies something more of a battle royal. Yuryu dusts herself off. I understand, Mifyun. Hiruzen, you said something about guest quarters prepared for me. I think that you have fulfilled role as host for the night, and I would like to get my old bones some rest before meeting with the other leaders of the village and the Fire Daimyo and his delegation. Yes, this way I will show you. The rest of you may leave now as well. Zenichi will see you all safely to the samurai compound for the night. Thank you for coming, and welcome again to Konoha. The others leave and follow Zenichi to the samurai compound. His mother remains off to one side, quietly following him, pretending like nothing happened. Zenichi sighs and leads the way. Enko walks with him and quietly apologizes for acting up. It's okay, I was expecting that anyway. You were nervous to begin with, and all she did was provoke you. I am sure the Hokage can smooth it out. He cares for you almost as much as Naruto. I know, but it wasn't just him I embarrassed. Humi, no, Mifune-sama is used to the way my mother and I act, and if you did anything you showed him that the kunoichi of this village are not easily intimidated. So it will be fine. Let's just get home, I'm tired. They arrive back at the compound, and Zenichi leaves, getting everyone a room to Rikamaru as he and Enko head to their home. They strip out of their formal attire and climb into bed together. Zenichi wraps Enko in his arms and proceeds to fall asleep, exhausted from the long day. Enko cuddles up against him and follows him into sleep. Naruto wakes up early in the morning. He sits up, stretching until he hears a pop. He gets up and begins his morning routine. First, he makes 3 clones, each with a different task. One starts making breakfast, another waters the many plants in the apartment, as the last cleans up the various clothes thrown to the side and makes the bed. The original walks into the bathroom and begins washing his face and brushing his teeth. He walks out and moves to the kitchen. He dispels the clone there and finishes making his breakfast. He sits down and begins eating. As the other clones finish their tasks, they dispel. When Naruto finishes his breakfast, he makes another clone that washes the dirty dishes as he gets dressed for the day. Just as he pulls one of his mesh t-shirts over his head, he hears a knock on the front door. Grabbing his sword, he walks to the front door and looks through the peephole to see who is on the other side. It would not be the first time that a villager pretended to be a Masager from the Hokage or delivering something only to attack him when he opened the door. He peers through and sees Hinata standing on the other side. He opens the door, revealing himself to her. Upon seeing him in his tight mesh, Hinata breaks out into a crimson blush. Morning, Hinata-chan. Are you feeling all right? Good morning, Naruto-kun. Yes, I am feeling fine. Are you going to be busy today? My mother said that she wanted to take me to get some things for the academy next week, and I was wondering if you wanted to go. Naruto was watching her as she spoke. He had gotten the ninja tools that he would need yesterday with the Hokage after they had spoken, but he could tell that she really wanted him to go with her. Giving a mental shrug, he thought, why not? I don't have anything to do until I meet Zenichi and II for lunch. Sure, I will come. I get most of what I need yesterday, but there are a few things I could still get. Give me a second to get my jacket. Hinata blush spreads across her face and nods. He walks away, leaving the door open, and grabs his jacket where he had thrown it the night before. Returning to the door, he hands his sword to Hinata as he puts his jacket on. She stares at the jacket. What's wrong, Hinata? Is there something on me? She shakes her head. No, it's just I still can't believe that you still have that jacket. She hands him his sword, and he places it across his back. Why? You gave it to me. But you didn't even know me back then, and it's not like it had been expensive or anything. So why do you still wear it? That's when Naruto blushes lightly and mumbles. It's the first time anyone gave me a gift. After hearing what he said, the blush that had finally faded from her face returns stronger than ever. Naruto walks out, closing the door, and taps the door next to the doorknob, causing a small ceiling matrix to glow then disappear. He turns around and leaves with Hinata. They walk down the stairs to the ground floor and find Hinata's mother surrounded by the local working girls. They walk up to them and hearing them congratulating her on her pregnancy. You're so lucky, Hyuga-san, you have such a beautiful daughter and are about to have another. I am so jealous. I wish I could have a child of my own. She's right, you're so lucky. You have a man that loves you and wants to have a family with you. Hikari is a little overwhelmed by all the attention she is getting from the girls, until Naruto walks up and speaks out. You guys leave Hikari Oba alone, you're crowding her too much, geez. The girls look over at him and Hinata. Morning, Naruto. They all say at once, as they all move back a little to give Hikari more room. Hinata walks over to her mother to see if she was okay. Morning, girls. Shouldn't you all be heading to bed soon? One of the girls sighs. Naruto, we are adults, we can make decisions for ourselves. Naruto rolls his eyes. Sure you are, sorry I forgot. All the girls giggle hearing his sarcasm. Some of the girls wish Hikari well and walk away heading to their apartments. Naruto stands there looking at those that don't leave until they too wish Hikari well and leave. Hikari stares at Naruto and watches as the girls leave, then looks at her daughter. This wasn't the first time Hinata had been here. She had visited Naruto's apartment several times over the winter, and now Hikari was a little apprehensive about allowing such visits. They turned to leave and walk by one of the girls that had been the first to wish Hikari well in her pregnancy. She was with a man who was yelling at her near the door to one of the many bordellos. She was standing there with her head hanging and tears coming from her eyes. You guys can keep going, I will catch up. Naruto says as he walks over to the girl. Hikari stares, wondering what Naruto meant. Hinata, do you know what Naruto is doing? He is going to make that man stop yelling at her. Hikari looked again at Naruto, then at the girl. She looked no older than 16. As she watched, the man raised his hand and hit the girl, knocking her to the ground. Hikari watches wide-eyed. She looks for Naruto, but he is gone. Next thing she knows, the man is slammed against the wall of the brothel and slides down to sit on the ground. Naruto is standing in front of him, sword drawn and at the man's throat. She can't hear what he is saying, but with her Byakugan active, she can see the blood running from the man's nose and the slow trickle running down the man's neck, where Naruto's blade had broke the skin. The man looked at Naruto with a glare, then said something. Hikari could not make out what was said, but she could feel the result of it, as the killer intent sprang from Naruto like stream from a geyser. It was so intense that even as a veteran kunoichi, Hikari had shivers run across her body. The man didn't handle it nearly as well as she has, and wets himself in fear. Naruto spoke, and the man nods slowly. Naruto removes his blade from the man's neck and wipes the small amount of blood away on the man's shirt. He then returns his sword to its sheath and takes a step over to the girl on the ground. He wipes the tears away and helps her up. He spoke softly, and she nods, then gives him a small kiss on the cheek and walks inside. Just then, two Anbu fall out of the sky, landing behind Naruto. They stand there and watch Naruto through the holes in their masks. Naruto walks up to them and speaks quickly, telling them what had happened. They look over at the man when Naruto points at him with his thumb over his shoulder. The man starts to shake as they nod and walk past Naruto towards the man. The man starts to scream as the Anbu grab him and jump away. Naruto walks back over to Hinata and Hikari. I told you guys that I would meet up with you. You didn't have to wait. Hinata doesn't say anything. She just looks over at him and blushes lightly. Hikari looks down at him. Naruto, why did you do that? And where did they take him? Cause no one messes with my One-Sans, that's why, and they took him to see Ankone. Did you call them your One-Sans? Yes. When I got kicked out of the orphanage, I was on the street, and I kept getting chased by the villagers whenever they found me. After a few days, I ended up here. Some of the girls saw me at night sleeping in the alleys and looking through the trash cans. They gave me some food and a blanket. A few days later, Kimkine brought Dogen II to the alley that I had built a shelter in. He told me that I was going back to the orphanage, but I wouldn't go. I didn't want to leave the area because this was the only place in the village where I get treated nice. So I stayed there. He gave in and helped me make my shelter stronger. He left for a few more days, then he came back with landlady Oba. He told me that he got me an apartment here in the red light district. When I moved in, they helped me a lot, giving me food and cooking lessons. Hikari listens, quietly ashamed of herself for what she had thought only minutes before. Here in the last place, she thought to found anything that she would want her daughter to learn, was in fact the place that was the best example to learn the greatest lesson she wanted to teach her, to have a kind heart. As I learned to hunt, I would bring back meat and give them what I didn't need. I don't eat too much anyway, so there is always a lot to give away. They help me to sell the skins that I collect too, sometimes when the traveling merchants are not in the village. So I don't like it when they get treated like that. Before I would put an arrow into whoever did things like that from afar. But since Zenichi and II has been teaching me, I can do it up close now, sends a stronger message. And the Hokage has Umbu patrolling the district now, who get a special thanks from the girls too, so it doesn't happen much anymore. They walk in silence until they arrive at the shopping district. Naruto follows Hinata and Hikari from store to store as they get the things that Hinata needs for the start of the academy the next week. Naruto ends up carrying most of the bags. After the fifth store, Hikari asks Naruto why he hadn't bought anything. I went shopping yesterday with Hokage Gigi. He bought most of what I need. I only need to get a few more shuriken. I have extra space because I will fight with my sword, so I don't need kunai. Okay, well, we are almost done. Just one more stop, then I need to head to the hospital. I have an appointment. If you don't mind, would you escort Hinata back to the clan district with her things? After seeing you this morning, I feel that Hinata will be very safe in your hands. Sure thing, Hikari-oba. I don't mind at all. Thank you, Naruto. Hinata looks up at her mother, curious. Mother, I thought we got it all. What else do I need? Hikari looks over to her daughter. Well, I figured that it was about time we got you some proper shinobi attire. Something a little sturdier for you to work in, and I think Naruto, with his hunting experience, would be a great help in finding you something to wear. How about it, Naruto? Want to help Hinata find something? Naruto smiles. When we are done with you, Hinata, you will be the best-looking kunoichi at the academy. To which Hinata blushes, causing her mother to laugh lightly as she leads them into the same shop that Anko got her kimono from. Hikari and Naruto sit Hinata down near the dressing rooms, and they roam around the store together, picking out some things for Hinata to try on. They return with several outfits, and Hikari takes Hinata into a dressing room to try on. They come out one outfit at a time to show Naruto and get his opinion on each until Hinata asks her mother what they were doing. Well, Hinata, I am trying to get Naruto to have a certain expression on his face. Then we will know which one to pick. Hinata looks at her mother, confused. What look are you looking for, mother? Hikari smiles mischievously. The expression that your father has when he sees me in something he likes me in. After a minute of thinking about what her mother said, Hinata's face turns completely red. After that, every time they walked out, Hinata was blushing, but at the same time, she would watch his face expectantly. When they only had one outfit left, Hinata had given up all hope at extracting the same expression on Naruto she had seen on her father when he looked at her mother from time to time. She dresses with her head down, having lost all her confidence. Well, that's too bad. I was hoping he would like my sense of taste, but I guess not. He is just like his mother, so it would make sense, and after being around Anko so much, I can understand where he got his taste for mesh. Hinata looks up at her mother. What? Hikari smiles at her daughter wickedly. He picked this one. Hinata instantly breaks out in a blush. She turns to face the mirror in the booth and looks at herself in it. It was a light purple top made of a thin but strong material that would keep her cool. It fit loosely on her, allowing her to move easily. It had a deep hood that she could cover her head completely and would hang down, obscuring her eyes, but still allowed her to see, and a big pocket at the hem with holes on either side. The sleeves were made of mesh and went just past her elbows, leaving her wrists and forearms bare. She had a skirt which was the same color as the top and was split on the sides, allowing her to reach the shuriken holsters that would be on her legs. It was a little longer than Anko typical skirts, but not by much. Underneath was a pair of mesh pants which hugged her legs tightly, but she could still run easily, stopping just above her ankles, leaving them bare. She looks up at her mother, who gives her a smile and a thumbs up. Hinata takes a deep breath and walks out into the waiting area just outside the booth. Naruto-kun, how do I look? Naruto looks over from the coat rack he was examining. The second he sees her, his eyes widen and his mouth falls open slightly, and a blush colors his cheeks. Seeing his reaction, Hinata blushes lightly and smiles. Her mother walks out behind her and sees the expression on Naruto's face. She leans down the best she can and whispers into her daughter's ear. That is what I was looking for, she says playfully. Hinata nods. Thank you, mother. My pleasure, dear. That's when Naruto recovers from his shock. Hinata-chan, you look really pretty. Hinata smiles and blushes, hearing him giving her a compliment. Thank you, Naruto-kun. She walks back into the dressing room and punches the air in a very Anko-ish fashion. She quickly changes back into her original outfit. Hinata comes out of the dressing room carrying the outfit that Naruto had picked for her and heads to the cash register with her mother following. They pay for the outfit and order 2 more to be made and leave. Outside, Naruto goes to take the bag with Hinata's new outfit, but she keeps it saying that she didn't mind carrying it. Naruto shrugs. Okay, now Hinata, I want you to head straight back to the district with Naruto, okay? I have to get to my checkup now. Okay, mother. I'm trusting you to take care of my little angel Naruto. Make sure she gets home safe. You can trust me, Hikari Oba. Hinata-chan will be safe with me. Good. Hinata, tell your father I will be back by lunchtime so he doesn't panic. Hinata nods her head. Hikari turns around and walks away, heading towards the hospital. Naruto and Hinata start walking the other way towards the Hyuga clan district. They walk in content silence for several blocks until Hinata asks about what happened the night before when Mifune arrived. It was really cool. I met some other members of my clan, and I met my mom's sister, but she was kind of scary. She tried to take me to the Land of Iron, but I told her that I wouldn't leave. Hinata looked at him in horror. She couldn't think of the village without Naruto in it. She was happy to know that he was going to stay. What were the other members of your clan like? Naruto gave her his signature grin. They are great. They are only a few years older than us, but they are so strong. And 3 of them are medics and are really good with Fuinjutsu. The others are from the 2nd division, like Zenichi and Ai and Rikamaru. They said that they would spar with me today after lunch. Hinata looks down at the ground. Hinata-chan, what's wrong? Well, with the samurai here, I can't go to the compound and play with you anymore. Hinata-chan, Zenichi and Ai said that we can both still hang out at the compound. I am happy to hear that Zenichi is letting me still come to the compound, but father said that I can't. Why? He said that I will be the heir to the Hyuga, so I can't associate myself with weak samurai. Your father is an idiot. Hinata's head snaps up to look at Naruto. Have I ever told you what happened the day that Zenichi and I met with the village council? No, Naruto-kun, you haven't. Did Zenichi tell you what happened? No, he didn't. I snuck to the Hokage tower and watched through the window of the council room. You father insulted the strength of the samurai to Zenichi and I face, and he showed your father how weak they are. The pressure from Zenichi and I chakra destroyed the room and caused every umbu in the village to go on high alert. Your father was trembling at the display, everyone was, except Hokage. Hinata listened to Naruto's rendition of what happened that day and was in awe of Zenichi. To Hinata, her father was the strongest shinobi in the village after the Hokage. No one was stronger, and to hear that Zenichi had caused him to tremble was otherworldly. As they enter the Hyuga district, the guards watch them walk up. They nod their heads in greeting, and one offers to help Naruto with the bags he was carrying. Naruto thanked them, but said that he was fine. They watched the two as they enter, and at the beginning both had wondered why the clan head would allow him anywhere near his daughter, but they, like many others in the Hyuga clan, changed their minds about Uzumaki Naruto after that incident. It had happened 2 months after they met again at Ichiraku's and started their friendship. The clan as a whole was very nervous about having the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki anywhere near them. They personally felt no ill will towards the boy, but the intense disdain that the villagers had for him made them warily. They feared that the villagers would turn on them like they had to the Uchiha. It made many nervous, but they could not disobey the orders of the clan head. Then it happened. On the way back from a bakery just outside the district, Hinata had been attacked by a band of villagers. She had been beaten terribly, and once found she was rushed to the hospital. A message had been written on the wall near where she was found in her blood. Demon lovers must die. To say the Hayashi was furious would not have expressed the magnitude properly. The only one who could match his fatherly fury would be the boy who was the reason behind the attack. When Naruto had arrived at the hospital and was denied access to see Hinata, the air was filled with a terrifying amount of killer intent, which caused some to see glimpses of the Kyuubi in all its fury standing in place of the boy. The room's guards were so struck by fear that they couldn't stop him as he entered. When he walked into the room, he was set upon by Hayashi. Only with the training he received from Zenichi kept him alive, until Hikari could stop her husband and allow Naruto close enough to see Hinata. Upon seeing her alive but unconscious and bandages covering her body, he broke down. In tears at the side of her bed, he sobbed, muttering apologizes and blaming himself. Hayashi and Hikare were so struck by the display that their parental instincts overrode any other emotions they felt for the boy. As Hikare went to embrace him, he moved away from her reach like a frightened animal. He looked over at her, and then Hayashi, tears still flowing from his eyes, which were filled with hate and anger, filling the room with the same killer intent again. He mutters 3 words. They will pay. Then he jumped out of the window, landing on the building outside, and ran across the rooftops. Hikare looked at her husband with a look that only a worried mother could give, and Hayashi knew what she wanted. He leapt after the boy, who was the last reminder of their old friends. He searched for the next week, but couldn't find the boy. Even with the help of some of the clan, they couldn't find him. Finally, Hayashi went to Zenichi to ask if he had seen the boy, only to be told that Naruto would leave the village to on hunting trips from time to time and wouldn't be back for a few days. When asked, Zenichi said he had no idea about the attack on Hinata and that he had only just returned to the village after spending some time away with Anko after she returned from a mission the week before. He returned to the hospital at the end of the last day of searching to find the bodies of 5 men broken and bleeding at the front entrance. Multiple arrows shafts were sticking out of their legs, making it impossible for them to run away from that ever fate fell upon them, and from the looks of it, that fate had taken the shape of a very sharp skinning knife, with a piece of paper laid on top of them with a note from the demon, and it was signed with a spiral. It was a clear message that the days of Uzumaki Naruto just taking what the villagers would give him were over. When he entered his daughter's room, he found Hikare asleep in the bed with Hinata and a dirty and bloody Naruto standing beside them. Hayashi walked over to the boy and placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto didn't react to the contact. He just stared at Hinata. This is my fault. I don't know why they hate me, but they know that because of Zenichi and I that can't get to me anymore, so they went after Hinata-chan. I am so sorry. I never wanted this to happen. I just wanted a friend. I don't want to be alone anymore. Hayashi was taken aback by the serious and sad tone Naruto had. The few times he had seen him was with his daughter, and Naruto never acted like this with her. This was a Naruto he had never seen before, one without the mask. It saddened Hayashi, and he silently begged forgiveness from the boy's father in the afterlife for not taking better care of the boy in his absence. Naruto, it wasn't your fault. The villagers are to blame, and you punished them appropriately. In fact, you were quite merciful. They were still breathing. I would not have let them draw another breath, but I was too busy looking for you to avenge my daughter. Naruto looked up at the man. Why were you looking for me? I didn't think you would ever want to see me again. Because Naruto, you are Hinata's best friend, and she would want to see you when she wakes up. Hayashi chuckles. Plus, Hikare wants the whole family here when she does. Naruto was speechless. But I think that we should get you cleaned up before then. I don't want Hinata to see you covered in blood. And what are those clothes? I only ever see you in that orange jacket she bought you. I wear this when I go hunting. The tone Naruto used was icy and hateful, causing even Hayashi to shiver from hearing it. Hayashi follows Naruto back to his apartment and waits for him to clean up in the living room. Naruto takes his time cleaning himself and gives Hayashi plenty of time to look around. Like Zenichi, Hayashi is surprised and impressed by the assortment of pelts in the room and the plants that Naruto has collected. Most were wild flowers that have been transplanted, and the sheer number was astounding. It was like being in the forest. There was so much green. When Naruto came out of his room cleaned and dressed in his normal attire, Hayashi asked about the number of plants. To which Naruto sighed. It's because I only feel calm in the woods outside the village. But I can't stay there all the time. The last time I tried, I was forced back to the village by Weasel and I. So I brought a lot of flowers and ferns here, so I could feel like I am still out there. You really hate the village, don't you? It was more a statement, the question. Hayashi, being a Hyuga and the clan head at that, had a great deal of practice reading people, and he could see what the young boy was trying to hide. Naruto sighed again, having been found out. Yes, but I don't want to leave Hinata-chan. I can't leave even if I wanted to. The Hokage will not let me for whatever reason. After he found out that I have been leaving the village to go hunting, he sends an umbu with me whenever I leave. I might be a child, but I have been hunted myself enough times to know when I am being watched, both by some of the predators who decorate my apartment and by the villagers and some of the shinobi. I am sorry, Naruto. I have not been easy on you since you started being a friend to Hinata, And to be honest, if Hikare had not forced me not to, I wouldn't have let you be friends. Naruto looks up at the man with a blank face. I can't blame you after what happened, I understand. You knew something like this might happen. Hayashi, with a neutral expression, nodded his head. I will stop hanging out with Hinata. I don't want her to be hurt again because of me ever again. Hayashi watched the boy as he went to open the door to return to the hospital. He noticed the slumped shoulders and the hung head. He knew what a broken man looked like, and never in his life had he seen it on a child before. Then to see it on the normally hyper-grinning blonde was downright depressing. That will not be necessary. As my heir and future clan head, Hinata will always be in danger of some kind. Naruto looked over his shoulder at Hayashi. She will need friends that will always stand beside her in times of need. To be her sword and shield. To be her rock in times of grief. To support her when she faces the challenges of her responsibility, and you have proven very capable to be all those things. I can't for the life of me think of a better person to be her friend than you, Naruto. So I ask you, will you be my daughter's friend and ally until the Shinigami takes you? Are you willing to do that, Uzumaki Naruto? I am asking a lot, I know, but you are the only one I can ask. Naruto's eyes go wide. This was the first time someone besides Zenitsu had acknowledged his strength. He turns to face Hayashi, to have this man that had only met him with a blank expression and expressed contentment for Naruto's friendship with his daughter ask him to not only be his daughter's friend, but also protect her, was beyond Naruto's understanding. I will, Hayashi-san. Hayashi cocked an eyebrow, causing Naruto to stop and answer again with more confidence. I will always be Hinata-chan's friend, and I will always support her, Hayashi-san. Now Hayashi did something that he rarely did with anyone other than his wife. He smiled. Thank you, Naruto. Now let's return to the hospital. Naruto nodded, and they returned to the hospital, moving across the rooftops. Hayashi couldn't be seen in the red light district, even if it's to collect his daughter's best friend. They arrive at the hospital and find that the men Naruto had left there gone, leaving only a blood stain on the ground behind. They made their way back to Hinata's hospital room. Many of the civilian staff gave Naruto a wide berth, and the shinobi medics eyed him cautiously. When they got to the room, the guards let them pass without any problem and gave Naruto an approving look. With the dark room, both Hinata and Hikare still slept, so the two males sat in the chairs next to the bed. Silently, they waited for Hinata to awake from her sleep. As the sun rises, Hinata awakes with her mother holding her. She looks around and sees her father asleep in his chair and Naruto watching her. She smiles at him, which he returns. He gets up and walks around her bed so as not to have to talk over Hikare's sleeping form. How do you feel, Hinata-chan? Sore, and my eyes itch a lot. I am happy that you're here, though. With that, Naruto frowns. Why? They attacked you to get to me. It was my fault. You should hate me. Naruto-kun, I don't care about that. You're my friend. I would never blame you for what others did. You saved me. I can never hate you. Hinata reached out to Naruto, and he took her hand. Thank you, Hinata-chan. He put her hand to his face and held it there, feeling its coolness against his hot face. Thank you. He whispered again. Hinata just smiles at him. You don't have to thank me, silly. She whispers back, causing Naruto to smile. That's when Hikare awakes to see her daughter awake. Her exclamation at seeing her daughter awake awakes Hayashi, who stands and walks over to Hikare's side. Dear, if you don't let go, you're going to reopen her wounds. Causing Hikare to let go and begin fretting over Hinata. After that, the whole of the Hyuga clan learned what Naruto did to Hinata's attackers and accepted the boy. Some even asked to buy some of the pelts he brought back after word of the lightning liger that decorated his living room floor got out. Naruto couldn't for the life of him figure out how, but a giggling Hinata and a smiling Hayashi denied any involvement. Now as Naruto and Hinata walk through the clan district, they are greeted by many members of the clan until they arrive at Hinata's home. The family's branch member attendant arrives as they walk into the entranceway and takes the bags from Hinata and Naruto. I will put these in your room, Hinata-sama. And it is good to see you again, Naruto-sama. Kosen, you don't have to call me Sama. We're both lowly commoners in the service of the head family. Naruto's joke gets a look from Hinata. She punches him on the shoulder, causing him to laugh. Even Ko chuckles at the boy's antics. Of course, Naruto, I forgot. Hinata-sama, where is Hikari-sama? Mother had to go to a checkup and sent me home with Naruto-kun. Hikari-sama didn't have any appointments that I was aware of. I will ask father about it. I am going to see him now. Is he in his office? Yes, Hayashi-sama is in his office. He is working on a few things, but I am sure he will not mind you interrupting him. Thank you, Kooni-ai. You're welcome, Hinata-sama. Hinata and Naruto leave Ko and make for Hayashi's office further in the house. They walk up to the door and knock. They hear and enter from inside and slide the door open to see Hayashi sitting at his desk working on the enemy of all warriors, paperwork. They walk up to his desk and he looks up from his work. Hinata, welcome back. Did you get everything you will need for the academy next week? Yes, father, I did. Mother asked me to tell you that she is at a checkup at the hospital and will be back before lunch. Hayashi looks at his daughter and looks through his papers. Your mother didn't have an appointment today. He stands up and activates his Byakugan and searches the village for his wife to no avail. Hinata, I am going to find your mother. I am worried this is unlike her. I want you to stay with Naruto or in the clan district until I return. Am I understood? I understand, father. Father, Naruto told me about a few members of his clan that arrived with the other samurai the other day that are very good at fuinjutsu. I was wondering if it would be okay for me to ask them for some lessons in the art seeing, as it is something that pertains to our clan a great deal. I know what you said about samurai, but the Uzumaki are the best of the best at fuinjutsu. Hayashi stood still and thought. He knew that she knew about Naruto's seal and connected her dislike of the branch family seal to her disdain for the way Naruto was treated. After a moment, he answered her. I will allow you to do so if they are willing to teach you, only if Naruto is by your side. I do not know these samurai well, and seeing the way they have acted in the village bars the last few nights, I am apprehensive to allow you near them. But your argument is correct. The Uzumaki are the best there is in the art of fuinjutsu. At hearing the tone Hayashi used, Naruto jumps to the defense of his cousin's caste. Most of the time those fights have been provoked by villagers and drunk shinobi. At least the ones I have heard about from the girls in my neighborhood. Hayashi looked at Naruto with a thoughtful expression. Maybe so, but still I would feel better with you with her. Okay, I will. Good. Hinata, before you go, make sure to put all you new ninja tools away properly. Yes, father. With that, Hayashi left in search of his wife. Hinata and Naruto head to Hinata's room and find her things on her bed. Together, they put her things away. Hinata blushes a deep red as she takes out her new outfit and puts it away until the next week. With everything away, they leave and head to the samurai compound. They walk through the district and run into Hinata's cousin Niji. Hinata greets him. He looks at her with a stare of pure hate and walks away, ignoring her existence. What was that about? Asks Naruto. He is angry with the main family because his father was forced to sacrifice himself to protect my father. I will always be grateful to Uncle Hizashi for saving my father, but Niji hates us because of it. Mother tried to talk to him, but his mother feels the same and wouldn't let mother anywhere near him. I hope that one day we can get along again. Before we used to be like brother and sister. I miss those times. Naruto looks back at Niji. Someday you will learn to be like that again, I am sure of it. Hinata looks at Naruto and smiles. I hope so, Naruto-kun. They walk to the samurai compound talking about what they were expecting from the academy the following week. I am going to be so bored. Zenitsu and I has already taught me so much more than they will. I can already walk on water and can use chakra on the same level as a chunin. According to Weasel and I am already way ahead of those that will be at the academy, except maybe the clan kids like you and that Sasuke team, but I don't know. Even Sasuke was weaker than me until his Sharingan awoke. He sighs, causing Hinata to giggle at his expression. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, I am sure that you will find something challenging there. Maybe the ninja lessons on stealth or how to survive on missions. Hinata-chan, I have been hunting for my own food for over a year. Now I think I can sneak up on just about anything, and I know how to survive off the land. I have learned the hard way and have a big orange furball to thank for living this long. Hinata giggles again at hearing the Kyubi no Kitsune described as a furball. She nods her head, conceding. You're right, you are doomed to a life of boredom for the next 5 years. To which Naruto groans, causing Hinata to giggle again. They arrive at the entrance to the samurai compound and find it to have a guard posted at the entrance to the grounds. They walk up to the samurai, and he asks who they are. I am Uzumaki Naruto, student of Uzumaki Zenichi, and this is my friend Hyuga Hinata. She wishes to ask some of my clansmen for Fuinjutsu lessons. Hey, I Naruto, I remember you now. You are the little rascal who made a fool out of that hornhead last night when he showed up drunk. Go on in, and if you are going to ask any member of your clan, I recommend one of the triplets. They love to show off. Naruto smiled at the samurai. That's just who I was going to go looking for. Is Zenichi and I still here? No, Zenichi Fukatecho, Yuri-sama, and Rikamura-senpai all left early this morning. Okay, thanks, It's Ayasu. Thanks, Ayasu-san. The two walk into the compound and are met with the sound of clashing swords and run to see what is going on. Both children stare in awe as over 50 samurai divided into small groupings train and spar on the training ground that they themselves have used over the winter with both Anko and Zenichi. They watch for a long time, just enjoying the show of skill and swordsmanship on display until they hear their names get called. They look over to the source and see a waving Anko standing with two men and a group of crimson-haired samurai. They run over and are greeted by them. Morning, Ankone. They both say. Morning, Naruto. You too, Hinata. That's when one of the men standing behind Anko walks up. So this is little Naruto, the kid that Zenichi has been teaching. Well, let's see what you got, kid. Naruto grins at the bald man. You're on, mister. Just give me, I have to find someone for Hinata-chan first. Naruto takes a deep breath, then yells. Naoki. They wait about a minute, then a girl come running from the barracks followed by two other girls. Naruto. They squeal at that same time. They all dive at Naruto and begin fighting over him, causing all the other Uzumaki within sight to sweat drop. They continue to wrestle on the ground until a killer intent causes them to freeze. They look over at very angry Hinata, who was staring daggers at all three of them with her Byakugan active. All three girls jump up and try to hide behind the much smaller Naruto. Naruto-kun, protect us, she's scary. She's scary. Ya Naruto-kun, save your one-isans from the scary white-eyed girl. That causes a vein to swell on Hinata's forehead, and the killer intent increases. Anko, standing behind Hinata, elbows the bald man in the ribs. That's my Amato, isn't she the cutest? I am so proud of her. Ikaku just looked at the little angry Hyuga and shakes his head. I know that it is not by blood, but the amount of killer intent she is letting out at such a young age, I am compelled to believe she is your younger sister Anko. Naruto looks over at Hinata and tries to calm her down. He starts scratching the back of his neck as he tries to explain. Hinata-chan, these are the medics I was telling you about earlier. They always wanted a little brother, and I kind of ended up made into just that. Hinata walked over to him and grabbed him, pulling him away from the three Uzumaki medics, and hisses. Mine. They all nod stiffly and stand up. So this is the Hinata-chan you told us about, Naruto-kun. It's nice to meet you. I'm Naoka. I'm Naoko. And I am Naoki. Nice to meet you, Hinata-chan. They all have purple eyes and had skin which was pale and clear. Like all Uzumaki except Naruto, they had crimson hair. They wore their medic armor, but lacked sleeves and matching tattoos on their left arms. These look more like seals than tattoos. Hinata looks at them and notices that with the exception of how they have their hair, they are identical. Naoka's was short, only falling to her shoulders, and was pulled back with a blue bandana with a black spiral cut in half by the fold across her forehead. Naoko's hair was a long ponytail that fell to the middle of her back. She had a bang that covered her left eye. It is Naoki's, which was the strangest. Her hair was pulled back in a black wrap with white vines embroidered on it. It was tied together again at the center with a leather cord with bells on it, and ended in the center of her back. It filled with beads and clout together. The sheer strangeness of it caused Hinata to forget her earlier anger at their sudden grabbing of her Naruto. Your hair, it's so strange, I have never seen anything like it, she said absent-mindedly, causing the other girls to snicker and Naoki to roll her eyes. See, Naoki, you should just shave your head. It even confuses the Hyuga and their all-seeing eyes. Yeah, Naoki, you should. Her sister's teasing causes Naoki's temper to flare, and she whips around and hits them both on the top of their heads. And if you two spend half the time you spend on making fun of my hair on studying, you would be officers like me. But then again, I am the oldest, so I am naturally better than the two of you combined. Only by 5 minutes. 5 minutes is all it takes to be getter than you two. I am not confused, it's just really different, I kind of like it. See, there you have it, dreadlocks are awesome, just what I expect from my little brother's girlfriend. Naoki keeps speaking, but having someone say out loud that she was Naruto's girlfriend was too much for Hinata, and she did something she hadn't done all winter long. Hyuga Hinata fainted with a crimson face and a smile. "Hinata!" exclaimed Naruto as he caught her as she fell. The sisters moved with quickness, and Naruto could feel the chakra they were using to scan Hinata. After a minute, they backed up, and Hinata woke up and Naruto let out the breath he was holding. "Well, I guess I shouldn't say that out loud, should I?" says Naoki, which is agreed upon by her nodding sisters. "So, Hinata-chan, Naruto-kun told us that you would like to learn some medic skills. Is that true?" asked Naoki as her sisters moved to stand at her sides. Hinata, still a little dizzy from her fainting spell, nodded her head. "And I want to learn how to remove the caged bird seal on my cousin." The Uzumaki within earshot stopped what they are doing and looked at the little girl. They, like any other Uzumaki, know seals, and just by the name they know they didn't like it. "We will talk about that later, but do you want to learn to be a medic?" "I want to heal Naruto-kun, he hurts himself a lot." That caused Anko to burst into laughter. "That he does. Okay, Hinata-chan, we will teach you starting this morning, and you can repay us by showing us all the good shops in the village later, okay?" Hinata starts to vigorously nod her head. "Good, let's head over to the clinic that Zenichi set up. I have to say he did a good just for not being a medic. A medic who owed me a favor helped out," says Anko. "Then we owe you for making our lives easier, Anko-san. We had been expecting to have to stock the clinic ourselves." Anko just waves it off. "Just help me get on Yuryu's good side, and we can call it even." All three Uzumaki women smile, and Naoko replies, "Sorry, but we will not be able to help as we have never been on that side of Yuryu-oba. She never liked our bubbly personalities," she says with a sly smile. "Well, then we will just have to work together then." "Sure, you make Zenichi Onii smile, so in our book you're already a member of the family, Anko," says Naoka as she walks away with her sisters and Hinata in tow. Anko watches the women leave and allows a small smile to cross her face. She liked the samurai more and more. They didn't treat her like the villagers and many of the other shinobi of the village did, even with her personality quirks. It was refreshing. If Zenichi ever asked her to return to the land of iron with him, she would abandon the village in a heartbeat. "Okay, mister, now that Hinata-chan is in good hands, we can have our fight." Naruto's declaration brings a smile to Ikaku's face. "Good, let's get it on then, kid." They walk out to the practice field. Naruto takes his sword in his hand and shrugs off his jacket. Ikaku mirrors his young opponent, taking his sword in hand and shedding his training shirt to revealing a chiseled upper body covered in jagged scars. They stare at each other until Ikaku pushes his sword forward to begin his draw and Naruto charges forward. Ikaku finishes his draw just as Naruto enters his range and ducks beneath the blade. Naruto grips the hilt of his sword, and he draws it so quickly that all that was seen was the flash of the blade as he slashed at Ikaku and returned the blade to the sheath. Ikaku leans back wide-eyed as Naruto's blade flashes a hair's width from the tip of his nose. He steps back, distancing himself from the boy who was watching him. Ikaku tightened his grip on his sword and sheath and narrows his eyes. He charges Naruto and begins his offensive. He rushes Naruto, slashing with his sword. Naruto evades, dodging each attack, jumping and sliding just out of reach of Ikaku. As Ikaku finishes his combo, Naruto slams his foot into the ground and grips the hilt of his sword again. He pulls his sword and begins the Iato again. Ikaku watches the boy in horror as he sees the shadow of death cover the boy's face and knew he wouldn't be able to dodge again. He shifts his grip on his sheath and brings it up to guard his neck, bracing it against his forearm. Naruto's blade makes contact with Ikaku's iron sheath and cuts into the metal until it stops stuck in the metal. Naruto blinks and sees a sweating Ikaku. He yanks on this sword and pulls it free. Naruto stands in front of Ikaku at the ready until he notices how quiet it was on the training field. He looks around to see that all the samurai on the field have stopped to watch their battle. Ikaku, used to the attention when he walked on the practice fields in the Land of Iron, ignores the attention and inspects his sheath. Damn kid, you are good. I guess that is what I should expect from anyone trained by Zenitsu, but still I really am impressed. The name is Ikaku, by the way. We didn't do proper introductions. Naruto looks over at Ikaku and returns his sword to its sheath. I am Naruto, thanks for the spar, you are really good yourself, not as good as Zenitsu and I, but still good. Ikaku's face fell hearing himself being compared to Zenitsu. Come on kid, don't compare me to him, that's just not fair. Naruto grins. Sorry, but he is the only swordsman I have to compare you to. Well, we have to fix that, wouldn't we? Says a man as he steps out of the crowd. If you don't mind, I would like to spar with the student of Zenitsu Fukatecho. Sure, Uzumaki Naruto is my name. Besho Nagaharu, it is an honor. He says as he draws his sword and takes a two-handed stance in front of Naruto. Naruto, grinning like an idiot, falls into the opening stance of the Iato, and they begin. As Naruto spars with a half-dozen samurai, Hinata is pulled into the samurai's clinic. She looks around, seeing medics milling around, organizing materials and medications. Large scrolls are unrolled at random with complex storage seals written out on them. The triplets stop at the front counter and speak to the medic on watch. Hinata steps over to a nearby open scroll and studies the seals. She jumps when Naoki speaks behind her. Those are to transport medications that require special storage. Special storage? Yes, some kinds of medicine have to stay at a certain temperature, otherwise they will go bad and cause more harm than good. This scroll is for liquids that require staying very cold, mostly immunizations. Immunizations? Remember the shots your parents took you to get? Hinata shook her head. I have never gotten shots. Grandfather says that they will weaken my Kekkei Genkai. Well, if you want to be a medic, you have to have them and more. A medic that gets sick because they are treating a patient isn't a useful medic. Hinata nods her head. Come on, we are going to help organize the records room. It will be the first step towards becoming a medic. As we put the books and files away, we will ask you about what you know right now and build on it, okay? Hi, Naoki-sensei. The honorific puts a smile on Naoki's face. Hinata follows her up to the second floor. They take a left and walk down the hallway. Naoki stops in front of a room and opens the door. They walk in to find large scrolls piled up on one side of the room on top of tables and desks. The other side of the room is filled with shelves partially filled in with books, files, and smaller scrolls. Naoka and Naoko pick up a large scroll and unroll it on one of the empty tables. Hinata watches as Naoka as she makes several hand signs that are unfamiliar to her. As Naoka finishes, she places her hands on the scroll and quietly says, Uzumaki style, seal release. A poof of smoke and a large stack of files and books appear on top of the scroll. Naoka and Naoko begin opening and sorting files. Naoki and Hinata walk up to them. Okay, Hinata, this is where we start. Grab a stack of files and begin sorting them by clan and name. If a clan is not listed, put the file in this stack, and we will get to it afterwards. The clan files will take the longest to get sorted. Hinata nods her head and grabs a stack of files. She begins sorting them. After the fifth file, she notices a pattern and asks, Naoki-sensei, are these files special? Yes, Hinata, they are. Do you know why? Because everyone in them has a Kekkei Genkai mentioned, most of which I have never heard of. The triplets smile hearing her answer. That's because nearly all the samurai that volunteered to come to Konoha are survivors from the many purges that Kiri triggered that were saved by Zenitsu Onii and his unit. Either their families or they themselves were saved by him, Rikamo Onii, Ikaku-sama, and Takichi-sama. The four of them are living legends in the Land of Iron. They are considered to be the strongest unit in the history of the Guard and one of the most respected. Says Naoko without looking up from her work sorting the files. Her sister hands her a file and adds, most are from the 2nd Division, but a few joined the 11th and us medics. Depending on what their talents and Kekkei Genkai are. I think the only ones here who are not from the scattered clans are us Uzumaki. But we don't really count, because we are a scattered clan as well. We just joined the Land of Iron earlier. The unit commander of the 11th Strike Team Shimuru, Aiki Fukatecho, Ikekasama, Takichi-sama, and the cute guy at the gate Ayasu. Everyone else is from a scattered clan. We all want to see Zenichi Onii's plan be a success. We had enough volunteers to form a new division if Mifune-sama would let us. What's a purge? It's when a group of people kill another group of people who are different than them until there is no one left. They kill off the entire bloodline. Those with the Kekii Genkai were the targets of these purges. Whole clans have been wiped out. It's why they are all here. Zenichi Onii saved them from being killed for being different. Hinata stopped, horror etched on her face. Naoka looks up at her. Hinata-chan, what wrong? A stuttering Hinata asks. What do you mean WW wiped you out? I is th that wy the villagers tr treat in my family be bad arr the they I in dan danger. Naoka's face twists into concern. Oh sweetheart. No Hinata-chan, you're safe here. Only in Kiri and in the minor villages is it happening. I am so sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you. Don't worry, that wouldn't happen here. Not with us here, that's for sure. With a hard edge in her voice, Naoki adds. No, not with us here. We will never let that kind of atrocity to happen again as long as an Uzumaki draws breath. To which her sisters nod in agreement. Hinata calms down and begins sorting files again, noting all the different kinds of Kekii Genkai. After finishing the stack, they roll the scroll open further and unseal more files. Hinata stares at the second pile and asks why only the three of them are sorting so many files. That's because all the records and files are in special seals that only an Uzumaki can use. So we are the only ones who can unseal them. Why are they sealed specially? Why do your elders put seals on part of your clan? Well, grandfather says it's to protect our Kekii Genkai, but if that was the reason, we all would have one, not just the branch family. Well, I don't know about the second reason, but to protect the secrets of that person's Kekii Genkai is why the information is sealed in these scrolls. If the enemy got their hands on this information, it would, but a lot of people at risk. Okay, I understand. So when are you going to start asking me medical questions? The triplets all smile. Eager, aren't we? Hinata nods her head. Well, that's good, but I am sorry to say, Hinata-chan, that you are not ready to start formal medic training because you have to have perfect chakra control to be a full-fledged medic, but we can help you advance your first aid skill a long way, which will help until you have advanced your control. Hinata looks down at the table a little disappointed. Don't worry, Hinata-chan, there is still a lot for you to learn. We will also be teaching you how to make medical seals. So don't look so disappointed. We will get these medical records finished, then we start on the medical books, and that's when the fun starts. Hinata perks up. Okay, Naoko-sensei. Back outside, Naruto is sparring with his sixth opponent, a member of the 11th Division Strike. After Nagaharu failed to best the boy, his opponents stopped holding back and began using their other skills besides Kenjutsu. Naruto's current opponent, a man named Fujinaga, having watched the boy best 5 others, wasn't underestimating the child. Having activated his Kekii Genkai, his whole body had turned to iron and was fighting Naruto with reckless abandon. Naruto, having lost the edge in this battle, was on the defensive, but he stubbornly refused to give in and was fighting a losing battle. Naruto, that is enough. Fujinaga, stop this, you have won. The man and boy stop and look at the source of the voice and sees Zenichi and Rikamaru standing in a gap in the ring formed by the watching samurai. Yuryu watched from the hill that overlooked the practice field. Her hawkish stare watched Naruto and Fujinaga for the entire fight until Zenichi intervened. Zenichi and why did you stop us? I was about to turn it around. Naruto, you know better than that. Everyone here has been holding back so as not to hurt you. Fujinaga, true to 11th fashion, was about to lose his patience with you and ended in a way that would have you in the infirmary for the next week. Healing factor or no. And I don't think you would want to miss the start of the academy next week. The smile slowly fades from Naruto's face. He then sheaths his sword and bows to Fujinaga and the others who had sparred with him. Thanks for the fun, guys. Next time, don't hold back. They all return the bow. Ikaka stares at Zenichi. Well, that was harsh. I know we were holding back, but that was no reason to throw it back at him like that. Ikaku, you don't know, so I will not hold it against you, but you and the others are not the only ones holding back. Naruto has a major fight or flight instinct due to early childhood trauma, and I have reinforced his fight response. If you had pushed him far enough, you would have a few new scars, and the others would most likely not survive. The Iato is not a style you use to spar with, it is a killing style only. I have told him time and time again not to use it on people he does not want to kill, and this is the second time he has disobeyed me. Hearing Zen'ichi's reply, Ikaku eyes go wide. He is that good? Yes. I understand and I apologize for what I said, but I really like that kid, he is fun. Zen'ichi smiled. Tell me about it. He turns to Naruto. Come on Naruto, time for you to do some explaining. Naruto walks over to where he left his jacket and picks it up. He sticks his sword to his back and walks up to Zen'ichi. Okay Zen'ichi and I. Hinata is here with Naoko, and Naoki at the infirmary. We will get her once we have talked. Naruto nods his head and walks to Zen'ichi's house. They enter through the front door and walk into Zen'ichi's library. Naruto sits in a chair by the window while Zen'ichi, after taking his coat off, sits on the couch. They sit in silence for a few minutes until Zen'ichi prompts Naruto. Tell me what happened, Naruto. Naruto sighed while looking out the window. After you told me about the QB, I tried to meet it that night. After meditating at Hinata's house, I entered, I guess, is my subconscious. It looked like a sewer, and I got lost in the tunnels until Hinata came to find me, and I was pulled out by her presence. So I tried again in the woods yesterday morning after leaving here. Naruto pauses and looks at Zen'ichi. That time I found him. After finding my way through the maze of tunnels, I entered into a large space with a wall in it. I followed the wall until I found a gate. On the other side of that gate was the QB. I then forced it to pay attention to me, and we had a conversation. Well, mostly I just talked at him, until he started yelling at me. He then changed forms and looked like a human. We made a deal to kill the person responsible for what has happened to both of us. When we shook hands, he sent a lot of pure chakra into my practice sword that mixed with my chakra that was left in the metal. The two chakras mixed together and formed this. He holds his sword out in front of him to show Zen'ichi. Zen'ichi takes the blade and tries to draw the blade, but it refused to leave the sheath. Zen'ichi inspects the sheath and hands it back to Naruto. Draw it, Naruto. Naruto nods and pulls the blade free without any trouble. Zen'ichi takes the sword again and inspects it closely. After trying to feel it with his chakra, he hands it back to Naruto. Yours and the QB's chakras have formed into a new chakra. This sword had a chakra of its own and abilities that are unique to it. You will have to learn to master this weapon over the next few years and mostly far into the future. I have faith that you can, but be wary. Demon blades have a tendency to have a personality of their own that can clash with the will of the wielders. Naruto sits silently as he returns his sword to its sheath. After several minutes, he asks, "What is a demon blade?" A demon blade is a blade that had been forced using or with metal infused with demonic chakra. Your sword is an example of the former, while mine is an example of the later. My Okami Kami no Kin was forged out of metal taken from an iron statue that was used to seal a powerful wolf demon. Its mind was destroyed in the sealing process, but its power remained. So my sword is a demon blade. What can it do? I do not know, you will have to find out. The only other demon blades besides mine that I know of are the great swords used by the 7 swordsmen of the Hidden Mist and the great fan blade that was once used by Uchiha Madara. I know that all their abilities are great and require very skillful swordsmen to wield properly. I see. How do I learn what my sword does? Try talking to it. Naruto looks at Zen'ichi with a cocked eyebrow. And how by Kami am I supposed to do that? Zen'ichi chuckles at Naruto's exclamation. Channel some chakra into the blade and see what happens. But I have all morning during my spars and nothing happens. While you were fighting, then not exactly the best time for a conversation, is it? Try to talk to it like you did when you sought out the QB. Maybe that will be more effective. The boy looks at man and blinks a few times. Wag, why didn't I think of that? It's so obvious. Naruto closes his eyes and beings calming his breath and channeling chakra into the sword. Zenitsu watches with an amused smile on his face. Slowly a glow starts to spread across the sword in Naruto's lap, and Zenitsu's face hardens into a grimace. He had not thought that it would work so quickly. The glow flickers slightly, then Naruto's eyes snap open. He quickly draws his sword, and the glow strengthens, and a spectral blade forms around the physical one. Naruto and Zenitsu stare at the glowing purple blade. Naruto slowly swings the sword and watches as the dust that passes through the purple light glows then disincarnates. They look at each other and both rush out the house. They pass Anko as she walks in with Ikaku and Rikamaru. All three look at each other and follow the two outside. They reach the striking post that Zenitsu had set up for Naruto months earlier. Naruto draws his sword and sees that the purple chakra had vanished. He closes his eyes and focuses his chakra like he had earlier, and the purple transplant blade returns. Okay, Naruto, try to cut the post. Naruto nods his head, and the others arrive. Naruto slashes at the post, and his blade cuts halfway through the thick wood before stopping. Naruto and Zenitsu watch wide-eyed as the wood that is being touched by the purple energy starts to blacken, and characters Naruto removes the blade, and they stare at the post. The area that the purple blade had touched was turned to charcoal, and the area that was not was left completely alone. The border between the two was like night and day. The others looked at Naruto's glowing purple blade in awe, until Rikamaru finally asks the question on all their minds. What is that? Naruto and Zenitsu look back at them and smile. We have no idea. Zenitsu says with a happy smile on his face. Anko face palms and looks at her boyfriend and surrogate little brother and groans. Both of them were a pair of pyromaniacs, and during times like this, it was exhausting keeping them from burning something down. Ikaku and Rikamaru both look at each other and sigh. They had known Zenitsu for the better halves of their lives, and they both knew what this meant. Come on, Naruto, let's see what you can do with that purple blade. He holds out a thin stick for Naruto to cut. Naruto gets the message and slashes the stick in two. The look at the cut ends and can see that about 2 inches on either side of the cut the stick was charred. So anything that is cut with this power is scorched as well. I wonder why. Thought Anko out loud. Zenitsu looks over his shoulder and sees her there. Well, correct me if I am wrong, but the QB is primary a fire element, right? I think so. I wasn't here during its escape 6 years ago. Okay, do you have any chakra paper on you? With the rest of my shinobi tools, I think I have 1 or 2 pages. Can you grab a page and bring it here? Sure. Thanks, Anko. Anko waves him off and runs into the house. After a minute, she returns and hands Zenitsu a page of white paper. So what are you going to do with that, Zenitsu? Test Naruto's elemental affinity. If my guess is right, he has a wind element affinity. Naruto, stop burning things and put your sword away and come here. Naruto looks up from burning his name into the post and sheaths his sword, cutting the purple blade off. He walks over to Zenitsu and stands in front of him. Zenitsu hands him the page, and Naruto holds it in his hand. Now channel some chakra into the paper. Naruto nods his head and channels a little chakra into the paper, and it splits in half in an instant. Okay, now it all makes sense. Ikaku and Rikamaru look at each other and then at Zenitsu. Finally, Ikaku loses his patience. What are you talking about, the QB? And now why does Naruto having wind chakra make it all make sense? Rikamaru, who knew that Naruto is the Jinchuriki for the QB, understood why Zenitsu asked about the QB's elemental affinity, but not how it pertained to the current events of the huge purple spectral blade that Naruto has found to be in possession of. Well, Ikaku, some of the explanation is not information I can share. It will it you want to know? Ask Naruto, if it's okay. Ikaku looked at Zenitsu, then at Naruto. So Naruto, is it cool for me to know? Yeah, I don't really care. Go ahead and tell him. I want to know how this works. Okay, Ikaku, you see, the reason is that Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the QB no Kitsune, and the other day after I told him what he is, he went and did something very reckless. That being, he sought out the QB seal inside him and talked to it. After said conversation, they came to an agreement of some kind, and the fox embedded a portion of its chakra into the practice sword that I had given to Naruto, to properly practice the Iato. The two chakras mixed in the metal, making the blade you see today. Having mixed perfectly, so the elemental affinities in those chakras bonded, causing the effect you saw. Ikaku stared at Zenitsu, then at Naruto, a look of shell shock on his face. Zenitsu looks at Rikamaru. Too much information at once. Yup. Ikaku, you okay? Ikaku held his head and sat down. Just explain why the scorching effect happened. Okay, well, Naruto's elemental affinity, like we just saw in wind, and the Kyuubi's is fire, so when their chakra bonded together it formed a scorch element. As to why it takes on the form of a spectral blade, I can only guess. Maybe there is more to the sword's powers that we are still unaware of. Ikaku sat very still and thought for a minute. Hey Naruto, what is the name of your sword? Naruto looked over at Ikaku. It doesn't have one. While that is unacceptable, a sword as powerful as Zenitsu's Okami Kami no Kin needs a name. I just got it, I haven't had time to think of one. The other two swordsmen looked at Ikaku and then at each other. For once Ikaku is right, that sword needs a name. Says Rikamaru. Zenitsu nods his head in agreement. Yeah, it does. I was so absorbed in how it was made and what it could do that I forgot the important part. Anko looked at the three of them like they lost their minds. How? With all the other things going on with that sword, is its name the important part? That is because all truly great swords have a personality to them, not just demon blades, but swords like mine and Ikaku's as well, and deserve a name. Says a voice from behind them. They look behind them and see Takechi and Yuryu walk up. So I guess you heard as well. Takechi nods as he walks past them and inspects the post. It would appear that the power of that blade is truly great and deserving of a name. Have you any thoughts on it, Naruto? No, I haven't thought about it at all. I have never had to name anything before. Everyone was silent until Yuryu spoke, her tone as neutral as her expression. Kitsune Hiramiki no Kin seems to be an appropriate name. The others look at her and see the blank expression on her face as she studies Naruto. Ikaku rubs his chin. I think it is a fitting name. During our spar, I couldn't see your sword, only the flash it made as the light from the sun hit the blade, then it was gone, returned to the sheath. You have a lot to be proud of, Naruto. I have not seen anyone master the Iato to that level at your age ever. Everyone murmurs agreement. They look at Naruto and see him smiling. I like it. Well, that sets that, doesn't it? Naruto, go get Hinata, and we can have some lunch. Okay. They start walking to Anko and Zenitsu's house. As they reach the back porch, Ieyasu comes running up with a Hyuga besides him. Zenitsu Fukatecho, I apologize, but... He doesn't get to finish as the Hyuga cuts him off. Naruto, where is Hinata-sama? Kosen, what are you doing here? There is not time. Hikare-sama in giving birth 3 weeks early and her old wounds are making it difficult. They are afraid that they will lose her. Hayashi-sama sent me to get Hinata-sama, so she can say. But he couldn't finish. The tears had him choked up, keeping the words in his throat. But those present knew what he was trying to say. Zenitsu immediately went into vice captain mode and turned to order Naruto to hide Hinata, but the boy was already gone. Zenitsu smiled, proud of his cousin and student's quick thinking, and looks to Rikamaru. Find Aiki and get her to the hospital. Anko, go with him and show them the way. We can't afford to have them getting lost at a time like this. They nod and take off running. Ko, let's get you back to the hospital. Trust that Naruto will get Hinata there in time. Ko nods and follows them as they run to the front gate. Naruto is sprinting across the compound. Anxiety and fear causes chakra to flow to his legs, allowing him to run faster than ever before. He bursts through the infirmary doors and pulses his chakra, sending all the medics into battle mode. He finds Hinata and takes off up the stairs and down the hall. He throws the door open and is met by the triplets in front of Hinata. They put up a defense, but Naruto in his panic breaks through with little problem. He stands in front of Hinata as she sits on the floor surrounded by medical books. She looks up at him and sees the look on his face. Naruto, what's wrong? Hinata-chan, we have to go now. Hikareoba is giving birth, but her wounds are acting up. They don't think they can save her. We got to go now. Hinata stands up, but the panic causes her legs to weaken and she falls back to the floor. Naruto picks her up bridal style. We don't have the time, Hinata-chan. He turns, and with a strength that a person of his size shouldn't have, he runs out the door with Hinata in his arms. They leave the infirmary and start running across the compound towards the hospital. Naruto hears 3 impacts around him and smiles to himself. Falling in formation around Naruto, Naoka, and Naoki follow the boy through the village to the hospital, moving at speeds that only fear and desperation could drive someone to achieve. They arrive at the hospital. Naruto sets Hinata down so she could walk in. Hayashi would not approve of his heir being seen too weak to walk on her own. They walk into the hospital and find Zenichi and Yuryu standing beside Ko and Hayashi. They walk up and the triplets enter medic mode, focusing on nothing saving lives, walk past them and to the nurse on watch. "Where is Hyuga Hikare being treated?" asked Naoki. The nurse looks up at them and sneers. "Our doctors can handle it. If the woman is going to die, then there is nothing a samurai can do to help her." The nurse is instantly hit by 3 intense killer intents. "I am Uzumaki Naoki, leader of the 3rd Squad of the 5th Division. I have saved more lives on the battlefield than you have seen walk through that door in your entire life. Tell me where my student's mother is, or so help you Kami, your death will be slow and painful." Trembling and stuttering, the nurse points down the hallway and says, "Oh, per operating Aroaro room fo 4." The triplets turn and walk down the hall and enter the operating room. Not 10 seconds later, Anko and Rikamaru walk into the lobby with Aiki in tow. She walked past them and toward the nurse station until Hayashi speaks up. "Operating room 4, down the hall to the left." She looks at him. Hayashi on the floor prostrating himself, a look of shock on Ko's face. "Please save my wife." "I will. I am the vice captain of the 5th for a reason." "The triplets are already in there, Aiki." Aiki looks at Zenichi questionably. "They were with the woman's daughter when Naruto found her at the infirmary." She nods her head and thanks Kami silently. She walks to the operating room and enters. Naruto, Rikamaru, Yuryu, and Zenichi all flinch when the door opens. "What was that?" asks Ko. "Really powerful seals are in that room. Most likely the work of the triplets to slow down whatever is going on in there until Aiki arrived to help," says Yuryu. Hayashi looks at Zenichi. "Is she really that good?" "Yes, despite all her other flaws, she is the best medic I know. The only ones better would have to be the captain of the 5th Kamaya Maru and Tsunade of the Sannin." They sat in the lobby of the intensive care unit for the last few hours. Hinata had cried herself to sleep across Anko's and Naruto's laps. Anko looked down at the head of the little Hyuga girl in her lap as she strokes the girl's hair. Over the last several months, she had grown to care for the young girl almost as much as she did for Naruto. Anko then looked over at the boy that had led her to this moment and smiled at his sleeping form leaning against her, holding his friend's legs so she wouldn't fall. Anko looks up to see Zenichi watching them and smiles at him. He returns the smile and mouth, "I love you," causing her to blush and blow him a kiss. Yuryu watches the entire exchange silently, asking herself why she had followed her son. She shook her head. This was not the time to be thinking about that. She got up and left the building. Zenichi watches her leave and looks at Anko, who gives him a go-on gesture with her chin. He stands up and walks out after his mother. "So you are leaving just like that? These people are my friends and close allies of our clan here in Konoha." "TCH, close allies then were where they while Yuzushio burned. I have lost much because of this village, Zenichi, far more than you know." "Then tell me, damn it. Mother, you and I have been at each other's throats since I came forward with this plan. Not like we got along well before, but it was never this bad. What have I done to have you resent me so much? Zenichi, you must be the next clan head. You must lead our clan out of extinction. I have done all I can to do, so now it is your turn, and here you are in love with a kunoichi from the village responsible for our destruction. We were promised support and aid, and when we made the call for help, none came. For 3 weeks we fought off 3 major villages and over a dozen minor ones. 500,000 marched against us, Zenichi, and when the order to retreat finally came, it was too late. So the last of our greatest warriors took the field and slaughtered the enemy using any means at their disposal. They made a big enough hole in their lines for us to make a run for it and scatter to the winds. Mother, you said, so yourself we faced 500,000. How do you know that Konoha never sent aid? They could have been fighting to get to Yuzushiyo the entire time. And what about the rest of the Second Shinobi World War? It was a war to avenge us. What makes you think that they abandoned us? Because we did. Zenichi turns to look at the Hokage standing behind them. Yuryu glaring at him like he carried the plague and was willfully spreading it. What do you mean you did? Zenichi says coldly. When word of the attack on Yuzushiyo arrived, I rushed to the Nidame's chambers and asked him what the plan for the relief forces, and he told me that there would be no aid sent to Yuzushiyo. He told me that he and the Yuzukage had spoken and that the Yuzukage refused to negotiate with the other villages. They had learned about the true meaning for the treaty between Yuzushiyo and Konoha, and they demanded the same from Yuzushiyo. The Yuzukage refused and called for the aid of Konoha before the attack was even mounted. The Nidame believed that this was a problem of their own creation and wouldn't risk Konoha against such odds. The only aid that went to Yuzushiyo was my 3 students. Tsunade was the granddaughter to Uzumaki Mito and wanted to help her only remaining family. My other students refused to abandon her, and they all left against my wishes. Together, they faced Hanzo the Salamander and were given the title of Sannin as reward for facing him and surviving. When word spun that they had gone to Yuzushiyo's aid, the forces of the combined army marched on us, and then we went of the offensive. Suna marched with us, and we crushed what was left of that army, which had been cut down to a third of their original force by Yuzushiyo's mighty warriors. Yuryu looked at the old man. Your students saved my life and my comrades' lives as we fled. The only reason I didn't kill my sister's team and force her to stay with us was because Tsunade was her sensei. Tsunade promised me that she was happy and that she would remain that way, but once again the promises made by Konoha to us have been broken. I know that Tsunade abandoned the village before Naruto's birth. Had she been here, my sister might still be alive. Zenichi stood between the Hokage and his mother, silent, deep in thought, until Anko walked out. Ichikuin, is everything okay? Zenichi turned to face Anko, and she could tell by the look on his face that everything was not okay. She ran over to him and wrapped him in a tight hug while staring daggers at Yuryu. Zenichi looked down at his love and came to a decision. The truth dies today. The land of iron is our home now, and the dead will be left to lie. We are the Iron Uzumaki, and we will rebuild what was once lost. I will not take up some kind of vendetta against Konoha for what the dead did. It serves no purpose but to weaken us. Mother, you say I am to be the next clan head, then you will honor my decision and support this alliance. Yuryu looks at the two and walks away. Why do you think I have told no one of this, son? I might not like it, but it is the right decision, and from the looks of this kunoichi, I will have some powerful grandchildren to train in the future. Hopefully a granddaughter who wants to be a warrior instead of a medic, like your sister. She says with a small smile. But rest assured, Hokage, I will be watching, and I will do anything to protect the Uzumaki. The Hokage stepped out of her way and bowed his head. Anko looked up at Zenichi. Did she just say what I think she just said? Zenichi smiled down at her. Told you it wasn't anything personal. She doesn't trust Konoha, that's all. Anko looks up at him questionably. I'll tell you later. She nods, knowing that there were no secrets between them, and let go. They walked back into the hospital to find Hinata and Hayashi sitting together. Hayashi was holding an infant, and Hinata was singing a soft lullaby. Zenichi looks at Anko. That's why I came out to get you. Hikare gave birth. It took longer than normal, because of the seals slowing everything down. Something about cell division. I didn't what Naoko was saying. Ko left to let the rest of the clan know. I don't think he could bear being here anymore. They are still operating on Hikare. But the second the door opened, Naruto woke up screaming in pain, and Rikamaru hit the floor holding his head. Zenichi frowned. Only the most powerful seals could do that to an Uzumaki who wasn't part of the seal making. Did she say how much longer? Anko shook her head and took his hand in her own. As the walk over to Hayashi and Hinata, Naruto was sitting a little ways off to the side with Rikamaru. Zenichi didn't understand until he got close to the Hyuga. He then felt the pain in his head and stopped walking. He looked at the baby and then at Rikamaru. How long has this been going on? Since Naoko brought her out. The effects are growing weaker, but still. I can't understand how those three are alive after this long. The residual power on that infant is giving me a splitting headache. Hayashi looks up from his baby. What do you mean residual power? Whatever seals they are using in there to slow down the biological timing on your wife, so they can heal her, is so powerful that we can feel the seal from your baby because of her exposure to it. Don't worry, it will not harm her, but it's giving us a migraine. Explains Rikamaru as he holds his head in his hands and his eyes screwed shut. Hayashi activates his Byakugan and looks into the operating room to be blinded by a bright light. He deactivates his Byakugan and tries to see, but the light as temporary blinded him. As his sight returns, he sees Hinata holding her baby sister, rocking her gently and still singing the lullaby that Hikare would sing to her. An hour later, the door to the operating room is thrown open, and the tree Uzumaki still in the lobby flinch, anticipating the pain from the seals, but feel nothing. Then Naoko and Naoka stumble out of the room and collapse on the floor of the hall. Rikamaru and Zenichi run over to their fallen clanswomen. Zenichi catches Naoki as she too falls out of the room. Hayashi walks over and looks down at the women holding his infant daughter. I am sorry, Hyuga-san, but... Naoki passes out before she can finish, and Hayashi, fearing the worst, leans against the wall, trying to stay standing. Oh, Kami, why? Why couldn't you have taken me instant? Well, Kami isn't taking anyone with me around. Stupid. Naoki passing out before she could finish. Says Aiki to no one, leaning against the door frame, noticeably tired. Not on the same levels as the Uzumaki triplets from maintaining the seals and withstanding the mental agony that came with seals of that power. What she was trying to say is that you will not be having any more children, at least not with your wife. Her womb is beyond repair, the strain from 2 pregnancies, and the wound she took was too much. If I had not been here, she would have died. I don't think anyone has seen these kind of injuries here before. Then how did you know about it? Asked Rikamaru. Because I delivered Amaru-sama's son, and she had the same injury. She could have died then, but it was her first pregnancy, and the damage was not as severe. I am guessing that she had problems during her first pregnancy. Yes, she did. I believe there was extensive bleeding with Hinata's birth. Yes, I thought as much. I am also guessing that Tsunade wasn't here during that time. No, Tsunade wasn't here then. Well then, that's why you didn't know then. You shouldn't have tried to have a second child, but I am guessing that you just didn't know, so I don't have to castrate you for putting your wife in such danger. The seals will wear off soon, and she will wake up. I believe she will want to see her baby. Thank you so much. It's my job. Now take care of your wife. I can hear her stirring. Hayashi walks past her and into the operating room. Hinata stops behind her father and bows. Thank you, Aiki-sama. Aiki stares at the girl, a little taken aback. She shakes her head to clear her mind. Like I told your father, it's my job to save lives. I made an oath and I will keep it or die trying. Hinata straightens and looks into Aiki's eyes. Thank you all the same. She then walks past to see her mother. Aiki looks at the girl as she passes, making a mental note to talk to Naoki about her later. Zenichi, let's get these 3 to their beds back at the compound. They need to sleep, and I think the Konoha doctors can take it from here. Zenichi nods his head and makes a clone to carry Naoko as Rikamaru picks up Naoka. With Naoki already in his arms, Zenichi shifts her weight to carry her easier, and they start to leave. Aiki tries to follow, but the second she leaves the support of the door frame, she starts to fall to be caught by Anko. Aiki looks at Anko, to which Anko ignores. You just saved one of the few people in this village who I think of as family. So truce, at least until you have rested. Aiki lets Anko take more of her weight. Truce then, and you can have him. He's right, I didn't come here for him. He humiliated me, and I frankly want nothing to do with him ever again. I only came here in the hope of meeting the slug princess. Then why did you act that way? She gives a small smirk. Can't have the other women know, can I? They will be all over him, and you will kill all my medics. Anko looks at the vice captain in mild shock, then starts laughing. Let's get you back home, you crazy medic. Aiki sweat drops. Having Mitarashi Anko call me crazy is a little worrying. Which gets a few more laughs from Anko. Naruto stood out on his balcony watching the night sky. He leans against the railing in thought. He thought about what happened to Hikare and what would have happened if the samurai were not in the village. Without the triplets and their vice-captain, Hikare would have died, and there was nothing that he could do about it. He couldn't protect Hinata from losing her mother. He sighs. It had been such a good day too, he thought. Sparring with the samurai, then learning about his sword and naming it. Everything had been going perfect until Ko arrived as Death's messenger. Naruto sighs again as he walks inside his apartment. After the operation was over and Zenichi and the others left, he had stayed at the hospital to be there for Hinata. After an hour, he left as well, leaving Hinata to be with her family. He then returned to his apartment and started to make himself dinner. Now as he entered his kitchen, he is met by the smell of roasting venison, fried greens, and potatoes. He walks over to the stove and stirs the vegetables in the frying pan. He checks the roast as someone knocks on the front door. Wondering who would be at his door this late in the evening, he walks over to the door and looks through the peephole. He opens the door and is greeted by one of the girls that help him sell some of his pelts. "Good evening, Naruto-kun. I am really sorry. I know you don't like it when we bring people here, but she insisted and said that you were related, so I showed her the way." Naruto looks over at who she was taking about and sees Yuryu standing there looking out at the red light district she just walked through. "It's fine, Mei-chan. Thanks for showing her the way." "You're welcome, Naruto-kun. Have a good evening." Mei leaves, walking past Yuryu, giving her a weary look. Without looking at him, Yuryu speaks. "Are you that familiar with all the girls here, or just some of them?" Naruto glares at her. "Just the ones that have helped me survive. The girls in this neighborhood are the only reason I lasted this long." Yuryu looks at the girl that had led her to her nephew's apartment as she exited the stairs at the base of the apartment building. "I see," is all she says. After a moment, she turns around. "May I come in? I would like to talk with you." Naruto looks at her, then steps to the side, allowing her entrance. She walks in and removes her sandals at the entranceway. Naruto walks past her and returns to the kitchen. Yuryu walks into the living room, and like many before her, she is surprised by the pelts that decorate the apartment. Though she doesn't show it, she is impressed, but more so by the collection of plants in the apartment. "I am impressed by the quality of plants you have, Naruto. Some of these are very hard to keep alive outside of the wild." Naruto answers from the kitchen. "Thank you, it was a lot of work getting them here and keeping them alive. I wouldn't have been able to if not for Zenichi and I teaching me how to use Fuinjutsu. You would like something to drink or eat? I was about to have dinner when you arrived." "Tea would be nice, thank you. I have already eaten. One of the other clan members told me about a ramen stand that is very good, and I have to agree with his assessment. How did you use Fuinjutsu to keep the flowers alive?" Naruto smiles, knowing which ramen stand she was talking about. He sets his plate with his dinner on the kitchen table and pours a mug of tea for Yuryu and himself. "Please sit, and to answer your question, the seals on the pots mimic the characteristics of the soil in which I pulled the flowers from." "How does it work?" "Well, I first need a sample of the soil, then I put that through a seal to analyze what is in the soil, then I copy the results into another seal that mimics those characteristics." Zenichi said that it was very close to a type of medical Fuinjutsu used to analyze diseases safely. Yuryu thinks over what he says for a moment. "What do you do about the cost?" "The seal must be using chakra constantly. I recharge the seals in each pot every morning as I water the plants. Left alone, the seals will last about a day and a half." "What are you going to do when you go in missions that last longer than that?" "I am not sure yet, but I have several years to work it out. I can't add a chakra storage formula because it will burn up the plant's roots. I lost my herb garden because of that." She looks over the plants and sees a white flower in a corner by the window. She walks over to it and inhales, breathing in the fragrance. She sighs as she exhales. Walking over to the table, she sits and thanks him for the tea. "I would like a copy of the sealing formula for my greenhouse, if you don't mind." "Not at all. Do you like the Shadow Dragon Lily? I can show you where you find some. They are my favorite." "Thank you, but I already have some in memory of your mother. She used to love those flowers as a young girl. Guess you really are her son after all." She takes a slow drink of the tea, enjoying the bitter flavor. "There was still any doubt? I figured after seeing how I handled the seals at the hospital would have been proof enough." She returns the mug to the table. That only proves that you are of Uzumaki descent. That doesn't mean you are Kushina's son. Though I know you are. You have the same look in your eyes as her. This causes Naruto to smile uncontrollably. Yuryu takes a deep breath and exhales. Naruto, I want to apologize. We didn't get off on the right foot, and that was my fault. I was in shock when we first met and angry. Seeing you reminds me of Kushina, and I felt the lose of her all over again. Naruto gives her a small smile. It's okay, I understand. You lost a lot when Yuzushiyo fell. Zenichi and I always gets angry when we talk about it. I can't even imagine what you must feel to have lived through it. Yuryu looks at the young boy speechless. After an awkward minute, she recovers. Thank you, Naruto. Now with that said, I would like to ask you to return to the Land of Iron with me. I know now after talking with Zenichi and the Hokage that I was wrong to try to force you like I did. I shouldn't have been so rash, but I would still like you to return with me. Naruto looks up at her from his dinner and swallows. You are an Uzumaki and should be with your clan and your family. Zenichi is here for now, but in a few years he will have to return to the Land of Iron again. You would be much safer with us, and you could learn to be just as strong as him and Rikamaru. Both have long ago outclassed me. Truth be told, they have outclassed most of our clan's best. They are something else. Naruto could see that she really wanted him to go with her to the Land of Iron, but he just couldn't. He didn't want to leave Hinata, and after his conversation with the Hokage and all the stories he heard from Oda, he wanted to help the village. It had been a very different place before the Second and Third World Wars. He wanted to help the village return to those times. I'm sorry, but I just can't. I can't leave Hinata, and I'm not just an Uzumaki. I have an obligation to my father to help the village. He left me a lot because he had faith in me, and I want to make him and my mother proud. Yuryu watches him intensely. So you know who your father is then? Yes. Who is he? This was command from his clan head. Even with all the experience with the Hokage and Zenichi, Naruto felt something deep inside himself that compelled him to follow her order. Brace yourself. He warns as he holds up a hand sign and activates the privacy seals in his apartment that he and Zenichi installed. Yuria channels chakra to her ears to protect them from the pressure wave that follows the activation. You know that my mother was the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi before me, right? Yuryu nods. Well, my father sealed it into me after it escaped after my birth. So you are the son of the Yondaime and the heir of the Namikaze clan. That explains the alteration to your spiral. Yes, please don't tell anyone. I am not ready for people to know, yet only a very few people know, and Zenichi and I will get mad at me if he finds out I told you. He doesn't want anyone to know yet. He is worried about IWA finding out. He is right to worry. IWA hates the Yondaime even now after his death for the defeat he gave them during the Third Shinobi War. A dark look comes over her face. They will hate you for both of your parents. Even your Uzumaki side, as will many other villages. They made up the bulk of the force that attacked Yuzushiyo. We cut their overall population to a quarter of what it once was. They were once the largest village on the continent and boasted the largest numbers of shinobi until we cut them down to size. The Second War killed off whole villages, and the 3 major villages that attacked us suffered irreversible losses, mostly by our hands. Naruto nodded. Zenichi and I told me. We got into a big argument. I wanted to tell everyone about my father once I found out. I wanted to throw it in the villagers' faces, but I will wait for a few more years for that. After several minutes of silence where Naruto finishes his supper and Yuryu stares off into space, Naruto gets up and puts his dishes in the sink, then sits down again. Aren't going to wash those? Asked Yuryu. In the morning I will make a few clones to clean up. They will wash everything then. Yuryu breaks out into a sly smile. So you have picked up the Shadow Clone Jutsu's bad habit of using clones to do everything for you. Naruto looks up at his aunt sheepishly. They're there, so why not use them? Yuryu smiles wicked. Tell me, Naruto, is Zenichi still doing all the paperwork himself, or has he figured out to use clones yet? Naruto matches her smile with one of his own. Nope, and neither has the Hokage. I wonder what he would pay for an answer to the ultimate question. Save it for later. You are Kushina's son, so you will need some kind of leverage at some point in the future to get out of trouble. She looks over at her nephew. Well, I guess if you will not come in life with us in the land of iron, then I have no choice. She stands up and beckons him to do the same. Naruto stands up with a worried look on his face, not sure what she was about to do. Standing before him, Yuryu pulls out a scroll with an Uzumaki spiral on it and a sealing note. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. I, Uzumaki Yuryu, as head of the Uzumaki clan, appoint you head of the Fire Uzumaki branch clan. You are hereby given full authority to act in the best interests of the clan, and you are my voice in the interests of the clan here in Konoha, and as such you must attend the annual clan meeting in the Land of Iron. The others will be made aware of this later, and as he is my heir, you will follow the orders of Zenitsu as a retainer of the main clan. Do you understand what is required of you? Naruto just stared at her, not sure what to say or do. Yuryu stares at his shell-shocked expression and waits for his answer. After several minutes, Naruto snaps out of his shock and responses. I understand and I accept all responsibilities as a branch clan head. She hands him the scroll. You are still too young, and there will be a lot for you to learn until you can fully assume your role as a part of our clan. It will be hard, and I expect your best. Naruto smiles up at her. I will not let you down. Yuryu eyes he coolly. Good. Now I have to get going. I have a meeting with Mifune, and I have to get some rest at some point tonight. Good night, Naruto. Good night, Yuryu Oba, and thank you for understanding and letting me stay in the village. I will make sure to visit. Yuryu looks down at him and ruffles his hair. As she puts on her sandals, she replies, You better, or I will drag you to the land of iron, kicking and screaming. Naruto stood watching his aunt as she left his apartment, holding the scroll she gave him. He walks into his bedroom, strips and dons his pajamas, and climbs into bed. He lays there waiting for sleep to take him, thinking about how much his life had changed since he met Zenitsu, and smiles. He is now surrounded by people that acknowledge him and see him as someone important. Yuryu walks through the red light district looking for the girl that had led her to her nephew's apartment. After looking for an hour, she finds her talking to a young man outside of a brothel. Yuryu walks up and grabs her arm and drags her away. The man turns and yells, to which Yuryu responds with a pinpoint-directed killer intent, causing the man to collapse instantly. Hey lady, I am working here. I led you to Naruto-kun, so leave me alone. I will pay you 3 times whatever you would make tonight. Just shut up and come with me. That silences the girl quickly as she follows Yuryu out of the red light district and towards the samurai compound on the other side of the village. They arrive at the compound, and before the night guard can stop them, Yuryu shoots him a glare that freezes the words in his throat. They walk past and make for Anko and Zenitsu's home. Yuryu opens the door and walks in regardless that it wasn't her house or that the door was locked. She kicks off her sandals, as does the girl that was been silently following her across the village. She walks into the living room, finding Zenitsu on the couch with Anko in his lap, the top of her mesh pulled off and around her hips. They are currently passionately kissing and are blissfully ignorant of their audience. They part to catch their breath. Zenitsu looks up at his mother and goes blank. Then he tries to stand up, forgetting that Anko was in his lap for a moment. Anko curses and rolls to the side. Damn it, Zenitsu, what the fuck? We haven't had any alone time in days, and now you're throwing me off. Zenitsu was still looking at his mother wide-eyed, still in shock from being caught by his mother in the middle of a makeout session. I am happy to see that you are on the way to providing me with grandchildren, but I don't think now is the best time. Anko looks over at the source of the voice, and her eyes go wide, seeing Yuryu standing there watching them. Not caring to cover herself, she looks over at Zenitsu and slaps him upside the head. Why didn't you lock the damn door? I did lock it. Did you put a seal to keep people out? No, I didn't think anyone would be brave enough to burst in like that. Well, guess what? You forgot your overbearing mother is in the village. Damn, this better be good, cause it was about to get to the good part. Anko says, mostly to herself as she rubs her thighs together, trying to calm herself down. Yuryu watches her and sighs in her head. She is just like me at that age. Anko gets up and walks over to the stairs and heads up to their room. I will be back in a minute. Find out why your mother is keeping me from what is mine. Zenitsu wordlessly watches as she leaves the room. Great, you made her mad, thanks mom. He only uses mom when he is being sarcastic. You're welcome now about why I am here. Yuryu grabs the arm of girl with her and puts her in front of him. Zenichi looks at the girl, then eyes his mother. This better not be about what I think it is. I thought you were okay with me and Anko being together. All I said is that I would get strong grandchildren. Do not misinterpret my intentions. Aiki might not want anything to do with you anymore, but a marriage between you and her would put the clan in a very strong position. Zenichi glares at his mother. I can't believe you. You don't have to. Now about why I am here for. Can you feel the seals on this girl? That caught his attention. Frowning from the conversation he just had with his mother, he reaches out with his chakra and feels for any seals on the girl before him. After a few minutes, his eyes go wide. What is this? I asked the same question. What is going on? Asks Anko from the stairs. Why is Mei here? Anko-sama, help me. Pleads Mei. This woman just grabbed me and forced me to follow her here. I have no idea what is going on. What is going on, young lady, is that you have been branded with a pair of seals. The first one keeps you from having any children. The second is not something so, how shall I say this, convenient for your line of work. It is, for a lack of better words, a slave seal. It will force you to obey the orders of whoever put it on you. Explains Yuryu, as Anko sits on the couch next to Zenichi, now in her nightgown. She grabs his hand and starts playing with it in her lap. So what's so special about that? It's common for the brothels to brand their girls to keep them for themselves. The same thing happened to my mother. She died to keep the seals off me in the first place. The Uzumaki matriarch looks over at the kunoichi. Are you telling me that you are the daughter of a prostitute? You got a problem with that. My mother worked herself to death to keep me safe from the men responsible for those seals. Literal to death, mind you. I would have been made into the same thing if she hadn't got me into the ninja academy before then. I owe her my life and my happiness with your son. The two women glare at one another until Zenichi speaks quietly. What's special, Hebeheim, is that these seals are Uzumaki seals that were outlawed by the clan before the fall of Yuzushio. These seals are dangerous and should have been destroyed before the village fell. So how did they get here and in the hands of someone who could use them? Asked Yuryu. This is a major problem. Mei, do you know who put those seals on you? No, Zenichi-sama. I wasn't awake when it happened. All I know is that when I woke up, I was in a room with a few other girls, and we were all naked with the seals on us. Later, an other girl came in with clothes and explained what happened and what will happen to us if we are disobedient to whoever it was who put the seals on us. She called him master. The way she said it made my skin crawl. Then we will find out who did this and kill them slowly. States Anko with a coldness and murderous aura that sends a shiver through Mei's body. Yuryu looks at her son's lover. It is not that simple. If we just run into the red light district, whoever is responsible could escape and start again somewhere else. We have to find them without them knowing we are looking. Easy, my snakes can search for us without anyone knowing. Yuryu looks at her questionably. Snakes? I hold the contract with the serpents of the Ryuchi caves. We will have to get to know each other later. Think we can without trying to kill each other? No. Says Zenichi as he stands up. Mason, you can leave. Here, take this for your trouble, and I don't have to tell you not to tell anyone about this, do I? No, Zenichi-sama, you don't, and thank you. Have a good night. And Mei. Yes, Zenichi-sama. We will get those seals off you once it's safe to do so. Mei stares at him. Thank you, Zenichi-sama. She leaves the house in silence. Anko, Yuryu, and Zenichi remain silent for several minutes until Anko speaks up. What are we going to do? Zenichi runs his hand through his hair. Nothing until the alliance is finalized. We can't risk it, and this might take a long time. Whoever this is, they found a way around the bloodlocks on the seals. We cannot underestimate them. Could it be another Uzumaki? Asked Anko. I don't think so. The seals are rough, something that even a younger member of the clan wouldn't do. This is someone with limited understanding on how our seals work, and it is most likely that they are just reverse engineering them to suit their own needs. But if it is an Uzumaki, they will be punished severely. States Yuryu, again silence. What are we going to tell Naruto? He will go off the deep end when he finds out about this. Says Enko quietly. Naruto cannot find out about this under any circumstances. He will rip the red light district apart looking for whoever is responsible. With what I have taught him, it will be like a bear tearing through wet tissue as he moves through the civilian thugs. And now that he knows about the Kyuubi, the chances of him drawing on its power and anger is much more likely possibility. Since he cares about those girls so much, he just might. You're right. I will have my smaller snakes begin searching quietly after the signing. All right, Mother, I will take care of this. I will be here in the village, and if you stay, it might raise suspicion. You're right, but I want reports on your findings, and I want to be told when whoever is responsible is found. I have questions that need answering. All right, so we have a plan. Now, Mother, I am going to ask you to get out of my house, Anko, and I have some unfinished business to discuss. Yuryu cocks an eyebrow, just like his father, and leaves silently. That was a little harsh. Zenichi picks up Anko and throws her over his shoulder. We were at the best part, he says as her carries her up the stairs to their room. She giggle naughty the entire way. At the hospital the next morning, Naruto is walking into the lobby. He walks up to the nurse on duty and asks what room Hikare is in. At first the nurse is reluctant to tell him, but after hearing about what happened the day before, she relents and tells him. Naruto walks to the room and finds several of the Hyuga stationed outside the room. He walks up to them and asks if Hinata is with her mother. The guard tells him that she is, and that he can enter if he so wishes. Naruto thanks the guard and walks into the room to find Hinata with her mother in her hospital bed. In a crib next to the bed is a sleeping baby. Naruto walks over to the crib and watches the baby sleeping inside. He doesn't notice Hayashi as he enters the room with breakfast for himself and his family. Good morning, Naruto. Did you sleep well? Says Hayashi as he sets the food on the table in the room. Good morning. Yes, I did, Hayashi-aji, though it looks like you haven't slept at all. Rest. I will watch over Hinata-chan and Hikareoba until they wake up. Thank you, Naruto, but I am fine. Are your clan's women all right? They looked quite worn out after they saved Hikare. Yes, Zenichi and I got them all back to the compound last night. They will be resting for the next few days and should be fine after that. You can thank them after the treaty signing if you want. Hayashi nods and sits beside Hikare's bed. So Naruto, are you ready to start at the academy next week? Asks Hayashi. I think so. I am worried that I will not find any of it relevant, though. Why is that? Well, Zenichi and I has taught me how to fight with Ankone's help, and Hikareoba taught about the history of the village. I already know how to hide from having to hide from the villagers all the time. Before Zenichi and I made me untouchable, and I can hunt pretty well if I do say so myself. So there really isn't anything for them to teach me. Hayashi thought silently for a moment. You're right, you might have a hard time staying focused, but remember that the academy isn't just about fighting and history or how to survive in the wilds. It is also about learning to think like a shinobi, about tactics, ninjutsu and jinjutsu, then how to use them all together like a shinobi should. Things that even a samurai of your cousin's caliber can't teach you. I guess you're right, but I still think I am going to be bored out of my mind. Hayashi chuckles lightly. You might just be. Naruto frowns. You're not helping, Hayashi-aji. Sorry, Naruto, but that's the truth. You will just have to wait and see. After several minutes of silence, Naruto looks over at Hayashi. Hayashi-aji, if you don't mind me asking, why don't you want Hinata-chan to learn medical jutsu? If she could learn to do things like my clan's women and their vice captain, then wouldn't it be a good thing? Hayashi watches his daughter, silently thinking how best to answer Naruto's question. It's not that I am against her learning medical jutsu. It's just that shinobi are not as honorable as samurai are in battle. A samurai will not attack a medic even if they are the medic of their enemies, especially if they are in the middle of healing a fallen comrade and defenseless. A shinobi, on the other hand, will not hesitate to do so. In fact, the medic will most likely be their first target. If your medic dies, then there is no one to heal you in the field, and your chances of survival plummet. I don't want Hinata to become any more of a target, then she will already be. That's why Naruto. It might be selfish, but that is why I forbid her from becoming a medic. Naruto sat silent for a moment. If you put it like that, I agree. But if Hinata-chan wants to be a medic, I will protect her. Thank you, Naruto, but you can't always be there. The two of you could be on different teams or assign different missions. Plus, a battlefield isn't the kind of place where you can just make those kinds of promises. You could be the strongest there is and still lose your comrades around you. That's why you have to live while you can, Naruto. Promise me you will live, Naruto. For Hinata, for your parents, for yourself. Those who live as warriors don't often live for very long. Take the Shodame, for example. He was powerful enough to control 8 of the 9 Biju, but he still died a young man. Don't think only about the what-ifs and enjoy life while you can. Naruto sat silently and thought about what his uncle figure just said. I promise, Hayashiaji. Naruto looks over at the sleeping Hinata and thinks about how cute she looks sleeping. He blushes lightly, which doesn't go unnoticed by Hayashi. They sit silently and wait for their respective partners to wake up. After an hour, Hinata wakes up. Good morning, Hinata. Did you sleep well? Yes, father, I did. Are those cinnamon buns? Yes, I figured I could let you, and your mother could have a treat. Hinata hopped out of the bed and walks over to the box on the table and begins eating her favorite treat. It wasn't until then that she noticed Naruto. She picks up another cinnamon bun and walks over to him. She leans down and kisses him on the cheek. She then hands him his cinnamon bun and sits in his lap, snuggling up against his chest. She then returns to enjoying her breakfast. Thank you for everything yesterday, Naruto-kun. Naruto blushes and looks at Hayashi, afraid that her father would do. But Hayashi just watches his daughter in disbelief at her forwardness. Don't mention it, Hinata-chan. I will always be there when you need me. Hayashi was still surprised by his daughter's blatant show of affection, and a thought pops in his head, which he says aloud before he can stop himself. Hinata, you have been around Anko-san too much. Hinata looks up at her father, daring him to tell her to move, a very Anko-ish thing to do, then returns to her cinnamon bun. Naruto just shrugs and takes a bite of the pastry. It wasn't as good as ramen, but it is a good second option. They eat silently until Hikari wakes up. Hayashi is by her side before anyone else could move. Hayashi, is that you? Sure, I am here, my love. Take it easy, we almost lost you. Which snaps Hikari wide awake. My baby, where is my baby? She frantically asks, her eyes wide as she looks around the room in panic. It's okay, Hikari, she is right here. Hayashi walks over to the baby in the crib and picks her up. He walks back to his wife and gently hands her their newborn daughter. See, she is all right. Hikari calms down with her newborn in her arms. Tears begin to silently fall from her eyes. My little Hanabi. She cradles the infant in her arms. Hello, I am your mother, and this is your father. Sorry for not greeting you sooner. Hikari moves the baby Hanabi to look up at her father as she speaks. Hinata, come here and meet your little sister. Hinata gets up off of Naruto and stands next to her father. Hello, Amuto. I am your big sister, Hinata. Naruto sits quietly in his chair, not wanting to get in the way until Hikari sees him. Naruto, get over here too. You are as much a part of this family as the rest of us. Naruto stands up and hesitantly walks over to the other side of the bed, and Hikari introduced them. Hanabi, this is your big brother Naruto. Naruto, this is Hanabi, your little sister. Hanabi looks up at Naruto and smiles. She reaches out for him and grabs his hair. Oh, that hurts, Hanabi-chan. Hanabi starts laughing. Naruto gently tries to get her to let go with his hand, and she grabs onto his finger with her little hand. See, Naruto, she likes you, says Hinata. Naruto looks at his little girl and starts to cry. Thank you so much. Hinata walks around the bed and gives him a hug. Hikari and Hayashi look over at the boy and smile. Hanabi starts to fuss, and Hikari looks at her baby girl. Hungry, are you? Okay, just a minute. Hinata, why don't you head home and clean up? You have been here with me all night, haven't you? Hinata nods her head. Just like I thought, Naruto, can you please escort Hinata home for us? Naruto nods his head and starts to walk to the door. Hinata looks over at her mother until her father speaks up. Go with Naruto, Hinata, and wash up. Your mother will be in the hospital for the next few days, and I need you to accompany me to the formal signing of the treaty tonight. Okay, father. Hinata walks up to her mother and kisses her baby sister, then her mother. I will come by later. Okay, dear, now go and get washed up. After they leave, Hikare hands Hanabi to Hayashi and adjusts herself to feed her baby. When she is ready, she holds out her arms and Hayashi hands her back Hanabi, who latches on instantly and begins suckling. Oh, hungry are we? Gasps Hikare. Hayashi sits down next to his wife and smiles as he watches her. Oh, Hinata was never this aggressive. She looks up at her husband to see him smiling at her. What? You look so beautiful right now. Hikare blushes and sighs as Hanabi feeds. Not so rough, little one. Oh, Kami, what happened, Hayashi? I was so scared, the doctors were so frantic, then I blacked out. I found you at the hospital after Hinata told me you had an appointment I didn't know about. I then learned what was happening and sent Ko to get Hinata to say goodbye. Hikare stares at her husband. It was that bad. With a grim expression, Hayashi nods his head. Hinata was with Naruto at the samurai compound, so Zenitsu found out. He arrived with a member of his clan before Naruto showed up with Hinata and 3 other Uzumaki women who are medics. The samurai medics use some kind of medical fuinjutsu to slow your body's processes down until help arrived. Then Anko arrived a few minutes later with another Uzumaki and a medic who is the vice captain of the samurai medical division. She entered the operating room and caused all the Uzumaki in the lobby to fall to the floor in pain at the powerful seals being used. After hours of work, Hanabi was safely born, and then they worked to save you. Hayashi grabs Hikare's hand. Don't you ever scare me like that again. I don't know how I would live without you. You are my everything. Hikare watches her husband hold her hand against his cheek. Sorry, Hayashi, I didn't mean to scare you. I just had a bad feeling and wanted to be sure about it, so I came to the hospital. Hikare, there is more. What? Hikare hears the sad note in her husband's voice. The head medic Aiki, she told me that you can't have any more children. Your body can't handle the strain because of your injuries. It's what nearly killed you. She said that only her experience with a similar wound on her captain when she gave birth allowed her to save you. Hikare stared at her husband in shock. Are you sure? He nods his head. Hikare, I want you to know that I do and always will love you, and I am eternally grateful for the 2 beautiful daughters you have given me. Hikare starts to cry. But I want to give you a son. But you already have. Hikare looks up at him confused. You brought Naruto into our family despite my hesitancy and foolish fears of the elders. You have given me the kind of son I have always wanted. Thank you for everything you do for me, Hikare-chan. You make me whole, and I can't ask for a better wife and lover. Hikare leans her head against Hayashi. I love you. I love you too. At the Hyuga district, Naruto is laying on Hinata's bed waiting for her to get out of the bathroom. She is currently taking a bath after showering, leaving Naruto to stare at the ceiling of her room and thought about what Hayashi said earlier. I am only 6 years old. I shouldn't have thoughts about this kind of stuff yet. Naruto says aloud in frustration. Even if he tries to pretend he doesn't, he can't help but think about Hinata. He sits up and paces the room, leaving his jacket on the bed. He had left his sword at his apartment, not needing it to visit Hikare in the hospital. He just wanted a normal childhood with normal friends, but it looks like the universe has different plans. He stops pacing and stares at the door to Hinata's personal bathroom, remembering the conversation they had an hour earlier after returning from the hospital. Hinata pulls her jacket off and puts in her closet. She then begins to take off her clothes to Naruto's surprise. He quickly turns around and starts to leave the room. Hinata hears the door open and turns to see Naruto leaving. Naruto, where are you going? Naruto fidgets at the door, forcing himself not to turn around as he answers her. I was going to wait in the kitchen and get something to drink. Hinata looks at his back confused. But aren't you going to take a bath with me? Niji and I used to when we still small. Naruto breaks out in a massive blush at the thought of taking a bath with Hinata. Quickly, he tries to think of an excuse. I don't have anything to wear other than the clothes I am wearing. I don't want to clean up and then have to take another shower because I put on dirty clothes. Okay, I understand. After you get your drink, you can wait in here for me. You don't have to wait outside. She says innocently. Okay. He responds as he leaves the room, closing the door behind him. Now he was trying to think of a way out of the situation he has found himself in. Numbly, he thinks about the lesson Anko gave him way too early in Live about the differences between men and women. He shakes his head to try to clear his head. He just didn't understand. She said that he wouldn't get these kind of thoughts until he was older. What am I going to do? I need to talk with Shinichi and this might be something wrong with me, or maybe this is a Uzumaki thing. He did say that we mature faster mentally than others, he thought, hoping that his older brother figure could give him some advice. Just then, Hinata walks out in a towel, catching him staring at the door to her bathroom. This is where she is now standing, so now he is staring at her. Not knowing what to do, he whips around to look away, causing Hinata to frown. Staring at the back of his head, she walks up to him and jumps in front of him. Her towel falls off from the sudden movement, causing him to look away so as not to see her naked form. Naruto-kun, why will you not look at me? Naruto, with his brain lagging, just blurts out. Hinata-chan, you're naked, and I live in the red light district. Hinata slowly comes to understand what he is saying and blushes, but doesn't move. Naruto-kun, I know that. She whispers, causing Naruto's eyes to snap to hers. I asked my mother and Anko about why all the women in your neighborhood look the way they do. My mother didn't tell me much, but Anko. She blushes a deeper red. Well, Anko is Anko, and she didn't leave much to the imagination. Naruto mental curses his surrogate big sister and makes a mental note to yell at her later for corrupting his pure friend. Naruto-kun, she says quietly, getting his attention. She also told me about your Uzumaki learning curve. Naruto goes completely still as she hugs him with nothing on. I don't mind you thinking about me like that. Naruto blushes as he stares into her eyes, fighting his curiosity to look down at her naked form. Hinata-chan, please put your towel back on, he says, pleading. But Naruto-kun, I don't mind if it's you. Hinata-chan, we are 6 years old. We shouldn't be thinking like this. But even father said that we should live our lives without hesitating. You were awake? She nods. He tries to think, but finds it hard with Hinata pressing her body against him. Finally, he leans down and kisses her on the lips. A little startled, Hinata's eyes go wide, but she relaxes quickly and leans into him like she had seen Anko do dozens of times. He breaks the kiss and looks into her eyes again. Hina-chan. Yes, Naruto-kun. I am really happy that you feel that way. But let's wait until we graduate and are by all rights adults in the village. She looks up at him, then she starts a kiss which he instinctively responds to. Okay, Naruto-kun, if that's what you want to do. I am willing to wait for you. Just remember you're mine. She says in a very Anko fashion, causing Naruto to sweat drop. I know, Hina-chan, and the same goes for you. I will kill anyone that puts a hand on you. Surprising her on how much like Shinichi he sounds. Hinata smiles and squeezes him again, then lets go and wraps herself in her towel again. Since we are going to wait, can you please leave so I can get dressed? Okay, Hina-chan. He leaves her room and walks into the kitchen and sees Ko staring at him. What? Nothing, Naruto, nothing at all. Naruto narrows his eyes at the Hyuga branch member. I will let you know that Ankone has wanted me to admit I have feelings for Hinata forever now, and if you tell Hayashiaji anything that just happened, I will sick her on you. The threat causes Ko to break out in a cold sweat. Then a voice carries from Hinata's room. She has been teaching me how to use snake venom to paralyze my victims too, causing both males to sweat. I will not say a thing. Good, Naruto says as he sits at the table across from him. After a long time in an awkward silence, Hinata walks out of her room in a black formal kimono with lavender flower petals on it. Naruto stares at her, hoping that she would follow his wishes. Much to his joy and annoyance, she does, and only kisses him on the cheek as she sits next to him at the table. Waiting is going to be harder than he thought. Ko, watching the entire time, smiles to himself. The dinner and the treaty signing will not be until late. Would you two like a snack till then? Yes, thank you, Kooni. Anything will be fine. Yes, Hinata-sama. And you, Naruto? Anything will be fine, Ko, thank you. The two sit quietly waiting for their food. Ko brings them a plate with crackers with a few meats and tea. They eat the snack, and then they both leave. Naruto leads Hinata through the village back to the hospital so she could spend the rest of the day with her mother and baby sister. Without Zenichi with them, Naruto is again on the receiving end of many glares from the villagers. Hinata does her best to ignore them for her friend, knowing that he didn't like making a scene over it unless they threatened her. At the hospital lobby, they part ways. Hinata heads up to her mother's room, and Naruto leaves to get ready for the dinner and the treaty signing that night. The Hokage asked him to be there, and he wanted to watch as his cousin's plan came to fruition. Naruto takes his time returning to his apartment, lost in thought about what had happened earlier in Hinata's room. Slowly, he came to the conclusion that although he thought Hinata was pretty, he still isn't old enough to feel a physical reaction like Anko had described to him. He figured that due to his Uzumaki ability to learn faster that it was all in his head. He sighed at the thought that he was going to be plagued with thoughts about Hinata like this. After an hour of wandering, he arrives at his apartment and touches the seal next to the doorknob that undid the locks. When he made contact, he learned that someone had broken in through one of the windows and was now in his apartment, cursing himself for leaving his sword behind when he left that morning. Bracing himself, he activates a second seal that causes a bright flash to happen inside his apartment, blinding whoever was inside. The seal unlocks that door as the light dims, allowing Naruto to rush the person inside. With a surprising burst of speed, Naruto dashes into the apartment and attacks the burglar. Using the Uzukai Taijutsu that Zenichi had been teaching him in case he ever lost his sword in battle or for an occurrence like this, Naruto manages to push back the cloaked figure. Even with the blinding effects, Naruto's opponent manages to defend long enough for their eyesight to return and turns the tables on Naruto. The cloaked figure counters Naruto's attack and slowly begins to force the boy into a corner, trapping him. Even with the lack of space, Naruto still manages to evade the cloaked figure until a third hand reaches out and grabs his arm. Naruto looks at his new adversary and sees that it is a clone. The clone tightens its grip, not allowing Naruto to escape. Naruto tries to strike the clone with his free hand, but it is caught by the caster, and he is held in place by the larger figure. I have to say, I am impressed, Naruto, but that wasn't really necessary as I didn't come here to harm you. Naruto glares at the figure before him. Then let me go. His voice is venomous and angry. He knew that he wasn't as good at taijutsu as he is at kenjutsu, but he just didn't like to be beat. Okay, only if you promise not to attack me again. Fine, I will not attack you, but to be fair, you are in my home without my permission, and I have reasons not to trust random people waiting for me like that. The last time it happened, I was tied to a post and beaten for 2 days straight, not to mention lit on fire. He replies, angrily, killer intent radiating off him. The cloaked figure lets go and releases the clone. He steps back to give Naruto some space. So what do you want? I came here to tell you that you will not be seeing me again for a long time. I don't even know who you are, let alone miss you. States Naruto, annoyed at the man judging by his voice. The man reaches up and pulls off his hood, revealing himself to Naruto. Naruto looks on in shock at the weasel mask on the man's face. Weasel and I am so sorry, I didn't know it was you. Weasel chuckles. It's okay, Naruto, I am Umbu after all. I came here to tell you that you will not be seeing me again. I have decided to leave the Umbu. Naruto looked at one of the few people in his life that he could say he trusts. Why? The last mission was very long, and a lot happened during it, both on the mission and here in the village with my family. I decided after I returned that it was time that I retire from the Umbu. I miss my family, and I know that as an Umbu the chances of not coming home are by far greater than normal shinobi. Plus, with the samurai under your cousin here, now I feel that the village is much safer. So I spoke to the Hokage, and he agreed. Okay, I understand. I guess it must be tiring to be away from the people you care about all the time. Then there are all the secrets that go with being in the Umbu. It must have been hard. So what are you going to do now that you are not going to be in the Umbu? I will take some time off, then I will figure that out. I just wanted to tell you before I was discharged so that you knew that I was okay and didn't worry. Thank you for letting me know. You're welcome, and I have a parting gift for you as well. I know that you will be starting at the academy soon and that you will need ninja tools, but most of the village stores will not sell to you. So I figured that if you can't get something that you can easily replace, you could use something that you could use again and again would be a better option. Weasel reaches into his cloak and pulls out a bow and quiver of 24 black arrows. He hands them to Naruto. Gently like they would break if he gripped them too hard, Naruto takes the new bow and arrows. He looks at the recurved bow made of thin, flexible white iron with a black steel spiked knuckle guard that protects his hand if an enemy ever got close enough for him to strike. He puts the arrows on a chair and gentle pulls on the cord, testing the draw weight, which was made of 2 cords twisted together for greater strength. He then takes a breath and pulls the black and red cord to a full draw. He holds it for a minute and gently releases it. The weight was perfect for him, just past his strength threshold. He could adapt to the bow quickly, he thought, and the feeling in his hand, it was perfectly balanced. Just then he feels a weird pull-like when he uses his chakra and looks closer at the bow itself. He gasps as he sees a complex sealing matrix etched in the entire bow. Even with his natural talent for Fuinjutsu and the lessons he has taken from Zenitsu, he is completely lost as he tries to decode the seal. What is this? You like it? I got it made on my last mission. My team and I were sent to the Land of Iron to learn more about the samurai, and I met a smith from your clan there. He had a powerful crossbow on display, so I inquired if he could make a bow. He said yes and asked what I had in mind. I told him about you, and after some thought he came up with an idea to make a bow for you that would grow in strength with you, so you wouldn't have to keep getting new bows as you grow up. That seal can tell from your draw the perfect weight you need, and using your chakra, it will adjust itself. Go ahead, try to draw it again and see for yourself. It had been set to the smith's son, who is a few years older than you. Naruto does as he is told, and this time the draw is truly perfect. He could draw and hold the cord back without any trouble at all. He releases again and looks at the Umbu Shinobi. This is one of the best gifts ever, Weasel and I. It's perfectly suited for me. Thank you so much, I really mean it. You're welcome, Naruto, but that is not all. Have a look at the arrows. Naruto carefully sets his new bow down and picks up the quiver. He pulls an arrow out and looks at it. The shaft was solid black, but was made of a material that he has never seen before. It felt like metal, but was as light as his wooden arrow shafts that he had made. The fetching was white, and unlike normal fetching, which was set straight along the shaft, the fetching on these arrows is spiraled, and it too was made out of some kind of strange material. It wasn't feather, but something else. It was soft to the touch, but it firmly retook its shape when he moved his finger. The arrowhead looked like a miniature kunai and was razor sharp. He pricks his finger on the tip, and to his surprise slices it on one of the 4 bladed edges. Looking up at Weasel, a question on his face, but before he can ask, Weasel supplies an answer. Armor piecing. Channeling a little healing chakra, Naruto seals the cuts with a smile on his face. Naruto takes the arrow and spins it in between his fingers and lets it rest on the inside of his first knuckle of his index finger. It sat there level as the floor, balancing on his finger. The arrow is perfectly balanced. My only question is about the fletching. It's spiraled. I don't understand why. I asked the same thing, and the smith said that it is an idea of his. The spiraled fletching causes the arrow to spin as it travels through the air, turning it into a drill, increasing its piecing power and making it 10 times more accurate than a normal arrow. Wow, that's crazy. I wish I had thought of that, says Naruto, in awe of the genius behind the simple design change. He looks at his quiver and quickly counts out a full 24 of the arrows. He looks at the bow on the table and quietly frowns. Naruto, what's wrong? Weasel and I really appreciate the gifts, but I can't accept them. These are masterpieces of iron work and Fuinjutsu. They must have cost you a small fortune. It just doesn't feel right taking them. Weasel smiles at the boy behind his mask. If only Sasuke could learn humility of this level, he thought. Naruto, I got these for you as a goodbye gift. I can't tell you who I am, and I can't protect you anymore, and don't worry about the cost. After I told the smith about you, he wanted to help out a fellow member of his clan and worked his heart out to make these for you. So accept them from the both of us. Naruto looked reluctantly at the bow. He really wanted it, but he felt bad for taking it at the same time. Then an idea comes to him. He turns and runs to a shelf and pulls out a blank scroll. He grabs an inkwell and a long, thin-tipped brush. He sets the scroll on the table and unrolls it. With lightning speed, B begins drawing out a seal, much to Weasel's surprise. After 10 minutes, Naruto makes a hand seal and says out loud, "Uzumaki style, the king's messenger." The complex calligraphy on the scroll glows blue, then the ink returns to its original black color. Naruto then takes out a small knife and carefully cuts the first 2 inches of the scroll off, leaving him with a paper tag that resembled an explosive note. He rolls up the scroll, and using a thin piece of fine thread, he ties the scroll shut. He then hands the scroll to Weasel. "I know that I am not strong enough to really fight on your level, yet Weasel and I, but as you have seen for yourself, I am not so weak anymore, and my Kenjutsu is a lot better than my Taijutsu. So if you ever find yourself in trouble, channel your chakra into this scroll, and I will know you need help. This tag will lead me to you, and I will bring the cavalry." So now we are exchanging gifts instead, like friends are supposed to do when they part for a long time. Weasel stood surprised by the young boy. He wordlessly took the scroll and places it inside his cloak. "Thank you, Naruto. I will take it with me whenever I leave on a mission. It has been an honor to watch over you." "Thank you for everything, Weasel and I, and don't you worry, we will meet again, I know it. Because when I am Hokage, I will need shinobi I know I can trust by my side." Weasel nods his head and walks to the window. He looks back at the boy. "See you around, Naruto." "See you later, Weasel and I." With that, Weasel leaps from the window and lands on the opposite building. He keeps leaping from building to building until he stops and takes his mask off. Itachi looks back towards Naruto's apartment. Just then, he hears another arrive on the same rooftop. "He doesn't need us anymore, Itachi, it's okay," says Dog. "I know you're right, but I still care about him, Kakashi." Kakashi removes his mask. "I know how you feel, but like he said, when he becomes Hokage, he will need shinobi he can trust to help him, and who will be better than the future head of Konoha's military police, Uchiha Itachi?" Kakashi says with an eye smile. Itachi closes his eyes and opens them again. "You're right. I will make the military police something respectable again. So when he wears the hat, he will have one less thing to worry about." "Good, then let's get going. We have one last mission to perform before we can retire," says Kakashi as he puts his mask back on. "Hi," replies Itachi as he mirrors his partner's actions. They leapt from the roof and head in the direction of their last mission and the beginning of the next chapter in their lives. Back in Naruto's apartment, Naruto is trying to figure out the seals on his new bow. After a long time of study and multiple attempts to redraw the seal, he gives up. He picks up the bow and arrows and walks over to a closet with the rest of his hunting equipment. He hangs the quiver on a hook on the wall. Then, placing his food between the cord and the bow itself, he rests the handle against his thigh. With all the strength in his body, he pushes on the bow to take tension off, giving him enough slack on the cord to remove it. After some struggle, he manages to remove the bowstring. He relaxes and wasps the string around his hand, making a tight bundle of cord. Placing the cord on the shelf in the closest, he grabs the door. Before closing it, he looks at the dark camouflage cloak that he had bought from one of the traveling merchants over a year ago. He hadn't gone hunting much over the last few weeks, and his stores were running low. As he closes the door to his closet, he promises to go out on one last trip before the start of the academy to restock and try out his new bow. He takes off his orange jacket and throws it on his bed. He then walks into his bathroom and starts the shower to let it start warming up. As the water heats up, he strips off his clothes. He walks into the shower and begins washing himself, scraping all the dirt and sweat off. He stands under the hot water as it continues to heat up. As the water starts to beat him much, his skin turns a pink color. He just stands there under the scalding water and lets it burn everything away, leaving only the heat on his skin. Even now, after finding people that really cared about him, he couldn't escape the looks of hate and malice from the villagers. The looks he got as he walked to the hospital and after he dropped Hinata off again were almost too much to bear. When he is with Hinata, it's easier to ignore, but when he is alone, he really feels just that, alone. The heat from the water causes flashbacks to the incident well over a year ago, where a group of villagers had broken into his apartment and waited for him to come home. As he walked in, they grabbed him, tied him up, and gagged him. They put him in a sack and dragged him out of the village. They beat him inside that sack for what seemed like days, but was in fact only a few hours until they dumped him on the ground and tied him to a post. They beat him for the next 2 days until finally they lit his clothes on fire when the Hokage's Umbu found them, giving his torturers a chance to escape as the Umbu put out the flames and got him to the hospital. The burns healed without a scar thanks to his healing factor kicking in, or maybe Kurama's desire to live, and after a 3-week stay in the hospital, he had healed near completely, only to find him back in it after saving a certain Hyuga heiress. He sat on the floor of his shower as he tried to forget the memories of that night. Suddenly he looks around and sees the walls close in on him. He begins breathing erratically, panic starting to course through him. Frantically, he throws open the shower curtain and falls out of the shower. On the floor of his bathroom, he tries to get his breathing under control. Slowly, he stands up and towels himself dry, still breathing heavily. His claustrophobia has started to get to him again, another sign that he needs to get out of the village soon. After the attack, he has developed a serious case of claustrophobia. Only with an iron will does he keep under control, but after a while he starts to lose his grip. No one knew about his fears, not Zenichi or Anko, and not Hinata. Not a soul in the village is aware of it. He found that being out in the open world of the woods when he was hunting helps. He could manage and could fool everyone. So now he planned his trips not only to restock his freezer, but also to restock his sanity. He exits the bathroom with his towel around his waist. He walks over to the window in his room and looks out on the village. He looks up at the Hokage monument. He looks at the 4 faces on the side of the mountain, but he focuses on his father's. Looking into the eyes of his father's stone face, he tries to imagine what his life would have been if he had survived that night. If his parents had survived, if the man responsible for the attack hadn't attacked at all, if the Kyuubi had never been placed inside him. He wanted to think that he would be happier, but he was hard-pressed to believe so. For the most part, he liked his life now. With Anko and Zenichi, not to mention Hinata, the girl who he had saved after nearly being burned to death, the girl that had grown to be one of the most important people in his life. He dresses in his formal battle kimono that the Hokage had made for him earlier that week. After getting dressed, he picks up his Kitsune Hiramiki no Ken. He thinks about taking it with him. At first, he didn't think it would be appropriate to bring a sword to a treaty signing, but then he remembered something his cousin had said: a samurai is nothing without their sword. Thinking about that, Naruto places his sword against his back and holds it with his chakra. Naruto leaves his apartment and engages the seal locks. He leaves the building and walks out into the street. He turns to walk to the Hokage Tower. As he passes, the girls stop and stare at him. They all know who he is, and they know that he wasn't the kind of person to wear formal clothes. All of them stare in awe of the regal-looking Naruto passing them by. Something about him wearing clothes like that just seemed so natural for him that it was uncanny. He ignores the stares of disbelief and keeps walking. He reaches the edge of the neighborhood, heading into the village proper. The villagers too recognize him and sneer as he passes. He can hear their comments whispered to each other about the demon brat thinking he was better than them because of that samurai bastard and snake bitch. It is nothing he hasn't heard before. He gives then a wicked grin, knowing too well what would happen to them if his quick-tempered cousin and surrogate big sister heard them. They villagers hush, but he can still hear them as he walks away. With a stony mask of indifference that he picked up from Hayashi, he walks the last few blocks to the Hokage Tower. When he is 3 blocks away, he comes across a group of drunken villagers who call him names which he ignores. The drunks don't take being ignored. They yell at him louder, and one throws an empty sake bottle at him. Naruto sidesteps the bottle and looks at the drunken man that throw it. The stare that Naruto gives the group causes many to twitch nervously, except the man who was either too drunk or too stupid to have thought through throwing the bottle at Naruto. He just glares back, challenging Naruto to do something. Naruto doesn't that the bait and just walks away, causing the man to smile and yell out insults at Naruto. Naruto reaches the Hokage Tower without further incident. He walks in, finding the older woman that served as the Hokage's aide sitting at the front desk. She looks up at Naruto. She smiles and ushers him into the Hokage's office. Inside are the Hokage and his 2 advisors. They look over at Naruto. The Hokage smiles at the boy, but his advisors just watch him. Naruto can tell from their looks that they don't see him, but what's inside him. Quietly, he tries to understand why they are looking at him the same way, but still differently from the villagers. Slowly it dawns on him that these are the people that Zenitsu was talking about. People who wanted to use him as a weapon because of what he holds inside him. They hated him, but for the power he could one day wield they tolerated him. So long as he followed their orders. He stares back at them until the Hokage takes notice. Hamura, and you too, Kohara, leave Naruto alone. He has every right to be here. Hamura listens to the Hokage. I do not care if he is present or not, but he better remember what village he belongs to, Hiruzen, and who he must be loyal to. I am loyal to the village that my parents died to protect. Otherwise, I would be in the land of iron with the rest of my clan already, and I would like to see you try and stop me. Zenitsu and I and Yurioba would rip you to pieces. Both of them have tried very hard to convince me to leave the village. So I think you should talk to me with a little more respect, old man. Hamura glares at Naruto. He cocks back his arm and tries to slap Naruto, but the Hokage grabs his arm. Naruto glares at the advisor. The look says it all. Try me. Now that is enough. We are about to sign the most important document in the history of the village since Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara signed the treaty in which this village was founded on. I don't need you threatening it by upsetting Yuria-san, by disrespecting her clan representative. She is already against this treaty and she has Mifune's ear. So you will treat Naruto with the respect that he is due to his position. Hamura shakes with anger and wordlessly walks away, heading to the rooftop that has been prepared for the signing. Koharu looks from her partner to the Hokage to Naruto. She lets a cocky smirk spread across her face. Well played, boy, well played indeed, but remember who it is who your superiors are in the future. You wouldn't want to make us too angry. You will be a shinobi of this village and you will obey us. That is your role and you will fill it. Then she turns and leaves for the roof. Naruto watches as they leave before speaking. They want me to be a weapon for the village, don't they? It is more of a statement than a question, which causes the Hokage to sign. Yes, they believe that is why your father made you into a Jinchuriki. For them, and by extension the village to use. Though they are better in comparison to Danzo, who wanted to kill your emotions and make you into something closer to a kunai than a person. I would like to see them try and kill my emotions. I might have to talk with Zenitsu and II about preparing something in case they try some kind brainwashing jutsu. Do they know who my father is? No, I am the only one in the village that does, with exception of those you have told. Is all the Hokage says, choosing to ignores the comment about the brainwashing, knowing that saying anything would set the boy off again. I haven't told anyone from the village, only Yurioba, but I'm sure she would have figured it out, and I think Hayashiaji might have figured it out. I see, well, let's get going, shall we? You sure might as well get this over with. Naruto says, far more cheery than expected. The Hokage looks at the young boy as they leave his office. They walk through the tower heading for the roof. They exit the tower and are greeted by the many noble families from both the land of iron and land of fire, as well as all the shinobi clan heads and their families. Naruto leaves the Hokage to find Hinata. As he walks through the crowd, he is greeted by many of the samurai in attendance, but is mostly ignored by the shinobi with the exception of the Hyuga, who were attending, and the Uchiha matriarch. The Hokage watches this with a frown. A yen for your thoughts, old friend? Says Mifune, who had snuck up on the old shinobi. The Hokage looks over at him. I am just worried for Naruto. He will have a hard time proving himself to the other shinobi of the village, though at least he might prove to be a valuable go-between with the samurai at this rate. You might be right, many of your shinobi. Although they do not have a great dislike of the boy, they do not care for him either. The samurai, on the other hand, have shown a growing respect for the boy, so you are right in that regard as well. He has shown great skill, and he has a personality that many just seem to want to be around. A characteristic I remember Minato sharing. It wasn't just Minato. Kushina, the boy's mother, had it as well. In all honesty, he takes after her a great deal. His stubbornness, quick temper, and loyalty to a fault are just like her. I hope that he makes more friends at the academy, but I fear that the children have all been poisoned by their parents and will treat him the same. I wouldn't worry too much. Look. The Hokage looks at where the old samurai is pointing and sees Naruto with Hinata and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke were currently arguing over what was better, ramen or omusubai. Hinata is just standing there not knowing what to do to defuse the situation as it became more and more heated, which is receiving a mixed reaction among the many people watching them. The samurai, especially the few that had met Naruto, are laughing at the boy's antics. The civilians from the village were all murmuring about the demon brat bothering Uchiha-sama, causing the clan shinobi within earshot to snort. Most still believe that an Uchiha was responsible behind the Kyuubi's attack. The Hokage smiles a little as his worries lessened for the moment. Thank you, Mifune, I needed that. No problem, Hiruzen, I understand the position you're in. My father was in a very similar one when he accepted the Uzumaki into the land of iron those many years ago. The Hokage nods his head. I bet that must have been a great risk on his part. I am very glad that he did so. So am I, says Mifune with a far-long look in his eye. The Hokage wonders what his samurai counterpart was thinking, but knew better than to ask. As they hear the call for the signing to begin, they make their way to the front table. They are met there by the Fire Daimyo and his wife, and the head of the Civilian Council of the Land of Iron and his son. The two military leaders take their seats, and the ceremonies begin. The collected leaders make their speeches and add their signature to the treaty documents, one for each country to keep for their records. Naruto with Hinata and her father, Anko, Zenitsu, and Rikamaru all sit together at the same table. Uryu sits with Mifune as his advisor and as a high-ranking member of the Samurai Council. After the signing, food is brought out, and everyone begins to eat. The food is good as the alliance signing was being catered by the Akimichi clan, and no one knew food like an Akimichi did. There is silence as everyone eats. As they wait for the dessert to be brought, our Anko looks over at Hayashi. So Hayashi-san, how is Hikari doing? Asks Anko. She is better. She and Hanabi will be ready to come home in a few days. Which reminds me, Zenitsu-san, I would like to personally thank the medics responsible for saving my wife. Will they be able to see me at any time in the near future? Aiki and the triplets are still asleep the last time I checked on them. They suffered from extreme chakra exhaustion and will be resting for the next several days from what I understand, but the second they are well enough to have guests, I will let you know. Thank you, I will wait for them to make a full recovery then. Hayashi looks at his daughter after he hears her eep, which is very un-Hyuga thing to do in public, and sees Naruto teasing her. Next to him, his daughter, who is grabbing for the slice of lemon cake, which is her favorite second only to cinnamon buns, which was now in Naruto's hands. Hinata is desperately trying to get her cake back from the boy, but Naruto keeps it just out of reach. Hinata looks up at her father with an apologetic and pleading look which causes him to sigh and shake his head. Anko sees this, starts to laugh, causing Hinata to start sporting a blush. Naruto, can you please give my daughter back her cake? Naruto looks up at Hayashi and realizes his error. In private, his antics were tolerable, but in this public setting, Hayashi is not going to be so forgiving. Naruto sheepishly returns the cake, which Hinata snatches up before Naruto can take it away again, getting another laugh from Anko. Anko-san, you are encouraging the boy, says Hayashi, to which Anko shrugs. Maybe, but it's fun to watch them. Again, Hayashi shakes his head. Being partly raised by Anko, Naruto's going to have his mischievous impulses increase to a frightening level. Hayashi only hopes that the academy would keep his interest, otherwise he worried about what the boy would get into. He then looks back at the two children at the table. Seeing them talk to each other, the normal stoic face smiles. He had worried about Hinata for a long time. She was a shy and timid girl that many in his clan claimed that she would not be up to the challenge of being the heir. Even he had harbored such doubts, but now with Naruto at her side, his worries were swept away. Watching the signing for top of the Hokage monument stood Kakashi and Itachi, both in their Umbu uniforms. Kakashi turned around to look at the other Umbu with them. Boar and Hawk, as well as two others, one wearing a cat mask and the other a tiger. Lying on the ground between them were 6 cloaked and unconscious forms, all of which are restrained with ninja wire. Looks like Hokage-sama now has the leverage to disband the Root program, says Kat. Yup, to think that Danzo would be stupid enough to try something with so many shinobi and samurai present, replies Hawk. Tiger looks at him. You think that samurai would be able to fight against these guys? Sure, to us they're nothing special, but to a bunch of samurai, it would be like throwing a kunai through a wet paper bag. Boar rolls his eyes behind his mask. Do not underestimate the samurai from the land of iron. There is a reason why in 3 world wars they were never dragged into it despite the size of their country. The iron reserves would be a great prize to anyone who managed to take them. No one, as in the few that have tried, are all died. That includes shinobi from the major villages. Iwa and Kumo have tried at least twice, and both attempts were shut down. The heads of the shinobi involved left on pikes on the mountain passes leading into the country from the land of earth and the land of lightning. Tiger looks over at Boar. Normally, he would be the first to denounce the samurai as weak and useless. To hear him say that was an eye-opener, to be sure. They were not the only umbu out that night. The Hokage had mustered all his umbu and had them patrolling the village. He and Mifune did not want any problems to happen that night. They also wanted to make sure that the news of this new alliance was kept as quiet as possible so word did not reach the other villages. Both leaders had met without their civilian counterparts to discuss strategy for the next several years. They both agreed that to lower the chances of attack on either of their countries, their new alliance must remain a secret until the samurai and shinobi trusted each other enough to fight side by side. The whole of Konoha's umbu and most of the samurai were patrolling the village. Shinobi by rooftop and samurai on the streets. The show of military force in the village had most of the villagers on edge. Konoha is one of the only shinobi villages that gave their civilians so many freedoms, much to the eerie of Naruto, but this led to a very loyal civilian base. To see a wide-scale military presence is uncommon and nerve-wracking. Itachi continues to watch the signing below him. To those that didn't know him, they would believe him to be standing guard. But those that did knew that he was in fact watching his family. Since returning home from the land of iron, his relationship with his family had grown much better, and tonight, he desperately wished to be with them. He could see his brother talking to his mother. His father was speaking to the Nara clan head, a smirk on his face. It's funny, for so long I have wanted to get away from my father, and now I just want to spend more time with him, he thought. The relationship with his father was the most improved. After their talk the night he returned, they had spoken more and trained together. Their relationship had improved so much that Itachi revealed that he, like his cousin Shursui, had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. His father had asked how it had happened. Itachi told him it was a long and painful story, reopening old wounds that never really healed. Fugaku, as the clan head, knew the requirements to awaken the fabled final state of the Sharingan. He embraced his son and spoke quiet words of comfort, causing all the pent-up emotion to leave him. He cried into his father's shoulder without fear of reprisal. It deepened their relationship to a level it had never been before. Itachi watched as those gathered for the signing slowly started to leave and return to their homes or wherever they were staying for the event. He turns away and notifies his teammates. They all nod and pick up the bodies of the unconscious root members. Boar taking two, one over either shoulder. Cat starts to speak up to say she can carry one, but is interrupted. If any of us show our masks to Anko to tell her that she has to work tonight, instead of spending time with Zenichi-san, we will get a kunai thrown at us for our trouble. You, on the other hand, can get away with it. So go meet her at the entrance to the tower and tell her she has work to do, says Hawk. He's right, I was in fact about to order you to do so, says Kakashi to back up his teammate. She huffs in response. You are all scared of Anko-chan. Damn right. All the men say together. And may Kami have mercy on Zenichi-san, adds Boar, which it met by general agreement from his other male teammates. Kat shakes her head and leaps away to go get her friend, as the others head to the TNI department headquarters to drop of their prisoners. Kat lands outside the entrance to the Hokage Tower and waits for Anko to leave. After an hour, Anko walks out of the tower on Zenichi's arm with Rikamaru. They all had enough of the formal setting. None of them were really cared for the way the nobles acted and treated the warrior caste. Kat walks over to Anko. I am sorry to bother you tonight, Anko, but you are needed at the TNI department. We caught some shinobi trying to disrupt the alliance signing. Anko looks over at Kat annoyed. Ibiki can handle it until morning. There is a half dozen from my team alone. That's not including anyone that the other team may have brought in. If Ibiki says you can leave, then you can, but you know the rules. As the assistant head interrogator, you have to come in with these kinds of numbers. Anko sighed, then looks up at Zenichi apologetically. Sorry, babe, but I have to go to the office. Zenichi leans down and kisses her in the forehead. Duty calls, I understand. He kisses her again on the lips. We'll make up for it in the morning. She slaps his chest playfully and leaves with Kat. The gown she is wearing prevents her from moving any faster than at a walk. Nearly a block away, Anko hits Kat's arm, causing Zenichi to smile as he watches her go. You know what, she is perfect for you, states Rikamaru. I am serious, she is everything that you need in a woman, and what's more, she is also everything you wanted too. I know you love her, but I just don't think you know how much you do. Zenichi looks at his friend and partner as they walk through the village. I don't understand what you mean. I have watched the two of you for the last few days, and that is the conclusion I have come to. I think that she is the one thing that you would give up everything for: your ambitions, your position, and your clan. I worried that you might have already. Zenichi stares at Rikamaru out of the corner of his eye. What do you mean I already have? I am and always be loyal to the Land of Iron. I am a Kami-damned vice captain of the guard. That's the thing, Zenichi. If you are so loyal to the guard, why have you built a home for yourself here with Anko? Don't get me wrong, I understand you wanting to have some privacy with your woman. But this is something else entirely. It's time for a reality check. They walk in silence for most of the way back to the compound. Before they make the turn to the compound's entrance and are in sight of the gate guard, Zenichi stops walking. Okay, you're right, and I know that I might be going a little fast with my relationship with Anko-chan. And you are right, I built that house to be our home. I constructed from the bottom up for us. I didn't really think very far into the future, and I constructed excuses as I did it. I understand that there will come a time when I will have to choose between my country and her. Not to mention her complete lack of social graces, she will defiantly not be the best choice as a wife of a clan head of a major clan like the Uzumaki. He pauses to gather his thoughts. But with that said, I love her. I love everything about her. From the second I saw her to this moment now, I didn't have to force myself or learn to do it. It just came naturally. I have never had this kind of connection with anyone before. I love her more than life itself. I can't live without her now, and I just don't know what to do. It hasn't even been 30 minutes, and I ache for her like a drunk aches for liquor. She is my addiction, and I can't get enough. You have known me longer than anyone else besides my parents, and I trust you with my life. I just can't stop being the person people expect to see with even you, Ikaku and Takichi. Rikamaru huffs at that, but he understood. Zenichi had a great deal of insecurities that he never shares with anyone. He has always acted the way a clan heir should, even in the privacy and security of his team. But with Anko, I can completely bare my soul. Everything I have is on display for her, and she accepts all of it. She knows all my fears and doubts, hopes and dreams, strengths and weaknesses. Even my darkest desires, the ones that I have to keep locked away, I didn't even hesitate to tell her them either. Being with her is just so natural. I understand it is the same with Tomo-chan. Women, they are the doom of all self-respecting men. Zenichi agrees with a chuckle. I have had thoughts about sending for her. If you will be in the village for the next several years, I will be too, maybe not as long, but I don't think she will wait longer than the normal seasonal term. If that would be all right with you? Zenichi listens to the tone of Rikamaru's voice change. What happened? I asked her to marry me, and she said yes. Zenichi looks at Rikamaru in shock. He then hits him in the chest, staggering the man, and then wraps him in a big hug. After he letting go, they begin walking again. Congratulations, and when the hell were you going to tell me? Tomo is going to have my head for bring you all the way out here. Sorry, I was going to wait until after the signing, and she understands it's part of being a samurai's wife, she said. She isn't happy about it, but I think she will be okay if I ask her to come and stay with me here. Of course you can bring her here. I mean, I took all that time to make an apartment building for all of you to live in, so you might as use it. There is plenty of space for her to live with you. With that, they make the turn and head into the samurai compound. They are greeted by the guard, who snaps to attention, and the gate is opened for them. They walk some ways until parting to head to their own residence. Anko leaves the T&I department soon after arriving. When she got there, Ibiki was already at work on the root members the cat's team brought in. She changed and joined him. After a few minutes, they discovered that all of their subjects had a seal placed on the base of their tongues, preventing them talking no matter what they did to them. All the root members could do was grimace and take it. They stopped to discuss what to do. Anko then informed him that Zenichi's right-hand man is a member of the samurai's interrogation team, and that he is also an Uzumaki. With his knowledge of seals, he might know a way around this one. Ibiki agrees. He says that he would formally request Rikamaru's assistance in the morning, then gives Anko leave to return home for the night. Now Anko is running along the rooftops of the village. Any Umbu that she came across recognizes her and lets her pass without question. She has proven herself to the shinobi populace of the village too many times to warrant another behavior. Surprisingly, she catches up to Zenichi and Rikamaru in the middle of their conversation about her and Zenichi's relationship. She stops on the building above them and listens. At first, she feels a little guilty to be listening to their conversation without them knowing. She listens, and slowly her heart stops. She listens to Zenichi's tone as he talks about their relationship. And by the time he pauses, she is devastated. Anko, by nature of her past, is a very distrusting person. Now to listen to the man she has all but vocally pleaded herself to talk like, that was devastating. In that moment, she gives up on life and is startled to realize just how important Zenichi has become to her. No, that was not right. He was part of her now on a cellular level. Her body needed him to survive, and without him, she had no reason to live anymore. She starts to walk away but stops as Zenichi begins speaking again. She listens as him describing his love for her. It sends a rush through her system. She has goosebumps running up her arms and slight trembles of excitement throughout her body. He needed her just as much as she needed him. If hearing what he said before took her to rock bottom, this had her soaring with the eagles. Zenichi and Rikamaru keep talking as they walk away. Anko stands on the rooftop unmoving for a long time. Then she leaps from the roof and lands in front of the gate, startling the guard. The guard recovers and realizes who it is that just gave him the scare of his life. He lets her into the compound, and she dashes off to her home and to Zenichi. She arrives at the front door and stops. Quickly, she takes off her sandals and trench coat. She leaps from the ground and lands quietly outside the window to her and Zenichi's bedroom. She sees him standing alone in their room, taking off his clothes. Watching as he strips off his outer layers and throws them haphazardly near the dirty clothes bin. She looks for his sword and finds it already on its stand near their bed. He walks over to the seal on the wall that controls the lighting seal, turning off the lights. He walks back to the bed and climbs in. She waits impatiently for him to fall asleep. After 20 minutes, he does. She waits a moment longer and then begins to pull off her mesh. Lastly, she slides her panties off, rolling them up with her mesh and trench coat, making her completely naked to the world as the day she entered it. She quietly opens the window and silently enters the room. Depositing all her things on the floor below the window, she walks to the bed. Anko gently makes her way to Zenichi across the bed. Balancing her weight on her hands and knees, she climbs on top of him without waking him. She leans her head down, placing her mouth next to his ear. "Ichi-kun, wake up, I have a gift for you." She whispers, but it gets the desired effect. Zenichi's eyes snap open, and he reaches for his sword only to be stopped by Anko's lips on his own. Zenichi's tense body relaxes into the kiss, and in his semi-asleep state, he hungry deepens the kiss. They kiss, battling with their tongues until the need for air separates them. Anko drops her hips onto him and can feel his arousal through the blanket. With a feat of agility, she whips the blanket from between them and then throws it over them again. She rubs her body against his, and the effect is immediate. "I need you, Ichi-kun. I need you more than I have needed anything else in my life. I am yours, mind, body, and soul." She lustfully whispers into his ear, then with a primal need, "Mark me as yours and yours alone." Zenichi growls in response, giving into his most primal instincts. Anko gasps as the air escapes her lungs. It's been 3 days since the signing of the alliance between the Land of Fire and the Land of Iron. The samurai have settled into their new home for the next year. Anko and Zenichi have been all but inseparable. Often they are seen together throughout the village unless work forces them apart. Naruto, on the other hand, has been gone since that night. After the Hyuga left, so did Naruto, not to be seen by anyone. Some thought that he might have finally fled the village. But those that knew him best knew he was only a day away at most, and would be back by the time the academy started on the following day. Although that wasn't something that a certain heiress took comfort in. Hinata sat with her mother in the family room with her baby sister and vocalized her misgivings. But mother, I don't understand, why does he still go out into the woods alone like this? He doesn't have to anymore. With both Zenichi-san and Ankone, he has people that can get him the things he needs, and then there is us. I am sure stores here owned by members of the clan would sell to him fairly. Hikare smiles at her daughter as she frets over her friend. It's not about that. Naruto has been taking care of himself for a long time, even before he was thrown out of the orphanage, I am sure. From what I can tell, he is a very independent person, just like his mother, I might add. You're right, all he has to do is ask, but the thought of asking isn't an easy one for him to consider. Then how do we get him to consider it? Hikare chuckles at her stubborn daughter. Sometimes she could be so much like her father, especially recently. It's not something we can force on him, Hinata. He trusts us, and that means we have to trust him too. Just be his friend, and he will come around. It's not like he can take off for weeks at a time to go into the woods and attend the academy. He will not have the time to do that. Hinata sits next to her mother, pouting. Fine. I wonder how he learned to hunt anyway. She thought aloud. I am sure Zenichi-san taught him. It was not, says Hayashi as he walks into the room. Hikare looks at her husband. Then who taught him? From my understanding, it was a pair of umbu who took a liking to him. After Hinata's eyes awoke, I spoke to Zenichi-san about Naruto's skills, and he told me about them. Shortly after Naruto was thrown out of the orphanage, he asked them to teach him to hunt and forage in the forest around the village. They showed him the basics, and he taught himself the rest. That is impressive for a boy his age. Impressive is an understatement. You have not been inside his apartment. On the floor of his sitting room is a small lightning liger pelt, and on the floor of his bedroom is a stone cave bear, both of which he killed and skinned himself. Hikare stares at Hayashi in disbelief. You can't serious, are you? Those are both A-class predators. I am very serious. I was shocked myself when I saw it. Naruto is extremely skilled, and if a career as a shinobi proves impossible, then he certainly has one as a fur trader. That's not funny, Hayashi. Naruto will make an excellent shinobi, just like his mother was. I am sure you're right, like always. Hikare blushes at the compliment. Hayashi sits beside his wife on the matted floor and rubs his finger across the cheek of his infant daughter. Hanabi cries out and grabs his finger. Hayashi smiles softly at his daughter, letting her tug and pull on it. She pulls his finger into her mouth, gumming him a little until letting him go. Hikare shakes her head. She is so greedy. I just finished feeding her, and now she is trying to eat again. She holds her daughter up so she is eye to eye with the infant, and with a sweet voice she scolds her. If you eat so much, you are going to turn into an akimichi, you my greedy baby girl. She then pulls her daughter close and holds her so they are cheek to cheek. And you're my baby, and I don't want to have to give you up. Hanabi cries out again and starts giggling. Hinata watches her mother and sister. A ping of jealousy rushes through her, but she shakes her head as if to physically remove it from her mind. Father, I was wondering, since I am starting the academy tomorrow, will I start training more? Her father looks at her, seeing the determined look in her eye. He nods. We will train in the mornings before breakfast, then again in the evening before supper. The afternoons you will be studying with the Uzumaki triplets, working on your knowledge of first aid and chakra control. Medics have some of the best chakra control, and for Jukin you will need excellent control. Hinata stares at her father, not believing what she just heard. Not only did he know that she had been learning medic skills without his permission with the samurai, but now he was setting up lessons for her. Hinata, don't stare at your father, it's rude, says Hikare with a smile on her face. I apologize, father, I won't. She dives at him and hugs her sitting father, surprising him. Hikare covers her mouth to try and stifle her laugh. Thank you, daddy. Hayashi looks down at her. She hadn't called him daddy since Niji had been sealed and Hisashi had sacrificed himself. Slowly, he returns his daughter's hug. I can't let you become a medic of the village, but those 3 women have agreed to teach you until they return the Land of Iron in the next year or so. Hinata nods her head against his chest. She then stands up and bows to her parents, leaving them alone with Hanabi. On the other side of the door, they can see her silhouette as she jumps up and down in excitement and happiness. You have made our daughter very happy, Hayashi. I would like to ask what changed your mind about letting her train as a medic. She is only learning advanced first aid and chakra control, nothing more. She will not be a medic. Hikare smiles at her husband. You're just being overprotective. Hayashi looks at his wife like she has three heads. I am not. Ever since the attack, you and Naruto have been letting out killer intent anytime someone who isn't a Hyuga or Uzumaki comes within 5 feet of her. Both of you are extremely overprotective of my daughter, who, mind you, is like a little sister to the one and only Mitarashi Anko. After whatever Naruto did to those men, which you still haven't told me, then what Anko did, which was make them suffer a living death, not a soul in this village is going to hurt her. They are all too scared of what will happen to them if they did. Hayashi sighs. I guess you are correct about that. I have seen some of the villagers move out of her way when walking with Naruto without taking their eyes off him. After word of what Naruto did got out, I thought all the hospital staff was going to flee on sight of him. Hayashi, what did he do? Hayashi takes Hanabi from her mother so Hikare could adjust her kimono after feeding the infant. He begins to rocking Hanabi in his arms to put her to sleep for her midday nap. After a moment of thought, he speaks. After a week of searching for him, I returned to the hospital to find 5 men piled up outside the hospital. They were all missing large portions of their skin. They had been flayed mostly on their upper body and face. They were also pierced through the knees and ankles by arrows. They didn't know what was coming, and they never had the chance to escape. When I finally found Naruto, he was standing by Hinata's bed in her hospital room. I asked him where he had been. He said he had been hunting. He stood there watching her, still covered in their blood. Hikare gasps and covers her mouth with her hand. You can't be serious. There is no way our sweet little Naruto could do that. With a grim face, Hayashi holds his daughter closer, kissing her on the forehead as he rocks her to sleep. The damage to his heart and mind caused by the way the villagers treat him. Then what little influence the Kyuubi's chakra might on him. Minato made the seal so it would leak the beast's chakra into his system so his body could build a tolerance to its poisonous quality. Then not to forget Anko's effect in his upbringing. She cares deeply for him, but she is not known for her mercy. She taught him how to send a message with pain, and that is what it was. A message of what will happen to those that would hurt Hinata. You add those 3 things and Naruto is capable of some very savage acts if pushed far enough, even as a child. When he saw his first real friend he has ever had, and seeing her so hurt, Hikare, he knew it was because of him. I saw him without his mask, and without the whimsical tone that he normally has. His voice was dead, his expression was dead, and his soul was dying. He tried to swear that he would never come near Hinata again so she could be safe. It was killing him as he said it. Hikare just stares at Hayashi with tears in her eyes, resisting the powerful urge to find Naruto and smother her adopted son with motherly affection. With a pause, she looks at Hayashi. But he is still with her, with us. Hayashi looks up from the now sleeping Hanabi. Hikare sees the look that she has only seen once before. It was the same look he had after he killed Hinata's kidnapper. It was a look of total resolve and determination. It was the kind of look that someone has when they know that what they are doing is right, but the repercussions will be dire. I would not let him make that sort of oath no matter what the elders, the villagers, or anyone else has to say about it. I would not let my best friend's son sink anymore into despair. I told him that Hinata will need someone who is willing to go that far to protect her, that she will have enemies as a clan head, and she will need his friendship and support. I asked him to be her sword and shield and always be there for her no matter what. I made him swear it. Hikare stands up and takes Hanabi from Hayashi so he can stand as well. She kisses Hayashi after he stands. I have never been so proud to call you my husband. The girls outside Naruto's apartment are right. I am so very lucky to have you. I am the lucky one, Hikare. Hayashi opens the sliding door into their bedroom and walks in, followed by Hikare with Hanabi. Hikare walks over to the crib next to their bed and sets Hanabi inside. She then gently places a baby blanket over her daughter, who grabs the blanket with her little hand. So you came to the same conclusion as I did. Yes, I can't for the life of me figure out how I missed it before. He looks just like him. Hikare smiles. Don't blame yourself, we didn't know about him. Plus he acts just like Kushina-chan. Even that apartment of his. It's the same one she lived in after Lady Mito passed on and had the QB placed inside her. Hayashi looks at her, surprise etched on his face. Really, she lived in the red light district? I never knew. Really, in the very same apartment. I remember my mother forbidding me from ever going over there once. Hikari blushes and smiles at the memories of her childhood friend. Not like it ever stopped me. I was such a bad little girl. Again, Kushina's influence. My mother tried so hard to keep us apart until we were put on the same team. She gave in a huff. Though I understand her reasons better now, I have the same worries about Hinata visiting Naruto. Hayashi, did Zenichi-sen explain about the Uzumaki learning curve? Hayashi chooses not to address the topic of his daughter visiting Naruto in the red light district again. They had already had that argument, and he had lost. No, what is that? Hikari blushes again, but a deeper shade of red this time. One Hayashi hadn't seen since their honeymoon. Well, the Uzumaki learn at a much faster rate than most people do, and let's say that Kushina-chan was very well versed in her neighbor's trait. Hayashi's eyes go wide. Did she? No, she never, but she knew exactly what was going on, and she didn't have any problems with asking for advice or pointed questions. She was so blunt and straightforward about everything. She could be so embarrassing and not even know it. She says with a smile. She didn't really start sharing until we were teenagers, though. She taught Makoto-chan, Tsunade-sensei, and I a lot about the bedroom. I remember this look on Tsunade-sensei's face this one time. She was so into it, like a student listened to their favorite teacher. She had such a crooked grin, like an old lecher, plain lust on display. She had just started dating Dan then, too. Now that I think about it, Kushina didn't really talk about things like that until the time she started vanishing out of thin air, just before and at the beginning of the Third War. Minato-kun must have been using his Hiraition so they could get away with being seen. Hikari then sits on their bed with a wicked grin. She taught me the position both of our daughters were conceived in. Now, the Hyuga are not known for being easy stupefied, but at this point it can be said that Hyuga Hayashi was stupefied. Hayashi stares at his wife in stunned shock, mouth agape and chin on the floor. Hikari smiles at her stunned husband. Before you get any ideas, my dear husband, I didn't bring this up because of any funny business. I brought this up because Naruto is going to need you as a man. If he is anything like his mother, and he is, he knows exactly what's going on around him in that neighborhood, and is a very confused little boy. In his head, he is much older, but his body doesn't match. This had led Kushina-chan to be very self-conscious about her body. Remember what she would do to boys that made fun of her. Hayashi involuntarily shivers. Yes, I do. Hikari smirks. Well, I am not sure how this will affect Naruto, but he is going to need you to step in on Minato's behalf. After a pause, she adds, if Zenichi-san hasn't already. In the middle of the woods outside Konoha, in a small clearing, sits a cloaked figure beside a fire. A deer hangs inverted off to the side, blood draining from a cut on the neck into a small pit beneath it. The cloaked figure stirs the pot sitting above the fire. He takes the spoon and blows softly. After tasting the stew, the white gleam of a smile can be seen from the shadowed hood. The figure looks over his shoulder into a tree behind him. Hey, Umbu-san, you want some dinner? It's depressing to eat alone. He calls out. The Umbu in the tree stares wide-eyed behind her mask. After a moment, the Umbu's stomach gets the better of her, and she jumps down to the small campsite. She walks up behind the cloaked hunter and around the fire, using as a barrier between them. She sits down and watches him. Well, if you are going to sit so far away, you are serving yourself. I am not getting up. He tosses her a wooden bowl and spoon, and then begins serving himself from the pot. He blows on the bowl of stew to cool it faster as the Umbu serves herself. They sit in silence as they eat, the Umbu paying close attention to the cloaked hunter. The hunter, in contrast, ignores the Umbu much like he has learned to ignore most people. How did you know I was there? You're just a kid, you shouldn't have the skill to notice me. I am the best stalker in the Umbu. The hunter looks up from serving himself a second bowl. The Umbu is unnerved by the action. His eyes are hidden in the darkness of the hood, but she could feel his eyes on her. The pause only lasts a moment until he finishes getting his second helping. I have been hunted my entire life. I know what it feels like to be watched by one who means me harm. You need to do better at masking your distaste of your prey. What are you talking about hunted your whole life? Without looking up from his food, the hunter answers her question with a question. What am I, Lady Umbu? That should give you all the answer you need. Hell if I know, kid. I was woken up and told to follow you around until you return to the village. It was supposed to be my weekend off, but instead of spending time with my boyfriend, I am stuck out here with you. There is silence after she finishes. For a long minute, both the Umbu and the hunter say nothing. Then the hunter starts laughing, but it's not a happy laugh. No, it's one of pain and resentment. The hard, cold edge to it freaks the Umbu out, causing her skin to crawl. She had only heard that kind of laugh from the veterans of the last Shinobi War. They sent you out here without telling you? That's hilarious. Explains why I didn't notice you until now. You were just pissed because I am warm by the fire and eating a good meal, but you're stuck in the cold with nothing but protein bars. What are you talking about? The Umbu says, thoroughly freaked out. This was just not normal. The hunter reaches up to his hood and pulls it off, revealing a head of messy blonde hair. The hunter looks at the Umbu, his crystal blue eyes sparkle with the last of the setting sun. The whisker marks on his face stand out against the tanned skin. The Umbu stares at Naruto in wide-eyed shock. Naruto, having spent so much time with Dog and Weasel, knew what a surprised Umbu looks like even with the mask covering their faces. He smirks at the Umbu across from him and continues eating. The Umbu takes a moment to calm down and looks at the boy again. I thought you would not be allowed outside of the village. Why is that, Lady Umbu? Why wouldn't I be allowed outside of the village? You know exactly why. You hinted at it, remember? You said, what am I? I might not be a Nara, but I'm not stupid. You know the answer to that question, surprisingly. She says accusingly, adding, if I had answered, I would be killed, you know that. No, you wouldn't. If you had tried to hurt me with that information, you would have given to Ankone to play with, never to be seen again. That is the punishment now, something far worse than death, if you ask me. She takes the whole protective big sister thing very seriously. The calm tone he uses to describe the worst punishment imaginable by anyone in the Umbu causes chills to run through her, causing her to visibly shiver. She remembers the last time someone had pissed off Anko. A group of men had attacked the Hyuga heiress. They had already been seen to by someone, but that didn't stop her. She spent a week filling the T&I department with their screams, and when she left for the day, Ibiki would take over during the night. It had been personal for them, and those men suffered before their execution. If you don't eat, your stew will get cold, says Naruto, using his spoon to point at her bowl. She looks down, having forgotten the bowl of stew on the ground where she set it to cool. She picks it up. With her free hand, she tilts her mask a little to eat and still have her face hidden. They finish eating in silence. Once done with his third bowl, Naruto stands up and removes his cloak. He sets it on top of his bedroll. He opens the pack next to it and pulls out a knife with a short curved blade and walks over to the deer and begins skinning the animal. His slow, careful strokes showcase his skill, impressing the Umbu, who, having been found out, she feels no reason to leave the warm fire and the good stew. So she stays, eats, and watches him work. Who knew the kid can cook? She thought as she eats another spoonful. So when do you start at the academy, kid? What makes you think I am going to the academy? Because the village elders, you know, the Hokage's advisors. They wouldn't give you any other choice even if you didn't want to. Naruto stops and turns around to look at the Umbu. Seriously, even if I didn't want to and instead say wanted to be just a fur trader or something, they would force me to be a shinobi? Yup, you're not normal, kid. Sorry, that's your life. So when do you start? Naruto huffs, mumbling about old washed-up shinobi, and goes back to work on the deer before answering. Tomorrow, once I finish this, I will seal up the carcass and finish up later. Want to get the bloody part done out here. You're not going to make it time for the entrance ceremony. Like I care. I am an orphan, remember. There isn't much of a reason for someone without a family to go to the ceremony anyway. Though I will make it in time anyway. Don't want to get too big a scene on my first day. Already got a big enough of a target on me with the elders apparently. Not going to sleep? It might have taken me 3 days, but I did notice an Umbu when she was trying not to be noticed. I think I can sleep through the first day, don't you? Plus, I don't think the teachers are going to care if I pay attention or not. Oh, you might be right, she says quietly, sounding a little ashamed of her fellow shinobi. Naruto rolls his eyes as he finishes the main body and begins on the animal's legs. The Umbu finishes the last of the stew and fixes her mask. She keeps watching him until a thought pops in her head. He is really good at that. I wonder if Anko taught him. Wait a minute, those guys that Anko had months ago, they came in partially skinned. Kid, did you skin those guys that attacked the Hyuga heiress? No one hurts my friends, he says without look at her, and keeps working on finishing up the deer. His callous tone speaks causes her to frown behind her mask. After half an hour, Naruto finishes skinning the deer and wipes his hands on a rag. He walks over to his bag and pulls out a scroll. Returning to the deer, he lays it on the ground in front of the deer, claps his hands together, and the scroll expands in a puff of smoke. He unrolls it, revealing a seal matrix written on the paper with a large blank place left in the center. Naruto positions the scroll so the blank place is under the deer carcass. Naruto walks over to the rope securing the hanging deer to a tree. He loosens the knot and eases the deer to the ground until it lies on the scroll, directly in the center of the blank section. He removes the rope from the deer. After running through a series of hand signs, he says, "Uzumaki style, King's Freezer." The seal comes to life, the intricate jutsu shiki glow. Before their eyes, the glowing calligraphy slowly creeps off the paper, moving across the deer until the lines meet and form a spiral in the center. Seal. Naruto commands from his place in front of the scroll. At his order, the deer starts to sink into the paper. When the deer finishes sinking, a large kanji appears in the center where the deer once was. Naruto rolls up the scroll and claps his hands again. In a puff of smoke, it shrinks again. He picks it up and places it back into his pack. He then begins to clean up the campsite. Lastly, he cleans out the stew pot in a nearby stream. After he cleans it, he walks over to a large stone and rolls it to the side, surprising the watching Umbu. He places the pot, bowls, and spoons into the void beneath the stone along with his bedroll. He rolls the stone back over the hiding place. He walks over to the fire and puts it out with a pile of dirt left over from when he dug out the fire pit. After ensuring that it was extinguished, he stands up and begins to leave. The Umbu stands up and falls in step next to him. They walk in silence through the forest towards the village several hours away. "That is your normal campsite?" she asks. He looks up at her and nods. "How long have you been using that spot?" "Almost a year. It's a good spot, stream nearby, and a cave hidden behind the ivy in case it rains. I make the stone hiding place about a month ago." "A very good spot, then, if it's got all that." Worried that the hiding spot beneath the stone will collapse in on itself with the weather. "No, I used Fuinjutsu to keep the inside of it from collapsing. Plus it locks the stone in place. I am the only one who can move it." "Quite the achievement to be so good at Fuinjutsu at your age. That, and what you did with the deer. Kid, you should be proud." Naruto smiles sheepishly and blushes at the praise. "No, it's nothing really. I am an Uzumaki, it just comes naturally for us. It's kind of a Kekkei Jinkai." "Didn't know that there was a Kekkei Jinkai like that. You learn something new every day. You should still be proud, kid. Not everyone with a Kekkei Jinkai is that good with it at your age." They walk in silence for the next hour. As they get closer to the village, the night claims the sky. One by one, the stars start coming out, and the moon illuminates the forest around them. The noise of the birds quiet as they begin roosting for the night, leaving the forest to the chorus of insects as they chirp into the night. A rush of wind causes Naruto to pull his hood over his head. Just then, a group of blank-masked Umbu falls out of the trees. They stand in front of them some feet away, silently across from Naruto and his Umbu companion, blocking their way until one in a white cloak steps forward. "Chameleon, we are here to escort the boy back to the village. The Hokage wants to make sure he is not late for his first day at the academy." The Umbu next to Naruto narrows her eyes at the blank mask the others are wearing. The Hokage didn't care if Naruto was on time, just that he got back to the village safely. He had told her as much himself. Only the elders cared about that kind of thing. She looked at the blanched masks of the Umbu across from her and remembered what her senpai has told her about one of the council members. "Then why are Danzo's pets here?" "Hokage-sama would never let your kind anywhere near Naruto. I will make sure Naruto makes it back to the village without any problems." The white-clocked Umbu takes another step forward. "We don't want to fight you, Chameleon. You are a valued asset to the village. Having you injured would be counterproductive." "Then get out of our way. Give us the boy." Fuck you. At that, the blank-masked Umbu tense up and prepare for a fight. They stare each other down. Finally, one of the Umbu in the back of the group leaps into the air toward Chameleon. It pulls out a kunai, but before it can throw the knife, an arrow appears through the Umbu's hand, dropping the kunai, and yells in pain. The Umbu lands between Chameleon and their leader. It grabs the arrow with its unpierced hand and pulls it out, its mask hiding the pain-filled expression on its face. Slowly, the arrow is freed from its hand. All the Umbu look at Naruto and see him still next to Chameleon with a white bow in his hands where it wasn't a moment ago. Other of his black arrows already on the string ready to fire. I will be returning with her if you don't mind. Send Lord Danzo my regrets, but I will not join him ever, and if you try again, I will tell my cousin and my aunt about this. Frankly, I doubt his ability to survive their combined wrath. There are very few things they agree on, and protecting a member of the clan is one of those rare things. Myself in particular. The Umbu look at their leader, who watches the boy through its mask. Is that a threat, boy? Only if you think my clan is threatening. They all stand there not moving, glaring at each other. Well, what do we have here? I go for a walk in my clan woods to find one of our deer missing, and when I go looking for the poacher, I find a young hunter and his Umbu guardian facing a root unit in the said clan woods. Now whatever could be happening. Nothing troublesome, I hope. Everyone but Naruto looks over at the newcomer. Standing there leaning lazily against a tree stands Nara Shikaku, head of the Nara clan, and the Umbu commander, second only to the Hokage in authority. The rude Umbu look at him, then all leap back into the trees, just as a dark line jets out at them from Shikaku's shadow. He sighs at his failed attempt to catch the root members. Troublesome. Naruto, how many times do I have to tell you not to take my deer? Naruto looks at the clan head underneath his hood, his face hidden. Silently, he returns his bow and arrow to the seals on the inside of his cloak. He walks over to the arrow left on the ground by the Umbu he shot. He reaches down and picks it up. After inspecting the arrowhead, he then returns it to the seal and keeps walking away. Chameleon looks from the Nara to the boy, not knowing what to do. On one side, she had her commanding officer, and on the other her charge given to her by the Hokage himself. Sorry, Nara-sama, I didn't know it was one of the Nara deer. I would have stopped him if I had. I find that hard to believe. Chameleon Naruto can be a very stubborn hunter. Naruto, where are you going? I want that carcass back. Naruto stops walking and turns to face the clan head. No. Naruto, don't be troublesome. Now give me back the deer. Naruto doesn't move, then is an explosion of motion. His hand shoots out of his cloak and into the air. He brings it down. Before Shikaku can move, the flash seal ignites and blinds him and Chameleon. Their eyes, used to the dark of night, burns from the flash. After minutes of blinding and rubbing their eyes, they can see again and find that Naruto gone. Shikaku stares wide-eyed at the spot Naruto had stood, staring at a crudely drawn smiley face with its tongue out at him. Damn troublesome Gaki. I was going to give it back, just wanted to lecture him a little. All he had to do was ask, I would have given him one. He is getting more hustle towards anyone not a samurai or Hyuga too. Not realizing that he had spoken out loud, is startled by Chameleon's response. Can you really blame him? His entire life, as it is the nicest way to describe it, has sucked until that samurai came and took him in. I can't believe that he is even still in the village. He can easily make it in the wild on his own. I never knew anything about how bad it really is for him until he started laughing like Kakashi when has too much to drink. I know that it's something we will all have to live with. We were all cowards, so worried about ourselves we abandoned him. The way he says it leads Chameleon to believe there is a deeper meaning to what he said, but before she can ask, he turns away. You should catch up, you're still responsible for him making it back. Chameleon comes up short. Damn Gaki, get back here. She yells as she starts running in the direction she thought Naruto went. Shikaku sits down at the bar of the Long Fall. He orders a whiskey and downs it in one swallow. He orders another and drinks this one as he did the first. He orders a third, but this time before he can down the harsh Western drink, he is stopped by a tall blonde man and a massive red-haired one on either side. You didn't come home for dinner, so your wife asked us to find you. Shikaku, why are you drinking like this? The same reasons as always. When I drink like this, choza, shame, and guilty. He downs her third glass. The two men look at each other and then at him. They each pull out a stool next to Shikaku and sit down. They both order a drink. What happened? Inoichi, can I please just get drunk and not talk about my feelings with you? I don't need you acting like a troublesome woman right now. Well, you have a very high tolerance for alcohol, so this is going to take a while, so you might as well talk about it, he says. Shikaku sighs again and mumbles his clan's catchphrase. Fine, I went out to check on the deer today and found one of the older ones missing, so I go looking for it. A little bit after dusk, I find a group of Root Umbu and Chameleon staring each other down with Naruto at her side. They had come to try and take him. It was a little more frontal than normal, but I think it's because Danzo is getting desperate. All the samurai and everything, he is losing his grip on the village. Well, I could see that as troubling, but not as to why you are on your fourth glass of bourbon in the span of 10 minutes. It was Naruto. Shikaka stops to take another drink, leaving some of the liquor in the glass this time. We failed him, we have failed him and his parents, who were our friends and comrades. Remember that night we all went out for Hayashi's bachelor party? He and Hikare were the first to get married. Pale-eyed bastard forcing the rest of us to commit. Choza takes a drink, as does Inoichi. We remember Shikaku. Choza says quietly. Do you remember the promise we all made that night? Yes, says Inoichi. Well, we broke it, and there is no way to make up for it. Kami, I just don't know how I can face Minato in the next life. He saved us, all of us and our families, and we abandoned his son out of fear of a stupid fox and stupider villagers. The other men both sit silently and finish their drink and order another. We didn't know Shikaka the Hokage kept it from us. All of us. Hikare and Mikoto, Hayashi and Fugaku, even they didn't know, and they were their teammates. Shikaka downs his drink and orders his fifth. When he gets it, he downs that one too. Inoichi stops him from ordering his sixth. Inoichi, don't stop me. The tone was angry, but not really directed at anyone. Tell me what you're not saying, and I might not. Shikaka looked at him, his teammate, his friend, the godfather of his son, and his brother in all but blood. The look is intense, but Inoichi held it firmly. Shamefully, he whispers, I knew. Choza's eyes go wide. What? What did you just say? Shikaku looks over at his other teammate, his other friend, his other brother in all but blood, and the man he too trusted with his family if he should ever fall in battle. I knew who he was, Choza. Both men look at him like he had slapped them. Inoichi removes his hand and lets Shikaku order his drink. How long? Shikaku downs his sixth glass. I am the Umbu commander I have always known. At hearing that, Choza's face contorts in anger. You knew and you did nothing, not even tell us? What were you thinking? We swore to each other to take care of each other's families in case anything happened. From any foe, from any threat, even the Shinigami himself. You knew who he was and did nothing. Choza is a man that rarely raises his voice, but when he did, it was a booming bass that shook the very air. The others at the bar all look over at them and see the legendary Inoshikacho trio. Together, but not celebrating like they normally did when seen together. Inoichi looked around. Choza, sit down. We don't need a scene right now. Choza sits and finishes his drink, and this time, he orders a bottle. After a long pull on the bottle, he calms down as the liquor works its way through his system. I watched the village turn on the Uchiha. Blaming them for the attack, it turned most against the village. I didn't want to turn that onto my clan or yours. We have been allies for a long time, even before the village was founded. That's not much of an argument, Shikaku. Even with all the hatred directed at them, the Uchiha didn't act on it. Fugaku is no traitor, says Choza. The Uchiha planned a coup. Shikaku says quietly, so only they could hear him. It stops them both cold. Inoichi is the first to regain his voice. What? Many blamed the attack on them, most especially the elders remembered that the only one who could control the Kyuubi was Madara, and they blamed the Yukika clan for it. I had to make plans in case they went through with it, plans to eliminate them all, to wipe out the entire clan, to kill every man, woman, and child, everyone. I spend days planning genocide. I figured out that the only way to stop a civil war from happening was to kill them all in a preemptive strike. That is until Itachi betrayed his clan for the village and delayed them. But still it was too much, the hate, the anger, it was all too much. If the Uzumaki had not arrived, when he did, the Uchiha clan would be no more. Only Itachi would have been left with the blood of his entire clan on his hands. Zenitsu secretly negotiated a truce between the village and the Uchiha clan. Acting as mediator, he saved us all. It makes sense really if you think about it. It was the Uzumaki who mediated the alliance between the Senju and Uchiha in the first place. Both men stare at him, then both take a long drink. Inoichi orders another, stronger this time. Choza puts his bottle back on the bar. So to protect us from the wrath that drove the Uchiha mad, you broke our promise? It wasn't the only thing that drove them, but yes, and I have hated myself every day for it. Well, the only thing to do is to make it right then. Shikaku, it's the only thing you can do. And by Kami am I supposed to do that? It's not like I haven't thought about it. I let him take the deer from my clan's herd, and I let him camp out in our woods for days at a time. Whenever anyone from the clan brings is up, I bury it. So it's like it never happened. It's the only thing I can think of, and if anyone does talk to him, I make sure I am the one who does. I made it so Kakashi or Itachi are in the village at any time. They look out for him a lot. Now there is Anko and Zenitsu and his clan and the other samurai. Over the last week, the samurai have accepted him as one of their own. Many have figured out what he is and what the villagers think of him. They closed ranks around him protectively as if he was just a normal little kid. They are so much better than us, it's embarrassing. More than one fight was started last week because of a villager talking badly about Naruto in front of a samurai. Choza looks over his bottle at Shikaku. Really, are you serious about the samurai? If you don't believe me, ask Fugaku. He has had his hands full trying to keep the peace. And after hearing why they started those fights, he can't help himself and lets them go free without a word. I never thought that the samurai from the land of iron would be so accepting of an outsider. They are a lot more accepting than you think. They took in the Uzumaki that fled Uzushio, and they have taken in many refugees from the various Kekkei Genkai purges around the continent. They sit at the bar in silence. So what are we going to do? Asks Choza. Surprisingly, it was Inoichi who spoke. For now we drink, and tomorrow we get everyone together after our children enter the academy, and we figure that out. That sounds like a good plan. Replies Shikaku. They sit in silence again until Choza stands up with his bottle high. To the Yonde, may he rest in peace, and may the generations who follow inherit his will of fire. May it burn as bright as his. He says loud enough for everyone in the bar to hear him. Many of the older shinobi in the bar stand up, and they too hold up their drinks. Inoichi and Shikaku stand next to him and lead the cheers. To the Yondaime. To the Yondaime. The entire bar choruses. At the Uchiha head family residence, Sasuke sits on the edge of his bed, nervous energy running through him, keeping him from sleeping. He hears a noise from his window and walks over to it to see what it is. Staring out his window, he sees his father and brother sitting together, passing a bottle back and forth. Straining his ears, he can just make out what they are saying. So tomorrow your brother starts at the academy. Yes, he will, and he will face the nightmare of all Uchiha men, fangirls. Says Itachi, shivering as he does. His father chuckles and shakes his head, passing his son the bottle. Very true, I remember my time in the academy before your mother and I started dating. I had it bad, but not as bad as you or Shursui, but most of the girls in my class were from shinobi clans with very few civilian children with us. It was a different time then. I think Hikare and Yoshino were the only ones. Itachi passes him the bottle. Naruto is going to be in his class. I hope they become friends. He needs friends his own age. Fugaku takes a pull of the bottle. Who, your brother or Naruto? Both, but I am more worried about Naruto though. His anger is great, and the only thing keeping him here is the Hinata-chan. Hinata-chan is the only thing keeping him in the village. Yes, I think so. I can't really think of anything else. He has a clan from a different country, and they accept him for who he is, even with it in him. He takes the bottle from his father and drinks from it. They sit in silence for a few moments, enjoying the feeling of the potent alcohol in their system. I ever tell you about my time on the Yondaime's team under Jiraiya? No, it has never come up. Fugaka sighs, but it is a pleasant noise, one that spoke of good times and fond memories. Those were some of the best times of my life. No pressure as the clan had no worries, just missions and training and competing with Hayashi to see whose eyes were stronger. Hang out together, chasing after your mother all the time, carefree. Then the war broke out, and everything changed. We were all nearly Jonin by then, and because of the need for more officers, we all got promoted. Minato took on a team of genin, and since the rest of us were clan heirs, we didn't get to. It was always a dream of your mother's to have a team of genin of her own, but she was pregnant with you, and we were to get married. Wait, you mean you and mother were not married when I was born? We were, but you were born 6 months later. Fugaku says with a smile. Don't misunderstand, I have always loved your mother. I had been afraid of dying and not telling her how I felt. So I got a little drunk and confessed my feelings to her, and about a week later we found out you were on the way. It was not something we had planned, but it's not something I nor your mother has ever regretted. I think she has never gotten over it not being able to have a genin team of her own. It's why she loves training you and your brother so much. Hayashi and Hikure had already been married, so we figured why not, though they had decided to wait out the war to have children. Fugaka took back the bottle and took a long drink. Then it happened, Iwa's assault. It was like a landslide, unstoppable and all-consuming. Minato, he stood against them alone. With only a few shinobi throwing his special kunai to cover the battlefield, then they fled under his order. He stopped their advance and turned the tide of the entire war. I arrived with the relief troops to find Minato standing alone in the field of corpses. No one moved towards him, everyone was too afraid, even me. Everyone except Kushina, she had snuck out of the village and followed us. She rushed past us all and ran to him. She wrapped her arms around him. In that sea of bodies, she was an island of sanctuary for him. He then vanished, flashing away somewhere. I learned later that your mother's younger cousin Obito had died in battle. Minato was never the same after that, except with Kushina. It was the only time he was the happy, joyous man from our youth. I should have known they would have a child together, but I was too worried about you and your mother. I forgot about my friends and focused only on the clan. Are you saying? Yes, I am, and it is my greatest shame to have abandoned him like this. Maybe you can still fix it, make it right. Fugako looks over at his son. I hope so. Sasuke falls away from the window, not fully understanding what he just heard. It had been like listening to a whisper in a strong wind, but he did know this. His brother was worried about the dope, and he wanted him and Sasuke to be friends. But I can't be friends with him if he's my rival, can I? Thought Sasuke. Naruto walks up the stairs to his apartment, followed by Chameleon. It took a while, but she found him and walked with him all the way back to the village and now to his apartment. She followed silently, feeling that he didn't want to speak. Once they get to the door to his apartment, he unlocks the seals and opens the door. Thanks for sticking with me back there with those other Umbu. It means a lot. Most wouldn't do that because of what I am. What you are is an annoying little gaki who got me in trouble with my boss and made me miss a weekend with my boyfriend. Nothing else, you got that. So don't get all sappy on me, go take a shower and wash behind your ears, and don't be late to the entrance ceremony, otherwise I am going to kick your ass, kid. Naruto smiles up at her. Okay, Chameleon. Good night. I will see you around. Night, kid. See you later. Naruto closes the door and Chameleon walks away. Moving through the village silently, she avoids everyone until she comes up to an apartment building. She walks up the stairs to one of the apartments and lets herself in. Once the door closes, she takes off her mask, throwing it on the table, and begins taking off her armor and weapons, leaving a trail to the bedroom with her discarded gear. Wearing only a skin-tight black leotard, she walks into the bedroom. She sees a shape in the bed and smiles. She walks over to the bed and crawls under the covers next to the person in the bed. The arms of the man in the bed wrap around her in his sleep and pull her close. Did I wake you, Irika? No response. She chuckles to herself. So desperate for affection, Irika. I met your nightmare today. He isn't as scary as you might think. I hope you can overcome your fears for the kid's sake and yours. With that, she lays her head against his chest and falls asleep. Naruto strips off his hunting clothes and throws them in the dirty clothes bin in his bathroom. He walks into the shower, which was already running, so the water is already hot. just the way he likes it. He washes the earthly scent from his skin from being in the forest for the last 3 days. He feels a lot better, fresh, recharged, and ready for the next few weeks in the village ahead of him. Wondering what would happen tomorrow, he leaned against the wall of the shower and let the water cascade over his body. He was fairly certain of how the other kids his age would act towards him with the exception of Hinata. He hoped they were in the same class. It would a lot easier that way. He leaves the shower and dries off. After checking the time, he realized that he had about 5 hours until the ceremony and the entrance into the academy. Grabbing his sword, he walks out onto the balcony and sat in the meditative pose that Zenichi had taught him. He sat like that in the night air with his sword across his lap, slowing his breathing until he was almost a statue. Slowly, he let his consciousness sink inward, focusing on his sword. He fell. Inside his subconscious, Naruto stood before the gate that held Kurama. Naruto looked through the bars, but could not see the demon fox, so he left shrugging. He walked away from the gate and back into the tunnels that lead, thought his soul. After wandering aimlessly for what seemed like a long time, he felt a light tug. He stopped at the junction of 3 tunnels and felt the tug again. This time it led him to the left tunnel, and he followed it, curious as to what he would find at the end of it. Walking again, following the slowly growing strength of the tug pulling on him as a guide, he sees that the water was becoming shallower and the air less stall. He picks up the pace, hoping that he would find the way out the tunnels. But to his surprise, it wasn't a way out. Instead, he found a raised platform. Above the platform was a crack in the ceiling that let in fresh air and light. White light not polluted the yellow that spread out from Kurama's cage into the tunnels. The light bathed the platform in clean, clear light, and as Naruto walked closer, he found himself walking up a set of steps onto the platform. The platform turned out to be the floor of a dojo. Neat, clean tatami mats covered its floor. Near the center sat a samurai in black, crimson, and golden armor. He wore a mask on his face that looked like a fox. His right arm was naked of armor, an elaborate sealing matrix marking it in its entirety down to each of his fingers. The rest of his armor was very simple, but at the same time elegant. Golden seals wrapped each piece of steel plate. On the breastplate against the black steel was his family's crests, both of them one on either side of his chest. On his abdomen, a much larger version of his own crest, the one he made to look like a spiral sun. Naruto walked up to the samurai and sat across from him. The samurai looks up at Naruto, showing Naruto that his eyes, although the same color as his, the pupils were slits like Kurama's. The samurai sat silently studying Naruto for many moments until at last it stood. It towered over Naruto, and slowly it draws its blade. It was the exact copy of Naruto's Kitsune Hiramiki no Ken. Naruto stands and mimics the samurai's actions. They stand opposite of each other. Then with a flash of speed, the samurai attacks. He slashes at Naruto's throat, but Naruto steps back out of his reach. The samurai steps forward, pressing the attack, forcing Naruto back to the edge of the platform where Naruto can feel the edge with his back foot. Clenching his teeth, Naruto ducks under the samurai's neck slash and comes up with one of his own. The samurai leaps back out of reach, but Naruto doesn't stop. Rushing forward, he attacks again. The samurai deflects Naruto's attack with his sword and reaches in with his non-sword hand, punching Naruto hard in the chest, throwing him back, so they are separated again. Naruto rubs his chest and tries to send his healing chakra to the already forming bruise. With a startled look on his face, he realizes that he can't feel the healing chakra like normal. He frowns, then looks at the samurai again, seeing it had returned to sitting in the center of the mats. Naruto sheaths his sword and walks over to the samurai again, but this time he remains standing. Watching the samurai, he speaks up and asks the question on his mind. "Who are you?" The samurai does not move, nor does he speak. "I asked who you are. Are you going to tell me why you are inside my mind? Did my father seal you in here too?" Still no answer. Naruto sits again, and again the samurai stands up. Naruto stands, but this time he is weary of the samurai, so when he attacks, Naruto can dodge and attack. This time from he is in a stronger position, slashing at the samurai in the open stance of the Iato. The samurai effortlessly evades and attacks again, pushing Naruto. Naruto jumps back, giving him some space. The samurai doesn't give him a chance to try anything as he charges Naruto with his sword up, ready to cut him in half. Naruto squares up and prepares for the attack, and as the cut comes down on his head, he parries it so the slash slides across his sword and hit the matting. Not to be denied, the samurai kicks Naruto with enough force to throw him from the ring. Naruto picks himself up off the floor and stands in the water. He walks back up the stairs to the ring and faces the samurai, who again has seated himself on the floor near the center of the ring. Naruto runs at the samurai, sword at the ready. The samurai does not move an inch as Naruto charges at him and strikes. At the last second, Naruto cancels the attack with his sword blade only a hair's breadth away from the samurai's helmeted cranium. Not once has the samurai moved an inch. Naruto takes a step back and looks at the samurai. "What do you want from me?" Naruto yells at the samurai, to be replied with silence. Naruto walks around the samurai, circling him like a hungry shark. Every few minutes he attacks the samurai only to stop his slash just before connecting. After several minutes, he sheaths his sword and stands in front of the samurai. Slowly he sits, but before he can even blink, the samurai draws from a sit position. He holds his sword against Naruto's throat just under the chin. Naruto is so surprised by the attack that he is thrown from his mindscape. After a moment of silently holding his position as if Naruto was still sitting in front of him, the samurai sheaths his sword. Once the blade clicks home into its sheath, the booming laughter of the Kyuubi can be heard throughout the tunnels. "Well, that was an excellent show. I can't wait for the next time he comes in here." Kurama laughter resonates through the tunnels, causing the water to ripple. The samurai looks up into the tunnel that leads into his chamber. Silence. The water stops rippling. Kurama's laughter stops as if his mouth had been physically shut. "Guess you didn't inherit my sense of humor then." Naruto's eyes snap open to see the sun low on the horizon. He stands up and walking back into his apartment in a cold, nervous sweat. Looking at the clock, he sees that it has been 4 hours since he entered his inner world. Shaking slightly, he walks over to his room and changes into the clothes he will wear for the academy. He then makes a clone to make him a simple breakfast. The clone pops into existence, then imminently dispels. Naruto frowns. Taking a steadying breath, he makes another clone which remains this time. As his clone makes him food, Naruto stands in front of the mirror of his bathroom, having wiped the sweat off his skin and washed his face. Taking his time, he fastens the pair of goggles that Hinata get him for his birthday. After making sure that his goggles are on straight, he walks to the kitchen. Sitting on the counter is a cup of instant ramen that his clone made for breakfast. He stands in his kitchen as he eats his food. He wonders if he should bring his sword with him, but after a lot of thought, he decides not to. Kenjutsu is not something that will be taught at the academy, so there wasn't much reason to be carrying it around with him if all he is going to be doing is leaving around unprotected for what little practical lessons they would have. Truthfully, it was more of an excuse not to carry the Kitsune Hiramek no Ken because he just could not shake the thought that his sword just tried to kill him. At the last minute, he stops at the door. Pausing for a moment, he turns around and stomps over to the Kitsune Hirameki no Ken. He stanches it and slams it against his back and turns back to the door. He throws the cup away and walks out the door and walks down to the street. Walking through the red light district, he meets some of the girls he knows and some he didn't. They wish him a good first day at the academy. He returns thanks them as he goes, not stopping as not to be late. Walking through the village, the streets become more and more crowded as he nears the academy with all the families and clans out to attend the entrance ceremony for their children that were entering. Naruto, finding it difficult to make his way, jumps up to one of the buildings and moves along the rooftops the last few blocks to the academy. Once he reaches the academy grounds, he looks out over all the gathered families and sighs. He sees one of the Chunin instructors running across the roofs that border the grounds to get closer to the instructor. Once he gets close enough, he jumps off the roof and lands in front of the Chunin. The Chunin, a young man with black hair and a short ponytail, tan skin and a scar across his nose, looks down at Naruto. "Uzumaki." Naruto checking in. "What class do I stand with?" he asks. The Chunin looks him over. Noting the oversized unzipped orange jacket and the mesh t-shirt underneath, black pants with his shuriken pouch on his left leg, clashing green goggles, and one of the nicest swords he has ever seen strapped to his back. The Chunin shakes his head at the throw-together appearance of his new student. He looks at the class roster in his hands and sighs loudly. "I am Yumino Irika. You can call me Irika-sensei." and I will be your instructor for the next few years. You are in Class 2A, and you will form up with the rest of your class behind the class marker at the end of the training field." Naruto nods his head, taking in what Iruka says. "Hi, Iruka-sensei." Naruto turns around and walks away. Iruka watches him as he goes, remembering what his girlfriend said that morning. "I met him, Uzumaki Naruto, over the weekend. You know, the Jinchuriki kid. I know you still have a hard time cause of what happened to your parents. Just try to remember that he is just a kid and not that monster. He has got a lot riding against him, and he doesn't need his teacher against him too. Okay." After they had spoken more, he decided to reserve judgment until meeting him, and as first impressions go, that hadn't been too bad. Naruto walks past the other classes and can feel the stares of the parents and other adults on him as he passes. More than once, he can hear a parent telling their child to stay away from him. Naruto pulls the goggles down to cover most of his face. When he reaches his class, he finds the most of his class already there with their families. Many of the parents or other adult family members pull their children away. Naruto ignores them and walks over to the single swing behind his class place for the ceremony. Naruto sits alone on the swing, waiting for Iruka to come over and arrange the class for the ceremony. After several minutes, one of the parents of his classmates walks over and stands over him. "What are you doing here?" Naruto doesn't say anything, hoping the man will leave him alone if he just ignores him. "I asked you a question, scum. What are you doing here?" Naruto's grips on the rope, holding the swing, tightening until his knuckles turn white. "This is where I was told to be. This is my class." "Oh no, it is not. You will not be in the same class as my daughter. You better leave now before I remove you." Naruto pushes his goggles back up onto his forehead and looks up at the man. "Look, this is where I was told to be, mister. I am just doing what I was told by the teacher. I don't care what you think you were doing. I am telling you what you are doing, and what you are doing is getting the hell away from my daughter, you monster." The man reaches for Naruto, but before Naruto can act like he has been trained, a kunai comes flying out of nowhere and embeds itself in the tree next to Naruto. The man curses and puts a hand to his face. Pulling it away, he can see blood on his hand. Naruto, who is still looking at the man, sees the cut across his cheek. The man whips around to see who throw the kunai and calling out as he does, "Who dares throw dash?" But before he can finish, 4 sword blades are at his throat. The man yelps in surprise, his eyes going wide. His entire body stiffens in fear. Naruto, not able to see what is happening with the man in the way, gets off the swing and walks around him. Once he gets past the man, he sees Zenitsu, Rikamaru, Ikaku, and Takechi with their swords against the man's throat, each competing for space. Behind them is Anko, Yuryu, and the triplets, all releasing noticeable killer intents. Anko walks over to Naruto and places her hand on the top of his head, pulling him against her hip. "You shithead, you dare fuck with my little bro on the day of his entrance into the academy, and you think, what, you're just going to get away with it? Oh, think again, asshole, cause now me, my man, and his teammates here are all going to take turns beating the living piss shit out of you. And don't you worry, see those 3 cute redheads over there?" She points her thumb at the triplets, who all give the man wicked grins. "Well, they're going to heal you up good as new after each of our turns, so we can all enjoy ourselves all day long until my little bro gets out of class and we go celebrate his first day." Yuryu cocks an eyebrow. "What about me?" "Sorry, Yuryu, but someone has to represent the Gaki's clan at the ceremony, so you will have to put up with leftovers." Yuryu frowns. "Well, that will not do." She takes her naginata off her back. "I'll make it quick." Anko smiles and shrugs. "Okay, whatever you say, you are the clan head." Yuryu chuckles as she walks over to the man. "See, Zenitsu, at least she understands what my rank warrants. You could learn a thing or two from her." The men standing next to Zenitsu snicker as he rolls his eyes. Before Yuryu can make it over to the man, Hinata and her family, as well as the rest of the clan heirs and their families, arrive. The man relaxes, believing he is saved from the crazy samurai and snake whore. But when he hears the overly cheery tone used by Hikare as she hicks Hanabi up higher in her arms as she speaks, he begins sweating profusely. "Anko, what's going on?" "Hi, Hikare. This asshole was messing with Naruto. So we are going to teach him a very important lesson about picking on someone his own size." "Oh, I see. She turns her head to look at her husband. Hayashi, would you be a dear and assist Anko and Zenichi in disciplining this foolish man? Hayashi activates his Byakugan. Of course. Hinata runs over to Naruto, who is still standing next to Anko, and grabs hold of him, activating her own Byakugan, and stares at the man as menacing as she could. And after being around Anko as much as she has for the last few months, she could look pretty damn menacing. After hearing what Anko said to Hikare, the entire Uchiha family activate their Sharingan and stare at the man. The glowing red of their eyes causes many of the other civilian families with children in Naruto's class to back up. Separating themselves from the man, this whole chain of events was caused by. By this time, the entire crowd assembled for the entrance ceremony is silenced by the air-quaking volume of killer intents. Everyone gathered to watch as their children take their first steps into becoming shinobi of Konoha turn their attention to the now public lynching of one man by some of the most powerful people in the village. Irika pushes his way through the crowd, trying to get to the case of all the commotion. As he gets past the last of the bystanders, the other clan heirs' parents have involved themselves. The Aburame are all audibly buzzing. The Inuzuka hounds are growling, as well as some of the Inuzuka themselves. The shadows around the Nara kept shifting. The Akimichi were starting to swell, and the Yamanaka, well, you couldn't really tell what they were doing, but you just knew they were doing something by the whispering voices in your head. The man responsible for this activity is on the brink of collapse, if not for the steady blades against his throat keeping him on his feet. Irika stands staring at the assembled executioners, not having a clue on what to do to stop what was about to happen. Just then, the crowd surrounding Class 2A's place part forming a corridor. Irika notices the movement and looks to see who is coming. Walking out of the path in the crowd comes the Hokage and his two advisors. Irika quickly walks over to them. Hokage-sama, you are early. Yes, well, I was hoping to get here before something like this happened. You knew something like these would happen? The Hokage sighs. I had hoped that the villagers would be more focused on their own children and not make a scene, but once again I overestimated them. Irika, stunned silent by what the Hokage just said, silently falls in step with the older man as he walks over to the samurai and Anko. Anko, seeing the Hokage walking over to her, ignores him. She is too pissed to care about consequences at this point. She hugs Naruto tighter and prepares for whatever was about to happen, not knowing how Yuryu would react to the Hokage's presence. Zenichi had told her about what had happened outside the hospital with his mother and the Hokage. Anko had been furious after hearing what the Naidame had done, and for the first time in years, she felt just the smallest bit of pride at being the student of one of the few Konoha shinobi that had honored their word to help Yuzusho, if only for a moment. Excuse me, Zenichi-san, but could you please release that man? Says the Hokage. Sorry, but this man was harassing my cousin and student. I just can't let that go, and to be very frank, I don't want to. I am sick and tired of these villagers. Again and again they attack or harass someone I care about. I have given many warnings, I have beaten people into the ground to even get my point across. But still they do not learn. If this were the land of iron, after the third time, I would be free to execute any one of these fools. Well, you are not in the land of iron, you are in the land of fire, and we do not publicly execute civilians here. Maybe you should rethink your policy. You might find that they will remember who has the power and who do not. I have lived here for nearly half a year now, and I have observed that the warriors of this country are not respected like they should. I have personally had to intervene to stop what could have been a genocidal massacre, at best a civil war at worst, due to the way your civilians act towards some of your shinobi. The Hokage tenses. He had not thought that Zenichi would be so quick to throw that at him in such a public venue. I would like to remind you, Zenichi, that you agreed not to talk about that. Yes, I remember, but I also remember who it was who took care of my cousin before I arrived here and discovered him, and it was not you or any of your civilians. Those men and their families will have my loyalty and gratitude until the day I die, and as I will one day be the head of the Uzumaki clan, that means that they will have the entire force and support of the Uzumaki clan. Itachi, who is standing with his family, stares wide-eyed at the samurai in surprise at what the man just said and the underlining threat. I see, is all the Hokage says. This is when a new voice sounds out. I think we can all agree that Dai has acted rashly, and I personally think that he is deeply regretful for his actions, and if you good men would move your blades from his throat, he would love to stretch his vocal cords with an apology. The Zenichi and the Hokage turn to look at the source of the voice and see Councilwoman Haruno Mabuki with a young girl with pink hair. The way the girl is clinging onto the skirt of Mabuki's dress would lead anyone to believe that she was the woman's daughter. The man who comes up to stand behind her looking to be in his mid-30s like Mabuki herself, and his own pink hair, matching the girl's, meaning that they must father and daughter, meaning he was also Mabuki's husband. I am sorry to say, Councilwoman Haruno, that since this man was about to strike Naruto, that I cannot accept a simple apology. There was a time when I first arrived that I would, but now I fear not. Well, how about I put it in a different light for you? Dai here is the single father of one of the girls who will be in your cousin's class. If you were to punish him here and now, then not only will he not be able to take care of his daughter, but you will also be forcing his daughter to witness her father's death after watching her mother die slowly from disease, and make her an orphan much like your young cousin. Zenichi makes eye contact with the woman, then looks over at Anko and Naruto, who is still standing with her. Naruto looks up at his cousin and surprises the young man by shaking his head just slightly. Zenichi cocks a questioning eyebrow as to ask, "Are you sure?" To which Naruto answers with a nod. Zenichi looks over at Shikaku, and they make eye contact. Shikaku nods, the movement being missed by everyone around him. Zenichi sighs and lowers his sword. Surprising everyone present, especially those that know him, Naruto looks up with a smile. Rikamaru, Ikaku, and Takichi follow suit and lower their swords. Then with a signal from Zenichi, they sheath them, but he keeps his sword out. Dai, relieved to have the swords away from his neck, tries to relax, but finds that he can't. Moving his eyes alone, he looks to the ground to see a dark line on the ground linked to his shadow. He follows the line back to Shikaku, who in turn gives the man a cruel smile. Then Zenichi speaks, forcing Dai's attention back to him. "You are a lucky man, Dai. My cousin, with a wisdom far more advanced than his years, has decided that an apology is all he wants from you." There is a slight pause as Zenichi walks up closer to Dai and whispers to the man. "Seriously, you are very lucky. Naruto doesn't want to make your daughter an orphan, or I would behead you here in front of her. Personally, I couldn't be bothered. I am not a good person. It's why Anko and I get along so well." He steps away from the man. He nods to Shikaku, and he releases Dai, who promptly fall on his ass. Zenichi stands over the man with his Okami Kami no Ken still unsheathed and in full view, the black blade seeming absorbing the light near it, leaving the world a little darker in its wake as Zenichi moves it around him. The strange saw pattern on the sword's back gives the sword a terrifying silhouette. We are waiting for this stretching of vocal cords that Councilwoman Haruno informs us that you so desperately wish to perform. Dai moves, slowly so not to antagonize the angry samurai, into a kneeling position. As he does, he looks angrily at Mabuki, but as he sees his daughter, who has been watching him the entire time with tears in her eyes, his look softens. He bows his head to the ground, touching his forehead to it, and speaks. "I apologize, Uzumaki Dano." Zenichi interrupts him. "Not to me, to Naruto." Dai clenches his jaw stubbornly, then remembers what Zenichi said, that he was only being spared because Naruto wished it. He relaxes his jaw and starts again. "I apologize to you, Uzumaki Naruto, for my rude behavior on this your first day at the academy." Naruto watches Dai as he is bowing on the ground, his forehead pressed against the dirt. He walks away from Anko with Hinata still by his side and stands over the man. "I don't want an apology you don't mean. Get up and go be with your daughter. I know what it is like without having anyone being there to care whether you're alive or not, and don't wish that on anyone. Just get up and leave me alone so I can enjoy the rest of the day with my family. I finally have won, and I want to enjoy it despite all you bastards." He turns around and walks back to Anko, who puts hand on his head again. Together, they walk away into the group of clan heads and their families with Zenichi and the rest that came to support Naruto on his first step toward joining their warrior caste.